Introduction. The Crumb, a dual powerhouse. In 1997, The Journey to the West adopted the concept of the primordial pearl from the demon child's worldview, hypothesizing that this pearl existed before the world even began, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and every millennium splitting into the dual pearls of spirit and demon. These were subsequently taken by the primordial supreme, and in their reincarnations, they manifested extraordinary powers. Have you ever witnessed modern weaponry appearing in the Journey to the West? We cultivate immortality, yet you present an entire system of immortal weaponry. What madness is this? The truth also bears elemental enchantments and consumes no mana, leaving the opposing brothers astonished, exclaiming, "How can this not be fun?" The rebellious denizens of the heavenly court traverse the journey to the West for one purpose: to overthrow the corrupt heavenly bureaucracy. The other two oppose the heavenly court primarily due to past grievances with the company, and that old Nezha is simply obstinate. Chapter 1. The External Assistance of the Primordial Pearl. Let me out. Li Jing, let me out. Within the exquisite Linglong Pagoda, a figure relentlessly pounded against the walls, yet the towering Buddhist laws rendered his efforts futile. This person was Nezha. Alas, my son, I have no choice. You promised me that after subduing the demons, you would practice your writing. Yet here you are, having run off again. This is the third time, after all. This Li Jing is not the original, but the demon child Li Jing. As is well known, aside from the Li Jing in the demon child narrative being his biological father, all other paternal figures are merely for show. Locking Nezha in this tower is akin to a child skipping school after all, with his formidable martial arts foundation. How can he be without a touch of culture? Yet, it is widely acknowledged that at the tender age of 3, Nezha had flayed the skin of a dragon and drawn its tendons, leading to the suppression of dragonkind, excluding those confined beneath the sea, who threatened the citizens of Chentang Pass. In a bid to protect the townsfolk and his parents, he inflicted self-mutilation, enduring a 3-year-long punishment, even before he had the chance to attend kindergarten, effectively repeating his early education. How could he possibly absorb any knowledge? Father, you know I am not suited for academia. Seeing that his outbursts yielded no results, Nezha softened his tone, attempting to awaken his father's indulgence, yet he forgot that his father was a stern man. Upon hearing Nezha's softened plea, through the lens of paternal affection, it resembled a kitten's plea for affection. But Li Jing was resolute. My son, when you finish that ink on the table, I shall release you. Father, Li Jing, old dang, let me out. I refuse. I will not practice writing. I wish to go out and play. My son, a man must keep his word. You promised me, and you must fulfill that promise. Once you finish, I shall accompany you for a game of shuttlecock. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Nezha to stomp his feet in vain, unheard by his father. Old Dang strode away, and Nezha turned his gaze to the writing desk, collapsing in despair. Although this tower was meant to confine him, it was adorned with exquisite beauty and elegance after all. Nezha was the cherished youngest son of Li Jing and Princess Qiankun, the beloved. Even in confinement, he could not be deprived of material comforts. Nezha remained confined within due to the magical orb, unable to step outside. The tower, known as the Golden Linglong Pagoda, officially titled the 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Linglong Pagoda, is also referred to as the Golden Tower 7 Treasures Linglong Tower, or Linglong Pagoda. The transparent relics within the Golden Pagoda possess the power to capture demons and suppress malevolent spirits. It is a treasured artifact of the celestial realm, holding immense power capable of subduing any demon or ghost, and even celestial beings can be contained if necessary. The most extraordinary aspect of the Linglong Pagoda lies not in the treasures it holds, but in its possession of a parallel world, akin to the vastness of the universe contained within a mustard seed, appearing as 7 layers, yet transcending the limitations of mere layers, showcasing the variations of the Tao. Each of the 7 layers of the pagoda houses a great Buddha, each representing one of the 7 abilities: speed, strength, defense, attack, life, evasion, and ferocity. Moreover, the pagoda conceals divine weapons or mythical beasts, such as the 3-legged golden crow, the legendary sword, the heavenly spear, the universe-measuring ruler, the heavenly net umbrella, the Xianyuan arrow, the purifying dust, and the astounding halberd. These divine weapons and beasts are confined within the pagoda, where they are tamed and refined. Without external force, even gods find it difficult to escape. The pagoda not only possesses formidable suppression and defensive capabilities, but also manifests as an independent realm, with the internal space separated from the 3 realms, allowing for fire to burn or project attacks. The pagoda structure is embedded with relics, radiating Buddhist light that specifically counters malevolence. It is said that the three-legged golden crow, one of the surviving remnants post-Ho Yi's sun-shooting event, sustained severe injuries and now bathes in the pagoda's Buddhist light and flames. Nezha, while allowed to roam within the confines of the pagoda, finds that the demons and mythical beasts are imprisoned in separate chambers of the alternative space. Whenever Nezha's temper flares, he would arbitrarily select a weapon from his father's armory within the pagoda to unleash his frustrations. Confining a son is merely a matter of detaining him within the pagoda's chambers, while confining demons is akin to imprisoning them in the purgatory of the pagoda. After all, Nezha could still open a window and extend his head outside, but attempting to escape through the window would be thwarted by the barriers connecting the rooftop of the tower. Lying on the ground, Nezha felt a tumult of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, as if his lotus body were undergoing a transformation. Previously, he had heard his master Tai mention that in his past life, he was the primordial demon orb. This treasure of chaos existed before the birth of the world, attracting the attention of many powerful beings. Ultimately, it was deemed unusable by mortals and was taken by the primordial supreme for reincarnation. Initially, the demon orb was to endure punishment by heavenly lightning, destined to be reduced to ashes. Yet, after the thunderstorm passed, Nezha remained unscathed. At that time, the portly figure had stated that the heavenly sovereign had divined that this primordial pearl had absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even drew from humans, demons, and immortals. Upon reincarnation, it might unleash unprecedented power due to the factors of rebirth. This implies that if reincarnation were akin to a plant, then such formidable power would manifest, transforming it into an ancient plant being. What it is, it shall become, embodying the various ancient powers. For instance, Nezha embodies the lotus, perhaps the power within could bloom into a vivid red lotus. Nezha immediately ascended to the tower's upper chamber, seated cross-legged, attempting to channel his energies. As a result, the 10 ancient divine lotuses bloomed forth, an event that must surely herald extraordinary phenomena. However, this pagoda exists in an independent space, beyond the realms of the three worlds. Before Nezha appeared 10 colossal lotuses. Chaos Green Lotus. The Chaos Green Lotus is famously known as the most revered ancient lotus. Legend has it that at the dawn of creation, amidst the chaos, the universe's most primordial Chaos Green Lotus was birthed, also known as the 36th grade creation green lotus. It features 12 leaves and blossoms with 24 petals, producing 5 lotus seeds at its heart. The Chaos Green Lotus is revered alongside the heavenly acts of creation, the jade tablet of transformation, and the primordial pearl as one of the 4 supreme treasures of chaos. Once damaged, it ranks just below the Pangu axe among the innate treasures. Pangu himself emerged from it, however. After Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the Chaos Green Lotus could not withstand the tremendous force and shattered into countless fragments, which later became supreme artifacts such as the God-slaying spear, the 12-grade lotus platform, the 3 treasures jade rui, the Tai dust, the innate 5-element banner, the river map, and the Luo book. Karmic Fire Red Lotus. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus is formed from the seeds of the Chaos Green Lotus. As a 12-grade lotus platform, it possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, ranking as the pinnacle among all innate spiritual treasures. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus can unleash boundless karmic fire. Utilizing the power of causality to incinerate all its karmic fire is an exceptionally potent weapon, nearly unmatched in combat. In legend, the Karmic Fire Red Lotus became the treasure of the ancestor of the underworld river. Merit Golden Lotus. The 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus is similarly derived from the seeds of the Chaos Green Lotus. It was obtained by the Tao ancestor Hongjun and later conferred upon the Taoist of guidance, serving as the auspicious artifact of the Western sect. Sitting upon the lotus platform, nothing can harm it. However, during the investiture of the gods, it was partially consumed by the blood-winged black mosquito, transformed from the primordial fierce beast, resulting in its degradation from 3 grades to 9, that like the fiery lotus of hell and the golden lotus of virtue, it is also transformed from the seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, obtained by the demon ancestor, Rahu. It thrives in the shadows, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. After Rahu was vanquished by the Taoist ancestor, Hongjun, The 12th-grade, world-destroying Black Lotus vanished without a trace, becoming a mystery enshrined in myth. The purifying White Lotus, also known as the Nameless White Lotus, possesses immense purifying power and miraculous effects. It is one of the treasures of the goddess Nwa, capable of cleansing the impurities of the world. The purifying White Lotus is a formidable artifact, endowed with abilities of purification, healing, and enhancing defense. The reincarnation Purple Lotus is a profoundly mysterious and powerful ancient divine lotus, one of the 12th-grade divine lotuses, regarded as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. It possesses the power to control the cycle of life and death, as well as the rebirth of souls. Those who possess it can command the cycle of existence and the reincarnation of souls, enveloped in an aura of enigma. The Avalokiteshvara Red Lotus is one of the 3 golden lotuses that materialized from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. It is said that after Pangu separated heaven from earth, a drop of his tainted blood fell, forming the blood sea of the underworld, where the Avalokiteshvara Red Lotus was nurtured. This red lotus belongs to the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, utilized for the salvation of sentient beings and the alleviation of worldly suffering, hence its name. The 9-color divine lotus is depicted in various legends as possessing 9 distinct colored petals, each embodying a unique divine power. These powers render the 9-color divine lotus a mysterious and potent entity. It also possesses miraculous effects, capable of purging all impurities from the world, dispelling malevolence, and bestowing tranquility upon the heart, leading to inner purification and elevation. The 9-grade Golden Lotus is an enigmatic ancient divine lotus, endowed with immense divine power and miraculous effects. Each petal symbolizes a form of divine power and wisdom, regarded as a mystical treasure. Its possessor can govern the cycle of life and death and the reincarnation of souls. The 7-color divine lotus exhibits 7 hues, each representing a distinct divine power and wisdom. It is an innate spiritual treasure, with its stem being a supreme celestial artifact, serving as a weapon that can be both forceful and gentle. The lotus pod is a high-grade divine artifact with special absorption properties, capable of engulfing both opponents and their weapons within. These lotus flowers are complete in their essence. It is curious, however, that despite being a demonic orb, it exudes such a sacred aura. Behind Nezha, a tree has sprouted, budding with various lotus flowers, each unique in its form. Upon turning around, Nezha is astounded to find an array of lotus blossoms adorning the tree. The primordial pearl, wherever energy exists, seeks to absorb and consume. Having existed for such an extensive period, its power far surpasses human imagination. When Pangu battled the other 3,000 demons, this pearl was scavenging amidst the chaos. Over time, it has accumulated power, albeit a small amount, yet sufficient to supplement its essence. Although it is a demonic orb, it is still part of a whole. Whether celestial, demonic, or spiritual, they all represent energy. However, our Prince Nezha, having experienced a 3-year delay in prenatal education, remains oblivious to its nature. Nonetheless, he senses the energy within and forms a bold idea, retrieving all his treasures, including the Xinyuan Bao. His father had previously promised that as long as he could wield it, it would be a gift for his 3rd birthday. However, this item had been taken from him during his journey from Chentang Pass, never bestowed upon him. Yet, Nezha has resolved to take it with him this time. He places all his treasures upon the Azure Lotus, hoping to elevate their essence. Among them are the Fire-Tip Spear, the Chaos Sky Splitter, the Universe Circle, the Wind and Fire Wheels, the Golden Brick, the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Cover, the Yin-Yang Twin Swords, the Xinyuan Arrow, the Soul-Slaughtering Banner, the Demon-Slaying Sword, the Demon-Cutting Knife, the Demon-Binding Rope, the Demon-Subduing Pestle, the Embroidered Ball, the Fire Wheel, the Fire Dates, and the Tiger Skin Bag. Thus, Nezha begins to meditate beneath the lotus tree, absorbing the primordial essence. Chapter 2. The Spirit Pearl's External Manifestation. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Sea, a similar event unfolds. The occurrence of such phenomena is linked to the demonic orb's counterpart, the Spirit Pearl. The Spirit Pearl, brimming with vitality, has encased itself within a colossal water sphere, perhaps to evade detection. However, the Spirit Pearl does not reincarnate as a human, but manifests as a dragon, the 3rd prince of the Dragon King. Ao Bing, who has long practiced alone in the depths of the ocean, senses the anomaly. Yet he quickly regains his composure, clarifying the situation in his mind and examining what the Spirit Pearl might bring forth. Before him materializes a crystalline tower, dazzling like glass, with a total of 18 layers. As each layer's walls melt away like ice, he discovers a fountain devoid of water. However, as time passes, water begins to flow, rising from the bottom to the top. The source of life. Originating from the ancient Tree of Life, each drop is imbued with vitality and vigor. It can instantaneously heal all wounds and even resurrect those on the brink of death, regarded as the most precious healing elixir. It also promotes plant growth, revitalizing barren lands. The soul nectar. Formed from pure soul energy, it appears colorless and transparent. It possesses a profound, nourishing effect on the soul, capable of repairing damaged souls and enhancing mental strength and perception. For those cultivating soul power, it is a coveted treasure. The purifying spirit spring. Concealed underground, formed from the convergence of earthly spiritual energy, the water is clear and transparent, exuding a faint fragrance. It can purify all impurities, whether physical filth or mental distractions, allowing long-term consumption to enhance cultivation and strengthen the physique. The waters of time. Flowing through the fissures of time and space, each drop encapsulates the power of time. It can temporarily alter the flow of time, enabling one to achieve greater results with less effort during cultivation. Additionally, it can repair damage caused by the passage of time, such as aging and memory decline. The elemental holy dew. Consolidated from the essences of various natural elements, it displays a spectrum of colors. It enhances control over corresponding elements, amplifying spell potency. Furthermore, it can awaken the elemental potential within, facilitating smoother cultivation. The celestial essence. Harvested from fragments of stars in the distant cosmos, it is refined through special processes. It contains the power of the stars, capable of enhancing physicality and strength, particularly effective in nocturnal combat. It also aids in comprehending the principles of the stars, laying the foundation for ascending to higher realms. The dragon blood holy spring. Formed from the blood of ancient dragons seeping into the earth, the water glimmers with a faint golden hue. It can awaken the user's bloodline potential, increasing strength and speed. Additionally, it can simulate various dragon skills and traits to enhance combat prowess. The netherworld holy water. Originating from the realm of the netherworld spirits, it bears a faintly chilling aura. It provides special nourishment to the soul, enhancing soul perception and defense. Moreover, it aids in comprehending the principles of the netherworld, allowing mastery over its powers. The wisdom holy spring. The water is clear and transparent, with a subtle blue glow. It can elevate the user's wisdom and comprehension, enabling faster mastery of skills and principles during cultivation. It stimulates creativity and imagination, offering limitless possibilities for growth. The holy water of light. Composed of pure light energy, it appears milky white and exudes a sacred aura. It can purify all darkness and evil, delivering a fatal blow to malevolent beings. Additionally, it enhances a sense of justice and conviction, fortifying the user's bravery in battle. For those practicing light-based spells, it is an indispensable treasure. The three light holy water. Composed of the primordial divine waters of the sun, moon, and stars, this substance is both a lethal poison and the ultimate healing elixir. It possesses the remarkable ability to neutralize all toxins, heal all wounds and ailments, and even resurrect the deceased. Xuantian water. A divine water imbued with the essence of chaos. Its specific characteristics are not elaborately described, yet its name suggests a connection to the primordial source of chaos. Tying true water. Originating from the moon, this silvery white water embodies the essence of the coldest extremes. It is the source of all waters, capable of freezing the heavens and the earth, and can contend with the fiery sun, while also influencing the hearts and souls of beings. Yuan heavy water. Hailing from the depths of the celestial Milky Way, a single drop weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Once transformed into magical energy, it manifests unparalleled strength and resilience, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to wield, yet once mastered, its power becomes immense. Lioli pure water. A sacred artifact of the Buddhist realm, derived from the 8 virtues pool of the Pure Land. It possesses 8 extraordinary attributes, capable of transforming the illusory into reality. A mere drop can materialize one's innermost desires. Wangchuan river water. The primordial divine water of the underworld, traversing the realms of yin and yang. It purifies all things, restoring them to their original state. Once a soul is tainted, it loses all memories, and its magical power is reverted to the purest essence of heaven and earth. Ximu River Water. The product of the union between the primordial yin and the utmost yang, it harbors boundless vitality. Any being that partakes of this river's water, regardless of gender, will conceive and swiftly develop life. Blood Sea True Water. Residing within the abyss of the underworld, this water is characterized by its ability to corrupt all living beings and magical artifacts. Any who are tainted lose their magical powers. It is the domain of the ancestor of the underworld river, known for the saying, "As long as the blood sea remains, the underworld river shall not perish." Primordial Rin Water. Legend has it that this water was born from the peach tree atop Tianyuan Mountain, gathering the essence of countless seas and the vital energies of heaven and earth, taking millennia to condense into a single drop. It is potentially linked to the forces of chaos. Xianin True Water. The lifeblood of the ancestral deity of water, Gong. It fuses the principles of water with the murky energies of the earth. It forgoes the gentle, nurturing aspects of water in pursuit of ultimate offensive and destructive capabilities, capable of freezing 3,000 worlds. As a figure proficient in both martial and literary arts, Ao Bing comprehends much of this knowledge and has even deduced the nature of these waters within his mind. He has also learned that the 18 Lioli divine towers serve as vessels for these endless divine waters, possessing extraordinary qualities, including infinite capacity and amplifying effects. Utilizing this tower allows one to reflect light through its transparent walls, achieving similar effects without the need to draw forth the waters. Moreover, the tower contains numerous magical voids, and within the apex of the tower resides a sphere that records the techniques associated with the properties of ice water. Ao Bing examines it with great care. Northern Xianyuan Water Controlling Flag. One of the primordial 5-direction flags, this treasured defensive artifact belongs to the water category and can manipulate all waters. It stands alongside the other 4 flags, such as the central Wujixing Huang flag, as a premier defensive spiritual treasure, ensuring the holder remains invincible. Refining Demon Pot. Originally a sacred object of the Jiuli clan, this pot can control the space of living beings, refining deities and demons into pure energy. Though not purely a water artifact, its transformative powers are intricately linked to the essence of water, ranking among the 10 ancient divine artifacts. Cold Abyss Frost Dew Sword. This divine weapon, originating from the depths of the ancient Cold Abyss, is forged from heart of the earth's cold iron and the souls of the 9 hells. It commands the laws of extreme cold, capable of freezing all things and stripping away all vitality and spiritual power. Its abilities include 9 hells freezing, frost soul shattering, and tears of the abyss, which can freeze vast expanses, unleash blades of frost, and converge icy energies to obliterate foes' souls. Frost Mirror. This mirror, crafted from the essence of frost, allows one to observe any location and, when necessary, can emit a beam of frost light to freeze or destroy anything. Xianin Jade Frost Sword. Forged from the mysterious Xianin, a condensation of heaven and earth's spiritual essence, this sword glimmers icy blue like jade. It can instantaneously freeze anything it touches, boasting formidable skills such as freezing 1,000 miles and extreme cold slash, representing the pinnacle of ice-based artifacts. Frost Cold Ice Soul Spear. Constructed from the essence of ice, this spear appears silvery white and emanates a potent, pure ice energy. It can release bone-chilling cold, effortlessly piercing through opponents' armor and freezing their blood, while possessing astonishing techniques like Cold Ice Domain and Frozen Melody. Dewdrop Lioli Furnace. Composed of the essence of voids, chilling winds, it can absorb and refine all substances containing the waters of myriad realms. Its exterior is incredibly durable, capable of transforming the coldest waters into sacred elixirs. It is a treasure among treasures, comprising 20 detachable ice water artifacts. The furnace is equipped with 10 lapis lazuli pillars as handles, each corresponding to a different divine ice, and the individual artifacts can be reassembled into a singular entity. Mo Ice. Mo Ice can ensnare mountains, rivers, and seas, freezing vast expanses and potentially encasing the entire world in ice, capable of transforming into the Mo Ice Flute. Divine Ice. Divine Ice allows for the free manipulation of ice water, instantly breaking it into countless small shards, exhibiting both offensive and control capabilities, transformable into the Divine Ice Bottle. Lunar ice. Lunar ice can transmute the chill of the night into ice water, forming dense ice walls to completely seal off foes, transformable into the lunar ice fan. Stellar ice. Stellar ice can summon the power of the stars, conjuring formidable ice and snow that envelopes the entirety of the world in frost, transformable into the stellar ice bow. Dragon ice. Dragon ice can transfigure flames into ice akin to a dragon's breath, sealing all beneath layers of frost, transformable into the dragon ice staff. Absolute ice. Absolute ice can condense any chill into an impenetrable frost, sealing all spaces thoroughly, transformable into the Zhai ice pearl. Chaos ice. Chaos ice can convert chaotic energies into overwhelming frost, binding the entirety of existence within its grasp, transformable into the chaos ice spear. True ice. True ice can turn authentic ice water into boundless strength, solidifying all into an absolute freeze, transformable into the Zhai ice umbrella. Extreme ice. Extreme ice can transform the most frigid waters into powerful gales of ice, ensnaring all adversaries within its chilling grasp, transformable into the soft ice guqin. Eternal ice. Eternal ice can transmute boundless cold into everlasting frost, preserving everything as eternal ice blocks, transformable into the eternal ice scythe. Additional artifacts within the tower. Chaos Qiankun, a remarkable ice entity derived from the Chaos Ice Lotus. It is said to have been born from chaos and took millions of epochs to fully manifest as a lotus. Its leaves traverse numerous realms, reputed to possess the ability to freeze the void with exceptional ice-sealing powers. Ultimate Ice Flame, an extraordinary flame formed during the ultimate transformation of extreme cold, achieving a wondrous balance that produces a unique ice flame, embodying both ice and fire characteristics. Sandalwood Seal, Ice Dew, exhibiting potent ice attributes. Its specific effects remain unknown, yet it is regarded as one of the pinnacle manifestations of ice power. Ice Snow, Sacred Lotus, harboring immense ice power, it may even surpass other divine ice forms, constituting a part of the Chaos Ice Water Lotus. Chaos Ice Lotus, the epitome of softness in ice water, merging the rigidity and flexibility of ice to their utmost extremes, also a part of the Chaos Ice Lotus. Spiritual Water, Sacred Lotus, the sacred embodiment of water, capable of effortlessly manipulating even the faintest moisture in the air, constituting one of the three major components of the Chaos Ice Lotus. Dark Gold, Ice Talisman, manifesting as a dark golden talisman radiating extreme cold. Its precise location remains undisclosed, yet its chilling powers are believed to have the capacity to freeze everything, possibly affecting space and time itself. 9 transformations, Ice Heaven Flame, formed amidst the vast cosmos. It is said to have been created from the essence of a gigantic comet that collided with the continent in ancient times, possessing the ability to seal the powers of the stars. Dragon Source Ice Core. It is said that possessing this ice is akin to inheriting the essence of the ancient void dragon, endowing one with formidable ice attribute powers. Starfall Cold Crystal. Legend has it that in ancient times, a star fell, and the chill that enveloped it over countless millennia was absorbed by the Starfall Cold Crystal, crystallizing into a gem imbued with spirit, which can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of its bearer. Celestial Ice Flame. Specific details remain obscure, yet it is conjectured to be a divine ice that harmoniously blends both ice and fire attributes, potentially possessing a unique balancing force capable of functioning in extreme environments. Mystic Ice Demon Flame. While specific information is lacking, the name suggests that it may be a divine ice amalgamating ice and magical energy, boasting tremendous destructive power and sealing capabilities. A.O. Bing was elated with these treasures. His strength would undoubtedly soar, paving the way for his ascension to the celestial ranks. Yet, at the same time, he felt an emptiness deep within. Regardless of these sentiments, he resolved to refine them expeditiously. Chapter 3. The enigmatic orb within the celestial realm of the heavenly king's abode, Nezha, while absorbing the essence of the lotus, acquired a mastery over certain fiery elements. Though endowed with the Samadhi true fire, it was distinctly different. He had also gleaned insights into the luminous attributes of the chaotic fire. Chaotic fire. This primordial flame emerged at the dawn of the universe, symbolizing the creative force and regarded as the source of all divine fires. It embodies the universe's nascent state, brimming with boundless mystery and power. Solar true fire. Originating from the innate fire beast, the golden crow of the sun. This flame represents the utmost yang and resilience, radiating a brilliant golden light. It epitomizes illumination and hope, possessing the capacity to incinerate all things. Ranking among the mightiest of flames in existence. Heavenly Divine Fire. Commanded by the fire deity Zhu Rong, this purple flame can consume all that it encounters. A primordial divine fire handed down from Pangu, it boasts formidable offensive capabilities, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. Li Fire of the Sixth Ding. This fire, forged by the Supreme Old Lord in the 8 trigrams furnace, was born from the alchemical process of the heavenly cycles. It embodies the profound application of natural laws and wields extraordinary power. Zi Wei Heavenly Fire. Born among the stars, this fire harnesses the strength of the Big Dipper. Possessing annihilative prowess, it symbolizes the power and guidance of the celestial bodies, radiating the essence of utmost yang. Southern Bright Li Fire. An innate fire from the Li position of the 8 trigrams. This flame is the companion fire of the divine beast Vermilion Bird, exuding limitless might. It symbolizes the fervor and vitality of the South, adept at vanquishing all malevolent entities and treasures. Crimson Lotus Inferno, a fire derived from the very essence of hell, fueled by sin and impervious to extinguishment. It symbolizes purification and rebirth, serving as a reminder for humanity to cleanse their spirits to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. 9 Heaven's Mysterious Fire. This fire, born from the ultimate death in the underworld, signifies the pivotal point of life and death's cyclical nature. It embodies the life flame that emerges from death, endowed with the ability to heal all wounds and antidote venom. Lunar True Fire. As the source of extreme yin, it emanates a gentle white glow, embodying the essence of softness and tranquility. It specifically targets the primordial spirit and soul, symbolizing the moon's soothing and enigmatic qualities. Ghostly Fire of the Netherworld. Originating from the yellow springs beneath the 9 hells, this fire is a manifestation of chilling ghostly energies. It specializes in scorching souls, symbolizing the power of the mysterious and the unknown. 9-Colored Divine Light. This transcendent beam can bridge the realms of heaven and earth, transforming into the quintessence of all 5 elemental forces while simultaneously capable of obstructing and absorbing portions of these elemental energies. Chilling Spirit Light. Specific information remains undisclosed. Yet as one of the divine lights used to mend the heavens during the chaotic era, its power is not to be underestimated. Shattering Divine Light. This is the innate divine power of the top-tier sacred beast, the Black Phoenix, categorized as an offensive beam. The highly refined Shattering Divine Light can instantaneously obliterate cultivators at the void refinement stage. Innate Separation and Union Divine Light. A remnant of the spiritual light used to repair the cosmos during the universe's birth, it possesses immense destructive capability, capable of disassembling any object into silver filaments of light. Lunar Reincarnation Divine Light. This blood-hued beam serves as a soul attack, capable of severing the connection between a cultivator's soul and corporeal form, preserving only the life memories of the soul. The Radiance of the Cave, a luminous, multicolored aura that poses great peril to demons and monsters, yet has minimal side effects on human cultivators and demon practitioners. The Starlit Radiance, a grayish beam reminiscent of the colors of the stars. The Garan Radiance, the most formidable defensive beam of light from the ghost realm. The Blood Charm Radiance, a crimson beam of spiritual attack that possesses enchanting abilities. The 5-Colored Illusory Light, the innate divine ability of the 5-colored Golden Toad, manifesting as a multi-hued beam of spiritual assault. Days later, Nezha's lotus body is gradually being replaced, a process that is both exceedingly lengthy and agonizing. However, the magical treasures benefit from this transformation. The mysterious Heaven Silk, originally intended for the chaotic universe, has now transformed into 7 7-foot-long silks. In addition to the original crimson mysterious Heaven Silk being enhanced, there is a verdant silk representing the creation of the Azure Lotus Totem. A golden-white luminous brocade symbolizing the merit of the Golden Panji, a scarlet silk representing various phoenix totems, and a black-gold patterned soft brocade representing the chaos totem of the universe, known as the world-destroying brocade. The iridescent brocade, with hints of white and color, symbolizes the pure spirit silk. The Wheel of Wind and Fire can also transform into a phoenix, now possessing sentience. All other treasures have undergone transformations as well. The tiger skin pouch has morphed into a black brocade bag. The functions of the universe ring seem to have multiplied, now capable of transforming into 5, all genuinely so. Henceforth, Nezha possesses one in each hand, one around his neck, and the remaining 2 as earrings. Moreover, other blossoms have shrunk and entered the brocade bag. For such potent treasures possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Outside, Li Jing harbors severe doubts, suspecting that this troublesome child has set the tower ablaze, as evidenced by the tower's warm hue. Upon releasing his son, he realizes that not only will riding be impossible, but most of the furniture will also need to be repurchased. This fire has indeed caused considerable damage. Li Jing finds solace in the fact that only a 3-legged golden crow resides within. Otherwise, any other beasts would have turned to ashes. Father, I merely ignited a small fire, Nezha protests. Did you provoke that 3-legged golden crow? How many times must I remind you that it is the divine solar bird, entrusted to my care by the Buddha? If you trespass into the golden crow's quarters again, your future activities within the tower will be confined to the top floor. Not at all. I truly did not seek out that plump bird. Although he longs to explain, Nezha recalls his master's repeated warnings. Should the demonic orb awaken something, it must remain a secret. If word spreads, various parties may come to seize it, potentially endangering others. Having experienced this once, Nezha understands well. Unless he absorbs it completely, he cannot carelessly reveal it. Yet his lotus body has already undergone substantial replacement. After imparting his wisdom, Li Jing shifts to the main topic. Forget it, my child. You should practice your calligraphy diligently at home. The heavenly court is convening with the spirit mountain. Father will be back shortly for an inspection. Nezha feigns compliance. But once Li Jing has walked away, he makes a face at his father's retreating figure. After being confined for so long, not venturing out would be foolish. So he stealthily descends to the mortal realm to play. In a bamboo grove, a figure cloaked in white appears. Engaged in a fierce confrontation with a group of bewildered black panthers, it was more a one-sided domination than a battle. The intention was merely to incapacitate the creatures without inflicting any harm upon them. The surrounding waters had become tainted, leading the local fauna to become aggressive after drinking from it. The once clear pool had transformed into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a figure extended his hand, and a resplendent blue glass tower emerged within his grasp. The third layer of its walls became translucent, radiating brilliant azure light, which illuminated the pool, rendering the water crystal clear. This water was the sacred spring of purification, endowed with divine cleansing powers, and the individual was none other than Awaken. Upon witnessing the purification of the water source, he retracted the 18 glass towers, realizing with dismay that the waters had been sullied by various noxious herbs and chemicals. After years of relentless effort, he had finally managed to regain control over this blighted area. Meanwhile, Nezha was soaring through the air on his windfire wheels, keenly observing a water body nestled within a grove of bamboo below. The water appeared inviting, prompting him to leap into the pool. Awaken, positioned below, sensed an imminent disturbance, as though a crucial fragment of his being was descending towards him. Looking up, he saw a figure plummeting, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forth to render assistance. The force of the wind dislodged his hood, and Nezha, noticing a white dip below that was rapidly enlarging, felt an inexplicable pull towards it. As Awaken approached, they both found themselves suspended in a moment of astonishment before plunging into the water. Regaining his composure, Awaken tightly embraced the individual he had saved and propelled them upwards towards the surface. Upon emerging from the water, he immediately examined the person in his arms. To his astonishment, the entire dragon was momentarily disoriented. The individual was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, pale skin, crimson lips, and pearly white teeth, their eyes slightly squinted. The proportions were exquisitely balanced, embodying both masculine strength and feminine grace, a perfect amalgamation of both essences. How could such a breathtaking being exist in this world? Their inky hair, cascading like a waterfall, was bound high, yet strands clung to their face after submersion, enhancing their ethereal beauty. Awaken was utterly captivated. Nezha, observing the one who had lifted him, noted the pair of blue dragon horns adorning the figure's head. Though backlit, the distinct contours of their features were still discernible. Yet, the posture was peculiar. He, the esteemed marshal of the heavenly court, was being cradled like a princess by a man. What was this? In an instant, he began to struggle, pushing against the person before him. Let go. Release me. Why are you holding on so tightly? The overwhelming strength of his captor was the sole thought racing through Awaken's mind. However, he soon recognized the intimacy of their position, a breach of propriety between the sexes. Yet, his actions did not align with his thoughts. Despite attempting to set the other down, he still clung to their waist with a vice-like grip. The other's body trembled noticeably, and Nezha grasped the person's shoulders, squeezing tightly. The horns reminded Ao Bing of a sight from many years past, dragon horns. Although pain radiated from his shoulders, he could endure it. Still, there was something familiar about this individual. As he scrutinized the person's forehead, he noticed a red mark that bore an uncanny resemblance to the blue mark on his own brow, though their colors and orientations were entirely reversed. This reminded him of his origin, and thus, only the demon pill could be the answer. Could this person be the demon pill? His other half? Let go of me. Who are you? I am your other half. What nonsense was this? Had his mind gone awry? He promptly lifted his leg and stomped hard on the person's face. Ao Bing, despite being stepped on, felt only a sense of wonder at the flexibility of his body. Get off. What other half? You. I'm a guy? No, I misspoke. Please, allow me to explain. Ao Bing brought the individual to the shore and set him down, while Nezha used demonic energy to dry his clothes. Without hesitation, he swung his fist toward Ao Bing. Ao Bing dodged while using ice to defend himself. Listen to my explanation. We share the same origin. You are the demon pill, and I am the spirit pearl. Nezha halted his movements and glanced at Ao Bing's head. It bore the mark of the spirit pearl. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. My name is Ao Bing, and yours? Nezha. The dragon and the human inexplicably calmed down, sitting on a large rock by the pool, conversing. So, you are now a general in the heavenly court? Indeed, I am the marshal of the central army, commanding 800,000 celestial soldiers. What about you? Seeing Ao Bing suddenly bow, Nezha hurriedly helped him up. He had no intention of adhering to such formalities. After much effort, he managed to dispel the dragon's formality. Ao Bing began to recall. The name Nezha sounded quite familiar. I always sensed a dragon's aura about you. Alas, the dragon tendons he had previously drawn still resided within him. The other party was also a dragon, yet he produced the dragon tendons. He began to explain that his own actions were solely due to the other's greed for talent. After a brief acquaintance, Nezha deduced that Ao Bing was indeed a good dragon. Upon seeing the dragon tendons, Ao Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. His own tendons throbbed subtly, and a chill ran down his back. However, witnessing Nezha's anxious explanation, he learned about their scattered clan from many years prior, during which his dragon kin had wreaked havoc, consuming innocent children. At that time, Nezha happened to encounter them. Their leader's son had devoured a child. Consequently, Nezha skinned him and extracted his tendons. When he assured Ao Bing that he would not harm this good dragon's tendons, Ao Bing reflected on the past. He had indeed heard of a child causing a stir at sea. The commotion was so great that even the dragons in the depths of the ocean felt it. Later, it was said that there was a thunder calamity lasting 3 years, intended to shatter the demon pill. Though the calamity could not break it, it caused significant damage. The scattered dragons gathered, preparing to flood Chentang Pass. To avoid implicating their parents and the common folk, the child chose to act alone, offering himself in place of others. Ao Bing's gaze became complex. Had it not been for the heavenly thunder, perhaps he could have pursued the scattered dragons. Although Nezha had extracted his kin's tendons, it was the other kin who had acted first, making it somewhat easier for Ao Bing to accept. Hearing that Nezha had secretly descended to the mortal realm for leisure, worried whether he was skipping work, Nezha reassured him that all was well and then took Ao Bing by the hand. Let him take himself for a leisurely excursion nearby. In the celestial realm, a day passes as a year on Earth. During this hour-long meeting, more than a month has elapsed in the mortal world. The Heavenly Court, in collaboration with Ling Shan, intends to launch a journey to the West project and is in the midst of selecting candidates. Naturally, Ling Shan has chosen the reincarnation of the Golden Cicada. They also need to select a few disciples for the arduous journey, which consists of 81 tribulations. In essence, Ling Shan seeks to recruit talents from the Heavenly Court. Initially, the candidate list included Yang Jian and Nezha, but the Jade Emperor promptly rejected them. One, a heavenly deity, and the other, a divine warrior. While recruitment is permissible, one cannot commence by targeting my vital essence. If you were to eliminate my golden armored enforcers right away, what are your intentions? This is indeed a matter of significance. However, Li Jing pondered that his other 2 sons were also at Ling Shan. The third son's presence would provide some support. The crux lies in Nezha's demonic identity. Should he go to Ling Shan, it is possible that he could truly rid himself of his malevolent nature. Although Nezha did not voice it, he had often contemplated how much easier life would be if he were not a demon. Thus, he agreed to this arrangement, with his biological father's consent. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor remained steadfast in his refusal. Ultimately, both sides compromised. Ling Shan would refrain from poaching, yet would retain a nominal role. Non-Heavenly Court personnel would belong to Ling Shan, while less significant Heavenly Court employees would also be under Ling Shan's purview. Only the vital personnel from the heavenly court would be shared between both. Thus, the matter was settled. Upon returning home, Li Jing discovered that his son was missing. Meanwhile, on a beach in the mortal realm, two figures were engaged in a game of shuttlecock kicking. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from above, accompanied by an ethereal voice proclaiming, "Third Prince." The two individuals simultaneously glanced skyward. There, amidst the clouds, stood rows of celestial soldiers and generals. The foremost figure descended gracefully upon a cloud. A robust man clad in armor, cradling a golden pagoda in one hand. This individual was none other than the heavenly king, Li Jing. Upon witnessing the multitude of celestial warriors, Ao Bing recognized the grandeur of the scene and the distinctive features of the leading figure. He promptly saluted. "I humbly pay my respects to the heavenly king." Li Jing nodded and soon noticed the spiritual pearl mark upon his forehead, a sign of the dragon lineage. It was previously heard that the Four Seas Dragon clan had rendered significant service in suppressing evil, and thus, a spiritual pearl was conferred upon them, enabling their reincarnation as one of the offspring of the Dragon King. It appears this is indeed the case. Feeling somewhat anxious under Li Jing's scrutiny, Ao Bing glanced at Nezha, who promptly declared, "Father." The dragon was taken aback. "Child, having played for so long, it is time to return home, is it not?" "No rush, father. This is Ao Bing, my friend." Li Jing nodded, descending to stand before them, assisting Ao Bing to his feet, retracting the pagoda, and greeting them with clasped fists. "There is no need for formalities. I am grateful for your care of my son during this time. Your Majesty is too kind. May I inquire which son of the Four Seas Dragon King you are? I have heard that the legitimate dragon clan of the Four Seas has performed commendably near my Chentang Pass, subduing malevolent creatures from the depths of the sea. As a reward, a spiritual pearl was conferred for reincarnation into the Dragon King's lineage. I am the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing. Please forgive my lack of time for idle chatter. I must take my child back home. In the future, we shall have the opportunity to gather once more. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, O King of Heaven. There is no need for such formality. You are not only a friend of Nezha, but also the son of the Dragon King. I must also express my gratitude to the esteemed Dragon Clan for safeguarding the lives of the citizens of Chentang Pass." As Li Jing spoke, Nezha approached his side. After bidding farewell, he placed his arm around Nezha's shoulders, and they soared into the clouds, returning to the heavenly realm. However, Nezha turned back, gazing intently at Ao Bing, who met his stare. Though they had known each other for just over a month, their camaraderie was harmonious. After all, they were once united as one for countless millennia, separated only by the passage of time. Ao Bing raised his hand slightly, but refrained from extending it, for he was the prince of the celestial realm, while he himself was merely a small dragon. This disparity was of little consequence for them. How could he presume to ask the prince to stay? Uncertain if they would meet again, Nezha heard his father call for him to retrieve the path. Retrieve the tendons? Whose tendons? The King of Heaven was at a loss for words. Among the three sons, it was this youngest one who harbored the most malevolent intent. He could only explain the matter in detail. What worried him was the temperament of his third son. He feared whether the reincarnation of the golden cicada could withstand it, which was indeed concerning. Yet, when Nezha learned that it would take 500 more years, he realized that he would have to wait a year or two in the heavenly court. It might be better to descend to the mortal realm and have some fun. After all, his reputation as the god of killing preceded him, and his frenzied fighting style deterred most deities from engaging with him. Typically, there were few disturbances, and his abilities were seldom required. He thought it might be more enjoyable to play with Ao Bing in the lower realms. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. "Father, may I descend to the mortal realm to wait? You wish to seek the Dragon King's third son, do you? He and I share the same roots and origins. In the mortal realm, time is abundant. Ao Bing possesses considerable talents. Are you implying that the two of you will join forces to see if you can unleash the power of the Primordial Pearl? When will this little cleverness of yours be applied to battle?" As for practicing calligraphy, he had not made much progress. Upon realizing that his cleverness had been uncovered, Nezha was not angered. After all, the reincarnation of the Lingzhu was destined to be accepted by the heavenly court, but the opportunity had yet to present itself. If they were to journey together, it was possible that they could become formidable generals. However, those who were not part of the heavenly court's disciples were to be welcomed by Ling Mountain, which posed a dilemma. Wait, his father had sought allegiance for the heavenly court. How could he have forgotten this? Although he had not been granted a prestigious title, Ling Mountain only required the absence of key personnel from the heavenly court. As long as the Lingzhu performed outstandingly, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly make every effort to retain him. In time, it was highly likely that the Lingzhu would, like Nezha, hold positions in both realms. Nezha was originally meant to descend as the Lingzhu, but due to the incident of theft, he inadvertently became the demon pill. He had been nurtured for 3 years, born in the 6th month during the hour of the dog, and was inherently endowed with 1,700 killing prohibitions. Initially, he was to suppress this with the Lingzhu, but a fellow disciple of Taiji Jinren, succumbing to greed, stole the 7-colored lotus that contained both the demon pill and the Lingzhu. Thus, through a twist of fate, he became the demon pill. However, that individual has been punished by the celestial sovereign, and thereafter, the spirit pearl was entrusted to the 3 pure ones for safekeeping. After all, the primordial pearl's reincarnation is beyond the endurance of any living being. The spirit pearl did not reincarnate into Nezha. The outcome remains uncertain. Initially, it was intended to use spiritual energy to suppress the innate killing god, but with the demonic orb and spirit pearl reincarnating together, there is a possibility that the demonic nature may prevail. This is a gamble no one dares to take. Ultimately, Li Jing could not refuse Nezha and agreed to petition the Jade Emperor the following day, allowing someone to descend to the mortal realm to cultivate their heart and temperament. Yet, it is certain that there will be those astonished. His son does not indiscriminately slay the innocent, but should one provoke him, they would no longer be considered innocent in his eyes, a situation beyond his control. Who would believe that he could descend to temper his disposition? The primordial pearl has been differentiated, and no one can predict whether a collision of the two will spark any extraordinary events. However, it is assured that neither will harm the other. From the simple conversation with Ao Bing, one can discern the essence of his dragon nature, vibrant and full of righteousness. More importantly, when has his son ever been at a disadvantage? Not bullying a dragon is already a significant feat. Chapter 4. Additional members on the journey to retrieve the scriptures in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, suffused with spiritual energy. Ao Bing is seated cross-legged in meditation. With a plethora of new weapons and increased training time, he dedicates himself to practice, given that he wields dual hammers. Now, his life has added another aspect. He often thinks of Nezha, with whom he has been separated for over a year. Suddenly, the sound of conch shells resonates through the air. After several echoes, Ao Bing's heart leaps with joy. Following the sound, he transforms into his dragon form and seeks it out. In a secluded grove, he discovers a small courtyard. The sound emanates from near that building, and upon descending, he sees the person he has yearned for, transformed into human form, landing before Nezha. Ao Bing, you have come. What business does Nezha have with me? Previously, Ao Bing had gifted Nezha a conch shell, ensuring that wherever Nezha might be, he could summon Ao Bing by blowing it. Although it has only been a day for Nezha, for Ao Bing, it has felt like an eternity. He has missed the dragon dearly. Nezha excitedly shares the news of his descent to the mortal realm, revealing that his father has constructed a small courtyard for him to reside in until Tang Sung arrives to embark on the journey for scriptures. To the demonic orb, the spirit pearl is no stranger. Oh, rather, it is a foreign dragon. Thus, he divulges everything he knows, insisting on confidentiality. Ao Bing, astonished by the significance of this revelation, is elated by Nezha's trust in him. Even more gratifying is the prospect of spending nearly 500 years together, cherishing the thought of shared moments, playing, training, and vanquishing evil demons. Years swiftly pass. Nezha, idling in the hall, enjoys the breeze by the window. Ao Bing has departed to the water realm to quell the flood, leaving Nezha unaware of how long he will be gone. Recently, Guanyin Bodhisattva visited him, announcing that Tang Sing is on his way, instructing him to wait here. Has 500 years passed so quickly? Meanwhile, in the forest, a monk rides a white horse. The individual in question is none other than Tang Sung. The monk often remembered for his numerous trivialities. Observing a modest courtyard ahead, and noting that the hour was growing late, he contemplated seeking refuge there for the night, albeit pondering the improbability of such a dwelling existing in these desolate mountains. As Tang Sung approached, he was greeted by a sigh emanating from within, followed by the words, "Ah, splendid. Someone has arrived. Benefactor, I am but a humble monk from the eastern Tang, journeying westward to acquire sacred texts. Might I impose upon you for a night's lodging?" Upon hearing the call, Nezha glanced sideways and thought, well, a bald monk has come knocking. The door is unlocked. "Please enter," came the reply. "Thank you," Tang Sung said, just as a chorus of howls echoed from outside. "Guanyin, are you jesting with me? I have resided here for over 5 centuries without encountering any wild beasts, and now, upon your arrival, a pack of wolves appears." The white horse, sensing the looming danger, began to stomp nervously. Tang Sung, witnessing the wolves lurking in the nearby woods with their eyes gleaming ominously, exclaimed, "Benefactor, please open the door." My legs have turned to jelly. Such cowardice. Unable even to open the door for himself. Rolling his eyes, Nezha leaped through the window and bounded to the entrance. Just as the wolves surged forth from the thicket, Tang Sung, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the ground. As the lead wolf approached, Nezha swiftly removed one of his earrings, spinning it with his fingers. The Qiankun circle expanded in response and was hurled towards the wolf. Upon impact, the wolf's head exploded, illustrating the formidable power of the Qiankun circle, which possessed an automatic navigation capability. It then pursued the remaining wolves, ensuring none escaped unscathed. When the Qiankun circle returned, it bore no trace of the tomato juice from the earlier encounter, for it had moved with such swiftness that the juice never touched it. Nezha grasped the Qiankun circle, reducing its size, and, with a silent incantation, opened a portal that returned it to his ear. Turning to Tang Sung, who was visibly distressed by the scene, Nezha expressed his disdain for the monk's apparent timidity. Tang Sung, suppressing his fear, steadied himself against the wall and confronted Nezha. How could you bring yourself to kill them? They too are lives. Why spare them? Would you have me pay for the door? They would surely break down. Ba, simply driving them away would suffice. You come here seeking shelter, and you still believe you have a say in this? This is my domain, not yours. I saved you. Your gratitude is lacking. And yet you dare to nag me? Do you wish for me to deal with you as well? What audacity, Tang Sing thought, considering abandoning his journey westward. With such a murderous heart, I cannot stay here. What do you mean by that? Do you think such words will compel me to beg you to remain? I am not here to serve you. Depart quickly and do not obstruct my path. Ba, Tang Sung intoned, joining his hands in prayer as he mounted his white horse. Preparing to leave, Nezha, unperturbed, returned inside, leading Tang Sung to believe he might be persuaded to stay. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw the door close behind Nezha. Truth be told, were it not for his internal mantra of not quarreling with mortals, he would have reacted differently. With Nezha's temperament, he would have struck first. Taking a step back, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, Tang Sung had already advanced a considerable distance. Hearing sounds behind him, he assumed it was yet another beast and turned around in fear. To his surprise, it was the same individual from before, and he thought perhaps the person had a change of heart and had come to invite him for lodging. He dismounted, ready to offer a lecture, but unexpectedly, the man seized his collar and delivered a slap. Who do you think you are, you bald donkey? A little sunshine and you bloom, right? My father wouldn't dare speak to me in such a tone, and yet you presume to. You should be grateful you're merely a mortal, otherwise I'd split your head open. The white horse, intimidated by this display, stood frozen. Fortunately, it had restrained its strength, but Tang Sung was left looking like a battered pig. After throwing the man to the ground, Nezha intended to head home, yet his ire remained unresolved. After all, he hadn't fully vented his frustration. Casting a sidelong glance at the white horse, he delivered a swift kick to its rear, causing the horse to doze off. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. I shall no longer attend to it. As for Tang Sung, he could only be said to be in a rather disoriented state of slumber. Observing from the heavens, Guanyin could no longer bear the sight. Nezha was indeed formidable, but his temper was exceedingly volatile. Although his elder brother, Muzha, served under her, the accounts he relayed were far from flattering. After all, this ability to lull to sleep was no ordinary feat. She cast a spell to ensure he would not fall prey to wild beasts and decided to wait until Tang Sung awoke to explain further. By the following morning, Tang Sung slowly regained consciousness, experiencing waves of pain that made him grimace. Tang Sung, a celestial voice resonated. He looked up to see Guanyin Bodhisattva, enveloped in a radiant light. Instantly, he knelt in reverence. Ba, this humble monk pays his respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Tang Sung, the journey to the west is fraught with challenges. Continue along this path, and you shall encounter a monkey trapped beneath a mountain. For 500 years, he has been imprisoned there by the Tathagata for causing chaos in the heavenly realm. Once you unveil the inscription on the 5 Elements mountain, you will be able to rescue him. He shall be your foremost disciple, and after you free him, your second disciple will descend to escort you. Together, the 3 of you shall return to the small courtyard, persuade him, and invite him to join you. At this, Tang Sung felt perplexed, but would not question the Bodhisattva's words. He would simply follow her guidance. However, the Bodhisattva patiently elaborated, that individual is akin to your second disciple. Both are celestial beings. Yet, he bears an irritable temperament, much like that monkey. I bestow upon you 3 golden fillets. She then handed Tang Sung the golden fillets and imparted the accompanying incantation. Tang Sung proceeded towards the 5 Fingers Mountain. Meanwhile, Erlang Shun had received the celestial edict. Having previously learned of the journey to the west, he was initially reluctant to partake. But upon hearing that Nezha was involved, he felt compelled to join in the commotion. Even if just to observe the unfolding events, he wished to be part of it. Additionally, the celestial hound favored him, for Nezha often treated it with special care. The creature, with more energy than the hound itself, would take the dog for walks when he was too busy, yet the dog would be panting, while Nezha remained invigorated. Not a drop of sweat to be seen. Clearly, one who possesses the ability to slip away from the celestial hound transforms into a mere hound in its presence. It is truly perplexing how this transpires. The relationship between the two is rather amicable. At the very least, their companionship along the journey alleviates any monotony. In contrast, the situation with the monkey remains unchanged. Tang Sung tore open the golden talisman, releasing the monkey from its confinement. However, he immediately proceeded to coax the monkey, placing the golden circlet upon its head. Yang Jian soon arrived, and upon seeing him descend from the heavens, Tang Sung noted the presence of a dog with 3 eyes, which aligned with the characteristics outlined by the Bodhisattva. Erlang Shenyang Jian, at the behest of the Jade Emperor, has been tasked with escorting the holy monk to the west to obtain the scriptures, he declared. Ah, the 3-eyed one, we meet again. Upon encountering Yang Jian once more, Sun Wukong felt an irresistible urge to engage in a contest. Previously, their encounters had resulted in a draw. However, upon this reunion, he yearned to ascertain superiority over the 3-eyed deity, only to be halted by Tang Sung. After all, the monkey had received 9 years of compulsory education. Unlike the old fellows from Amei Mountain, one could even say they were polar opposites. Now, from Tang Sung's perspective, he had a companion who would heed his words, while the other appeared quite handsome. After all, those who could care for small dogs were typically gentle souls. It was evident that Tang Sung had never taken on the role of a caretaker. Nevertheless, he was indeed incredibly gentle, willing to do anything for his furry companion. Master, why are we heading back? You have a junior sister who is following behind. Junior sister? Both the man and the monkey exclaimed. But Yang Jian quickly grasped the situation and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Little Nezha had once again been mistaken for a girl. This was not entirely the fault of Tang Sung. After all, Nezha, though male, had a feminine appearance, with a smaller stature and the fragrant essence of flowers enveloping him. He was indeed difficult to discern. Yang Jian envisioned how Tang Sung would react when he proclaimed that Nezha was a girl. Should he intervene or remain silent? Upon their return to the tower, seeing the ground littered with white ash, Tang Sung dismounted and began to recite scriptures. My apologies, my apologies. The celestial hound, upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent, dashed to the door and began to bark. When Nezha opened the door, the hound circled him excitedly. Unsurprisingly, it soon produced a piece of meat from its embrace. Do not feed it indiscriminately, Nezha cautioned. Why not? If you continue to feed it, the celestial hound will no longer recognize me. Upon encountering an old acquaintance, Nezha naturally stepped out to converse with Yang Jian. To the old monkey, I must be an outsider. Indeed, this is Nezha, the one I mentioned who caused an uproar in the heavenly palace. Come, monkey. This is the 3rd son of the heavenly king Li. As a creature of higher education, the monkey was exceedingly courteous upon meeting a girl, especially one so youthful. Furthermore, since Tang Sung had referred to her as a junior sister and she bore a resemblance, he was astonished to learn that the heavenly king had such a daughter. After exchanging greetings, the man and the monkey continued on their way. As 2 rebellious spirits, they soon engaged in conversation. After Tang Sung completed his recitation, he turned to Nezha and said, Life and death are predetermined. Why do you not properly inter these innocent souls? Yang Jian was taken aback by Tang Sung's words. Indeed, the one who seeks scriptures possesses remarkable courage. Nezha, the foremost god of slaughter in the heavenly realm, was not one to be easily commanded, even by the Jade Emperor himself. To begin with, such admonition was audacious, for even the formidable Li Tianwang would not dare to lecture him casually, let alone this monk with no blood relation. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Sung's words, Nezha was engulfed in dark flames, startling both Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. The flames, infused with a potent demonic energy, radiated an intense heat, overwhelming them despite appearing to ignite solely around him. This formidable fire stemmed from the cataclysmic black energy that had partially replaced Nezha's original lotus form. At that moment, driven by a surge of murderous intent, a fragment of the annihilative energy seeped into his demonic flames, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. The inferno overwhelmed Tang Sung to the point of unconsciousness, causing not only the steed but also the nearby birds to flee in terror. Observing the monk's fainting spell, Nezha extinguished the flames in bewilderment, wondering how he had managed to faint without even being scorched. Nezha, it has been a while. Your powers have greatly increased. Yang Jian remarked, observing the ground beneath Nezha's feet now ensnared in a web of cracks, indicative of destructive forces, despite the flames having not touched it. Indeed, I have grown stronger, Nezha replied, while Sun Wukong hastily tended to Tang's sign, noting signs of dehydration and deciding to fetch some water. After some persuasion from Yang Jian, Nezha agreed to continue their pilgrimage for scriptures. Yang Jian remained to watch over Tangsong while collecting the pagoda. Nezha went in search of the horse, and judging by its direction, he could infer where it had fled. Having lived in this area for many years, he was well versed in the terrain. Sure enough, the horse had sought refuge by the river to quench its thirst. Just as Nezha approached to catch the horse, a white dragon suddenly emerged and devoured it. He was all too familiar with this sequence of events. However, thoughts of Ao Bing made him hesitate. Wait, how could there be a dragon in this river? Thus, Nezha plunged into the water to investigate. Simultaneously, Ao Bing swam along the river, intending to find Nezha. Upon sensing a familiar presence, he accelerated towards it. Nezha, Ao Bing, what brings you here? The flood has been controlled, so I have returned. Are you here to catch fish again? As Nezha pulled Ao Bing along, he recounted the events of the past few days, mostly lamenting the troubles caused by Tang's song, while Ao Bing patiently listened. The journey to the west had begun, but he was reluctant to part with Nezha. If you seek a dragon, I am adept at locating them, Ao Bing declared, transforming into his dragon form. Nezha naturally took his place upon the dragon's head. Meanwhile, the slumbering white dragon sensed the presence of a fellow creature. Upon raising his head, he beheld a silvery blue dragon. Strikingly familiar. Isn't that my cousin from the East Sea? As he swam out, he exclaimed, Cousin, is that you? Are you Ao Li? Indeed, it is my cousin. The two dragons met, joyfully circling each other in excitement. Cousin, what brings you here? And who is this? For some inexplicable reason, Ao Li felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Who was this individual perched atop his cousin's head? This is my friend, Nezha. At this revelation, the little white dragon lost his composure, hastily retreating beneath a rock. Nezha, the very one known for flaying dragon skins and pulling dragon tendons. Observing Ao Li's reaction, Ao Bing quickly pieced together the situation. After a lengthy explanation, the little white dragon emerged from his hiding place. When asked how he ended up there, he lamented as if seeking solace from a parent. I was merely escorting the Jade Emperor on a journey, but by chance, I misstepped, causing the carriage to sway. The Jade Emperor, furious, demanded my head. Thankfully, Guanyin Bodhisattva intervened, instructing me to wait here for someone named Tang Sung to journey to the west for scriptures. Listening to his cousin's woes, Ao Bing comforted him as one would a child. So, did you eat the horse? It was only when Nezha spoke that the two dragons snapped back to reality. Indeed, the horse had been consumed by Ao Li. Sensing Nezha's fury and impending wrath, Ao Bing swiftly ushered him back to the shore, fearing that the entire story would unfold before them. After all, this was his own cousin. He could not possibly present a dragon's gold to his aunt during the next New Year celebration. Upon their return to the shore, Guanyin appeared once more. Little white dragon, you have consumed the white horse. You must transform into the white horse to carry your master to the west for scriptures. With a flick of her willow branch, Ao Bing immediately transformed into human form and quickly withdrew. Upon opening her eyes, Guanyin exclaimed in surprise, realizing she had mistaken the dragon. Ao Bing, unfazed, respectfully bowed to her. The little white dragon also extended his head. Guanyin Bodhisattva, I have come to this river as instructed to await my master. Consequently, Guanyin had to repeat her earlier words to the little white dragon, successfully transforming him into the white dragon horse. Prince of the East Sea, she addressed. The little dragon is here. May I inquire what task Guanyin Bodhisattva has for me? The journey to the west is fraught with peril. To ensure safety, would you be willing to accompany Tang Sung and escort him to the west? Upon successful completion, I shall bestow upon you a position as a Buddha. The little dragon is deeply grateful for your guidance. Originally aspiring to secure a position in the heavenly court, he never anticipated that he could attain a role within the spiritual mountain, which was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Guanyin, having recognized the Lingzhu mark, noted that Ao Bing had not been granted an official title in the heavenly court. Although the Lingzhu's power would soon attract the Jade Emperor's attention, individuals like him, with special circumstances, could potentially enhance their standing with Lingshan. If all else failed, he could navigate between Lingshan and the heavenly court, which would not be a loss. After Guanyin departed, the white dragon horse nudged Ao Bing with his head. Brother, as fellow dragons, why must I be ridden like a horse? We are both princes. This is surely because you devoured the horse. Chapter 5. The official journey begins. Ao Bing, quickly merge with me, Nezha exclaimed, elated at the prospect of Ao Bing joining their venture. Over the years of shared cultivation, they had devised a method wherein one could etherealize their soul and inhabit the body of another. The Lingzhu and the demon pill were intrinsically linked, enabling two souls to share a single body without issue, provided it was one of their own. Once merged, they could freely wield each other's spells and seamlessly switch between their forms, becoming one entity capable of employing the mystical power of the Hunyuan Pearl, specifically, the ability to absorb spiritual energy. This singular skill had taken them years of practice to uncover. Very well, I shall heed your call. Subsequently, Ao Bing's form became translucent, transforming into an ethereal essence that floated into Nezha's body. The white dragon horse gazed in astonishment, but Nezha tugged at its mane, urging it to keep this surprise a secret. The white dragon horse nodded vigorously. Nezha then mounted the horse. Recalling the ease with which he once rode and shot arrows at Chentang Pass, it felt nostalgic after so many years. Awakened, Tang Sung drank some water and regained much of his composure. Nezha returned riding the white dragon horse, and truth be told, he missed horseback riding after so long. As he dismounted, Tang Sung retrieved a package from his robes. This is a gift from your master to both of you, my dear disciples. Upon opening it, they discovered a golden hoop. However, Yang Jian was not easily fooled. He knew he could not wear it. Observing the Monkey King donning it with delight, Yang Jian merely held it, refraining from putting it on. What merit do I possess to wear something so grand? Oh, that is not how one should speak. After all, it looks quite splendid when worn. The great sage, having endured 5 centuries of confinement, remained a bright and cheerful youth, and he truly found it quite appealing. Yet, he pondered, perhaps the modern young women would not favor such a style. After all, she was the daughter of a heavenly king and would surely keep up with the latest trends. His master had taught him to be gentle and considerate towards the elderly, women and children. Within their circle, most disciples were male, and he had seldom encountered many females. Now, with a junior sister accompanying them, he recalled hearing from the three-eyed one that she had previously served as a general in the heavenly court. One could not view her through the lens of a delicate young girl. He found himself smiling inexplicably at the thought. I am not referring to that. My mother has passed, and I shall not wear it. I am not her disciple. Oh dear, there is no need to be so irate. If you do not wish to wear it, then do not. But how could that be? Nezha's temper flared. If he refused to wear it, how could he be persuaded otherwise? He was already somewhat intimidated. Seeing Tang Sung approach to press the item into his arms, Nezha swiftly snatched the golden hoop, darted behind Tang Sung, knocked his monk's hat off, and placed the hoop upon his head. Tang Sung was startled. Since you were so fond of it, you may wear it yourself. Witnessing Nezha's sudden movement, Yang Jian promptly passed the hoop to the celestial dog. After all, one raises a dog for 1,000 days, only to use it for a moment. With a swift motion, Xiaodian snatched it away and buried it in a hastily dug hole. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong pondered whether he too should cast it aside, feeling that their antics rendered him somewhat out of place. In a bid to fit in, he attempted to discard it as well, only to discover that he could not remove it. Wang Defa, what is happening? Monkey King, have you not realized yet? This golden hoop is deceitful. What? At that moment, the image of his master, who had rescued him from beneath the 5-finger mountain, shattered in Sun Wukong's heart. When Tang Sung ascended the perilous mountain alone, he wondered how an ordinary mortal could manage such a daunting ascent. Yet, he had saved himself and encircled himself with a peculiar golden hoop. What is there to fear? Even that bald donkey has donned one. In any case, the two of you will endure it together. Let us see who cannot bear it first. This notion held some merit. Enough, we must hasten. Yang Jian, having little time for contemplations, assisted Tang Sung onto his steed, thoughtfully adjusting his hat. He instructed Xiaodian to drive the horse forward. And thus they embarked on their journey to acquire the sacred scriptures. Their initial destination was the Black Wind Cave. Chapter 6. The Golden Pool is indeed high in protein. Look, there is a temple ahead. Shall we not seek refuge there for the night? Tang Sung spoke cautiously throughout their journey. Any words that displeased Nezha had resulted in a punch or a kick. He remained oblivious to the fact that Nezha's wrath had not yet reached its peak. Otherwise, he would have met a far graver fate. Thankfully, Li Jing and Tai had taught him well, and the swift intervention of a certain monkey, along with the coaxing from Ao Bing within him, had kept Nezha's temper in check. With Nezha's temperament, one must always tread lightly. Tang Sung, beleaguered by Nezha's explosive nature, found himself at a loss. Aside from Sun Wukong, none of the others had donned the hoop. Even if they did, what good would it do? After all, Nezha was historically the first to self-mutilate. Such audacity belonged to him alone, should he truly wear it. He would surely lift his own crown and strike down Tang Sung first. Nezha, it is getting late. A night's stay at the temple would be prudent. Sun Wukong, having been confined beneath the mountain for 5 centuries, had grown accustomed to the desolate wilderness. Nezha had engaged in battle since childhood, proving his resilience. Yang Jian was no different, capable of enduring much. But Tang Sung was truly precious. Very well, Brother Yang. Initially, Sun Wukong suspected that Nezha would struggle with the wilderness, only to discover that he was remarkably adept at survival outdoors. In contrast, Tang Sung appeared quite out of place. To Sun Wukong, Nezha was still a youth, in the midst of growth, yet he did not complain of hunger or fatigue. He insisted on moving forward. As for Yang Jian, having fought alongside them, he could withstand the trials. Yang Jian remarked, even the monkey has become so double-standard. Can you blame Shinshu? Had I known, I would not have allowed Nezha to stand there. Not far from the temple, Tang Sung dismounted and expressed the need for sincerity. Oh, you are putting on quite a show, he remarked. All right, let us be on our way. Let him be, he added, dismissing the matter with indifference. Upon reaching the temple entrance, the plaque boldly proclaimed, Guanyin Zen Temple. 2 knocks signified a request to borrow the restroom. 3 knocks indicated familiarity, while 4 knocks were a gesture of etiquette. What brings you here? A voice emanated from within the temple, to which Sun Wukong promptly replied, we are mere travelers, hoping to find shelter for the night. Please seek elsewhere, came the response. Sun Wukong was about to retort when Tang Sung intervened, stating, this humble monk hails from the eastern land of Great Tang, and, having traversed this place as dusk approaches, kindly request your hospitality. Upon hearing of their origin from the eastern land of Great Tang, the tone shifted dramatically. They were asked to wait outside while the voice went to report to the patriarch. Shortly after, a monk opened the temple doors, and Tang Sung initiated. We are 4 disciples. Yes, the monk acknowledged, but Tang Sung felt a chill and quickly revised. We 4 humbly intrude upon your esteemed temple, and we seek your forgiveness. Please, enter, esteemed master, the monk replied. Thank you, brother, Tang Sung expressed gratefully, as the monk guided them towards the main hall. An elderly monk in golden robes stomped his foot, causing the fierce-looking 3-eyed Buddha statue on the altar to turn and transform into the tranquil figure of Guanyin. Upon arrival at the main hall, after exchanging greetings with the elderly monk, Tang Sung knelt before the statue of Guanyin. The elderly monk's gaze lingered on the 3 companions behind Tang Sung, scrutinizing the golden hoop on the monkey's head and Nezha's earrings. They shone brightly, leading him to wonder if they were fashioned from pure gold. What nonsense, he thought, intimidated by the fierce demeanor of the figure, causing him to avert his eyes. Master, having traveled from afar, why do you carry no belongings? Upon entering the temple, only the monkey bore a bundle, while the others were empty-handed. Nezha's possessions were concealed within his magical pouch, and Yang Jian too carried similar treasures. Tang Sung replied that with that single bundle, they were well equipped. The elderly monk assumed it contained rare treasures from the Great Tang, only to discover it was merely a robe. Exchanging knowing glances with the monks behind him, the younger monks immediately grasped the implication, suggesting that they could not possibly be from the Great Tang, and perhaps they were untrusting of them, so they should be sent away. Meanwhile, the celestial dog could no longer contain itself, barking furiously at the elderly monk and the statue of Guanyin. Now, as a mere dog, devoid of the power of speech and bound to instinct, the aged monk, the venerable elder Jinshi, felt an inexplicable sense of dread upon hearing the howl of the celestial dog. Yang Jian, observing the urgency in Tang Sung, Yang Jian took hold of the celestial hound, signaling that the ruse was transparent. With 3 eyes, he could easily discern the facade, and it was apparent that none present, save for Tang Sung, could be deceived. Quickly remove this dog, Tang Sung urged, seeking to salvage his master's dignity. Instructing Yang Jian to relocate the hound to join the horse. The celestial dog would have mused, were it not for the master's intent. You would not dare to utter my name. Even the gods above would address me as the Lord of Devouring. Their inaction stemmed primarily from the uncertainty of what might be unleashed. After a few more boisterous barks directed at Tang Sung, and witnessing his fright, the dog was finally released. For those unacquainted, allow me to enlighten you, the celestial hound proclaimed, when Sun Wukong unwrapped his bundle, revealing only a patched kasaya. The onlookers laughed, intent on expelling them. Nezha, poised to seize the nearest pillar to confront the group, was halted by Sun Wukong's subtle gesture. Understanding the unspoken cue, he withdrew his foot, only to observe as Sun Wukong snapped his fingers. The kasaya, animated as if possessed, stood upright, striking a pose that left the monks in awe. Yet, an eager novice rushed forward, only to be swiftly subdued by the kasaya, which exhibited prowess akin to a Shaolin master, effortlessly toppling the assailant. Following a brief period of meditation and the ringing of a bell, the Kasaya was neatly folded back into the bundle. This spectacle left Elder Jinshi thoroughly enraptured, prompting him to propose a trade of his precious treasure for the Kasaya. Naturally, Tang Sung refused, leading to a dramatic display of frustration as he activated a switch, exclaiming, "Even the Bodhisattva pities my plight." Observing the tears cascading from the statue of Guanyin, Tang Sung reluctantly consented to a one-night loan. Elder Jinshi, elated beyond measure, promptly summoned attendants to prepare accommodations. However, as the four departed, their gazes remained fixated on Nezha's earrings, scheming in their minds to obtain the exquisite treasure. With the coveted Kasaya in hand, they were determined to acquire those golden adornments as well. What power could a mere girl possess? The guiding monk led the quartet to a courtyard, assigning a small room to Nezha and a larger one to the others. Except for Yang Jian, who grasped the truth. The rest believed Nezha to be a young girl of merely a decade or so. Gender distinctions were clear. Nezha, unable to style her hair into a traditional bun, had previously relied on her mother for such grooming. Now, feeling mature, she opted for a high ponytail, showcasing the vigor of youth. The others had no objections. In the dead of night, a small group of monks stealthily approached the courtyard. First, they peered through the window to confirm that the three were sound asleep. Then moved toward Nezha's room, where candlelight flickered within. Hesitant to enter, they crouched against the wall, listening intently. What do you think this temple represents? It is filled with apparitions, yet the monks bear no semblance of true monkhood. Who is she conversing with? A tall, slender monk could not resist the urge to rise and peer through the window into the room. Inside, Nezha reclined on the bed, propped up on one hand. The tall monk glanced around, finding no one else present. With whom was she speaking? All right, fine, I shall not interfere. But let it be known, should they dare to play tricks, I will dismantle this temple, and you shall not stop me. She spoke to herself, her eyes closed. Was she merely dreaming? In truth, Nezha was engaged in a dialogue with Ao Bing within her mind, his voice audible solely to her. To others, it undeniably appeared as though she were talking to herself. Fine, fine, I shall not hinder you. They dare to covet my treasures? Is it not troublesome that they are spying? What does it matter? It seemed she had fallen asleep. Thus, it was time to act. The tall monk bent forward and nodded to his companions, and the three of them entered the room. The leading stout monk was about to remove an earring, but found his hand empty. Looking down, he discovered his hand was gone. A searing pain surged through him as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wrist. The other two, sensing trouble, attempted to flee outside, only to collide with an invisible wall. Upon impact, blue ripples appeared, and after falling to the ground, they realized they seemed to be encased by some watery barrier. Turning back, Nezha had already sat up, one hand smeared with ketchup. Kneeling on the floor, one of the men cried out for mercy while another shouted frantically at the exit. Cease your wailing. This is a water barrier. Once ensnared, one cannot enter or exit, nor can sound escape. This was a spell of Ao Bing, now residing within Nezha, who would naturally wield it. The watery barrier, akin to a bubble, was clear and tranquil, encompassing 360 degrees without a blind spot, employing softness to overcome rigidity, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Master, please spare us. We were merely following the orders of our ancestor. This was not our intention. Then do tell, what were you three doing at this hour? The trio trembled in fear, their voices quaking. Our ancestor sought to reclaim the robe for himself, so we came to set fire to this place and relieve the master of his golden adornments. What audacity! To covet my Qiankun circle. I shall see if you live to claim it. Upon finishing his words, one of the Qiankun circles flew into Nezha's hand, enlarging in size. Before Nezha could exit, the howling of the celestial hound echoed. Within the water barrier, sounds could not escape, yet outside noise permeated in. Flames had already ignited outside. Well, leaving the three of them behind would suffice, as this water barrier could not be burned through. Nezha stepped effortlessly out of the water barrier, leaving the trio inside to wail in despair. Once outside, she encountered the other two, and the three shared the intelligence they had gathered. Nezha, you possess the greatest understanding of fire here. You must protect Tang Sung. Why should I? I refuse. Without Tang Sung, we cannot obtain the scriptures. They only mentioned escorting Tang Sung to the Western Paradise, but they never specified whether it should be a living person or a corpse. For a brief moment, the air hung in silence. As the flames grew fiercer, it was evident that, despite Nezha's grievances, he could not allow himself to perish. What if the plan involving the corpse failed? The other two had gone to block the golden pool, while Nezha ventured into the inferno. Fortunately, the flames had not yet reached Tang Sung's bed, Otherwise, upon awakening, he would undoubtedly create a multitude of troubles, requiring merely a water barrier to resolve them. Nezha's fingertips conjured a glass-like orb, which he then flicked, causing it to expand and envelop Tang Seng within. It was the perfect opportunity to test the new functionality of the Qiankun Circle. With a single hand, he lifted the Qiankun Circle, its faint golden light shimmering as countless flames surged toward its very center, coalescing into a crimson point. The Qiankun Circle, which inherently represented the vastness of heaven and earth, was already imbued with the essence of creation, enhanced by the divine lotus. It not only absorbed all things, but also possessed an increased array of functionalities. The flames were drawn in entirely, and once fully absorbed, the Qiankun Circle's crimson point dropped like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that gradually faded away. The golden light of the Qiankun Circle diminished in tandem. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, once those two mishaps brought the old monk down, what would be left for him to do? Yet, it was already too late. The main temple had been demolished, leaving only a colossal golden cricket behind, which had now become fodder for the howling celestial dog. You too. How could you be so swift, not even allowing me a moment to indulge? Next time, we promise, next time. Their speed was astonishing. Ultimately, the golden pool had transformed into a source of protein for the howling celestial dog. When Tang Seng eventually awakened, he would be greeted by the sight of a gray, desolate ruin. Startled, Nezha, after enduring enough calls, finally pierced through the watery barrier with his elongated black nails. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong recounted the events of the previous night in detail, while Tang Seng's initial concern lay with the fate of the monks. Bald donkey, are you out of your mind? They aim to kill you, and you're worried about their well-being? To save a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. After all, they are lives too, Tang Seng insisted. I am at my wit's end. I cannot converse with such dim-witted individuals without risking my own intellect, Yang Jian lamented, helplessly patting the back of Tang Seng, knowing that if his blood pressure rose, his master would inevitably question him about his role as a senior disciple. Tang Seng bowed and chanted sutras amidst the ruins, discovering 3 individuals still ensconced in droplets of water, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. However, as the droplets shattered, the 3 scrambled away at great speed. Ultimately, Yang Jian seized them, placing them upon a horse as they continued their journey. Chapter 7. Black Bear. Even if I were to dismantle the heavenly palace, was it truly necessary to assemble such a grand entourage? One of the fleeing monks, already clutching a bundle, had sought refuge in a cave. Within, warm winds swirled, accompanied by a peculiar voice. The next day, drink. Yes, keep drinking. A bear, a wolf, and a snake reveled in merriment. The bear, the Black Bear King, had invited his 2 brothers for a feast of fine wine and delicacies. Having recently acquired a precious robe, the other 2 demons, upon hearing this, felt their elder brother was making a mountain out of a molehill. Yet, curiosity piqued by the little monk's description compelled the Black Bear King to showcase the treasure. Thus, he intended to host a grand assembly of 36 caves and 72 specters. Unbeknownst to them, their biological father eavesdropped from behind a tree, not returning to retrieve the robe, but rather to collect his 3rd son. After all, Nezha had refrained from taking action, leaving him restless, leading him to vent his frustrations upon a roadside boulder, where he encountered the monk, who clutched something glimmering in his arms. The monk had stealthily appropriated the robe beforehand, along with some treasures, prompting Ao Bing to emerge from Nezha's body. What are you doing, Ao Bing? A blue light emanated from the magical mark on Nezha's forehead, transforming into a graceful figure clad in white, who stood beside Nezha. Nezha, I sense something amiss with that monk. If he intends to flee, shouldn't he head towards the town? Why venture into the mountains? What is strange about that? What if his home is here? That is a possibility. You proceed ahead. I shall investigate and return shortly. Ao Bing urged Nezha to go first. As their magical orbs were intertwined, inseparable through years of mutual cultivation, allowing them to sense one another regardless of distance. And he could instantaneously transfer into another's consciousness, much like earlier, transforming his essence into a spiritual form and swiftly merging with the other. After exchanging a few simple words, Ao Bing concealed his aura and followed the monk, witnessing him present a cassock to the black bear monster, while eavesdropping on their conversation. It was revealed that the monks in that temple had colluded with the demons, spying on the belongings of those who sought refuge, orchestrating accidents to eliminate them. They traded the stolen treasures to procure elixirs crafted by the demons, thus extending their own lifespans. The cassock had become a medium of exchange. Upon receiving this information, a flurry of flattering remarks ensued. To prepare for any eventuality, Ao Bing retrieved the Dew Pearl glazed furnace. A medium-sized azure-blue alchemical cauldron adorned with tin handles resembling lapis lazuli, intricately coiled around the furnace, forming a support at the base. Under the control of Ao Bing, it became as delicate as a small cup, resting steadily in his palm. After confirming the absence of any further useful information, he opened the furnace lid. A wisp of azure smoke wafted forth, transforming into a white mist that dissipated in the air. Yet, Ao Bing discerned that the azure smoke eventually coalesced into tiny blue wisps that danced about, visible only to the master of the dew-glazed furnace. The blue smoke swiftly dispersed within the cave, and the black bear's spirit soon succumbed to drowsiness, with the sounds of snoring echoing throughout the cavern. Ao Bing then replaced the furnace lid and emerged from his hiding place behind a stone. The blue jewel atop the furnace radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating the cave as if a light had been switched on. Indeed, it is a precious treasure, not only versatile and fully functional, but also imbued with remarkable spirit. He mused. With Ao Bing's level of cultivation, combined with the innate advantages of the dragon lineage, the night held no significance for him. Yet, the dew-glazed furnace kindly illuminated the cave. The smoke emanating from the furnace was merely a form of mesmerizing vapor conjured within, colorless and odorless, its trajectory visible only to the master. This vapor ensnared through contact, swiftly merging with the moisture in the air and possessing formidable penetrative power. Regardless of the thickness of armor, once it settled, it would directly integrate with the armor and adhere to the skin, ensnaring the unwary. The quality and depth of sleep inflicted upon the entrapped was extraordinarily profound. Unless the vapor dissipated or was retracted, awakening would not come easily. After scanning the surroundings, Ao Bing discovered a plethora of treasures within the cave. However, he refrained from taking any, fearing that such actions might alert any lurking beasts. Though confident in his own strength, he recognized that there were always those stronger. If a beast with hidden prowess was present, it could awaken swiftly from the vapor's influence. He intended to return to Nezha, shifting back to his spiritual form for the journey. Yet, instead of returning to consciousness, he found himself beside Nezha. A flicker of blue light flashed, and he swiftly transformed back into his physical form. Nezha, that monk truly possesses ancient wisdom, Ao Bing remarked, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. He found himself by a serene lake, the moonlight cascading upon the surface where Nezha stood, his garments resting upon a nearby boulder. Ao Bing's gaze was drawn to the damp strands of black hair and the shoulder adorned with crimson, demonic runes. Quickly, he averted his gaze, using his ample sleeves to shield his ears, his dragon horns blending with the demonic patterns. Yes, I apologize. I was unaware of your presence. He stammered. It matters not. We are both men. By the way, where have you been? With pressing matters at hand, Ao Bing recounted the events that had transpired. Yet the sporadic sounds of water seemed to torment his eardrums, preventing him from settling his thoughts. Nezha, perhaps I should step away for a moment, he suggested. What do you mean by only telling half the story? I understand. Please do not be angry. Yet this time, Ao Bing occasionally pulled aside his robe, exuding an air of mischief. Upon hearing the news, Nezha rose, donned his attire, and summoned his magical energy to dry his body. The misty silk acted as his hands, expertly arranging Nezha's hair. Ao Bing, why don't we simply go in and eliminate them all? He suggested, as he removed Ao Bing's hand, startling him. Noticing that Nezha was already dressed, Ao Bing quickly composed himself, pondering what had just transpired and what he had been thinking. Ahem, Nezha, what is it? Are you truly a boy? How could you utter such a thing? Yet the words had already escaped his lips, gazing at those moonlit red lips. They certainly belonged to a boy, right? Surely. Why did they resemble those of a girl adorned with lipstick? But his hand acted first, directly grasping Nezha's chin, his thumb caressing the soft, smooth lower lip. What are you doing? You're quite handsome. I know I am, Nezha replied, as Ao Bing withdrew his hand, clearing his throat and pretending that nothing had transpired. He continued, it would be wise not to alert the enemy. Should a formidable demon appear, it could spell trouble. It is better to wait until tomorrow morning and go with the great sage and the true lord. Though he was uncertain about the earlier incident, Nezha acquiesced to Ao Bing's suggestion to go the following morning. Ao Bing's intellect seemed sharper than his own. Trusting his judgment was prudent, as he was not particularly adept at strategizing. Surely, he would not lead him astray. Why has he not returned yet? Three-eyed, it's typical for girls to take their time. It's normal for them to spend a while on grooming. Meanwhile, by the fire, Yang Jian and another were waiting for Nezha, engaging in idle conversation. When Nezha finally returned, they beckoned him to sit. Nezha recounted his encounter with the monk, leading them to believe he had been tracking the monk all along. No wonder he had taken so long. In truth, Nezha had spent a considerable amount of time washing his long hair, which required meticulous care. The trio collectively decided to set off the next morning, anticipating a journey devoid of monsters, their hands itching for action, hoping for a more formidable adversary. Thus, at dawn, they bound Tang Sun to a tree, and Sun Wukong drew a protective circle, leaving the white horse to keep watch as they approached the cave. They discovered numerous demons converging within, indeed summoning the 36 cave demons and 72 specters, many of whom Nezha had previously encountered. Exchanging knowing glances, they quickly understood that rather than bullying them, each would use just one magical artifact to push through. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Great King, we are under attack. Stop your foolish shouting. Who is attacking us? A monkey, a pretty boy, and a little girl. They're incredibly powerful. With a single staff, spear, and lance, they toppled the kings we had invited. Upon hearing these characteristics, the Black Bear King immediately commenced a frantic search. What the devil? Even if I were to dismantle the Heavenly Palace, there would be no need for such an extravagant lineup. Wasn't I summoned to complete the journey to the West project? No one informed me that the enemy's formation would be so lavish. A pure source marvelous way true monarch, a central commander, and the great sage equal to heaven who wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. Is this truly the caliber of adversaries I am meant to face? One monkey, with a record of 38 victories, alongside another wielding an axe, and a third who single-handedly vanquished 36 caves of demons and 72 varieties of ghosts. And these are all newly appointed. How am I supposed to contend with them? They could easily challenge the Lingxiao Palace without breaking a sweat. Alas, I have no choice but to grimly approach and convey the signal. Bring me my gun. Outside the cave, the scene was a one-sided massacre. Attempting to flee was futile. The encirclement only hastened their journey to meet Yama. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my cave? Heaven knows the courage it took to utter those words. Upon witnessing a demon daring to shout at them, Sun Wukong promptly approached. Listen well, I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. You are the one who stirred trouble in the Heavenly Palace, the horsewhipping pest. At last, the signal had been acknowledged. Thankfully, it was not the third prince. Had it been him, he would have already reported back. What signal? He grants no face to anyone. Even his father occasionally finds himself on the receiving end of a few jabs. Aobing, who had attached himself to Nezha, used his divine perception to survey the surroundings. Observing the black bear's demeanor, he occasionally drifted towards them. He was aware that Sun Wukong had once tended horses in the heavens, suggesting he might have been a steed of some celestial being, occasionally glancing in their direction, likely to gauge the temperament of their prince. Recalling their previous exchanges, where they learned what each had gained from their respective enhancements, Aobing felt a chill run down his spine when Nezha revealed the 18 glazed towers, which elicited a sorrowful gaze from him. Trembling, he inquired about Nezha's discontent. In truth, Nezha had no significant grievances, merely a sensitivity to the tower. What is wrong with Nezha? With a resounding slap, a palm struck Aobing's face, and afterward, Nezha haughtily turned away, the high ponytail delivering a second slap. What could Aobing do? He could only inhale the fragrance of hair. As he concluded his recollections, the battlefield had been cleared. The black bear exclaimed, "Do not approach me. As for the bandits seeking scriptures, what do you think? This is outrageous. Even the Jade Emperor addresses me as the great sage equal to heaven. How dare you call me the horsewhipping pest?" However, as a monkey well-versed in the ways of the world, he naturally pondered why the bear would refer to him as by Ma One. This clearly indicated that there were celestial beings involved, offering a mere nod of acknowledgement. Yet, whether the bear's strike was merciful or not was evident to the other two. Yang Jian might have understood a modicum of it, but Nezha was unconcerned with such subtleties. He swiftly maneuvered to the side and thrust his spear into the black bear demon's kidney. The black bear demon exclaimed, "Did we not agree to charge together? Was that not the signal we had established? Why am I being stabbed? Is it the case that each person must respond to a separate signal? But that cannot be right. The third prince does not recognize that signal. Brother, why must you stab there? Why not anywhere else? Your technique is surprisingly adept," Nezha mused. "This bear's kidney is quite decent. I shall brew it into wine to rejuvenate Li Jing." Li Jing remarked, "My son has grown up, but dear father does not require it." Seeing that the time was ripe, Guanyin approached to collect the bear, but upon her arrival, all she beheld was the bear's hide. What is happening here? However, she had anticipated such a scenario. It was not entirely improbable. After all, should a premier killing deity be involved, the heavenly court would be draped in mourning attire daily, and she did not expect it to transpire so swiftly. "Oh, Bodhisattva, what brings you here?" "This bear has absconded to the mortal realm to become a demon. I intended to bring it back, but I did not foresee this." "Never mind, dear Bodhisattva. If you intended to take it, you should have mentioned it earlier. Come, let us take it away." As Nezha presented a bubbling hot pot, Guanyin was rendered speechless. "Do not be vexed, it is merely a mount. Once we have processed it, it shall become part of my Lingshan, and with such combat prowess, it could serve as a formidable general. Swapping a mount for a general is hardly a loss. One must remain calm. I shall seek recompense from King Li later." It was imperative to advance Plan B, for this ancestor truly did not recognize debts. It was not that they feared the three, but rather that they were apprehensive about what the demon pill might awaken in the future. Should it become uncontrollable, offending it would result in a loss far greater than gain. Plan B involved preparing mentally, ensuring that when the time came, they would not charge recklessly and find themselves unable to return. Engaging in conflict with a local shoemaker from Chentang Pass was hardly worthwhile. "All right, child, you are growing. Eat your fill." Chapter 8. The pork hot pot of Gao Laozhuang. My dear sister, why is it that amidst the wilderness, without any shampoo or the like, you always smell so delightful? Sun Wukong inquired curiously of Nezha. He was genuinely intrigued, for along their journey, he had consistently detected a fragrant breeze. When he drew near to Nezha, the aroma was particularly pronounced. It was neither overwhelming nor cloying, yet, as he noted, there were no shops or shampoos in the wild. From whence did this fragrance arise? In the realm of Nezha, due to his two elder brothers frequently addressing him as sister. Coupled with Yang Jian often referring to himself as junior sister, he initially felt quite vexed. However, over time, he has grown accustomed to it. And upon hearing familiar voices use such titles, his irritation has diminished significantly. Yet, if someone were to refer to him as a girl, he would still flush with embarrassment. Naturally, when strangers employ such terms as sister to address him, he cannot help but feel a rush of warmth. Naturally gifted, born with an extraordinary essence, he mused. Just then, the celestial hound caught wind of something and began to bark, hastening in a particular direction. As the devoted caretaker, Yang Jian chased after him, exclaiming, "What are you running for? Come back. Hurry up." At times, he truly found himself exasperated with this dog. Upon catching up with the celestial hound, he discovered it sniffing at a figure lying on the ground. Tang Song, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, "Surely this dog isn't about to bite someone. That cannot be allowed." "Yang Jian," he called out, seeing Yang Jian rush forward, his heart filled with joy. "Look at this disciple of mine. So diligent. Unlike that ungrateful one. How dare you eat? That corpse is teeming with bacteria. If you dare to eat it, you shall bathe tonight. With your body in such a filthy state, I won't even pet you this week." Tang Sung remarked, "I thought you were trying to prevent the dog from biting someone. Yet your concern lies with its potential to get dirty. I had thought you reliable, but you've proven otherwise. Yang Jian, shouldn't you be more concerned about the person? Is a life not more important? My dog is far more important." Nezha couldn't contain his laughter, while Sun Wukong stifled his amusement before stepping forward to investigate. The person was alive, merely fainted. Shortly thereafter, another Taoist priest flew in. The trio, one man, one dog, and one monkey, quickly stepped aside, as the man collapsed onto his predecessor. Tang Sung dismounted, insisting they wait until both individuals regained consciousness before continuing their journey home. Nezha, however, was unwilling to comply, brandishing his fiery spear. Hey, calm down. Don't act rashly. Let's discuss this civilly." Tang Sung, intimidated by the situation, instinctively hid behind his horse. The two could hardly contain the escalating tension. Nezha approached the two men, thrusting the butt end of his spear directly into their thighs, jolting them awake in pain. "See, they've awakened. No more dilly-dallying. Oh, you nearly scared me to death. I thought our ancestor was about to strike again." Once the individuals were conscious, Tang Sung emerged from behind the horse and inquired about the cause of their predicament. They recounted that not far ahead lay Gao Laozhuang, where a demon was causing havoc. They had been summoned to exorcise it, yet their inadequate skills had led to their defeat, resulting in them being flung to this spot. Upon hearing of the demon, Nezha could hardly contain his eagerness. The journey thus far had yielded no beasts, and his hands itched for action. With excessive force, he had even bent the shaft of his fiery spear. Fortunately, it was of sturdy quality. "Where is Gao Laozhuang?" The two men, intimidated by Nezha's fierce demeanor, trembled as they pointed in the direction and stuttered out the location. Upon learning the whereabouts, Nezha ignited flames beneath his feet, and a pair of fiery wheels materialized. Nezha soared forth on his fiery wheels, hastening towards Gao Lao village with astonishing speed. Within the village, Lord Gao inquired of the young man he had summoned, asking whether the two individuals he had sent to search had returned. Upon learning that they had not yet found the missing persons, he scarcely had time to express his dismay when a thunderous explosion erupted, sending debris flying and causing the walls to crumble. Accompanying this chaos was a torrent of searing hot wind. Daring to lift his gaze, Lord Gao beheld a young girl garbed in crimson, brandishing a gleaming platinum spear. As she stood resolutely atop a pile of tiles, she proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Where are the demons? Come forth and meet your demise." Before her stood an elderly man and a youth, both sprawled on the ground, gazing at her in terror. "Nay, who is this valiant hero?" one stammered. "Is this not Gao Lao village?" "Indeed it is," she affirmed. "I have heard there are demons lurking here. I shall pierce them through with my spear." "Are you here to exorcise demons? Is there any other reason?" she retorted, her foot still poised atop the ruins. Realizing the destruction she had wrought, Nezha quietly retracted his foot and rummaged through his treasure pouch. From within, he produced a trove of gold and silver, a mere trifle for the son of the heavenly court. He approached the elderly man, squatting down to extend the riches, asking, "Is this sufficient for compensation?" "Indeed, it is more than enough," Lord Gao replied, assisted to his feet by the young lad, who accepted the recompense. Others soon gathered, and upon witnessing the collapsed wall and the treasures in the elder's arms, Tang Sung mistakenly assumed Nezha had come to rob the elderly man. "Nezha, how can you be so unreasonable? How dare you seize an old man's money? Have you it in you to provoke me? Is your skin itching for a beating?" The workers at Gao Lao village hastily interjected, No. This valiant hero is merely compensating us." Realizing his misunderstanding, Tang Sung felt remorse. Yet he pondered how they had traveled empty-handed, with only Sun Wukong carrying a small bundle meant for their robes. Before he could voice his thoughts, Nezha had already yanked him from his steed. Had it not been for his father's strict warnings against using weapons against Tang Sung, he would have already struck. Though he could not wield a weapon, he was still capable of using his fists and feet. The ensuing scene was rather violent, and thus, I shall summarize. He delivered a thorough thrashing, burying the miscreant into the ground, from which he could not extricate himself. Let Xiaodian dig him out. Meanwhile, the others remained in the courtyard, gathering information about Gao Lao village. Despite Lord Gao's tremors from the earlier display of strength, he contemplated the remarkable abilities demonstrated before him, and with a respectful demeanor, he resolved to take a risk for the sake of his daughter. The catalyst for this turmoil was a fateful night when a group of bandits invaded, injuring several of the villagers and absconding with numerous valuables, including his daughter. Just as despair overwhelmed him, a robust man of dark complexion emerged seemingly from nowhere, swiftly dispatching the bandits with remarkable efficiency, for which Lord Gao was immensely grateful. After inquiring about the imposing figure, it became evident that he was but a solitary man. Consequently, he was invited to reside at the Gao family estate, where he took up labor to earn his keep. Naturally, Master Gao welcomed this arrangement. Initially, the man worked diligently, but as time passed, his appetite grew insatiable. However, considering the magnitude of his labor, this was a trivial matter. Despite his voracious consumption, his strength and industriousness compensated for it, and he proved to be quite honest. Thus, Master Gao decided to betroth his daughter to him. Yet, during their wedding on an auspicious day, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. After indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, the man transformed into a monstrous pig demon, wreaking havoc upon the wedding ceremony. A fierce wind erupted, toppling all the guests. Gao Zuelan, Master Gao's daughter, terrified, fled to the bridal chamber and locked the door. Subsequently, the pig demon cast a spell at the back gate, imprisoning Zuelan within the courtyard, leaving no means for rescue. Despite summoning several experts to perform rituals, all efforts ended in failure. The fate of Zuelan remained uncertain, causing Master Gao immense distress. At this juncture, he was in tears, pleading with 3 individuals to save his daughter, offering any sum of money, no matter how exorbitant. Master Gao led the group to the back gate. "Nezha, you must not disrupt this time," he cautioned. Before Yang Jian could voice his concerns, Nezha had already kicked the door, charging in with a flash of blue light. Quickly shrouded in darkness, with a resounding crash, it resembled a fragile bubble bursting. They could see a magical barrier clearly isolating the courtyard entrance, yet Nezha barreled forward, striking the barrier like a stone against a bubble, rendering it ineffective. With such fervent energy, after transforming, Nezha bore the protective attributes of the 10 great divine pellets, enveloped in golden light, merit, karmic fire, and apocalyptic defense. Not to mention, he was inherently a being of sanctity. Breaching this barrier would be akin to child's play. As night descended, A gust of wind swept through, and a black pig, standing on two legs, approached the door, knocking. Suelon, please open the door. I wish to explain. He implored. Inside, the sound of a woman weeping echoed, and eventually, she beckoned him to enter, much to his delight. Straightening his attire, he rushed inside. On the bed sat a delicate woman, her face buried in her hands, weeping profusely. Yet, upon her request for him to keep his distance, the pig halted obediently, refraining from advancing. Solon, you've finally consented to see me, he exclaimed. Please depart. You've ruined the wedding banquet. What face do you have to see me now? She retorted through her tears. It was my fault, my fault. I drank too much, and I truly apologize, he lamented. Hearing Suelon's response brought the pig demon a flicker of joy. It indicated that she did not despise him and was willing to grant him a chance. However, before he could utter another word, the door abruptly slammed shut. This was perilous. He had fallen into a trap. Now, it was a matter of closing the door on the dog, or rather, the pig. The pig demon frantically scanned his surroundings, then fixated on Gout Suelon, stammering. Suddenly, Suelon before him transformed into a monkey, grinning mischievously at him. At long last, I have awaited your arrival, the pig demon thought. His frayed nerves finally relaxing as he caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. Before him stood an individual, a gun slung over her shoulder. Nezha, now adorned in a different attire, was unrecognizable to the pig. All he knew was that a young and beautiful maiden stood before him, her scent surpassing even that of the seven fairies. What strength could a woman possess? If she wished to stab, then let her stab. The old pig, ever the gentleman, exclaimed, "Ah, I've been waiting for you." In the next breath, a gunshot aimed directly at his head ignited his instinct for survival, prompting him to flee. A deafening explosion echoed, causing the building to collapse, accompanied by a blaze that shot into the sky and a dreadful scream, all suffused with an overwhelming aroma. How scorching! It's going to incinerate me. Sun Wukong peeked out to witness a flaming ball racing around the courtyard, while Nezha stood by, gun in hand, watching the chaos unfold. The fiery sphere plunged into a water vat, causing the liquid to boil violently, and as the fireball emerged, its flames grew even fiercer. It was then that the pig realized something was amiss. Could this be the legendary Samadhi true fire? What an exquisite scent! He exclaimed. Young urge. Quickly enhance that vat with your magic. We shall feast on pork hot pot tonight. No problem at all, came the reply. With that, Yang Jian hoisted his trident, lifting the vat effortlessly into the air, where it landed securely upon the weapon's prongs. As Yang Jian's magical energy coursed through, the walls of the vat solidified into an unyielding fortress. Meanwhile, Nezha deftly speared the fireball, sending it soaring into the vat. The pig attempted to rise, but a glance upward met the barrel of a gun pointed directly at him. To Yang Jian, the weight was trivial, for a man who lifted iron daily. It posed no challenge. Good heavens, who are these people? This is no beauty. This is clearly a fierce she-devil. She-devil, release me, the pig implored. With such a fiery temper, I wonder how you shall ever find a husband. In that moment, Yang Jian's heart sank as he lowered his weapon, reinforcing its durability, and quietly retreated. Inside the vat, the pig felt an onslaught of sharp gun points raining down, threatening to pierce him like a shower. Oh my, he gasped, as the courtyard was engulfed in sparks, forming a lotus shape. For a fleeting instant, Sun Wukong believed he had returned to the 8 trigrams furnace. Staying far from the fray with Yang Jian, he mused to himself, indeed, women are the most formidable beings to provoke. The sparks danced wildly, but remained well contained within the courtyard. Soon after, the anguished cries subsided, and the fiery blossoms began to diminish. Once Nezha had vented her frustration, she rested her fiery spear upon her shoulder, still glistening with remnants of tomato sauce. The large vat has begun to emit a tantalizing aroma, and a human alongside a monkey cautiously approached, their hearts pounding with trepidation. This was no longer a mere pork hot pot. It was a meat porridge, bubbling and simmering. In the underworld, the king of hell smiled as he addressed the figure before him. Ah, the esteemed Marshal Qiankun graces us with his presence. What brings you to my humble abode? The pig remained in a state of bewilderment, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Reflecting on the fierce temper, the blazing true fire, the sharp spear, the golden bangles adorning his arms, and the fluttering red ribbons, a sense of dread washed over him. Alas, I have encountered the most formidable deity of the celestial realm. If it were merely the monkey, it might be manageable, but when this ancestor is in a rage, he would dare to kick his own father. How unfortunate it was to have crossed paths with the third prince. Meanwhile, the courtyard of Gao Laozhuang lay in charred disarray, even partially collapsed. Sun Wukong stirred the contents of the vat persistently with a spoon, while Yang Jian sprinkled condiments beside him. Shoo, monkey, do not provoke him. The little ancestor is still fuming, Yang Jian whispered, continuing to add seasoning, as the pungent odor was overwhelming. Nezha sat atop a scorched wall, his mind occupied with the soothing voice of Ao Bing, who gently comforted him. This time, he was truly incensed, lacking any desire for a midnight snack. Although Ao Bing felt a pang of hunger, the little demon was in a foul mood, and the Spirit Pearl was also disinterested in food. Previously, it was always the Spirit Pearl who indulged in snacks, while the demon consumed the impurities, leaving the good morsels for the Spirit Pearl. Yet, with the demon feeling dissatisfied, the Spirit Pearl lost its appetite as well, constantly trying to soothe the situation. Below, even the white dragon had managed to enjoy a warm meal after days of a vegetarian diet. How could a dragon survive under such circumstances? The following morning, Master Gao expressed his gratitude to the group, while Nezha left behind some treasures as compensation. Nevertheless, they accepted a few provisions. The mummified Tang Sung posed a bit of a dilemma, so the white dragon horse was compelled to bear a large basket on his back, within which Tang Sung was placed, and off they went. However, it was expected that the coming days would be relatively peaceful. Chapter 9. The human armory drowned by the yellow wind ridge. In recent days, Tang Sung had been utterly silent, providing a serene atmosphere. The three companions found ease in their situation, only needing to occasionally funnel some liquid nourishment into him. As for the need to relieve himself, it was a struggle, and none were willing to assist. However, the monkey was unlike the other two. During his time in the Flower and Fruit Mountain, he had once cared for a paralyzed monkey. After all, he had traversed steep slopes to rescue himself. Thus he took it upon himself to manage this ordeal. Nezha had also urged him, "This fellow has placed the golden hoop upon your head, and you still tend to him?" The Monkey King responded, "He has shown me kindness." After all, he was well educated and understood gratitude. He may have been referred to as a king, but he had learned the arts of woodcutting and cooking during his time on Mount Fengshuan. However, it is not as if one could merely pluck a hair from a monkey and conjure a servant. Such notions are fanciful and implausible. Yang Jian, after all, has received an education in etiquette, and amongst the trio, the monkey possesses the highest level of scholarly achievement. As for the last member, he is nothing more than a street urchin. With no alternative, he had inadvertently harmed himself at the tender age of 3, missing out on kindergarten entirely, only to be thrust back into battle upon his resurrection. Were it not for the bureaucratic duties of the 3 altars of the sea deity, he would not even recognize a single character. Due to this, he has faced considerable reproach from his father for his illiteracy. One could only say that the monkey is overly compassionate. It is unwise to compare him to his cousin, for they belong to entirely different species. Ultimately, Nezha simply remarked, "You have indeed suffered the misfortune of being culturally deprived." Arriving at a certain location, the 3 sat down to engage in a game of stones. After all, there was no rush. They could enjoy their time on Earth without the constraints of leadership. In recent days, they had traversed steep hills and arrived at a desolate desert. However, there stood a stone tablet inscribed with the name Yellow Wind Ridge, indicating a distance of 800 miles. Yet, for these 3, it was merely a trivial desert, with no need for water, though Tang Sung had a slight concern. Fortunately, Ao Bing, being of the water element, could summon fresh water, even if he himself belonged to the fire element. Nezha wished to keep Ao Bing's capabilities under wraps, intending to surprise their adversaries when the time was right. Ao Bing had no choice but to indulge him, discreetly conjuring fresh water and storing it in a water gourd, fully aware of the treasures within his magical pouch. As they journeyed, a sudden gust of wind swept through, toppling a mummy to the ground. Its breath grew faint, prompting an urgent need to provide it with water. Luckily, their belongings were safely stored within their magical artifacts, which were light and portable. "This wind seems peculiar," one remarked. "What do you mean, Three-Eyed?" Another inquired. "With this wind blowing, there is a palpable aura of malevolence swirling about. Furthermore, there are birds soaring above. Have you considered how Yellow Wind Ridge, resembling a desert, could possibly support avian life, and just one at that? In other words, there are sandbags. Oh no, monsters." Upon witnessing the glimmer in Nezha's eyes, Yang Jian could only helplessly rub his forehead. This individual exuded an aura of murderous intent, scaring off any wild monsters they encountered along the way. Another gust of wind blew, revealing a lush oasis ahead, yet the trio remained unfazed. They had no need for such trivialities. "Brother Monkey, draw a circle. It is time to capture their heads." Who among them would not be exhilarated at the prospect of battling monsters? Thus, they swiftly drew a protective circle around Tang Sung and the white horse, as they ventured forth to seek the source of the malevolent aura. Once the trio departed, the flying monsters above revealed themselves, one being a large yellow rat. As it lunged to seize Tang's song, it was repelled by the protective circle on the ground. Unbeknownst to it, 3 bandits had already invaded their territory. The 3 searched diligently, locating the area where the malevolent aura was strongest. And with the aid of the celestial hound, they discovered the Yellow Wind Cave. Inside, the lesser demons were engaged in their own activities when suddenly, a colossal club descended from above, followed by countless other debris. The cave could not withstand such an onslaught and began to collapse, prompting the smaller demons to flee in panic. Yet, Erlang Shun had been awaiting this moment, his golden bow and silver arrows at the ready, prepared for a barrage of precise shots. In this tale, the celestial hound transforms into a shepherd dog, or rather, a demon-herding hound, tasked with driving away malevolent spirits. One monkey dutifully dismantles homes, while a dog responsibly chases demons, and a man takes charge of delivering lethal blows. Some lesser demons, clearly unwilling to surrender, charge directly at Yang Jian, yet his silver bullets possess an automatic targeting feature, rendering their actions mere desperate flails. Meanwhile, Nezha encircles Yang Jian, wielding the fiery spear that embodies both modern weaponry and ancient arms. The flames erupting from the spear's tip scatter the ashes of the defeated demons. Upon returning, the Yellow Wind Demon finds his home and subordinates gone, leaving him truly bereft and a mere figurehead. Infuriated, he hastily conjures a violent tempest, a massive windstorm, mingled with sand and stones, sweeps forth. Unprepared, Sun Wukong is sent tumbling from the skies. The magical cloth, the Hunyuan Ling, springs to life, shielding Nezha while deftly weaving through the tempest. This cloth symbolizes the chaotic universe, endowed with the power to upheave nature itself. Having undergone the baptism of the Qingping's transformation, its strength has been significantly amplified, representing the very essence of chaos. Amidst the winds, a crimson silk flutters gracefully as it dances. The tempest seems drawn into a gravitational pull, altering its course. The winds, now almost corporeal, are deftly redirected by the Hunyuan Ling witnessing his winds being dispersed. The Yellow Wind Demon's eyes widen in shock. Wang Defa, what treasure is that red silk? My winds are fueled by the true fire of Samadhi, unyielding without the stabilizing pearl. Could it be that this red silk surpasses even the stabilizing pearl in its enchantment? Realizing the Hunyuan Ling's efficacy, Nezha discards it, allowing its spirit to soar towards the Yellow Wind Demon. As the crimson silk approaches, the Yellow Wind Demon unleashes another gust, yet to the Hunyuan Ling, it is but a trivial matter. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian fires a silver bullet just as the winds are repelled. The Yellow Wind Demon, spotting the approaching white dot, ceases his winds and squints, realizing too late. He turns to flee, blowing winds as he goes, but the Hunyuan Ling shields the silver bullet. What a marvelous treasure! What are these 2 artifacts you possess, Three-Eyed? The monkey's eyes gleam at the sight of such wonders. That's the Hunyuan Ling. Nezha treasures it dearly, adorned with all the divine artifacts from his lair. And this is not all. He even borrows from his other brothers. How do you know so much? I must address his master as my uncle. What a remarkable family indeed. However, there was little more to say. It was merely a matter of having Nezha bind the demon. The audacity of the creature to boast of its prowess roused the ire of the Monkey King. In no time, the universal silk returned, dragging the injured Yellow Wind Demon back like a lifeless dog, once again at Nezha's side. As Sun Wukong gathered his strength, ready to strike with his staff, the Yellow Wind Demon unexpectedly revived, transforming into a yellow rat and swiftly burrowing into the sandy ground, leaving the 3 in stunned silence. Brother Yang, your golden bow and silver arrows seem ineffective, one remarked. It has tough skin, another replied. Three-Eyed, why don't you transform into something that can dig it out? And why don't you do it? I am not adept at earth battles. Am I any better at it? Perhaps we should simply drown it, suggested Nezha, contemplating their next move. Yet, a thought struck him. All the treasures of the Golden Light Cave were within his grasp, abundant and potentially containing rare artifacts. Nezha, my belongings are all in the tower, he recalled, feeling a slight aversion to the tower. However, within Nezha's consciousness, Ao Bing retrieved the frost mirror from the 18 glazed pagoda. It was a circular mirror, as pure and white as jade, with a surface as clear and flowing as the sea. With a flicker of thought, Ao Bing transmitted it, causing the mirror to materialize in Nezha's hands. Upon grasping it, Nezha felt a chill but directed the mirror towards the ground. The surface shimmered like rippling waves, extending below and expanding, with torrents of seawater gushing forth, soon forming a river. As the water accumulated, the 3 ascended into the air, Sun Wukong, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in admiration, while Yang Jian began to question in his heart why his master seemed to bestow all the treasures upon Nezha, despite both emerging from the same school. It felt as though all the good fortune flowed towards Nezha, while he and his other masters received far less. Although he possessed a fair share of treasures, they paled in comparison to Nezha, a veritable repository of magical artifacts. Though small in stature, Nezha wielded immense power, able to exert strength as if he possessed 8 arms and 9 eyes. Yet, even with attachments to his limbs, he might not be able to claim them all. Now, even if he wished to change masters, it was already too late. Sun Wukong had inquired about Nezha, who proudly began to introduce his possessions, while Ao Bing simply smiled, indulging Nezha's delight. Years later, all their artifacts would indeed come under Nezha's management. Observing Nezha's proud demeanor, even though it was within him, he could still sense its charm, endearing, and utterly captivating. Nezha, the water is nearly sufficient. Ao Bing's voice broke through his reverie. Nezha turned the mirror over, ceasing the flow of water. The once desolate desert below had transformed into a small sea, with numerous fragments of heroic demons bobbing to the surface, bubbling away. Hold on, a young maiden appeared, floating in midair. Great sage, wait. This demon consumed the lamp of Tathagata. Her words faltered as she beheld the expanse of water below, abruptly halting her speech. What a curious situation this is. Thus, she inquired of Sun Wukong what had transpired. Sun Wukong recounted the events in detail, then countered with a question about her purpose for coming. The young maiden revealed her objective. The demon had been pilfering the oil from the Buddha's lamp, and it was only recently discovered that it had taken refuge here as a monster. She had been sent to apprehend it and deliver it to the Buddha for judgment. Upon learning that the great sage and his companions had passed this way, she surmised that they had already encountered the creature. This statement was clearly scripted. Yet the other two, to varying degrees, were aware of the unwritten rules of society and chose to remain silent. However, Nezha was untroubled by such nuances. After years of service in the celestial court, he had remained untouched by the subtleties of human interaction, opting instead for a straightforward approach. If anyone dared to obstruct his path, they would meet their demise. Why this performance? Why do you only come to us when it is time to capture a demon? Or is it that you orchestrated the presence of demons along this journey? Not at all. I care not for who rides whom or who keeps a pet. If they dare to obstruct my path as a demon, their fate is sealed. This was not something the young maiden could deter. After all, he was a formidable killer listed among the deities of the investiture of the gods. Did she truly believe that the other figures on that list were merely passive? Had it not been for the benevolence of the Bodhisattva Lingji, she would not have dared approach. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Chapter 10. The Flowing Sand River. Who holds dominion? After traversing an indeterminate distance along the Yellow Wind Ridge, the group stumbled upon a river. The Flowing Sand River stretches for 800 miles, with 3,000 depths of drowning. Gazing at the inscription upon the stone tablet, and then at the river itself, they realized crossing was certainly feasible. Yet, the monk Tang Sung was a burden they could not carry. Bai Long had been enlightened by the Bodhisattva. Without obtaining the sacred scriptures from Ling Mountain, he could not revert to his dragon form, and even then, he could not sustain it for long. What then could be done? Should they place a basket in the water and drag it along with a rope? This was not a viable option, as it would sink. The reason they could not bear him across was solely due to his mortal form, which had sustained severe injuries. Should they attempt to use divine means to cross the river, the monk would surely succumb, and they might need to consider a grim alternative. However, there were 2 dragons present. Nezha was just about to summon Ao Bing to carry Tang Sung across, when Ao Bing interjected, "I will not carry him. Are you jesting? Aside from Nezha, no one is permitted to ride upon my back. Nezha, I can manipulate the waters of the river. Please abandon this notion." To Nezha, Tang Sung was so detestable that even the normally temperate Ao Bing could not tolerate him, indicating that Ao Bing held little affection for the monk. Just as they prepared to cross the river, a sudden tide surged. "Ao Bing, what is happening?" Nezha communicated through a special mental link. "I have yet to make a move." "Then what is this?" Suddenly, the rising waters began to recede, revealing numerous objects being washed ashore. The group, initially unfazed, prepared to continue their crossing when a mass of seaweed emerged. What on earth is this? Have we indulged in too much meat previously? And now we are to be served a dish of greens? As the mass of seaweed brandished its weapon and charged forward, Yang Jian thrust his trident to meet it. The 2 weapons clashed with a resounding bang, causing the seaweed to stagger back several paces. Yang Jian sensed the strength emanating from the trident. This seaweed possessed considerable force. Realizing that Yang Jian was not an easy opponent, the seaweed promptly turned and fled. Three-Eyed quickly intercepted. This creature has thrived in these waters and is undoubtedly well acquainted with the terrain, Sun Wukong urged, retrieving his golden staff from his ear. However, the seaweed had already submerged, vanishing swiftly from sight, proving itself an adept swimmer. Three-eyed, dive in and flush it out, Sun Wukong commanded. Why should I be the one? Why not Nezha? And why should I heed your orders? Came the retort. I am not skilled in aquatic combat, and Nezha, being of the fire element, is even less suited, was the reply. Yet during your raid on the Dragon Palace, you seemed quite proficient in water combat. And Nezha, at less than 3 years of age, caused a stir in the sea and slayed dragons. How can you claim he is unskilled in water battles? With that, he turned his back on the two, ignoring them. Nezha, witnessing the stalemate between the man and the monkey, cast a disdainful glance before plunging into the water himself. Now look at you. Even a little sister has begun to doubt the reliability of us two grown men, one remarked. Ah, indeed. Submerged in the water, Nezha stood upon a stone. Mystical patterns glowing with a blue light that swirled and morphed into a humanoid form. Ao Bing, this is your domain now. Not a problem. Just wait here. Ao Bing replied, before swiftly swimming away. His speed was remarkable. For Ao Bing, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him resonated with his being. Thus, any significant disturbance in the energy would indicate the seaweed's manipulation of its powers. Each being's spiritual energy is unique to them. Most might not realize that while spiritual energy can be absorbed into one's body, it does not equalize. However, as a spirit pearl, Ao Bing possessed a profound understanding of spiritual energy. When it is absorbed and transformed into personal energy, it becomes an inherent part of the individual, akin to each person's uniqueness. This innate sensitivity allowed Ao Bing to effortlessly discern the solidity of another's cultivation. Earlier, when the seaweed engaged with Yang Jian, it had summoned its spiritual power for protection to avoid being flung away by Yang Jian's formidable strength. Though the amount was minimal, it was negligible for Ao Bing. Following the trail of the seaweed's spiritual energy, Ao Bing located its hiding place, a massive turtle shell. He approached and knocked on the shell, which proved quite sturdy. However, the sound was peculiar. It was hollow within. Could it be crafted from the shell of an ancient turtle that had passed away? Disregarding everything, Ao Bing took out the Panlong ice hammer to test the waters. As he wielded it, cold ice manifested in his hands, forming two enormous ice hammers. He raised one and struck the shell with a mighty blow, causing the seaweed within to feel the tremors, accompanied by a surge of frigid air that made it shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the exterior of the shell was encased in a thick layer of ice, prompting Ao Bing to feel the urge to investigate further. Just as he was about to deliver a second strike, the turtle shell opened and the seaweed emerged, brandishing its weapon and charging at Ao Bing. He lifted both hammers and clamped down on the incoming blade, allowing the chilling frost to spread. Realizing that its weapon was being gradually encased in ice and was perilously close, the seaweed immediately released its grip and retreated, creating distance. Ao Bing, with a swift motion, detonated the ice, shattering the weapon into fragments, leaving only the forked blade intact. His expression remained stern, leaving the seaweed momentarily uncertain of its next move. There are two paths. Either let that monk cross the river, or offend me, the seaweed remarked. You have damaged my hammer and destroyed my weapon. Yet you ask for assistance? Seeing that the seaweed stood motionless, Ao Bing assumed its silence indicated consent. Then I must apologize for my impudence. Subsequently, he raised his hammer and struck at the seaweed once more. In retaliation, the seaweed hurled a string of beads from around its neck at Ao Bing. He restrained his force and swung the Panlong ice hammer towards the beads, yet they slithered past the incoming hammerhead like a serpent. However, as the beads struck Ao Bing's face, dragon scale patterns emerged prominently upon his visage, radiating a vibrant blue hue. This was the bloodline of his dragon heritage from the sacred spring of dragon blood. After all, he was a dragon himself. Although he initially felt a chill coursing through his veins upon encountering the sacred spring, it was the essence of the ancient dragons. Utilizing it amplified his power exponentially, granting each of his dragon scales the hardness akin to the reverse scales of other dragons. Each dragon possessed only one, the hardest protective scale, known as the reverse scale. Thus, Ao Bing was adorned in a suit of armor that was both lightweight and resilient. Each time he shed scales, he collected them and affixed them to his garments, ensuring double the protection. He had anticipated that his beads would momentarily daze Ao Bing, but realizing it had no effect, he cursed himself for not fleeing directly instead of confirming whether Ao Bing had been affected. In a decisive move, Ao Bing threw one of the ice hammers, striking the seaweed squarely. A sharp pain shot through the seaweed's back as it collapsed, the ice swiftly encasing its lower half. "Hero, spare me. I will assist you in crossing the river," it pleaded. "Is this statement sincere?" Ao Bing inquired. "Indeed, indeed. I beg for my life. I must live to fulfill the Bodhisattva's command and await a monk named Tang Sung to journey west for scriptures. Are you also on a pilgrimage to the west? Could it be that you are a hero as well?" The seaweed then recounted that he was originally the heavenly general of the curtain, who had been demoted to the mortal realm for accidentally shattering a glazed lamp. Under the guidance of Guanyin, he received a letter stating that he should await the arrival of Tang Sung to journey to the west and obtain the true scriptures, thus redeeming himself. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing swam into the turtle shell and discovered a letter on the stone table, which echoed the contents of what he had been told. When Ao Bing emerged, the seaweed had already shed its green exterior, revealing a robust man's face. Ao Bing, having accidentally shattered the ice with his foot, clasped his fists in apology, saying, "I beg your pardon, my friend. I have lost my composure." "It's quite all right. Thank you for your restraint, brother," the man replied, clearly allowing for some leniency. As Ao Bing had always wielded his hammer with one hand. "Ao Bing has one more inquiry, if you would indulge me." "Please ask away. I am most willing to share. I noticed that the letter mentioned there was someone else with you." "Indeed. I heard from the Bodhisattva that I was accompanied by another who was also cast down, a marshal of the heavenly canopy, who, it seems, was reborn as a pig." "A pig?" This thought led Ao Bing to recall a pig demon encountered at Gao Lao Zhuang, who claimed to be the heavenly canopy marshal when pressed into a vat. The creature had then erupted into a tirade, cursing, and it struck Ao Bing that this might indeed be the same individual. At that time, Nezha had contemplated teaching that pig a lesson without taking its life, considering the pig's actions stemmed from being overly intoxicated at a wedding feast, which had led to unintended injuries among the guests. Yet, the pig had audaciously insulted Nezha, calling him a night demoness and making disparaging remarks about his marital prospects. Nezha, a true young man, found such terms utterly vexing and enraging. "What troubles you, brother?" "Nothing, nothing at all." "Oh no, this pig disciple is gone. What should I do?" "Actually, I have a humble request. I wonder if you might agree on behalf of my master." "Speak freely. I have grown accustomed to the currents of this shifting sands river. With your prowess, you can surely safeguard my master. I shall not accompany you any longer." "Why not? Are you not returning to the heavens?" "Indeed, I shall guide you across this treacherous river of shifting sands. Yet, in truth, my escort is of little consequence. For having dwelled here for many years, I have resolved to settle down. However, contemplating the will of the Bodhisattva, I pondered that if my fellow brothers possessed formidable powers, my presence might be unnecessary. Thus, I would remain here. But if my assistance were required, I would accompany my master on the pilgrimage to the west to seek the scriptures." After all, upon reaching the shore, he had witnessed the magnificent assembly for the journey, making him feel unworthy of joining this illustrious group. Indeed, for merely shattering a single glass lamp, it is. The remainder of his thought remained unspoken. Yet he could not help but consider the arduous efforts of Nezha, who also resided in the heavenly realm. However, the next utterance from his brother left Ao Bing momentarily stunned. "I must admit, it is quite embarrassing, but please do not let this slip out. I have actually broken 18,000 lamps. No wonder, you shattered all of their tableware. How could they manage? It is no surprise that their furniture is crafted from stone." Yet, pondering this was secondary. Crossing the river took precedence. The brother was amiable, so Ao Bing left behind a few sound transmission talismans for future communication. After bidding farewell, he transformed into a streak of light, returning to Nezha's consciousness, where he recounted the earlier events. Upon Nezha's arrival on the shore, a massive turtle shell surfaced, reassuring both him and the monkey that all was well. They hastened to board the shell, and the three soared through the air across the river. Beneath the turtle shell, the rolling curtain general and several large fish supported their passage. "Dear sister, I apologize for relying on you once more," he said. "Humph, do not be angered." "I am not angry." Indeed, she was not, yet her expression conveyed disdain. Nevertheless, she relayed the information she had gathered underwater to the others. "No worries. The King of Hell knows Marshal Qiankun. At worst, we shall expedite the reincarnation process." Upon hearing Yang Jian's reassurances, the others chose to disregard the matter further. Chapter 11. The transformation of the lotus body. After crossing the river of shifting sands, the group arrived in a serene forest, where they engaged in friendly sparring as they walked. When Nezha practiced with Sun Wukong, it was evident that the latter was holding back significantly, which incensed Nezha. However, the golden cudgel was unbearably heavy, causing his hands to throb painfully. sensing Nezha's intention to unleash the devastating power of the Black Lotus. Ao Bing swiftly seized control of their body. Sun Wukong noticed the shift as Nezha's movements grew orderly and precise. Previously, Nezha's actions had been purely brute force and lacked finesse, but now, his techniques became not only rigorous but also adaptable and steady. What had once been infused with demonic energy transformed into an exceedingly pure spiritual force. What is happening? Using his fiery eyes, he perceived a swirling mist of blue and red. What could this mean? This phenomenon was, in fact, the self-protective mechanism of the Primordial Pearl, which had existed since the dawn of the chaotic realm, possibly even before, evolving various self-defense capabilities to evade the heavenly Tao and formidable beings. Ao Bing, why did you seize control of my body? Apologies, Nezha, but I am well aware of the weight of the load-bearing wall in my home. Your approach could lead to self-harm. Allow me to take charge. You old fool. This old fool resides in Beihai. Get lost. Meanwhile, Yang Jian observed the unfolding drama, bemused by the sudden shift in demeanor of the young lad. Under Nezha's piercing gaze, Ao Bing reluctantly yielded control. As night fell, Nezha ventured alone to a secluded open space, prompting Ao Bing to emerge. Ao Bing, bring forth your furnace. What do you intend to do? Although uncertain of Nezha's motives, Ao Bing retrieved the dew-glazed furnace, which was roughly the size of a person. Doesn't this furnace possess its own realm? I intend to refine my body. When the time comes, I shall ignite it while you encase it in ice. Certainly not. That would be tantamount to leaping into the cauldron, and then expecting me to stoke the flames. Yet, upon reflection, the fire enveloping Nezha is no ordinary blaze. Observing Ao Bing's immobility, Nezha took the initiative to lift the lid and prepare to enter, startling Ao Bing. However, it seemed this was to prevent detection, as the cauldron's icy, mirror-like surface allowed a glimpse into its interior. Ao Bing attempted to halt Nezha, explaining the conditions within the furnace, but Nezha retorted, calling him overly cautious. Before proceeding into the cauldron, with a heavy sigh, Ao Bing settled beside the dew-glazed glass furnace, peering through the mirror to observe the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, Nezha, having entered the dew-glazed glass furnace, was engulfed by a chaotic swirl of white, blue, and green hues. The abundant spiritual energy mingled with an overwhelming chill that threatened to freeze him, even though Ao Bing remained motionless. He hastily retrieved the lotus seed from his treasure pouch. Under the influence of demonic energy, the flames surged forth, illuminating the previously dim environment. The once muted white radiance was now ablaze with fiery brilliance. As vivid red lotus blossoms erupted around him, a colossal crimson lotus blossomed beneath Nezha, who found himself securely nestled at its core, surrounded by a multitude of fiery lotuses that formed a veritable lotus pool. This was the infernal red lotus. Nezha intended to harness the fire element with which he was most familiar. His lotus body, absorbing the energy within, was nearly replenished after days of abstinence. He needed to swiftly transform his form, as constant scrutiny was rather discomforting. He was acutely aware of the many ancient figures awaiting his equipment's eruption. Had it not been for his protective mechanism, which expelled a veil of red mist to conceal his presence, he might have already been discovered. Had the three pure ones not intervened at that moment, the situation would have been dire. Without further ado, he needed to act quickly. The immense red lotus enveloped him and reverted to a bud. From Ao Bing's perspective, it was as if a light had been switched on inside. First, he adjusted the temporal flow, recognizing that such cultivation would require considerable time. He needed the internal time to synchronize with the external world, 1 minute outside equating to 10 days within. Inside the lotus bud, Nezha felt an intense heat coursing through his body, accompanied by excruciating pain as crimson fissures spread across his skin, emanating flickers of flame. Those were the infernal red lotus flames. The mysterious sky silk, unbeknownst to him, wove through the petals, intertwining within the gaps, its entire form radiating like the blazing sun as this artifact was being refined. However, Nezha understood that enduring this trial would grant him a transformation. Yet, he pondered how to manage his own flames, which he could scarcely contain. He could sense the burning sensation diminishing, only to be quickly replaced by a new wave. These infernal red lotus flames symbolized purification and rebirth. If he did not absorb them all at once, the lotus would be perpetually reborn in its fiery lust. He had forged his path through slaughter. Enduring the wrath of heavenly lightning and the piercing curses, it was merely a matter of enduring the flames. If he could not withstand it, he would consider it a misfortune. Outside, Ao Bing watched as the furnace erupted with a brilliant flash. Peering inside, he beheld the magnificent red lotus. now transformed from a tangible flower into one composed of flames. With the mysterious sky silk revealed, the fiery lotus contracting as Nezha's figure gradually materialized, entwined within the silk. The infernal red lotus had taken form, bestowing upon him new divine abilities. Infernal red lotus. Possessing formidable offensive power, it can specifically incinerate those weighed down by sin, purging all negative influences while providing both offense and defense. Red lotus rebirth. When severely wounded or on the brink of death, the petals of the red lotus will encapsulate him, allowing for rebirth akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, restoring him to peak condition. Golden body of the red lotus. Embodying the infernal red lotus, with the essence of fire as his blood and the petals and stem as his form. Harboring the seeds of sin, protected by the infernal flames. Should there be any wounds, countless infernal lotus blossoms will bloom. As Nezha felt the transformation coursing through him, he rejoiced, raising his hand to manifest a fiery lotus, conjuring a genuine red lotus in his grasp. He recognized his failure, yet felt a sense of accomplishment. He had not kept pace with the lotus's rebirth speed. However, it was nearing completion, and he could afford to take his time. The red lotus shrank. Its core transformed into a fiery spiritual elixir, enveloped by the petals of the lotus, ultimately floating into Nezha's mouth, concealed within. The infernal flames surged once more, the elixir merging within him, settling into his dantian. All right, this will suffice. I shall gradually refine it from here on out. As Ao Bing lifted the lid, a torrent of fierce flames erupted, the scorching heat causing him considerable discomfort. Contemplating whether to activate the furnace, the flames subsided, and a red light emerged, revealing Nezha, albeit now only shrouded by the mysterious sky silk as a disguise. And Nezha, what happened? Where are your clothes? Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing hastily covered his eyes with both hands. Perhaps it was just scorched clean by the fire. What's the matter? The individual remained unconcerned, believing that with the protection of the misty sky silk and without being exposed, there was no reason to feel embarrassed. Noticing Nezha's demeanor, Ao Bing swiftly removed his outer garment and offered it to Nezha. Put this on first. It bears my scales and should protect you from your flames. No need. What do you mean no need? You must wear it. Nezha swore this was the first time he had seen Ao Bing so animated, momentarily taken aback. Observing Nezha in action, Ao Bing wrapped Nezha in the garment, the dragon scales manifesting, indicating that Nezha remained in peril. Realizing the situation, Nezha extended his arms through the sleeves and grasped the collar himself. Once Nezha donned the attire, Ao Bing let out a sigh of relief, contemplating where he might procure a complete outfit for Nezha. However, seeing Nezha clad only in his outer garment made Ao Bing somewhat hesitant to look. Ao Bing, how did you catch fire? It's nothing. In response, Nezha said nothing further. Instead, he turned around, shed the outer garment, grasped the misty sky silk above his head, and began to twirl in circles. The crimson silk enveloped him in flames, transforming into a new attire. This was not the first time such an event had transpired. Thus, they had specifically devised this technique. Chapter 12. The Ginseng Fruit Three-Eyed. Do you think my younger sister has fallen in love? Oh, what makes you say that? Look, throughout our journey, we haven't encountered any pawns, so she's certainly isn't bathing. Why does she sneak into the thickets every night? Moreover, she had a peculiar scent about her yesterday. Is your sense of smell that acute? Greetings, I am a monkey, and my sense of smell is naturally far more acute than that of humans. Moreover, I have feasted upon heavenly peaches and elixirs, enhancing my olfactory prowess. The scent resembles that of sea salt, yet it is distinct. At this, the two companions cast inquisitive glances at Nezha, who remained silent, weaving grasshoppers as he walked. Yang Jian contemplated inquiring further, but was halted by Sun Wukong, who remarked that it would be inappropriate to ask about a girl's matters so directly. Yang Jian held back laughter, eager to see when the monkey would finally realize. Ahead lies the Wuzhuang Temple, dear sister, where you may now prepare yourself. You scoundrel, she retorted. Yang Jian, ever playful, jested as Nezha merely scoffed, accustomed to his antics. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the grand inscription, the eternal life of immortal beings, dwelling with the Taoist of longevity. The monkey assumed it was mere boastfulness. Yet Yang Jian elucidated that the Wuzhuang Temple was the domain of the earth immortal Lord Jinyuan, whose lineage traces back to the primordial era of Pangu. He uniquely possessed the ginseng fruit tree, a rare spiritual root, and the temple itself remained an unyielding paradise for millennia. The three stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity revered him as the ancestor of earth immortals and referred to him as the progenitor of deities, indicating his status far surpassed that of ordinary Earth immortals. Though Earth immortals generally rank below celestial immortals, Jinyuan stands as an exception due to his singular spiritual root and extensive qualifications. He publicly refers to the 3 pure ones as friends, the 4 emperors as acquaintances, and the 9 luminaries as juniors. While the temple venerates only the essence of heaven and earth, in truth, Jinyuan's standing is beneath the 3 pure ones, albeit his profound legacy. The hierarchy of immortals includes levels such as Immortal, Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal, along with higher realms like the Semi-Saint, Supreme Saint, and Saint. Jinyuan is likely at the pinnacle of Semi-Saint status, perhaps even having served as a true lord of the heavenly court, thus possessing extensive knowledge. However, it was mealtime, and while the others may not require sustenance, the ailing one did. They ventured inside to see if they could procure some cloth for him. Within the temple, 2 young acolytes named Qingfeng and Mingyue were playfully catching crickets when they heard the knock and proceeded to open the door. "What brings you here?" "We are merely passing through, and we have an injured companion whom we hope to accommodate in a room." Upon seeing the mummy on horseback, Qingfeng inquired if they were part of the Tang monks' entourage, recalling their master had mentioned that a person named Tang Sung would arrive. Given the mountainous isolation, it seemed that only Tang Sung and his companions could reach this location. The 3 of them pointed towards the mummy. "You may enter." Once inside the temple, Sun Wukong plucked 2 hairs from his body, which transformed into 2 figures, who then escorted Tang Sung into a room to change his bandages. The 3 companions settled into another chamber, engaging in idle conversation. Following their master's instructions, Qingfeng and Mingyue fetched 2 ginseng fruits, all the while discussing the rarity of such treasures. "These ginseng fruits are incredibly precious. Are we truly giving them away so easily?" "Indeed. I observed that Tang Sung was so severely injured. Can he even consume them? Are these individuals not escorting him? How utterly incompetent. You see, they are unaware that our master has offered them fruit. Perhaps we should consume it ourselves. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What if our master finds out?" Ultimately, the 2 refrained from eating and instead placed the fruit on the table. Noticing that the 3 had not partaken, they inquired whether the trio were indeed on a pilgrimage for scriptures. Upon hearing the dismissive tone of the 2 young acolytes, the expressions of the 3 became displeased, and none paid them heed. However, Sun Wukong was the first to speak. "What do you mean by that? There are 3 of us, yet you only provide 2 fruits. This is what our master instructed. We dare not take more. These fruits are exceedingly precious. Do you even know who our master is? How audacious! And do you know who we are? Aren't you merely a few insignificant scripture seekers?" The 3 were amused by this, while Qingfeng and Mingyue, perplexed, began to expound on the prowess of their master. Their noses were so high that one might think they were the formidable ones, and their description was not far from what Yang Jian had previously mentioned. Once the 2 finished their introduction, Sun Wukong declared himself as the great sage equal to heaven. With a verifiable record of 38 battles at the Lingxiao Palace 500 years ago, while the striking one beside him was the celestial source Miao Dao Jinjuan, and the dog was the sun god of the sun. Nezha added that he was, after all, the good nephew of the Jade Emperor, with every phrase laden with familial affection, ignoring the formalities. Yang Jian shot a glare at Nezha, aware that he was enacting revenge for having previously referred to him as a junior sister, despite having promised not to bring it up again. Thus, Yang Jian began to introduce Nezha, the commander of the 800,000 celestial troops, daughter of the pagoda-wielding heavenly king Li Jing. This infuriated Nezha, who immediately stood up and grabbed Yang Jian by the neck, shaking him playfully, a common jest among brothers. Sun Wukong merely assumed that Yang Jian had miscounted the number, inciting Nezha's ire. Upon hearing the name of the Monkey King, the 2 initially scoffed, but their expressions changed dramatically upon hearing the latter part, awkwardly apologizing and retreating faster than a rabbit. "Senior brother, do these 3 hold such significant status? Enough. They shouldn't stoop to quarreling with mere young acolytes like us." This assertion felt somewhat forced. However, the 3 were known to harbor grudges. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong had utilized an external body technique to create a clone that trailed them closely. As they sprinted, they were suddenly tripped, landing face first into the ground, fortuitously embedding themselves in the soil. Observing how Sun Wukong dealt with the 2 young acolytes, the others found it amusing. After all, the 2 had offered them something, albeit with a touch of insolence. A minor prank would suffice as a lesson. The essence of the ginseng fruit, in essence, is to prolong life, enhance vitality, cure ailments, and promote cultivation. The ginseng fruit takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature. A mere whiff can extend one's life by 360 years, and consuming one can add 47,000 years to one's lifespan, making it a rare treasure nurtured by the roots of heaven and earth. Its most pronounced effect is the extension of life. The ordinary person, upon inhaling the fragrance of the fruit, might live for 360 years. Consuming just one could grant them an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years. Or even revive the dead, serving as a miraculous remedy for wounds. This fruit is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, aiding practitioners in comprehending the celestial path or enhancing their magical prowess. It belongs to the same category as the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother and the elixirs of the Old Lord. The three individuals in question do not truly covet such gifts. One has mastered the art of longevity, while the other two have attained sanctity in their physical forms, rendering lifespan trivial to them. Who among them has not partaken of the peaches? They seek to enhance their cultivation with such fruits. As for healing, the loquacious bald man has much to say, and with so many matters at hand, the three might find solace in their solitude. However, Nezha thought of Ao Bing, who perceived Nezha's intentions and felt a surge of gratitude. Nezha, our dragon lineage is inherently long-lived. The sacred water within my 18 glazed towers also possesses the power of longevity, so there is no need for your concern. After we complete our journey, I too shall ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Primarily, you have an insatiable appetite. This was indeed true. Despite the fact that none of them required sustenance during their travels, Nezha could not resist indulging in wild fruits and pastries brought from Gao Laozhuang. He had often jested about his cravings, fearing that if he continued, he might develop a protruding belly. Ao Bing felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet he was relieved that Nezha had not actually gained weight, for that would certainly have caused some discontent. Nevertheless, the ginseng fruit resembled a child, and the dragon that Nezha had flayed had perished from consuming young boys and girls, as did the 9 dragons he had slain. To be candid, he felt a bit intimidated, and indeed, somewhat cowardly. The temptation was real, and the fear genuine. No one seemed inclined to partake, and feeding it to the dogs was not an option either. In any case, no one expressed a desire to eat it. However, under the guidance of Li Jing, Nezha had cultivated a habit of not wasting resources, understanding that many common folk struggled for sustenance. Thus, within the household, there was always an abundance of provisions. And along with his wife's counsel, they would distribute some to those in need, often taking Nezha along to work in the fields. If there were those who sought to exploit this kindness by avoiding labor, they would face no leniency. Stringent standards governed their consumption. For instance, when eating shrimp, one must chew the shell, and when consuming fish, every morsel of flesh must be extracted cleanly from the bones. No waste was permitted. After much contemplation, they divided the provisions, each receiving 2 portions. After Yang Jian took his share, he intended to grab another for Xiao Tian, only to catch Nezha's puzzled gaze. Recalling Sun Wukong's earlier guesses, he teased, "Oh ho, are you planning to give this to your boyfriend? You've lost your mind." Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong also became curious. "Come now, little sister. Don't be shy. Share with your brothers. Who is it?" To Sun Wukong, having known Yang Jian and Nezha for so long, it seemed peculiar that Nezha, despite Yang Jian's handsome appearance, would not be interested in his senior brother, but rather someone else. How remarkable that would be. Go away. Nonsense about boyfriends. I have no desire for such things and prefer to remain single. Are you not afraid of your father? Old Li, getting furious? He has plenty of other children. If he dares pressure me into an arranged marriage, I would rather sever my own ties than comply. How fierce. But what of those who secretly harbor affections for you? Let it be. It is only natural for someone to fall for me. Both were amused, and upon seeing Yang Jian still teasing him, Nezha quipped, you win, just stop talking." Noticing Yang Jian's lowered gaze, Sun Wukong sensed something amiss and began to gossip with Nezha. However, Nezha refused to divulge, explaining that Yang Jian had discreetly slipped something into his hand, something he recognized as valuable, which prompted his refusal. Meanwhile, Ao Bing felt an inexplicable discomfort, though he could not articulate its nature. "Nezha, do you truly not wish to? I did not scold you. You feel unsettled, do you not?" Ao Bing could only awkwardly silence himself. After a brief moment of regrouping, the trio prepared to embark on their journey. Yet, Sun Wukong suggested they take their time and inquire about a place to freshen up, believing it prudent for Nezha to clean up before they continued. After all, girls should maintain some hygiene, even if they aren't overly fastidious, he remarked. Furthermore, both he and Yang Jian needed to attend to their own cleanliness, especially in the presence of young ladies. Having traversed the rugged mountain paths, they had yet to enjoy a proper bath. Yang Jian concurred, recognizing the necessity of a wash. Given that he was often regarded as the face of the heavenly court, thus needing to uphold a respectable image, he then inquired with the two acolytes about bathing facilities. Qingfeng and Mingyue led the trio to their usual bathing quarters, suggesting that Nezha should bathe first, as the monkey claimed to be infested with fleas and preferred to wait for Yang Jian. If you get fleas on me, you won't mind, will you? Hey, your skin is tough. What is there to worry about? Double standards. Though uncertain of the unfolding situation, Nezha proceeded to bathe. Ao Bing, in his spiritual form, maintained his cleanliness daily but chose to retreat into the 18 glazed towers, opting not to witness anything inappropriate. To be honest, after such a long trek through the wilds, the warm water was extraordinarily soothing, as Nezha, embodying the essence of the lotus, possessed the quality of remaining untainted. He emerged from the bath unsoiled regardless of the circumstances. When it was the others' turn to wash, they were greeted by an enchanting floral aroma, tinged with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of lotus powder. Oh, after the girl has bathed, the ambience is entirely different. The fragrance fills the room. Don't you agree, three-eyed? Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Sun Wukong could hardly contain his mirth, feeling inexplicably amused. Was he mistaken? Was it not fragrant? At the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, the trio savored some ginseng fruits, saving a portion for the white dragon horse and Xiaodian. As for Tang Sung, they decided to offer him the remaining juice from their meal. The remedy proved effective, as he could finally rise and walk, alleviating the profound discomfort he had endured over the days. It felt as though, without having to face the trials of the journey, just this one ancestor could suffice to fulfill the burdens of the 81 tribulations. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred this time. He dared not speak out of turn anymore. Chapter 13. 3 Strikes. In a scene of tumult, the white-boned spirit mused that she had finally achieved something in her life. Meanwhile, within the eerie confines of the Skull Mountain's bone cave, a woman was preening before a mirror. Her serpent attendant remarked, "Madam, your hair is truly beautiful." Yet, the woman, filled with melancholy, lamented as she clutched a strand of her hair. "Alas, it is already turning white." The serpent whispered conspiratorially, "If you drink the blood of Tang Sung, you shall attain immortality." The surrounding spirits echoed her words, chattering about eternal life. Annoyed, the woman swatted them away, dispersing the spirits. At that moment, 2 small demons hurriedly arrived with news. Madam, Tang Sung has arrived." "You must be mistaken," the woman said sharply, spinning around. The serpent entwined around her was flung aside, caught by one of the demons. "It is certain, though wrapped in coarse cloth. He resembles the illustrations depicted by the other demons. There are 3 companions with him. What do they look like?" "One is a pale-faced youth, delicate in appearance, leading a black dog, with a line across his forehead resembling a third eye." A pale-faced youth, delicate, with a dog and 3 eyes, an intriguing appetizer indeed. There is also a monkey, wielding a staff. A monkey with a staff. Could it be that renowned Monkey King? Lastly, there is a young girl adorned with golden hoop earrings. Perfectly suited for you, madam. She wears a flowing red sash that dances even without the wind. It must be a treasure. The white-boned spirit contemplated. The number of pilgrims matched her expectations. Aside from the monkey presenting a challenge, the others posed no threat. She resolved to seize the mummy for further examination. The small demons eagerly sought her favor, but the white-boned spirit, well aware of Sun Wukong's prowess, transformed into a young maiden to confront the situation herself. However, as she ventured a short distance, the sound of barking drew near. Upon seeing a large black dog charging towards her, an instinctive fear surged within her skull. Something was amiss with this dog, prompting her to flee. Yet, the dog continued to pursue her relentlessly. "Young Ergo, your dog has brought its own food. Pay it no mind. It's merely a bone, and your turn will come." As the stone pile teetered precariously, Nezha observed closely. It was evident that it was about to collapse, and adding another stone was out of the question. As he trembled, preparing to place another stone, it indeed fell before he could touch it. The fallen stones indicated his defeat according to the rules of the game. Yang Jian erupted in laughter, joined by Sun Wukong, while Nezha was left exasperated. No laughing. This admonition was directed not only at the two, but also at Ao Bing, who was stifling his amusement. "Oh, very well. I shall not laugh." Still laughing. As Nezha became irate once more, Sun Wukong, who had always assumed he was a girl, immediately stifled his laughter and patted Yang Jian on the shoulder. It is quite natural for a girl to possess a strong sense of self-esteem. Thus, one must refrain from making careless jokes. Yang Jian, aware of the need to temper his humor, recognized that Nezha might soon throw a tantrum. If they were not careful, it could lead to an encounter with their master, which could be rather disheartening, or worse, a meeting with their revered elder. Uncertain of why the elderly held him in such high regard, they noticed that Nezha's face was flushed from holding back laughter. In a fit of frustration, he turned to unleash his anger on the towering mountain behind him. With a single punch, the once mighty peak crumbled effortlessly, turning into a mere tool for his outburst. Ao Bing, observing Nezha's antics, found him endearing and continued to stroke his ego. Little sister, your ability to shatter mountains is impressive. If only you could do the same to Wuzhishan, I would have been freed much sooner. That's just how he is, Sun Wukong whispered to Yang Jian, and the two engaged in hushed banter. After Nezha had vented his frustrations, he let out a huff and sat cross-legged on the ground, still somewhat rational. Though not by much. This won't do. I'm still not satisfied. Ao Bing, bring out your mirror. Whatever you say, I'll follow your lead. Ao Bing replied as he retrieved the Frost Divine mirror from the glazed tower. Instantly, Nezha held a shimmering ice mirror in his hands, capable of revealing distant sights and even allowing for communication across vast distances. Nezha's intention was to use the mirror to locate the nearest monster. The demons of the White Bone Cave exclaimed, "Oh no, the third prince is coming for us." The liquid mirror's surface gradually froze, forming a transparent sheet of ice, and the image of the White Bone Cave materialized within. This treasure is remarkable. It can even gaze 1,000 miles away. What is it called? The Frost Divine Mirror. Next time, may I borrow it? I long to see my kin from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Certainly, but only I can use it. Next time, I shall connect you for a mirror call. Now, let us proceed to the White Bone Cave. Behold the stance of one wielding a fiery spear, clearly preparing to unleash their wrath. The intricacies of a woman's mind are indeed inscrutable. You mentioned Tang Sung, tending to his steed. Meanwhile, the assorted minor demons have already met their unfortunate fate. As for Ao Bing, he finds himself in a state of disarray. After all, having witnessed Nezha's bathing and his remaining only in the mixed celestial silk, one must ponder what is amiss. Sharing a single body proves rather inconvenient. It is imperative to seize an opportunity to converse earnestly with Nezha. The root of his turmoil stems from a dream he had the previous night, wherein Nezha lay draped in celestial silk, awaiting him in bed. He felt as if he were losing his sanity. What other reason could there be for such a dream? In the latter half of the night, he persistently recited the Pure Heart Sutra. When he perceived a demon attempting to flee, Ao Bing, disregarding his tumultuous emotions, swiftly exited Nezha's body, brandishing the dragon-slaying ice hammer before them. A cursory glance revealed the area strewn with white bones. Thus, he felt no need for restraint. Upon the white bone demon returning to her lair, she discovered her abode transformed into a realm of ice and fire, confronted by two figures, one red and one blue. Wait, I didn't capture anyone. Bah. After you perish, remember this. You were slain by me, Nezha, the third prince. Attempting to flee, she was met with a hammer and spear already descending. What began as the loss of a single leg bone now resulted in the obliteration of her upper body. The brutality was excessive, and thus she hastily retreated. However, as she fled, she soon collided with Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, only to be struck down once more by a staff and spear. Achievement unlocked. The 3 strikes of the white bone demon. First strike, one leg bone taken by the howling sky. Second strike, upper body shattered by a man and dragon. Third strike, lower body obliterated by a man and monkey. Beaten twice by a group. The king of hell, observing the pile of bone dust reporting in, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, but still proceeded to inquire about the circumstances of her demise. Humph, that individual claimed to be Nezha, the third prince. Remarkable, defeated by the third prince from the heavens, and accompanied by a monkey and a fearsome-faced demon. Wait a moment, to be in the company of the third prince. The king of hell's mind raced, reaching the conclusion that this bone dust had truly risen in status, hearing it still questioning where it had encountered such bandits. One marshal of the central altar, one great sage equal to heaven, one true monarch of the pure source and mysterious path. The white bone demon lamented, this time, I have genuinely ascended, surrounded by a cadre of formidable figures. The night on the rocky cliff was exceedingly quiet and frigid. Fortunately, Nezha possessed the 3 mystical fires, preventing Tang Sung from succumbing to the cold. The 3 of them had hunted a wild boar nearby, roasting it while foraging for wild fruits for Tang Sung. After that ordeal, he had somewhat settled down. Once satiated, Nezha again darted off to a secluded corner. Sun Wukong approached Yang Jian, nudging him with his elbow. Hey, three-eyed, do you think our little sister has gone off to rendezvous with someone? Perhaps she truly has. Do you, as her elder brother, have nothing to say? Speaking of this, from Sun Wukong's perspective, Yang Jian and Nezha are both strikingly handsome and beautiful, and during their time in the Heavenly Palace, they commanded quite a bit of popularity, representing the celestial realm's allure. Having spent considerable time together in the same sect, one might wonder if there were any sparks between them. With their formidable combat prowess, they encountered no formidable demons along their journey. For them, the challenges were effortlessly surmountable, leading their discourse to shift towards the romantic affairs of others. I sincerely wish him happiness. Should we follow and see? I'm quite curious how someone so presentable could be overlooked. Alright. But who are you referring to as presentable, monkey? What could Chentang say? He could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene, as he was the sole monk in the group. Bei stealthily trailed behind the two, creating a protective barrier for himself, accompanied by a horse and a dog. To avoid detection by Nezha, they suppressed their auras and transformed into tiny insects to follow. When Nezha halted in an open area, they reverted to their true forms and concealed themselves behind a rock. Nezha felt that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the source. This time, he wished to experiment with different lotus flowers. Truth be told, he preferred those with higher offensive capabilities, but most of these lotus pods were focused on purification and defense. The Annihilation Black Lotus suited his taste, yet its overwhelming destructive power was beyond his control. He remained perplexed as to why his surging demonic energy produced such ethereal entities. Why haven't they arrived yet? Making a girl wait so long. Be patient, three-eyed. Who? Nezha, embodying the fiery red lotus, possessed heightened sensitivity. Had he not been preoccupied with his thoughts, he would have detected their true forms the moment they revealed themselves. Once discovered, the two ceased their concealment, and, after being reprimanded by Nezha for invading his privacy, were chased away by his Samadhi true fire. Subsequently, Nezha perched upon a stone, contemplating that Ao Bing had trained more diligently and seriously than he, and had been cultivating within him to surpass his own abilities. Determined to reclaim his path of cultivation, Nezha resolved to harness the reincarnation purple lotus today, hoping to successfully cultivate the Ziwei heavenly fire, the nine heavens mysterious fire, and the true fire of the moon. As the purple lotus governs the cycle of life and death, to guard against the two intruders, a pair of golden bell rings at his ankles suddenly glimmered, transforming into flowing golden threads that departed from his ankles. In the open space, they morphed into two large birds, one blue and one red, representing the Qingwan and the fire phoenix, both variants of the phoenix. According to legend, the phoenix birthed 9 chicks, known as the Feng Yu Jiuqiu. The Qingwan, also known as the Zhongwan, often accompanies the Queen Mother of the West, delivering messages and symbolizing auspiciousness and prosperity. The fire phoenix, on the other hand, signifies rebirth through the flames, possessing the ability to be reborn from ashes, embodying the essence of fire with a temperament that is volatile and unpredictable, shining brilliantly when joyful, yet capable of unleashing devastation when enraged. Every 500 years, a phoenix undergoes a process of rebirth through fire, thus earning the moniker of the immortal bird. The essence and symbolic significance of the fire phoenix lie in its formidable vitality and its ability to be reborn. Presently, it has taken the form of the fiery wheel beneath Nezha's feet. As soon as the two phoenixes appeared, they affectionately nuzzled Nezha's face, to which he responded by stroking their beautiful feathers. Good, good. I must cultivate, so you two must keep a vigilant watch, ensuring no one sees or approaches, understood? The two phoenixes nodded in acknowledgement of their allegiance. They then shrank in size, settling beside Nezha, one on each side. Though the existence of divine beasts is indeed extraordinary, one must not forget the self-protective mechanism of the primordial pearl, which facilitates a discreet approach. To prevent his clothes from being incinerated once more, Nezha resolved to remove them. Ao Bing reappeared, and upon hearing Nezha's intentions, instinctively turned away as he retrieved the furnace. As before, Nezha extracted the reincarnation purple lotus from the dew-glazed furnace, preparing to transform the lotus into a part of his own being. This act would allow him to transcend the cycle of reincarnation and the 5 elements, although it would come at considerable pain, particularly to his soul. Yet, back when he underwent the excruciating process of bone extraction and flesh severing, his 3 souls and 7 spirits had wandered, leaving his spirit incomplete. Thus, his expressions often remained subdued. However, thanks to the timely protection of the 7-colored treasure lotus by the Supreme Master, he was not devoid of emotions entirely. Nevertheless, the incompleteness of his soul rendered him particularly sluggish in certain aspects, even leading to misunderstandings. In this instance, by utilizing the reincarnation purple lotus, he hoped to alleviate the torment associated with his soul's incompleteness. Yet, this decision triggered a cascade of complex changes. Meanwhile, Ao Bing sat cross-legged, with Nezha's discarded garments beside him. The two phoenixes curiously observed him from either side, questioning why this dragon bore a presence akin to that of its master. Feeling the gentle peck of the two birds against him, Ao Bing gazed upon the two phoenixes. He was reminded of the dance of the twin phoenixes. With nothing else to occupy his time after a lengthy period of cultivation, he decided to engage in a bit of amusement. Once Nezha emerged, he would present it to him. Thus, he removed a half pillar from the dew glass furnace, which was the ink ice pillar. The flowing icy dew transformed into a white-blue flute, resembling exquisite craftsmanship intermingled with blue jade. This was the ink ice flute, fully named the cold ink ice flute. Taking up the flute, Ao Bing settled into a cross-legged position once more and began to play. The enchanting and melodious tune resonated, and with each press of the flute holes, delicate blue ripples emerged. The notes danced through the air, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, as if colorful ribbons fluttered about. Every place touched by the sound was blanketed in a thin layer of snow, while the surrounding stones fell victim to the icy tendrils, which cleaved through them effortlessly, transforming them into crystalline, beautiful ice trees. A rocky cliff was transfigured into a breathtaking realm of ice and snow, where countless ink-colored aquatic creatures swam through the air, alongside innumerable snowflakes and ice elemental particles, resembling a vast ocean of frost. The twin phoenixes, captivated by the elegant melody, soared in the sky. Despite the frigid temperature, sparks erupted from the fiery tail of the fire phoenix, colliding with the airborne ice particles, creating explosions reminiscent of the birth of the universe. The penetrating sound of the flute reached the ears of Tang Seng and his companions from afar. This flute music is quite delightful. My little sister must be on a date, remarked Yang Jian, activating his heavenly eye to investigate. However, he was met only with a veil of mist, prompting him to shake his head. Sun Wukong, understanding what he beheld, chimed in. Is your third eye perhaps nearsighted? Yang Jian, increasingly curious, pondered the identity of the individual accompanying his sister. What if he is just an ordinary pretty boy? After all, there have been several celestial maidens of such ilk. Sun Wukong's words stirred unwelcome memories for Yang Jian, evoking the phrase pretty boy courting cabbage. How could this be? Nezha, whom he had watched grow, had transitioned from being his little brother to a young man over the years. Nezha was, in a way, his cherished cabbage. The loss of one cabbage had left him disheartened. He could not allow this last cabbage to be courted away. In his fervor, he entirely forgot Nezha's true gender. Let us go. Who dares to court my cabbage? Seeing Yang Jian wielding his three-pronged spear in one hand and the heaven-opening axe in the other, radiating fury, even the monkey was taken aback. Wasn't he meant to genuinely wish her well? Chapter 14. A life incomplete as Nezha sat within the reincarnated purple lotus bud. The initial tranquility soon gave way to a profound sense of dizziness as the violet fissures spread across his body. Overwhelmed, he instinctively cradled his face in his hands and collapsed onto the lotus platform. A deep-seated sensation of something hidden within him began to stir. Memories surfaced unbidden in his mind, tracing back to his anointment, the remaking of his corporeal form, and the agonizing moment when he shattered his own sinews. Yet now, in this moment, Nezha's crimson pupils transformed into a rich golden brown, while the demonic mark upon his forehead morphed into a golden red lotus, adorned with a vertical crimson line at its center. The dark runes upon his body faded, giving way to an essence of pure celestial energy mingled with a hint of malice. Ethereal whispers echoed in his ears, repeating a word of endearment, treasure. His head throbbed painfully. He felt disoriented. It was as though he were being gently cradled by a pair of extraordinarily warm hands. Yet he could not recall whose they were. Could it be his mother? No, that couldn't be right. Her hands could not possibly be so large. He remembered her words, recounting how, upon his birth, he had been akin in size to an ordinary infant. Who, then, was this figure? At that moment, the reincarnated purple lotus radiated an intense brilliance, flooding Nezha's being with boundless violet, celestial energy. His eye color shifted completely to a resplendent gold, transforming into a vertical pupil. An array of indistinct memories began to flicker in his mind, memories that were not wholly his own, yet bore a semblance of familiarity. His body underwent continuous transformation, an ongoing refinement, as the lotus's powers manifested. The reincarnated purple lotus offered formidable defense while simultaneously diminishing attacks. It could withstand all forms of magical assault, providing robust protection, while also reducing the intensity of physical strikes and mitigating the damage inflicted by adversaries. Furthermore, it replenished magical energy and exerted psychological pressure, emanating a dark violet glow that revitalized Nezha's mana, enhancing his endurance in battle. During combat, the lotus emitted visions of apocalyptic destruction, instilling dread in his foes. It held the power to create realms of reincarnation and illusions, where opponents would relive a sorrowful or joyous existence, leading them to despair or an unwilling attachment to their past. Within the reincarnation space, practitioners could return to their youthful selves to rectify regrets, becoming ensnared in self-improvement. It was also capable of establishing deadly formations and spirit assaults, where those ensnared would inevitably meet their demise within the span of 9 hours. Moreover, the cycle of the Purple Lotus can strip the practitioner of their emotions, plunging them into despair and even instigating thoughts of self-harm. Its capability to absorb and compress vitality allows it to envelop a target and extract their life force, delivering a psychological jolt that can ultimately lead to their demise through intense pressure. Not only does it possess formidable defensive and offensive prowess, but it can also unleash a myriad of assaults on adversaries through illusions, lethal formations, and mental attacks, rendering it an exceptionally enigmatic and potent artifact. Once it manifests in physical form, it can wield its own mystical powers. Strangely, it is indeed peculiar. Although Ao Bing is not present within me, I find myself imbued with such pure spiritual energy and celestial essence. My head aches intensely. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, external to me, senses something amiss. It appears that the demon sphere harbors something within it. Could it be that Nezha is in peril? Ceasing his flute playing, he rose and prepared to enter the furnace. Before stepping in, he implored the 2 phoenixes, "I beg you both to watch over the furnace. The situation is dire. I must go rescue Nezha." The 2 phoenixes, sensing the urgency, observed as Ao Bing leaped into the furnace. They landed on the ground, stretching their wings to cover the dewdrop glazed furnace, attempting to press against one another, their feathers enveloping the furnace. When a man and a monkey arrived, they were greeted by a scene blanketed in ice and snow, where 2 phoenixes were entwined. However, Yang Jian, eager to locate the one who had meddled with his prized cabbage, paid little heed to anything else. Seeing only the 2 birds, he dashed off in another direction, with Sun Wukong trailing closely behind. Inside the furnace, Ao Bing felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder. This was the power of the 5 paths of reincarnation. The 18 glazed divine tower manifested in his hand, its second layer's wall becoming transparent, the white light of the soul nectar blossoming brilliantly, nourishing his spirit. The 5 reincarnation lights made Ao Bing feel as if his soul were about to be forcibly wrenched from his body. Fortunately, the soul nectar possessed restorative qualities for the spirit. Yet, as Ao Bing drew closer to the flower bud, his soul was repeatedly battered and mended, but he could no longer afford to dwell on the pain. However, he was obstructed by a translucent purple barrier. No matter how he struck or collided against it, he could not break through. No, I must remain calm, he thought. In this precarious situation, he pondered how he could enter the bud of the reincarnation purple lotus. Clearly, the soul nectar was insufficient. Although his 18 glazed divine tower had 18 layers, it actually contained 20 types of holy waters, 2 of which were concealed. This was primarily due to his current cultivation level, which allowed him to activate at most 18 types. The waters between the 19th and 20th layers were exceedingly difficult for him to manipulate. Only when he could wield them effortlessly would an additional layer of the tower manifest. Currently, the 15th layer of the tower was activated. The 15th layer of the 18 glazed divine tower, the glazed purifying water, was a sacred relic of Buddhism, endowed with 8 remarkable qualities, capable of transforming the illusory into the tangible. With just a single drop, one could materialize their innermost thoughts. By utilizing the tower as a conduit, the holy water could be activated without consumption. All he needed was to use the glazed purifying water and envision himself passing through the barrier. However, this ability was not omnipotent. Only reasonable requests could be fulfilled. Absurd demands, such as declaring oneself the greatest under heaven or acquiring celestial treasures, were unattainable. Moreover, activating it once would only allow for the realization of a single request. To pass through the barrier while preserving his soul's integrity, he would need to employ other means. He could not afford to act recklessly as he had before. Should he fall victim again, both he and his companion would perish here. The 8th layer's netherworld's sacred water, though imbued with a chilling aura, could enhance the soul's perception and defense. Using it to protect his spirit should enable him to breach the reincarnation purple lotus's barrier. The 18 glazed divine tower hovered above him, empowered by the 2 sacred waters. Ao Bing placed his hands upon the barrier, which peeled back like the skin of an orange, revealing a narrow opening. It took considerable effort to tear this opening, allowing him to approach the enormous purple lotus bud. Yet, the petals remained immovable. Nezha, are you inside? Nezha, Ao Bing anxiously shouted and pounded, yet there was no response from within. Upon reflection, the reincarnation purple lotus belonged to the realm of 5 reincarnations, governing life and death. To awaken it, one must nourish it with the spirit water of life and death, perhaps coaxing it into bloom. Clutching the 18 glazed divine pagoda, he noted that the 2 lower layers had already sealed, while the life spring of the first layer opened in response. This time, the surface of the pagoda vanished entirely, and the spring water gushed forth. Careful not to touch the roots of the purple lotus. These roots gradually became translucent, revealing that beneath them lay nothing, as the true root was deeply entrenched in the path of life and death reincarnation. The life spring continued to drip onto its petals, fervently absorbed, and the water within the tower was boundless, hence there was no sorrow in its use. Before long, the flower unfurled, and Nezha's figure emerged. Nezha. Upon seeing Nezha collapsed upon the lotus platform, Awaken could no longer hesitate. He rushed forward, kneeling beside Nezha, cradling him in his arms and gently shaking him. Nezha, Nezha, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Awaken's call pulled Nezha's consciousness back from the blurred memories, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, his body drenched in cold sweat. Breathing heavily, Awaken manipulated the 18 glazed divine pagoda, activating the 11th layer's 3 luminaries divine water. This divine water, a blend of solar, lunar, and stellar essences, could dispel all toxins, heal all wounds and ailments, even revive the deceased. The 3 luminaries' divine water transformed into a fine stream, flowing into Nezha's mouth. With the healing properties of the divine water, Nezha's eyes slowly fluttered open. Nezha, you're awake. How do you feel? What happened? At that moment, Awaken noticed the change in Nezha. The demonic patterns had vanished, and his eyes retained their golden hue. Yet, Nezha remained unchanged, leading Awaken to ponder what had truly transpired. Upon seeing Awaken, Nezha's pupils gradually shifted back to red, and the demonic markings reappeared. Nezha, are you all right? What happened? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Nezha replied, inexplicably burying his face into Awaken's embrace, gripping the fabric of Awaken's chest tightly. Awaken was momentarily taken aback, but then embraced Nezha, gently patting his back. As Nezha regained his composure and peeked out, Awaken instinctively met his gaze. However, a sudden realization flushed Awaken's face crimson, prompting him to hastily shed his outer garment and wrap it around Nezha before inquiring again about the incident. It's merely some past trivialities, Nezha murmured. Awaken's intuition suggested it was likely related to the earlier ordeal of bone extraction and flesh severing. Although he had not witnessed it, the very thought was agonizing. Does it hurt? Nezha merely shook his head, acknowledging the pain yet refusing to concede or bow his head, even when offered a chance for survival. He would never display a semblance of vulnerability or weakness. Observing this scene, Awaken wore an expression of profound melancholy, accompanied by a twinge of heartache. He reached out to caress Nezha's neck, recalling the moment he had inadvertently heard him speak. In that instance, he had delivered a final strike that severed the neck, and a sense of dread washed over him, as if he had truly witnessed the delicate swan-like neck shatter. Originally, a red collar adorned that neck, crafted by Nezha's mother, Qiankun, who had lovingly placed it upon him. What mother could bear to see her child suffer in such a manner? The depth of dread for a mother is immeasurable, which is why she enveloped him in the red collar, as if to conceal the crimson mark it bore. Yet, where on Nezha's being was there any trace of that moment? In the next instant, Nezha forcefully brushed aside Awaken's hand and rose. Awaken, you should leave. I still have matters to attend to. You intend to continue? Do not worry. It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. It is nothing at all. I, Xiaoyan, shall not fall victim to the same plight twice. Seeing Nezha's resolute demeanor, Awaken understood that he had made an irrevocable decision. However, having just felt the sting of that soul-wrenching pain himself, he could hardly bear to think of Nezha enduring it at the core of it all. What? Do you doubt me? Just because I appeared somewhat troubled moments ago, I was merely a step away. Quickly, Awaken, go and perform your task. Understood. Take care of yourself, Awaken replied before departing. Once he exited the furnace, Nezha resumed his meditation, the boundless power of reincarnation stirring within him once again. The reincarnation purple lotus diminished in size, its core transforming into a pure purple spirit elixir, enveloped by violet petals, which floated into his mouth and into his dantian. To summarize, Nezha now embodies the blazing red lotus of karmic fire and the 5 petals of the reincarnation purple lotus with a 3-leaf, 1-foot-long root serving as his physical form. His dantian, resembling a lotus pedestal, harbors the spirit elixir, akin to lotus seeds, within it. This elixir serves as the primary core of the divine lotus, constituting a part of Nezha himself. Presently, the forces of karmic fire and reincarnation coexist, ushering Nezha's vitality into a new realm, granting him boundless regenerative abilities. However, he has yet to master the powers of the divine lotus. He merely possesses its infinite energy. After all, possessing magical power and mastering its application are two distinct matters. Consider, for instance, the elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the neighborhood compared to the Taoists. The gentleman performed the basic movements of Tai Chi, while the Taoists embody its true essence. In simpler terms, one may grasp merely the brute force of the art without understanding its subtleties, which lie in the divine skills. Regardless of how much strength one possesses, if one cannot wield it effectively, they will inevitably falter against those more experienced. Acquiring a powerful tool and knowing how to use it are entirely different. Nevertheless, Nezha's talent is not to be underestimated. After all, he only heard a brief explanation of a form of misdirection from Tai Yi. Yet he managed to devise a more advanced transformation technique within a day. Primarily, he is accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. Upon seeing Nezha emerge, Ao Bing refrained from looking, as Nezha was left with only a single garment. Only after the rustling sounds ceased did he turn to face Nezha. The two phoenixes transformed back into golden bracelets, returning to Nezha's ankles. "All right, Ao Bing, you may return," Nezha said, noticing the lingering worry on Ao Bing's face. At that moment, he found himself at a loss, for he was not adept at offering comfort. The surrounding snow had melted, yet Ao Bing did not return to Nezha's side, maintaining a solemn expression. The two were caught in a stalemate until Ao Bing suddenly moved closer. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Nezha felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Then, a sharp knock struck Nezha's forehead. To shield his eyes from his hair, Nezha had meticulously groomed it, leaving only 2 strands beside his ears and no bangs. His fair forehead was fully exposed, and upon receiving the blow, his skin instantly flushed, though he felt no pain. Although unsure of Ao Bing's intentions, after delivering the knock, he sighed and uttered, "There won't be a next time," before returning to Nezha's body. Meanwhile, as Yang Jian circled around, he encountered Nezha on the path leading to the open space. "Where's that pretty boy?" "What? Sister, don't." A slap landed on Yang Jian's nape. "Brother Yang, have you forgotten something? I would never go on a date." A single slap, for Yang Jian, was scarcely painful, at least it roused him from his stupor. There was no escaping the memory of the excruciating pain inflicted by his own sister on a previous occasion. Chapter 15. The curious discomfort. The group resumed their pilgrimage. Yet Ao Bing sensed an anomaly within Nezha's body. They had traversed this stony path for several days, and if his instincts were correct, they had encountered that peculiar turtle shell-like rock multiple times. Initially, he believed it to be merely a repetition of the same stone, but the identical positioning of the moss upon it was unsettling. The only plausible explanation was that they had been traversing in circles. This path bore an uncanny quality. "Nezha, there is something amiss with this road. We have circled the same intersection several times," Ao Bing remarked. Upon hearing his words, Nezha halted, recognizing the oddity as well. "Brother Yang, the road is indeed strange." The group paused, and upon Nezha's declaration, they collectively sensed the disquiet. They deliberated and decided to conduct an experiment. Sun Wukong stepped forward, casually shattering a stone and arranging the fragments into a pentagram. They then resumed their journey, only to find themselves returning to the same location shortly thereafter. The golden staff, thrown by Sun Wukong, stood upright, and he balanced upon it as it continued to grow, soon transforming into a colossal pillar. Standing upon the staff, Sun Wukong surveyed the surrounding cliffs, and Yang Jian ascended to join him, activating his celestial eye. Yet, all that met their gaze were rocks, merely rocks. "It appears we are ensnared within a barrier," Yang Jian observed. "A barrier?" Sun Wukong expressed skepticism and leaped forward, only to soon return from the same direction. Upon witnessing the monkey's return, Yang Jian teased, "Ah, found your way back, have you? Enough with the banter. We must devise a plan," Sun Wukong urged. "The most straightforward approach is to identify the barrier's limits and shatter them. If it is indeed a spell formation, we must locate and dismantle the core," he concluded. Without further ado, Sun Wukong lifted the enlarged golden staff and swung it around, sending ripples through the air. As the waves radiated outward, both he and Yang Jian felt disoriented, as though their very souls were being shaken. Below, Tang Sung was jolted to the point of bleeding from his orifices, collapsing from his steed, while both the white horse and Xiaotian staggered, disoriented. Nezha remained unaffected. Yet Ao Bing was thrust out of Nezha's body, landing unceremoniously on the ground, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him. Ao Bing, are you all right?" A slight dizziness plagued him. As the enormous golden staff descended towards them, Nezha swiftly lifted Ao Bing onto his back, while the Mengxinling wrapped around the white horse, Tang Sung, and the celestial dog, and they immediately fled. The ground trembled violently, causing the earth to fracture and countless stones to fly. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his companion could no longer withstand the tremors and plummeted from the sky. Nezha summoned the Qiankun circle, which swiftly expanded in the air, emanating a golden light that formed a complete golden membrane to catch the two. They gently descended, and the Qiankun circle shrank back to Nezha's side. After a brief moment of rest, they regained their strength, and Ao Bing rose from Nezha's back to bow and introduce himself to Sun Wukong and the others. However, this was not a time for subtlety. They needed to devise a plan to escape this barrier swiftly. Wait a moment. That barrier reflected our attacks, and we were all affected. Why was Nezha unharmed? Indeed, they were all thrown into disarray, yet Nezha remained unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing reached a conclusion. The previous reflection targeted the soul, and Tang Sung bled from his orifices primarily because he was immortal. Such a soul-targeting assault was far beyond his capacity to endure, hence the blood. Nezha, embodying the lotus flower, was inherently immune to all soul-related spells, and moreover, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were incomplete, which shielded him from the impact. After several discussions, the 4 decided to split up and proceed in the 4 cardinal directions. The recent test with the golden staff had proven that the barrier could indeed be interacted with. They had been moving forward continuously, allowing the barrier to keep them confined to this area. Thus, they resolved to break through the barrier by heading towards the 4 sacred cardinal points, remaining vigilant against any potential soul disturbances. The azure dragon represented the east, symbolizing spring and the wood element, with Sun Wukong responsible for this direction. The white tiger represented the west, symbolizing autumn and the metal element, embodying the spirit of slaughter and the chill of the harvest season, with Yang Jian in charge of the west. The vermilion bird represented the south, symbolizing summer and the fire element, signifying brightness, passion, and prosperity, with Nezha taking responsibility for the south. The black tortoise represented the north, symbolizing winter and the water element, denoting stability and tranquility, as well as longevity and solidity, with Ao Bing overseeing the north. With their roles assigned, the 4 commenced their respective journeys. As Ao Bing moved northward, he reflected on the peculiar details. This barrier was not merely intended to confine them. Who had cast it, and what was its power? Such unknown factors posed threats, despite their formidable skills. The ability to lay down such an intricate net without detection was no simple feat. Their journey thus far had been too smooth, causing them to lower their guard. Wait a moment, something is amiss. The rippling waves of spiritual energy were purple. Upon careful reflection, he realized the gravity of the situation. It was the reincarnation purple lotus. No wonder it felt so eerily familiar. This was the work of the reincarnation purple lotus, but why? The cycle lotus has been absorbed by Nezha. How could it possibly be activated? There seems to be no reason for Nezha to have laid this trap. It's perplexing, exceedingly perplexing. Unless there exists a second lotus. Taking a moment to reflect, this cycle lotus was born from the fusion of primordial energy and the unique characteristics of the being reincarnated through its magical essence. Originally, there was already a cycle lotus, plucked during the primordial era, while the one in Nezha's possession is a newly formed one. If the rumors hold any truth, the original cycle lotus lies in the hands of Nuwa, the ancient goddess, who is not only a primordial deity, but also the progenitor of humanity. She harvested the lotus during the primordial era, overseeing the cycle of life and death, thus transcending the boundaries of existence. Yet, why would Nuwa choose to act in such a manner? In the presence of this divine being, mere mortals are no more significant than specks of dust. What value could compel her to intervene personally? Or could it be that this is merely a remnant of the power left behind by the cycle lotus from the earlier primordial era? The latter possibility seems most plausible. Still, Ao Bing cannot shake off the strange sense of incongruity. The cycle lotus is indeed a treasure of the great goddess Nuwa. While the freshly formed cycle lotus is an authentic and complete specimen, is it truly possible for him to breach this defensive line solely with the holy water contained within the divine tower? Reflecting on the matter now, it indeed seems somewhat astonishing. Could it be that I fell into the trap of the reincarnation lotus from the very beginning? Recalling the reactions of Erlang Shun and the others during our earlier encounter, they appeared rather unfazed. It is true that I had not met them prior. Having spent this period within Nezha's body, the self-protective consciousness of the primordial pearl rendered even the mightiest unable to perceive me. Erlang Shun's third eye had also scrutinized me, yet he failed to uncover my presence. Thus, a singular possibility remains. Ao Bing manifested the dragon-slaying ice blade in his grasp, and without hesitation, struck his forehead. The sensation of pain was genuine, yet ultimately futile. Ignoring the discomfort, he produced the 18 glazed divine pagoda, channeling the 12th layer of the Qiankun chaotic water. The reincarnation lotus, revolving within the great Tao, suggested that the divine water imbued with chaotic energy could exert some influence over its illusion. As the 12th layer transformed into transparency, Ao Bing infused it with his spiritual energy, causing droplets resembling a starry sky to emerge, growing larger and spreading outward. A sense of foreboding washed over Ao Bing. He swiftly activated the protective layer of the second tier of Soul Dew. Although it provided some defense, it was still penetrated. Though he was not rendered unconscious, his soul was clearly more tumultuous than before, indicating the overwhelming penetrative power of this treasure against the soul. Before long, the surroundings revealed an infinite void. It appeared that I had indeed fallen prey to the reincarnation lotus's influence. As I carefully attuned my senses, I realized that the furnace was not within this realm. I had failed to notice this until now. Fortunately, this lotus was born from the primordial pearl, and being half of the primordial pearl myself, coupled with Nezha consuming his essence, had prevented me from being entirely bewitched. I must find a way out quickly. The celestial expanse began to converge, followed by a whirlwind that transported Ao Bing back into the purple space. His physical form still hovered, and upon examining himself, he confirmed that his soul had indeed exited the body. He needed to return to his corporeal form promptly. Otherwise, prolonged absence could lead to the scattering of his soul. Upon reopening his eyes to behold his substantial body, Ao Bing felt a measure of reassurance. Turning to glance back, the enormous purple bud remained. However, his entire being ached, akin to having traversed the realms of the underworld. Having witnessed the terror of this lotus, Ao Bing resolved to exit and regain his composure to contemplate the situation carefully. This realm is within the dew-glazed furnace. I merely need to activate a mechanism specifically targeting the reincarnation lotus. Even if transformation proves impossible, it may alleviate some of Nezha's burdens. Chapter 16. The Path of Reincarnation. The glazed divine furnace refining the lotus, the twin phoenixes sensed a disturbance in their wings and rose simultaneously as the furnace lid lifted. Ao Bing emerged from within, prompting the phoenixes to curiously peer inside, gently nudging him with their beaks, as if inquiring, "Master, where have you been?" Even after the event transpired, Ao Bing remained haunted by lingering trepidation. The preceding vision had felt strikingly real, with sensations of pain and touch rendered with uncanny precision. Truly, it was a testament to the extraordinary nature of the ancient and powerful flora, revered enough to be embraced as a treasure by the goddess Nuwa. It is imperative that I dedicate time to instruct Nezha in its utilization. However, such considerations are premature. I must first devise a means to extricate Nezha from his current predicament. On this arduous journey, marked by 81 tribulations yet to be encountered, I have inadvertently conjured a challenge of my own. Seated cross-legged before the dewy glaze furnace, I observed the surrounding waters as they ebbed and flowed. Cleansing the area in preparation, I summoned forth the alchemical furnace, commencing the refining process. Prior to this, I had reverted the cold ink ice flute back into its form as a pillar, for it was indeed the reincarnation purple lotus. I harbored concerns that merely 9 varieties of divine ice might not suffice to amplify its potency. As the furnace was activated, golden patterns began to dance upon its exterior, while within, the purple mist commenced a continuous swirl. The purple essence of the reincarnation purple lotus symbolizes the purity and immortality of life, the elevation and purification of the spirit, as well as the enlightenment of wisdom and the mysteries of the cosmos. The ethereal purple aura emanates from its profound violet petals, embodying nobility and mystery, as well as eternity and immortality, seemingly reminding humanity of the cyclical nature of life and its everlasting essence. This aura possesses these characteristics, embodying steadfastness and resilience. Within the dewy glaze furnace, it gradually coalesces into points of purple light, a treasure of alchemy, notable for its swift refining capabilities. Unlike traditional fire-based alchemy, it employs the unique technique of ice-fire tempering, combining the ferocity of fire with the rapid cooling of ice. This repeated tempering allows for the production of elixirs in a fraction of the usual time, while others may require an hour. The dewy glaze furnace can accomplish this in mere moments, yielding potions of exceptional quality and perfection. As the purple aura intensifies, it undergoes compression and refinement, ultimately transforming into transparent purple elixirs. Yet, The purple barrier of the reincarnation purple lotus remains unyielding, necessitating an increase in force. Atop the furnace, 10 divine ice orbs suddenly ignite, transforming the interior into a swirling vortex of purple and blue energies. The purple barrier begins to ripple, and Ao Bing remains vigilant, aware of the necessity to not let down his guard. With a burgeoning spiritual awareness, he recognizes the need to counter any illusions cast upon him, while the glazed divine tower above him illuminates, shielding his spirit and mind. The twin phoenixes instinctively take on the role of protective guardians, understanding that their master is in peril while the dragon endeavors to rescue him. Following a tumultuous upheaval, Nezha finds his perception growing increasingly hazy, as if the power compelling him to see visions is waning and his consciousness starts to clarify. Upon opening his eyes, he sees himself still within the lotus, though his head remains painful. To his surprise, despite his immunity to soul-related spells, the reincarnation purple lotus still strikes him with a jolt. Quickly regaining his composure, he continues to absorb the energy. Unbeknownst to him, a transformation occurs along his arm as he meditates intently. The internal lotus seeds have already turned into spiritual power, penetrating Nezha's being. For some inexplicable reason, he feels that his absorption rate has significantly increased since awakening. His arms gradually acquire a vibrant crimson hue, as his formerly long and dark nails, a result of his demonic state, turn to gold, spreading to the second joint, halting at the knuckles, where a golden lotus pattern emerges, alongside another forming in a delicate golden purple hue. Time swiftly elapses, the sky brightening into a pale dawn, while the purple barrier of the reincarnation purple lotus teeters on collapse. Meanwhile, Nezha has completely absorbed the central lotus seed, with many petals and leaves having fallen away. The continuous refining within the dewy glaze furnace has weakened the defensive mechanisms of the reincarnation purple lotus, facilitating Nezha's rapid absorption. As a treasured lotus, its swift consumption is unlikely, primarily due to the strange transformations occurring within Nezha. The reincarnation purple lotus begins its metamorphosis into a spiritual elixir, and the purple golden lotus flower emblem on Nezha's arm becomes tangible. Suddenly, the changes on Nezha's body begin to recede, and the purple lotus slowly unfurls, transforming into a spiritual elixir that enters his mouth, successfully assimilating into his being. Upon completion, Nezha does not linger, swiftly donning his attire. As he emerges, the twin phoenixes rush to greet him, nuzzling against him affectionately. Ao Bing, what troubles you? Upon hearing unusual sounds, Ao Bing deduces Nezha's emergence, though he appears pale and weakened from depleting his spiritual energy. Nezha approaches and supports Ao Bing, who gestures dismissively to indicate he is fine. At that moment, Nezha recalls the elixirs from the furnace and believes they will aid Ao Bing's recovery. The Azure Phoenix seems to sense her master's intentions, settling beside them as Nezha helps Ao Bing lean against her. He then turns to the dewy glaze furnace, its lid now open, releasing a wave of purple aura. Nezha fans the air and peers inside, discovering numerous glass-like elixirs, promptly retrieving one that remains chilled. He places it by Ao Bing's lips. Ao Bing, take this. Upon awakening to see Nezha offering him an elixir, Ao Bing understands its origin and, feeling a semblance of strength, prepares to accept it. However, Nezha swiftly places the elixir in his mouth, and Ao Bing consumes it, a warm current surging through him. This elixir, crafted from the essence of the reincarnation purple lotus, possesses the remarkable ability to rapidly restore vitality and spirit. When severely injured or on the brink of death, consuming the elixir can swiftly rejuvenate life force. Even if only a skull remains, the elixir can be ground into powder to pull a soul from the cycle of reincarnation. An invaluable remedy surpassing even the realm of Yama's efficacy. Not only does it restore youthful vigor, but it can also extend lifespan by centuries and assist cultivators in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks to reach higher realms. It rivals the 9 transformation soul revival elixir. But this singular potion requires only 1 refinement, whereas the latter necessitates 9. Ao Bing once again sits cross-legged to absorb the influx of power, feeling not only his spiritual energy restored, but also a noticeable elevation in his cultivation level, with even his previously damaged spirit reinvigorated. Recognizing the elixir's profound efficacy, yet aware of its limited quantity, given Nezha's inexperience in its use, he decides to conserve them, understanding their potential to save lives in critical moments. Nevertheless, he retrieves 2 vials, each containing 3 elixirs, intending to share them with Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. At this juncture, the two begin to converse about the recent events. Nezha, overwhelmed, fainted and dreamt of past experiences, while Ao Bing was jolted from his spirit, entering the illusion of the reincarnation purple lotus. A realization dawns upon them. The other Qiankun rings adorning Nezha serve to suppress these divine lotuses, a beneficial aspect to avoid exposure. It becomes evident why they have been absorbed and integrated into his being without any trace of energy leaking. Henceforth, it is imperative to refrain from removing the other Qiankun rings, as the potential danger they pose is indeed significant. Nezha gains a renewed appreciation for Ao Bing's mother's prowess. And eventually, the twin phoenixes revert to their talisman form, returning to Nezha's ankles, while Ao Bing reestablishes his position at Nezha's side. Upon looking back, he exclaims in surprise, "Where has everyone gone? Where are the horses? The dogs? Where has everyone gone? Have they abandoned me?" With a sense of urgency, I began to search around, only to encounter Yang Jian and another. "Where is everyone?" They both inquired in unison. Nezha pointed at Yang Jian, indicating that he should speak first, to which he simply retorted, "Where is that pretty boy you were supposed to meet?" Infuriated, Nezha erupted, unleashing a powerful roar that sent Yang Jian's hair flying. "You fool! Who went on a date? You lecherous scoundrel!" Realizing the misunderstanding, Yang Jian quickly grasped that this was his junior brother, not his junior sister. "By the way, where has the bald monk gone?" "What? What's wrong? The bald monk is missing. Didn't he run off with you too?" "What?" Upon hearing Nezha's words, it dawned on them that the monk had likely been captured by a demon, especially since none of them were present. But wait, what about the dog? My howling celestial dog. They rushed to search for it. Returning to the clearing, they indeed discovered traces of stones that had been blown away, forming a circular pattern, indicating something had been taken from above. It was time to utilize the frost mirror, which possessed the ability to reflect past events in that domain. In the mirror, the monk was seated in a meditative posture, reciting scriptures. Suddenly, the howling celestial dog, which had been lying on the ground, sprang up in agitation. In the next moment, it was ensnared by a piece of yellow cloth. With a swift motion, the yellow cloth whisked away the fire, the horse, the dog, and the monk, all disappearing in an instant. The perspective shifted to reveal a strange figure draped in yellow, descending from the sky, seemingly using that cloth as a bag. After capturing them, the figure flew away at an astonishing speed. "How can this be? You took the monk, but why take my howling celestial dog as well?" It is indeed true that to a devoted pet owner, nothing is more important than their beloved companion. The three of them then followed the path indicated in the mirror, soaring into the distance. However, the demon was remarkably swift, as they found themselves traversing from rocky cliffs to dense forests. It became evident that their pace on foot was far too slow, as the figure in yellow was already ahead of them. "Stop, you thief! Return my howling celestial dog." Yet, the yellow figure paid them no heed, continuing to charge forward. "Can I not run?" the yellow-clad fiend thought. "Do you believe that upon my turning back, they directly initiated with a frame of 0? However, within his mouth lies a precious inner elixir, a gem-like essence renowned for its healing properties. Merely touching the source of pain with it will alleviate the discomfort. As long as this essence exists, he remains impervious to injury." At that moment, Yang Jian drew forth his golden bow and silver arrows, aiming them at the figure in the yellow robe. Yet, with a mere flick of his sleeve, the yellow-robed specter conjured a barrier that effortlessly deflected Yang Jian's silver projectiles, which were subsequently absorbed by the robe itself. Following this, the yellow-robed creature soared at an astonishing speed, nearly that of light. Reflecting on his status as one of the illustrious 28 lunar mansions, Kuei Malong found himself entangled in a rather peculiar venture akin to a journey to the west. One might wonder what the opposing lineup truly consists of. We are a project team, not a squad of reckless adventurers. Consider those who were supposed to join us as colleagues. Did they ever return? Have I unwittingly transgressed some unwritten rule that has incensed the boss, thus leading me to this pretext of borrowing power, only to have my voice effectively silenced? Kuei Malong summoned his utmost speed, dashing back to the cave's depths. Upon his return, the smaller creatures at the cave entrance buzzed with excitement, raising their hands above their heads in jubilant gestures as if to welcome their sovereign back. Yet, in an unexpected turn, their king waved his robe, causing horses, dogs, and humans to tumble onto the smaller creatures, all of whom were left dazed, clamoring for the immediate transportation of these individuals into the cave for binding, dogs excluded. Their tone laced with incredulity and fervor. The smaller beings, not daring to delay, hastily carried the horses, humans, and dogs back into the cave. Kuei Malong remained unyielding, promptly turning to sweep his yellow robe as numerous silver projectiles hurtled toward him. Had he faltered for even a moment, his body would have been riddled with holes. Although he remained unscathed, the pain would still be palpable. Thieving hound, return my howling celestial dog. Yang Jin suddenly lunged at him with his three-pronged spear, compelling Kuei Malong to defend himself with his robe. Meanwhile, the golden staff was already en route, prompting Kuei Malong to free one hand to draw a steel-coated blade. The force from both sides was tremendous, sending vibrations through Kuei Malong's hands. Ah, you audacious pest! How dare you launch a sneak attack? I merely wish to savor a morsel of Tang Seng's flesh for my human meat buns, yet you are so miserly. With renewed vigor, he pushed Yang Jin back a few paces, casting aside his yellow robe and drawing Sun Wukong into its folds. Armed with the steel blade, he engaged in a fierce struggle with Yang Jin once more. He then extended his sleeves, transforming them into a trumpet-like shape to ensnare or entangle his adversary, a magical skill employed to counter Nezha's fiery spear. However, when he attempted to reel the robe back, he discovered it was ensnared on the spear's shaft, and Nezha maintained his grip, rendering Kuei Malong unable to reclaim his yellow robe. Alas, the third prince possesses such formidable strength. This secret signal of the third prince is not meant to be shouted. How am I to vocalize this? The title of the third prince carries an air of formality, and one can discern that it lacks the gravitas one might expect. To address him as Li Nezha or simply as Li Laosan would undoubtedly be courting disaster, given his notorious temper. It is well known throughout the three realms that he harbors a disdain for the Li surname. He has long returned Li Nezha to the citizens of Chentang Pass. Mentioning that name is akin to inviting calamity. It would be far wiser to refer to him as the true lord of the Guanjianku, the dandy, rather than employing such titles. What grand background does he possess? Just as he turns to regard Nezha, Yang Jin's heavenly eye unleashes a beam of golden light. Chapter 17. The yellow robe collects. The yellow robe monster tilted its head, and the light grazed it, instantly severing half of its ear. Remarkably, within the next moment, the ear regrew. Yang Jin pivoted, causing the three-pronged, two-edged halberd to strain against the blade, nearly breaking it. Yang Jin then leapt back, widening the distance. Nezha, be cautious. This creature possesses a treasure of restoration. Having heard this, Nezha, who was poised to activate his mechanism and unleash the three pure flames with his fire-pointed spear, halted his movements. Instead, he forcefully lifted the spear, sending the yellow robe monster soaring into the air, spinning as if wielding the Hunyuan silk. The yellow robe monster had no choice but to retract its sleeves, flinging itself away, retching several times due to dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jin produced the binding demon rope, a tool designed to ensnare demonic entities. Once ensnared by this rope, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. While primarily employed for capturing demons, it can also bind celestial beings. As one of the 28 lunar mansions, the Koemu wolf is well aware of the binding demon rope's potency. Thus, it skillfully maneuvered its sleeve to guide the rope to its cuff, wary of inadvertently releasing the monkey concealed within its robe. One was troublesome enough. What chance would it have against three? Second brother, you've bound the rope to his sleeve. You still have one more, don't you? You wouldn't he? Noticing Nezha's silence, Yang Jin surmised that the other rope was either with his master Tai for extensive repairs or simply left behind, thus not present on his person. The core issue was that Nezha had carelessly discarded his magical tools into the chaotic azure lotus earlier. Retrieving them now would certainly attract Yang Jin's attention. It wasn't a matter of distrust. They were merely too familiar with one another, and there was a risk of discovery. After all, Yang Jin had never seen the previous mirror, which is why Nezha had dared to bring it forth. Had he known, he wouldn't have tossed everything into the lotus. To hell with it. Let us deal with him anyway. Subsequently, Nezha seized the fire spear and the universe ring, charging towards the yellow robe monster. The creature attempted to parry the fire spear with a steel-coated blade, but Nezha swiftly countered, switching his grip to the universe ring, which struck the blade with tremendous force, shattering it into fragments. The impact forced the yellow robe monster's hands downward, causing the blade to drop from his grasp due to the excruciating pain. However, thanks to the relic of the radiant inner pill, the wound healed rapidly, alleviating the agony. The universe ring possesses formidable power, characterized by its physical assault capability and transformative prowess. It is an indestructible entity, able to unleash devastating strikes upon all things. Its might capable of stirring the seas and shaking the heavens. Throughout his time during and prior to the investiture of the gods, Nezha shattered countless treasures with the universe ring. It can alter its size at will, appearing as a bracelet in normal circumstances, but transforming into a colossal ring during combat. Once thrown, it guarantees precision, capable of autonomously tracking its target, striking down obstacles in its path merely by the wielder's intention. Serving dual purposes of ranged offense and close-quarters defense, It harmonizes physical impact with divine energy, embodying both strength and flexibility. It can release energy to bind demons and quell malevolent forces, symbolizing the maintenance of order and often utilized to balance the forces of good and evil. As a companion treasure, it also safeguards its bearer, forming a protective aura of golden light to shield against assaults. When combined with the cosmic silk, it can evoke the resonance of heaven and earth effect. The ring can induce fluid metal resonance, corresponding to the concept of heavenly roundness, signifying an unending cycle and wholeness. Forming a Tai Chi duality system with the cosmic silk, which symbolizes the interplay of yin and yang. Now, its power has surpassed all limits, capable of absorbing all things, truly embodying the essence of the universe. Beings, humans, demons, spirits, and magical artifacts, drawn into its realm are isolated in distinct dimensions. As Nezha transitioned into the lotus body, he was adorned with various magical treasures, all refined together. With the transformation brought forth by the fiery red lotus and the reincarnation purple lotus, he wielded unique divine abilities. Thus, after shattering the yellow robe monster's steel blade, Nezha swung the universe ring down upon him. The creature attempted to evade, but could not escape, suffering the shattering of its joints, with the pulp and juice of a watermelon splattering everywhere. Seeing the utility of Nezha's universe ring, the yellow robe monster refrained from engaging directly, instead raising his three-pronged halberd, indicating his vigilance and readiness to counter. However, as the universe ring struck upward at his chin, a translucent pearl emerged amidst the scattered fruit, and in a flash, the pearl was drawn into the heart of the universe ring, vanishing from sight. Realizing that his life-preserving pearl was lost, the yellow robe monster reverted to his true form as the Kuamu wolf, kneeling upon the ground. "Spare me, I implore you. Third Prince, grant me my life. I am one of the 28 lunar mansions, the Kuamu wolf, sent to assist in overcoming the tribulations of the scriptures. I beseech you, show mercy. As long as the third prince spares the little fairy's life, I shall bestow upon his highness the exquisite inner elixir. This precious orb, a treasure of the Kuamu wolf, is now offered in a desperate bid for survival, though the cost is substantial given the third prince's formidable reputation." As Nezha withdrew, upon hearing Yang Jian's call, he halted his actions, the Qiankun circle hovering perilously close to the Kuamu wolf's crown. The immense force compressed the air, sending shockwaves downward that cracked the ground beneath, leaving the Kuamu wolf in a state of distress. Observing Nezha's restraint, Yang Jian approached the Kuamu wolf and inquired directly, "Pray tell, who sent you?" Realizing his indiscretion, the Kuamu wolf panicked. He had revealed too much. Orders had been given to keep the knowledge from these three. The tribulations of the pilgrimage were orchestrated by Ling Mountain and the Heavenly Court. Having endured the trials of the 99 hardships, not only could they tame the Monkey King for Ling Mountain's purposes, but they could also extract workers from the Heavenly Court to refine their character through hardship. Such secrets were known only to the upper echelons of both realms. Should these three discover the truth, it would surely incite chaos in the Heavenly Court. In truth, this monk is the reincarnation of the Buddha's disciple, Jin Chanzi. In order for him to attain a golden form, a series of tribulations was devised, comprising 81 hardships on his journey to the West for scriptures. Thus, the Buddha and the Heavenly Court conspired to ensure Jin Chanzi experiences these trials. However, any demon encountering you three would dare not lay a hand on him, which is why we were dispatched to pose as these tribulations. Unfortunately, our mission has led us either to face Yama or be turned into hot pot by some of you. The revelation was staggering. It was not merely a labor assignment from Ling Mountain. There were deeper connections at play. This prompted the two to question the true nature of the demons they had encountered on their journey, suspecting many were indeed agents of the Heavenly Court and Ling Mountain. The Kuamu wolf, visibly anxious, swallowed hard several times. With Nezha having ceased his actions, he exchanged a glance with Yang Jian. "Very well. Since you are one of the 28 constellations, you may return. However, we shall retain your treasure, and you must keep quiet about certain matters upon your return. Otherwise—" "Thank you, true monarch. Thank you, third prince. I shall seal my lips tightly. Then be gone." The Kuamu wolf released Sun Wukong and commanded his minions to free the captives, humans, horses, dogs, and dispersed his little demons in preparation for his return to the heavenly palace. As he made to leave, Sun Wukong, staff in hand, ready to pursue, but Yang Jian restrained him with a shake of his head. "Free-eyed, why do you stop me? Monkey, there are unforeseen circumstances." Once the Kuamu wolf had vanished from sight, the trio sat in a circle, recounting the events that had transpired, revealing the truth about the recruitment from Ling Mountain. "So, that is the situation. Henceforth, If we encounter anyone who can call upon our names from the heavens, we may simply pass by, as we shall be colleagues in the future. No, monkey, matters are not as simple as you believe. After pondering for a moment, Nezha's eyes gleamed with a golden hue. This tribulation may very well have been prepared for us. What? The two turned in astonishment to Nezha. Consider this. Our previous trials during the journey to the west were intended to assist others. At a glance, there seems to be no issue. Upon careful reflection and in light of prior events, it is intriguing that our team embarking towards the west must be led by a monk, specifically one from Ling Mountain, embodying the essence of Buddhist teachings. Meanwhile, both we and our previous companions are adherents of Taoism. By referring to each other as master and disciple, does it not imply, in the eyes of future generations, that Buddhism has emerged even more potent? It is highly probable that the Tathagata orchestrated this arrangement to propagate Buddhism. The trials of the 81 tribulations were ostensibly designed for the reincarnation of the golden cicada, yet it is we who confront these challenges head-on. Once the monk is captured, he will comfortably await our rescue, and posterity shall only remember him as the one who endured all hardships. What does this imply? Though we are the ones who have overturned the odds, the accolades will fall upon him, suggesting that these 81 trials were indeed crafted for our benefit. 5 centuries ago, the monkey sought the celestial realm, perhaps to temper his arrogance, while my brother Yang and I have occasionally disregarded orders. This may very well be an effort to mold us similarly to the monkey. After all, insubordinate subordinates must either be properly trained or replaced. Am I mistaken in my analysis? At that moment, the golden hue in Nezha's pupils vanished, replaced entirely by red. Not only Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, but even Ao Bing was astounded by Nezha's remarks. Is this truly Nezha? His reasoning is not only coherent and meticulous, but he has also discerned every detail from multiple perspectives. Has he transformed from the reckless and impulsive figure who relied solely on brute strength to resolve issues? Is negotiation not about employing physicality to converse with others? When did you become so astute? Brother Yang, what do you mean by that? Seeing Nezha becoming agitated, Yang Jian began to suspect that there may be some underlying mechanism within the boy. Calm down, calm down. Should we extinguish the flames here? Or shall we directly assault the Lingxiao Hall? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yang Jian expressed his intention to continue the journey for scriptures. After all, from the mouth of Kuemu Wolf, they had learned that numerous tribulations awaited them. Given the formidable trio they formed, it was evident that any calamities arranged would surely be equipped with many magical treasures and artifacts for the celestial steeds and attendants. Yang Jian was keenly aware of the hidden cards possessed by the heavenly court, with so many adept beings present. It was unrealistic for the three of them to completely overhaul the situation. Not to mention, they could also summon reinforcements from the Spirit Mountain. Therefore, it was imperative to acquire the scriptures and overcome the difficulties. Why not seize all those magical artifacts before launching an assault? Chapter 18. The Princess of Baoxiang Kingdom. When Tang Sung awoke, he felt a fiery sensation on his face, and the aroma of roasted meat permeated the air. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a pitch-black sky. Rising to his feet, he noticed 3 individuals by the bonfire, one controlling the flames, another sprinkling spices, and the last continuously turning a branch to cook the food. Among them was a splendidly dressed young woman, quietly savoring the roasted delicacies, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Yang Jian. Awake now? There are fruits and vegetables nearby. Help yourself if you're hungry, she said. Tang Sung glanced over and indeed found 2 leaves, one adorned with fragrant fruits and vegetables, the other filled with water. Having been unconscious for an entire day, he was indeed famished, yet he sat cross-legged, reciting Amitabha, and inquired about the girl's circumstances. The girl was the princess of Baoxiang Kingdom, captured by Kuemu Wolf. Had it not been for her own threats, she would have been in dire straits. Fortunately, the 3 had vanquished Kuemu Wolf and rescued her. Initially, they had intended to demolish the cave, but faint footsteps echoed from within. Though barely audible, the 3 heard it. Yang Jian peered with his heavenly eyes and discovered a girl, the princess, wandering aimlessly in the cave. Upon noticing the intrusion of the 3 strangers, she instinctively took a few steps back, startled. When she heard them claim to be there to rescue her, the excitement was unimaginable. Having been imprisoned in that dark cave for so long, she was finally seeing the light of day again. Moreover, among the 3 was a sister, which reassured her greatly. After all, they were both women. She hurriedly approached, but Nezha merely extended his hand to support the princess's arms, maintaining a respectful distance, as he was not fond of close contact. The princess, realizing the need for a degree of separation from strangers, was overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to contain her tears, she exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you, my three benefactors, for coming to my rescue. I am eternally grateful. Did my father send you? Indeed. We are those who cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Thank you. Thank you to this fairy sister and her two elder brothers. Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression darkened significantly. Just as he was about to erupt, Ao being interjected, Nezha, do not be angered. This hostage has been bound for many years, and now, having been rescued by a group of unfamiliar men, she surely feels alarmed, as if she has fallen into another abyss. However, the presence of a woman would render the situation relatively more stable. Thus, I must ask you to temper your temper. Very well, I shall endure. After rummaging through the cave to ensure no other hostages remained, they proceeded to demolish it, leading to the current scene. As Tang Xing opened his mouth to speak, Nezha hastily retrieved a piece of burning wood from the fire. Just as Tang Xing was about to suggest returning her, he swallowed his words. Enough, bold one. It is imperative to return her. Do not waste time. Sleep now. After dinner, everyone sought a patch of ground to rest upon. Yet amidst the enchanting scenery of the celestial realm, the sky appeared dreamlike and ethereal. Nezha felt an irresistible urge to run, calling out, Mother, mother, come chase me. Haha. A warm, ethereal female voice echoed from behind, urging him to slow down and be cautious not to trip, as if calling his name, though it remained unclear. Strange, why could he not hear his own name distinctly? Yet his perspective seemed to diminish. No, it was he who had become smaller. Indeed, he was in the form of a lotus, which would not grow further, were it not for the immense power within him, enabling him to assume a youthful appearance. He would remain a child forever. But why did this viewpoint feel even smaller? In the next moment, the figure appeared before him, and he collided directly into her. She did not express anger. Instead, she gently caressed his head and the reddened tip of his nose. Remarkably, her touch seemed to alleviate his discomfort. She then inquired if he was hurt and questioned whether he would run so fast again. Was she his mother? Yet I cannot discern her visage. The figure grasped my hand, leading me into a grand palace, seemingly en route to a banquet. Once my hand was released, I found myself bustling about, surrounded by people reminiscent of my mother during childhood celebrations. Little Pearl has arrived. Little Pearl, come here. What should you call this esteemed presence? Address correctly for a reward. Away with you. Little Pearl, turn and greet me. To my astonishment, I bowed respectfully, uttering greetings to each of them, yet their faces remained shrouded in obscurity. Following my salutations, they produced various gifts from their garments. Even the individual seated at the principal throne beckoned me forth, granting me another offering after my respectful greeting. It felt akin to returning home after visiting relatives during the festive season, laden with treasures. The gentle woman from earlier ultimately took my hand and led me away, much like a mother would. Your Highness, today the esteemed lords and ladies have treated me to an abundance of delicious fare and bestowed numerous gifts, all for you. My dear Little Pearl, that is because everyone adores you. You may keep them. I have my own gifts to cherish. Why are you so kind to me, Your Highness? Because you are my precious gem, as well as a divine treasure of the cosmos and the primordial wilderness. Suddenly, Nezha was jolted awake. Rising from the thick trunk of a tree, his pupils transforming into a golden hue, yet he could not see. No, that was incorrect, though I had not experienced it. This undeniably felt like my memory. What was happening to me? Observing the surrounding forest, the night sky was exceptionally bright. The moon and stars exerting themselves to illuminate the heavens, while fireflies danced in the dark. Sleep eluded me, so I decided to take a stroll, to wander. Within Nezha, a barrier encasing a verdant sacred lotus bud was gradually fracturing, revealing various distinct pearls within, while outside lay a crimson orb, the demon pill. Nezha discovered a small hillock and sat atop it, able to behold the moonlight of the night. Confusion enveloped him. Why was he dreaming this dream? Was it truly a dream? Or was it simply longing for his mother? During his time in Chentang Pass, his parents were often preoccupied, leaving little time for companionship. After the divination, his mother was conferred the title of Princess Qinglian, and his father became the heavenly king of Pagoda, both busier than ever, making it difficult for them to meet, let alone spend time with him. His mother excelled in political affairs, while his father excelled in military management. He accompanied his father at his mother's urging, as she noted his father spent the least time with him, hoping for more shared moments. Now, reflecting upon it, he realized it had been many years since he last saw his mother. Perhaps this was why such dreams haunted him. Could it be that his lingering spirit was influenced by the purple lotus? Nezha, why did you come running? Ao Bing, my apologies, did I disturb you? Ao Bing had quietly appeared behind Nezha at an unknown moment, subsequently taking a seat beside him as they gazed at the stars. There's no need to sleep for us. We needn't worry about that. But what about you? Has something occurred? It's nothing, merely that I miss my mother. Ah, I too long for my mother. So, Albing, once we have acquired the scriptures, where shall you venture? I shall not go anywhere. I wish only to accompany you. After all, I embody the spiritual orb, while you represent the demon core. Together, we form a complete primordial pearl. Upon hearing Albing's words, Nezha was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a declaration. He responded with a simple Following this exchange, Nezha was to return to the heavenly court to work with King Li, though that was now uncertain. Albing turned, intending to say something further, only to discover that Nezha's pupils had transformed to a golden hue, and the demonic markings upon his face had vanished. Nezha's eyes were large, and Albing quickly took note. Nezha, what has happened to your eyes? What do you mean? What is wrong with my eyes? The frost mirror was retrieved, and upon examining his reflection, Nezha noticed that the demonic markings had indeed disappeared, and his pupils had turned to genuine gold. Though the mark of the demon core remained on his forehead, he glanced left and right, confirming the change, yet perplexity enveloped him. Could it be that Albing's prolonged presence had influenced him, infusing him with spiritual energy to the extent of altering his eye color? Yet, even if he had absorbed some spiritual essence, it should not have sufficed to change the color of his eyes. Deep within Nezha's essence, the luminous pearl was releasing celestial energy, plummeting as the demonic energy of the core erupted once more. Gradually, Nezha's eyes reverted to red, and the demonic markings began to re-emerge. What did this signify? The unconcerned individual deemed it trivial, while Albing re-entered Nezha's body, searching for answers, yet finding none. No revelations surfaced, neither in the depths of consciousness nor in the investigation of bodily transformations. Was it truly a consequence of his spiritual power overflowing? Observing that Nezha appeared unharmed, Albing ultimately retreated. The following day, the group set forth towards the kingdom of Baoxiang. Tang Sung led the horse, while the princess rode. Having been confined for 3 long years, her stamina was understandably lacking. After traveling a short distance, Tang Sung was drenched in sweat, requesting that the others slow their pace. However, none indulged him, though the princess, with kindness, suggested they alternate riding. Having been inactive for so long, she was eager to experience the surroundings and the thrill of movement. After several days of travel, as they neared the kingdom of Baoxiang, the princess, filled with excitement, dashed ahead, calling out, "Father, father, I have returned." The guards, initially prepared for defense, upon recognizing the approaching figure, realized that it was indeed their beloved princess. Thus, he hastily summoned the soldiers above to lower the city gate and promptly reported to the king. The reunion between father and daughter was filled with immense joy, and it was quite effortless for the others to obtain the necessary travel documents. They were warmly received by the king of Baoxiang, who invited them to stay a few more days. However, as they were pressed for time, they decided to stay only 1 night. Before their departure, the king bestowed upon them some provisions and wished to present them with gold, but Tang Sung outright declined, stating, "A monk must not accept gold or silver treasures." "Dead monk, mind your own business. You have no say in this," Nezha retorted as he raised his hand. Tang Sung instinctively flinched. Yet the gold appeared to them as mere stones, and they did not accept it. Nevertheless, Nezha remained displeased by Tang Sung's words and struck him once. "Dead bald donkey, next time you come to our monk's domain, you should dismount and let the horse ride you." After leaving Baoxiang, the road began to steepen, lined with rocky cliffs. Chapter 19. Robbing the Lotus Flower Cave. Within the Lotus Flower Cave resided 2 formidable kings, one with golden horns and the other with silver. The silver-horned king was dozing on his throne, caught between slumber and wakefulness, when he heard a voice call out, "Brother, brother, brother, I feel drowsy whenever I practice. It seems I will never master the art of immortality. We need not cultivate to achieve immortality." "How so, brother?" "I have heard that Tang Sung is approaching. Consuming his flesh will grant us eternal life. But I have heard that he is being escorted to the west by who? We possess the purple gold red gourd and the jade clean bottle. What do we have to fear?" Upon hearing the enemy's arsenal, the golden-horned king pondered. "Is it too late for me to pack my belongings and flee?" Meanwhile, in the pilgrimage team, Nezha had been experiencing a series of peculiar dreams over the past few days, all of which were hazy and left him with a headache. He recalled that it all began after he absorbed the reincarnation purple lotus. He decided to take some time to further contemplate this reincarnation purple lotus. Upon exiting Baoxiang, the frost mirror was activated, not for any particular reason, but to acquire a magical item. They were now nearing the Lotus Flower Cave, and to be cautious. Yang Jian instructed Nezha to use the divine mirror to survey the surroundings. Indeed, they discovered the magical treasures within the cave. Among them was the purple gold red gourd, a treasure crafted by the great Supreme Lord in his alchemical furnace, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and refining all things. By merely calling out to the target, should they respond, they would be drawn into the gourd and swiftly transformed into pus. There was also the jade clean bottle, which possessed the ability to purify all substances, functioning similarly to the gourd. Calling out to the target would result in their being drawn into the bottle and ultimately turned into pus. Were these not the very items used by the great Supreme Lord to contain elixirs? It appears that this particular copy of the demon is undoubtedly from the household of the Supreme Lord Laozi. However, a sudden turn of events unfolds as an elderly woman, hunched and frail, is brought in by the bridge's guard. What is that? Is she wearing the golden binding rope around her waist? The golden binding rope is a treasure wielded by the Supreme Laozi to restrain foes, possessing formidable control. Governed by two incantations, the tightening spell to ensnare enemies and the loosening spell to release them. Is that not simply the belt of that old fellow? Goodness, this old man, in his quest for the journey to the west, not only brought down the gourd filled with elixirs from the Dweshui Palace, but also relinquished his own belt. He must be sending these items down as if they were mere takeout. If memory serves, Laozi also possesses a Vajra bracelet capable of collecting magical treasures, which could pose significant trouble, for even when the monkey was merely struck on the head, he was left dizzy and disoriented. Previously, Nezha's universe circle had absorbed the precious inner elixir of the relic, claiming to have unearthed the universe within the treasure. As it is said to possess the legend of containing an entire cosmos, Nezha is eager to see which is mightier, the Vajra bracelet or his universe circle. Enhanced by the blessings of the three divine lotuses, will the Vajra bracelet absorb his universe circle, or will his universe circle seize the Vajra bracelet? Meanwhile, within the lotus cave, the golden horn and silver horn have seated the elderly woman in a chair. She is their adoptive mother, and they have risked their lives for her sake. After all, Kuei Malong managed to survive and return with letters, providing them with a glimmer of hope, having been one of the 28 lunar mansions. However, they, as the disciples of the Supreme Laozi, are equally determined to succeed in their return. Just as they are about to discuss their strategy, a thunderous noise erupts. An alarm sound from the golden horn and silver horn as they rush to protect the elderly woman. Indeed, a stone door crashes down behind them, shattering the wall before them. Turning to look, they see three bandit leaders approaching. The golden horn immediately grasps the purple gold red gourd, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. I am Sun Yang Jian. I call out to you. Do you dare respond? In response, a three-pronged halberd hurtles towards him. The golden horn raises the purple gold red gourd defensively, but the immense force drives him to the ground, pushing him forward with Yang Jian, his back scraping against the ground as he is forcibly redirected away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the silver horn, dumbfounded, watches as his elder brother is thrust away by Yang Jian, and before he can turn around, he is struck by a rapidly extending rod, propelling him to the right. Hey, what does this mean? Leaving the elderly woman for me. What is the meaning of this? Yet the elderly woman, trembling, cast forth the golden thread, whereupon Nezha promptly removed one earring, causing the Qiankun circle to expand. It spun several times in his hand before being hurled skyward. The circle whirled in the air, radiating golden brilliance, and the golden thread was drawn into the beam of light, ultimately being absorbed into the Qiankun circle. Witnessing this, the elderly woman was so frightened that she collapsed, transforming into a fox. Nezha approached, grasped her forepaw, lifted her gently, and shook her slightly, only to find her utterly motionless. Had she truly been frightened to death? This completely reshaped Nezha's understanding of fear. To be frank, the two demon kings did not appear particularly formidable. Had it not been for their magical artifacts, a single strike could have easily dispatched them. However, the method was somewhat ineffectual, requiring their consent to activate. If they refused, it merely served as a defensive shield. The two soon returned, and Nezha acted as a referee, as they were foolishly competing to see who would return first. Meanwhile, the two battered individuals leaned against the crumbled wall, unable to move an inch. Yet both secretly reveled in their survival. After all, enduring the encounter with Nezha was no small feat. The next step involved interrogating them regarding the origins of their magical artifacts, after which they would summon reinforcements, and then the old lord would whisk them away. However, in the next moment, the gourds and bottles they had brought from their home were drawn into a beam of golden light, vanishing within a circle. This sudden occurrence startled the two, for the golden bracelet possessed the ability to absorb magical artifacts. Was this not the very bracelet belonging to their old lord? You. How do you possess the golden bracelet? Where did you find it? Return it to us at once. How could such a magical artifact end up here? How had he come upon it? These questions became irrelevant. What mattered was that they must reclaim the bracelet, lest the old lord bestow upon them a severe punishment. Who was the old lord? An entity even the Jade Emperor could not control. For the third prince to seize it so casually seemed exceedingly arrogant, as if he held little regard for such a venerable figure, one of senior status in the realm. To comprehend that Lao Jun himself has arrived. Even if the three of them joined forces, they would likely struggle to prevail. You claim that my Qiankun circle is merely that old fellow's bracelet. Let us verify it, and we shall ascertain its true identity. Subsequently, the Qiankun circle in the air gradually descended, halting before the two individuals. A golden radiance re-emerged, and they were simultaneously drawn into it. After an indeterminate period of whirling and spinning, the two gradually awakened, only to find themselves surrounded by an expanse of silence. The ground beneath their feet was surprisingly golden and somewhat soft, yet it emitted a luminous glow. As they lifted their gazes, they were astonished to behold both the sun and the moon in the sky. No, it was a spectacle of various solar and lunar eclipses, alongside a pitch-black orb adorned with a white ring, resembling two celestial bodies. However, there was no gravitational pull between them. They appeared merely as ornamental celestial spheres, alternating slowly with the sun, moon, and an array of eclipses visible to the naked eye. "Ah, you've arrived," a voice called out, startling them. To their disbelief, the source of the voice was none other than Kue Mu Wolf. Had they not released Kue Mu Wolf? The wolf, sensing their bewilderment, responded, "Alas, who is unaware of the third prince's temperament? He has cultivated the mystical power of Qiankun within, and this realm is the Qiankun domain contained within the Qiankun circle. Here, we shall neither hunger nor age. We need not relieve ourselves, nor shall we perish. We shall remain confined in this manner, unless the third prince opens the exit." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao felt utterly despondent. Was this their fate, to be imprisoned in such a manner? But the true monarch has instructed me to convey a letter back to the heavenly court to prove that I am still alive. Indeed, I am alive. Yet I am devoid of freedom. With that, Kue Mu Wolf began to weep inconsolably. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, upon hearing this, were overwhelmed with despair. What was to become of them? Would they not be driven to madness from sheer boredom? After the heist at the Lotus Cave, several individuals departed, expressing their dissatisfaction with the stinginess of the Supreme Lord Laozi, who had not provided them with more equipment. As night fell, Nezha could no longer contain his curiosity. While everyone else was asleep, he stealthily slipped away, yearning to uncover the truth behind the peculiar dreams that had been haunting him lately. The chaotic sensations had left him restless, as both his intuition and feelings insisted that these were not mere dreams but fragments of his memory. He resolved to once again attempt to awaken the reincarnation Purple Lotus. Ao Bing was in a deep slumber, and Nezha knew that if he were to awaken, his plans would be thwarted. The dew-glaze furnace had not been stored within the tower, allowing him to directly transmute his consciousness into reality. He found an open space and summoned the Qing Wand and Fire Phoenix to enter the dew-glaze furnace. As Nezha began to cultivate his dantian, two luminous points flickered within, one red and one purple. The purple point transformed into a bud, which then blossomed, revealing the essence of the reincarnation Purple Lotus. The translucent Purple Lotus radiated a brilliant light and began to rotate slowly. The power of the reincarnation pathway surged forth. As Nezha's consciousness delved into the depths of the ocean within himself, where a barrier of pearls began to crack, releasing an abundance of celestial energy that instantly overwhelmed the demonic essence of the magic orb. Now, Nezha found himself amidst a chaotic realm of memories, a celestial landscape where he reverted to his youthful form. Looking down, he extended his hand, and indeed, it was small and slightly chubby. He playfully pinched his own cheek, confirming its softness. He began to wander, eventually discovering a spring. Peering into the water, he was astonished to see that his youthful visage had indeed transformed. In his childhood, he bore no demonic markings, only the seal of the magic orb, which his mother had covered with bangs. However, now his bangs could not conceal the marking, which had instead split into two strands, revealing three vertical floral patterns. His eyes remained golden, and his attire was unlike that of his previous garments in Chentang Pass. It appeared he had arrived at the place he had been searching for. Thus, he set out to seek out buildings or people. The creatures surrounding him were bizarre and enchanting, the scenery resembling a fairyland devoid of any signs of human presence. Curiously, none of these extraordinary beings dared approach him. They bore a striking resemblance to the illustrations he had once encountered in the Book of Tai. What was that book called? The classic of mountains and seas, or perhaps the classic of waters. Whatever it was, he thought. Little Pearl, running about again? Came a gentle voice. Turning to look, he saw a woman, her face obscured, identifiable only by her attire. He ran toward her, stopping before her. She tenderly patted his head and face, even pinching his bun. Why are you not in the Spirit Pearl Palace, running about instead? He recalled addressing her as Your Highness. Your Highness, who am I? You silly child. You are my, and also the guardian boy. Yet he could not hear, still unable to comprehend. However, the guardian child, coupled with her earlier self-reference as treasure, presents a certain contradiction. Nonetheless, she refers to herself as Little Pearl. While it is true that she is a demon orb, which could be likened to a pearl, the absence of her demon orb mark suggests that she is no longer one. Why, then, must she still refer to herself as a pearl? Why are there so many trivial matters to ponder? Is she treating me as if I were a Japanese person? Why is it that I can never catch the key words? Once more, this lady has taken my hand and led me away. Nezha sat at the table, gnawing on a peach larger than his own head. I must say, this grand peach is far more delectable than those from the Queen Mother of the West's orchard. It is imbued with greater spiritual essence. Yet, I find myself bereft of the desire to consume it, and I am reluctant to waste it. Thus, I painstakingly devour it all, a quantity far too copious for my current diminutive self, leaving my stomach in discomfort. Observing this little fellow, who stubbornly endures the excess to avoid wasting even a morsel of food, the woman could only smile in exasperation. Oh, this foolish Pearl. Little Pearl, come here. Nezha turned to see the woman beckoning him with a wave of her hand. To his surprise, he obediently approached her. The woman embraced him, placing him gently against her abdomen and rubbing it softly. He clearly found this rather distasteful, yet he was at a loss to understand his own feelings, as if a subconscious struggle for control over his body was taking place. Soon, the discomfort in his stomach dissipated. The woman sighed, indeed. The spiritual energy in this realm is still far too meager for you, pathetically so, in fact. And its quality is so low that it provokes a rejection from your body. What is she talking about? I cannot comprehend her words. Alas, if this continues, and you are unable to consume what you truly need, it is tantamount to never having eaten at all. What are we to do? What? Had I not just eaten a peach? How can she claim that I have not eaten at all? However, it soon became evident to him that the spiritual energy of this realm was of too low a quality and insufficient in quantity for his needs. It was akin to merely consuming a nutrient solution without partaking in actual sustenance, leaving him perpetually hungry. Moreover, this nutrient solution seemed to provoke a rejection response from his body. Thus he had not truly overindulged. Rather, his stomach merely ached from emptiness. Then, the woman conjured a crimson orb in her hand, emanating fierce flames. This small orb, the Chaos Fire Spirit Pearl, may serve you well. Take it and consume it, she said. This was one of the 5 elemental Chaos Spirit Pearls, collectively referred to as the 5 Spirit Pearls, created by the goddess Enwa. They represent the powers of earth, wood, metal, fire, and water. In ancient times, Enwa extracted the essence of the heavens and the earth, refining these pearls from the bones of 5 divine beings to suppress evil forces, while encapsulating the profound mysteries of the 5 elements. Legend has it that Enwa once used the 5 spirit pearls to seal 5 formidable beasts, thereby saving countless lives. Each spirit pearl harbors immense energy, capable of obliterating mountains and tearing apart rocks. When the 5 spirit pearls converge, the power they unleash is beyond measure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the 3 realms and beyond, revealing the boundless divine power of Enwa. Each pearl contains an inexhaustible force of chaos. From whence did she acquire it? The sequence of the world's evolution is as follows: Tao, the ultimate source, the void, primordial chaos, and the ancient wilderness. The purest force existed before the opening of the primordial chaos. Could it be that only through this chaotic energy could he achieve even a semblance of satiety? Upon encountering Nezha, the woman, with a hint of urgency, implored, "Child, please hold on. This world may seem desolate to you, yet you must make an effort. If you do not consume anything soon, you shall become exceedingly weak." At that moment, the flames of the fire spirit pearl extinguished and transferred to Nezha's hands. He rose and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lady. There is no need for thanks, dear child. It is my inability to nourish you that leaves you weaker with each passing day, your body diminishing." The scene began to blur, and he could no longer discern any sounds. It felt as though his consciousness was being forcefully withdrawn. No, he could not leave without understanding. Thus, Nezha desperately endeavored to pull his awareness back. Deep within him, a space was revealing itself, and the fissures of the pearl's barrier widened. A gentle light emanated from within, forming strands of crimson light that flowed through the cracks. These beams extended into his dantian, retrieving the spiritual elixirs. It became evident that this space lay deep within his dantian, where the red ribbons transported the elixirs back into the abyss. Other strands stretched further, while the unconscious Nezha exhibited a transformation reminiscent of his first encounter with the reincarnation purple lotus. The red ribbons streamed from his slightly parted lips, reaching towards the treasure pouch, capturing the chaotic azure lotus, the merit golden lotus, the world-destroying black lotus, the purifying white lotus, the guanine red lotus, the 9-colored divine lotus, the 9-grade golden lotus, and the 7-colored divine lotus. All were enveloped and drawn away, their hues transforming to match that of the respective lotuses. They absorbed the power of the divine lotuses, which swiftly transformed into spiritual elixirs, carried back into Nezha's being by those peculiar ribbons. Each elixir returned to the depths of his dantian, resembling miniature translucent divine lotuses, and were ushered into the barrier. Upon closer inspection, the central large pearl bore numerous tiny, dense cracks. After the divine lotuses entered his body, these fissures began to heal gradually. Nezha was awakening. Upon rising, he noticed a transformation within himself. Through the transparent mirror of the furnace, he beheld his childhood self in Chentang Pass, the magical patterns still intact. His body had changed, drawing the divine lotuses within, forming a bud in his dantian. Once the flowers bloom within his dantian, he would acquire their divine powers and the essence of the lotus. Each moment that a lotus blossoms signifies his awakening. What has become of his body? What has transpired? Could it be connected to those enigmatic memories? Nezha sensed that if he could recall all those vague memories, he would uncover the complete truth. Now, it seemed, there was no need for sleep any longer. Chapter 20. The Celestial Realm's Golden Circle Prince and the Earthly Realm's Village Tyrant gazing at the little one with twin buns atop her head, he realized it was Nezha. Initially, Tang Xing thought a child had been lost, only to be caught by the familiar force that pinned him to the tree. But how had he shrunk? Oh, this fellow rose in the middle of the night to practice his martial skills, only to find himself in quite a predicament. While Yang Jian was taken aback by his audacity to train at such an hour, he found more amusement in the sight of him unable to revert to his original form. Nonetheless, this little visage was rather endearing. Too bad one could not simply play with him. Who would dare to do so? However, shrinking in stature is one matter, while the journey ahead is another. Upon witnessing Nezha's diminutive form, Ao Bing felt a pang of reluctance to scold him, as it evoked an inescapable guilt akin to reprimanding a child. Upon awakening, he noticed that his surroundings appeared much lower than usual. To his surprise, this little one had stealthily slipped out while he was asleep. Yet, recognizing the smallness of Nezha, he felt a moral conflict in chastising him, and though he struggled to find the words, he still managed to utter a few. Sensing Nezha's displeasure, he observed that the young one had puffed out his cheeks. Alas, it seemed that with this transformation into a smaller form, his temperament and actions had also gravitated towards that of a child. After walking for a while, the monk Tang Xing began to exclaim his fatigue. The tasks at hand were truly numerous. This time, he directly utilized his heavenly eye while mounted on the horse and discovered that his physical strength was severely depleted, a consequence of prolonged exertion that exceeded his physical capabilities. Riding a horse while being jostled about could indeed be quite exhausting. There was no alternative but to allow for a longer rest and to reduce their pace. While the man and horse were partaking of some fruit, the trio sensed a gaze upon them. They had evidently arrived at yet another difficult station. This particular dilemma involved son Wukong and some familial matters, specifically concerning his eldest sworn brother, the powerful bull demon King's son, known as the Red Boy or Niu Shengying. Upon hearing that Tang Xing was on his way, he plotted to feast upon the monk's flesh. However, his subordinates were rather clever, compelling him to take matters into his own hands and scout the situation. Upon inspection, he noticed a girl younger than himself, leading him to believe that today might yield a twofold opportunity. In the distance, cries for help from children echoed, prompting Tang Xing's instinctive urge to investigate. Yet, hesitation gripped him, and he refrained from action, opting instead to locate the source of the distress. The three understood precisely what the cries signified. Once the monk was captured and faced some trials, they would symbolically partake in the process, robbing what they could before departing. As Tang Xing approached, he was swiftly seized by the Red Boy, who was concealed behind a tree. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a cave, confronted by a young boy who proclaimed his intent to devour him and insisted on riding his horse first. Tang Xing, on the verge of tears, began to lament his lack of stamina, attempting to appeal to the child's better nature. Unfortunately, The village bully possessed no such kindness and insisted that Tang Xing serve as his steed. Ultimately, the monk was pinned to the ground by a horde of little demons, forced to act as the mount for their king. In a moment of desperation, he yearned to extol the virtues of his 3 disciples, but his mouth was obstructed by a furry hand. To Tang Xing, although he could not speak of his disciples in their presence, the Bodhisattva had instructed them to refer to one another as master and disciple. Thus he still regarded himself as their mentor. Sensing that time was of the essence, the 3 disciples resolved to act independently, endeavoring to avoid detection, allowing Tang Xing a brief respite. Presently, Sun Wukong realized that both the Buddhist realm and the heavenly court were conspiring against him. Tang Xing, being associated with the Buddha, was merely a pawn in this elaborate scheme. In his eyes, the gratitude for being rescued from the 5 Fingers Mountain had long since dissipated. Now, the only monkey willing to speak on Tang Xing's behalf had shifted his allegiance. Previously, he had cherished the memory of Tang Xing's rescue, but that sentiment had faded. Were it not for the Three-Eyed's plans against the heavenly court, he would not have even considered acting. Thus, their separate maneuvers proceeded at a sluggish pace. They could have flown but chose to walk, and even when they could have used their heavenly eyes to scout, they remained tightly shut, adhering to a philosophy of slowness. After a while, Nezha sensed the approaching figure and decided to wait rather than retreat. Indeed, the next moment, a little ghost swaggered boldly into view, exclaiming with audacity, "Esteemed beauty, from this day forth, you shall be the esteemed consort of my King Sheng. Take pride in that. Pray, what nonsense are you uttering? Surely, you do not wish for a particularly cruel demise. Ao Bing, cease your laughter. Should you continue, I shall sever your dragon whip and steep it in spirits. All right. I shall refrain from laughter." Upon witnessing the disdainful expression of his captain's wife, the red boy swiftly deduced that she was undoubtedly not a local. Hence, unaware of the formidable prowess of the holy infant king, he promptly leaped beside Nezha and proclaimed, "What is it? Does my lady not believe in the might of the holy infant king? Accompanying me guarantees a life of luxury and indulgence. To be with you is to wallow in the mire. Moreover, my father is none other than the mighty bull demon king, the elder brother of the great sage equal to heaven, who stirred the heavenly palace 5 centuries ago. I shall not hesitate to inform my lady that I have captured the monk Tang Xing. It is said that consuming even a morsel of his flesh grants immortality. What say you to that?" With his nose held high, Nezha was rendered speechless. Was this truly a matter worthy of boasting? "Oh, you wish to compete with my background, do you? Very well. My master is the primordial heavenly sovereign, my father the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, and my mother Princess Qinglian, Yinshinyang. My master is one of the 12 golden immortals, Tai Jinren. My elder brother is the protector of the front section of Mount Meru, and my second brother is the guardian disciple of Guanyin. I myself am a general of the celestial court, the marshal of the central altar, and the supreme commander of the 3 military divisions of land, sea, and sky. My senior brother is the holy true monarch of the Erlang at Guanjinku. Your great sage uncle is also my comrade. Your father is merely suited to be treated as an elite monster to be farmed for experience. What are you boasting about?" The Golden Circle Prince regarded the village tyrant from a small hill with amusement. Wait, does that not make him the nephew of Monkey King? He should be addressing him as uncle. Realizing this, Nezha felt a sense of responsibility as an uncle and thought to engage with his nephew, Ao Bing, in this context. Does that not make us both great nephews? Please be cautious not to harm him. As your uncle, I must certainly have some fun with this lad. Thus, Nezha maintained his disdainful demeanor, arms crossed, and declared, "I only fancy the strong. You are clearly not of that sort." Upon hearing Nezha's words, the red boy burst into laughter, leaping atop the nearby head. My lady, take note. Your husband possesses the true fire of Samadhi. This fire cannot be extinguished by mere water." He then pinched his nose, pressed down, and from his nostrils erupted a torrent of fierce flames. Indeed, it was the true fire of Samadhi. Wait, something was amiss. The flames were emitting black smoke. When Nezha practiced the Samadhi true fire, he achieved perfection without a trace of smoke. He recalled a previous encounter where he had teased Tai and ended up with swollen lips, during which he had used his fire control technique, releasing a puff of gas instead of flames. "What do you think, my lady? Is your man impressive?" Subsequently, Nezha lifted one foot, revealing a fiery wheel beneath, emanating Samadhi true fire of superior quality, which effortlessly absorbed his own flames. Was it truly the case that his most formidable asset was to be trampled underfoot? At this moment, his uncle expressed concern for his dear nephew. "My dear nephew, let us have a serious discussion about your defiance of the heavenly order and your intention to marry me. Traditional weapons proved ineffective. Neither the spear nor the lasso could suffice, nor could any mixed items. Thus, he resorted to wielding a gold brick, which he hurled at the boy, resulting in a renowned foreign feline's anguished cry. In Chapter 21, the gold brick and circle became instruments of filial piety. The fire spear currently in the hands of the red child was merely an ordinary red tassel spear, while Nezha wielded a renowned and powerful magical artifact. The spearhead was shattered by the gold brick. The gold brick relentlessly pursued the red child, occasionally delivering blows to his back and even striking his knee, causing him to tumble to the ground. The red child, chased by the gold brick, ran in all directions, spewing fire wildly. Ao Bing, unable to bear the sight any longer, revealed himself, wielding a delicate blue fan intermingled with silver and purple hues. This fan, a pillar from the dew-luminous stove, was the moon god's water moon gold ice fan. As Ao Bing waved the fan, a tremendous icy tempest erupted from its surface, casting a silvery blue ribbon that blanketed the area in a thin layer of white snow. The red child's yet-to-be perfected samadhi true fire was extinguished instantly. "All right, Nezha, cease your antics," Ao Bing interjected. Nezha clicked his tongue, and the gold brick returned to his hand. The red child lay amidst the soft snow, contemplating the fervent and fierce love of his lady, feeling quite enamored. When asked about his preferences in childhood, he had expressed a desire for a strong partner. As his father was the mighty bull demon king, and thus his bride must also possess strength. For some reason, Nezha felt an ominous sensation upon seeing his nephew rise. The subsequent remark made both of them wonder if the boy had lost his senses. "Huh, my lady, your skills are remarkable. I must claim you as my bride. I am male." Why, then, was he so excited? Was there something amiss with his orientation? Or had the crossbreeding affected his mind? Upon noticing an additional presence beside him, he inquired, "Who are you to stand alongside my lady?" Ao Bing merely smiled and replied, "Child, you cannot overpower us. It would be prudent for you to return home." "Huh, why should I heed your words? You are unarmed. What do you intend to fight us with?" Indeed, he had lost his weapon, and his nose was still numbed by the cold, rendering him temporarily incapable of breathing fire. Consequently, he leaned closer to Nezha, requesting the brick he had used earlier, not to borrow, but to claim. Naturally, the answer was a resounding no. "You are my lady, so why deny me? Get lost. I am not your lady. What I say is final. Repeat that. I only admire those stronger than myself." Having endured enough, Nezha reached his limit. His nephew had overstepped. Unwilling to tolerate such insolence any longer, he retaliated, wielding the Qiankun circle in one hand and the golden brick in the other. He struck the red boy directly in the face with the golden brick, propelling him skyward. Following that, he smashed the golden brick against the Qiankun circle, unleashing a cascade of golden rings that ensnared the red boy's neck and limbs, emitting a soft glow. As the red boy fell to the ground, he was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to being struck by countless stones, writhing in agony and crying out incessantly. "Enough, Nezha, it's over," Ao Bing interjected. Upon hearing this, Nezha retracted the golden brick and the Qiankun circle, causing the golden rings around the red boy to dissipate. Had he not been a monkey, he might have been severely injured. However, as he rose, he spat defiantly, refusing to submit. Regrettably, despite his rebellious spirit, he lacked the resolve to act upon it. In response, Ao Bing snapped his fingers, redirecting the moon gold ice fan, which conjured a flurry of visible blue snow. This snowstorm enveloped a colossal stone nearly the size of 3 men standing hand in hand, effortlessly lifting it into the air, transforming it into ice, and reducing it to fragments that mingled with the icy wind, directed toward the red boy. With his nasal passages suddenly clear, he hastily expelled the true fire of samadhi. But it was extinguished by the winds, offering no resistance as it surged toward him. The red boy, caught in the icy gale, screamed in anguish, lamenting his eyes, ears, and nose. From his cries, it was evident that the tiny ice shards had invaded his sensitive areas, inflicting both pain and cold. In less than a quarter of an hour, he cried out, "I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" I should not have captured Tang Sung, nor been disrespectful." "And what else?" "I should not have mistreated Zhang. I must be a good child." "Is there anything else?" This query from Ao Bing left the red child utterly perplexed. He found himself at a loss for what more there could be, prompting him to inquire further. To his astonishment, Ao Bing suggested whether he desired a mountain bride. This left the red child in a state of confusion, not for lack of female company. Though the mountains were sparsely populated, he had encountered his fair share of maidens. Yet, none could compare to Nezha, who was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever seen. with hair as dark as ink and a delicate visage reminiscent of a full moon. Her skin was remarkably smooth and fair, her eyes glimmering like crystal, a striking shade of red. Her lips were small and rosy, akin to a celestial phoenix. Seeing that the red child remained silent, Ao Bing waved his hand, quickening the wind's speed. Nezha, in turn, activated the spell once more, causing the previously vanished golden ring to reappear. Under this dual pressure, the red child lost his temper, exclaiming that he no longer wished to play and intended to return to his mother, vowing to be a good child and never again to emerge as a monster. This compelled the two to cease their pursuits, for the Golden Circle's enchantments still bound him, threatening further confinement should he misbehave. If his father were to learn of his courage, he would undoubtedly have another name bestowed upon him. For the greatest bane of the Bull Demon King was indeed the Qiankun Circle, a ring capable of transforming him into a mere bullock. Furthermore, there was the demon-slaying sword, which could reduce him to a bowl of beef noodles. Truly, he was a dutiful son. Once the child had been sufficiently subdued, Ao Bing retracted his fan and returned to Nezha's form, determined to ensure the boy did not grow overly reliant on magical artifacts. Hence, Nezha administered another lesson with his fists, intended for the betterment of his nephew, not as retribution for past grievances. "What kind of person are you?" questioned the red child, who, after capturing Tang's song, had been treated like a steed, causing the monk to lament his aching back. Nezha promptly delivered a punch to Tang Seng's abdomen, justifying it as a means to correct his posture. This resulted in the monk suffering internal injuries. The red child, now somewhat intimidated, was far from his previous rebellious self. He genuinely yearned to return home to his mother. As he made his way back to the banana leaf cave, he encountered Sun Wukong, who had been summoned. Nezha hurriedly approached to introduce his nephew to the Monkey King, emphasizing how he had assisted in his reformation. At this moment, the red child could feel the warmth of affection emanating from his uncle Sunday. Chapter 22. The king of the Black Chicken Kingdom. Upon arriving at a certain temple, Tang Seng sought shelter within its confines. After a lengthy discussion, he was met with refusal, which left him utterly exasperated. He preferred to rest in the company of these three fearsome individuals rather than endure the unsettling solitude of the forest. With no other recourse, this bald monk, overwhelmed by trivial matters, prompted Sun Wukong to lift a stone lion at the temple entrance and stride into the temple, putting on a performance for the monks. The spectacle startled the monks, who feared being crushed, but it ultimately secured them lodging. As midnight approached, Nezha retreated to his chamber, eager to continue his practice of the reincarnation purple lotus, for he longed to return to his original form. He yearned for the physique of his youth, a body that was diminutive and slight, and he could no longer endure being perceived as a mere child. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the cycle of the purple lotus. However, he was suddenly seized in a warm embrace by Ao Bing, who cautioned him against such folly. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Naturally, Nezha struggled against the grip, but Ao Bing's strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, the scales of the dragon adorned Ao Bing's body, rendered him impervious to Nezha's attempts to escape. Yet, Nezha was not one to heed warnings, particularly as his current state was untenable. "I shall practice, but only if you remain by my side," he stipulated. For Ao Bing was curious as to why Nezha had diminished in stature. Thus, as Nezha assumed a meditative position to cultivate, Ao Bing established a protective barrier nearby, ensuring secrecy as Nezha delved into the cycle of the purple lotus. The risks of exposure were too great. As he embarked on his journey through the cycle, the surrounding air ignited with green and white-blue flames. The white-blue fire was the true fire of the Yin, the source of extreme yang, while the green flames represented the ghostly fire of the netherworld, embodying the essence of the underworld. Ao Bing maintained a safe distance, wary of the flames that might inadvertently scorch him. Subsequently, various hues of fire enveloped Nezha, intertwining and revolving. The fires of extreme yin and yang mirroring the cycles of death and rebirth. In stark contrast to the purple flames, they continuously refined and reshaped Nezha's form. His body transformed ceaselessly, and he felt the power within him ascend. The purple lotus bud nestled in the depths of his dantian glimmered softly, drawing forth the endless pathways of reincarnation towards the central orb, which was fracturing under strain, cracks spreading throughout his being. Yet, many fissures had already aligned with the pathways of reincarnation. Through the authoritative power of the laws governing reincarnation, these cracks were veiled in purple light. The green lotus bud within the orb seemed to absorb life-giving energy. In a moment of clarity, the essence of reincarnation was summoned forth, and the small orbs floating in the air returned to mend the shattered orb. "Help me, O esteemed immortals." Ao Bing, upon hearing the commotion, heightened his perception and detected a soul lingering at the entrance of the monk's chamber. The figure of the monk appeared semi-transparent, suggesting this soul possessed some degree of cultivation, as it had drawn forth the monk's consciousness from slumber. The soul enveloped by the spiritual orb obscured the gloom of the world, rendering it undetectable to all but the most attuned. Listening to the conversation, Ao Bing discerned that this was a wronged spirit. He was the king of the Wuji kingdom, who, after enduring years of drought, had welcomed a master promising rain. After the master fulfilled his promise, the king rejoiced and forged a brotherly bond with him. However, one day, while strolling in the courtyard, the master pointed to a nearby well, claiming it could allow the king's shadow to join him in a game of chess. Having witnessed the master's prowess in summoning rain, the king readily agreed, eager for the opportunity to behold such wonders. Yet, as he leaned over the well, his reflection emerged, but it was unable to ascend. Inquiring of the ailing master, he found his shadow reluctant to return. The master then instructed him to look again, and as he did, the shadow seized his wrist and dragged him down. Despite his desperate pleas, the master, from behind, gave him a push, sending him into the well and sealing it with a heavy stone. The master took on the guise of the king, usurping his throne, his family, and his kingdom. As a wronged spirit, he was unable to enter the afterlife, for he had unfinished business, and thus he roamed this land as a wandering ghost. Sensing the presence of powerful beings, he sought to resolve his grievances. Over the years, he had witnessed his beloved queen imprisoned in the depths of the palace, a sight that filled him with anguish. He offered his only token, a cherished jade salmon passed down through generations. The kind-hearted monk readily accepted his plea. Observing this, Ao Bing withdrew his perception and turned to the meditating Nezha, knowing that he must not be disturbed. Yet, Nezha, ever observant of the situation outside, noticed Ao Bing's distraction and paused his practice. "Why have you stopped? This is not a retreat. I am merely absorbing the essence of the world, and no revelations have surfaced. What has transpired?" With a resigned sigh, Ao Bing recounted the events he had sensed. Clearly, they had reached a critical juncture. Indeed, the very next moment, Yang Jin arrived, knocking at the door, requesting Ao Bing's presence. Nezha prepared himself, and Ao Bing departed their separate ways. Nezha headed towards the monk, while Ao Bing sought the well. As fortune would have it, Ao Bing excelled at locating water sources. Otherwise, he would have transformed into Nezha's likeness to investigate, for he was disinclined to endure the monk's discourse. Concealing his form, he flew swiftly, ultimately arriving at the rear palace of Wuji Kingdom. Fortunately, the temple was not far from the kingdom. Following the sound of flowing water, he discovered the well, lifting the stone to prevent detection by patrolling soldiers, and resealing the entrance behind him as he descended into the depths. To his surprise, the well was quite deep, leading to a wondrous realm below. There, he beheld a familiar structure, a small palace, adorned in a style reminiscent of the Dragon Palace. Approaching the grand hall, he read the plaque inscribed with the words Dragon Palace. He knocked gently and offered a respectful bow. "I, Ao Bing of the East Sea Dragon clan, come to intrude. I beseech your understanding." Upon hearing the commotion, a toad approached to open the door, garbed in tattered attire, suggesting he was a guard, albeit in a dilapidated state. "You are of the East Sea Dragon clan?" "Indeed, I have come seeking a corpse. Might you have seen it?" Upon hearing Ao Bing's inquiry, the toad led him into the palace. This was undoubtedly the smallest dragon palace Ao Bing had ever encountered. Something must have transpired. Regardless, he pressed forward into the presence of the Dragon King. Upon entering the main hall, Ao Bing noted the absence of a Dragon King's throne, replaced instead by a simple wooden rocking chair, and the Dragon King himself appeared quite tattered. Little Dragon pays respects to the Dragon King. No need for such formalities. No need. Forgive my intrusion. May I inquire what has transpired here? Nothing much. It is merely that after the well's mouth was obstructed, my underground water domain has been deprived of illumination, shrouded in darkness, unable to connect with the outside world. We are unable to move that colossal stone, left here merely to await our demise. However, this is not the primary reason. The main issue lies in the fact that 5 years ago, a peculiar individual arrived and threatened us, forbidding any rainfall for 5 years. It is the loss of our incense and offerings that has led to our current state of desolation. Before the stone was pressed down, a man indeed fell into the well. From the attire of that individual, I discerned that he was the king of the kingdom of black chickens. Thus, I employed the stabilizing essence to preserve his primordial spirit, ensuring that his corporeal form would not decay. You may take him away, but I beseech you to remove the stone atop the well. Rest assured, our purpose here is not solely to rescue the king. We shall also eradicate that malevolent creature. came the reply. If that is truly the case, I am eternally grateful. Please, follow me. Guided by the disgraced old Dragon King, Ao Bing carried the remains of the king of the kingdom of black chickens back home. Chapter 23. The Bodhisattva Manjushri surprisingly summons people after retrieving the remains of the Black Chicken King. Ao Bing temporarily encased them in ice. After all, the stabilizing pearl had been returned to the old Dragon King. He decided to place it in Nezha's chamber for safekeeping, intending to devise a plan to gain the trust of the prince when he came hunting the following day, and subsequently resurrect the king so he could return to the palace. To bring this man back to life, one would either have to visit King Yama to amend the Book of Life and Death or beseech the Celestial Lord for the 9-turn soul rejuvenation pill. Before long, Nezha returned to the chamber, glancing at the large block of ice on the floor, and playfully tapped it a few times. He then shared with Ao Bing their strategy for gaining the prince's trust. Sun Wukong and Tang Sun would be responsible for establishing that trust, while Yang Jian would investigate the sorcerer's background. Nezha would focus on devising a method to revive the long-lost king and locate the heroic fragments. Now that they possessed these fragments, reviving him should be feasible. The reincarnation purple pill would suffice, so Ao Bing retrieved a vial. For a common person, half a pill would be adequate. He placed it into a water-filled bottle and prepared to proceed, knowing that Nezha wished to startle the two men, thus conceding to the request. After shattering the ice, he poured the water from the vial onto the face of the Black Chicken King. Endless lavender light danced around him, as the power of reincarnation reversed his fate, transporting him back 5 years, while the celestial essence mended his bodily flaws, swiftly bringing him back from the path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation bifurcates into 2 significant segments: the path of death that all beings traverse after demise, and the vibrant path of life. The reincarnation purple pill, forged from the essence of the reincarnation purple lotus, serves as a potent remedy for those with cultivation. Conversely, for ordinary individuals on the brink of death, it can grant revival and prolong life. However, for those brimming with vitality, consuming it could prove toxic, if fortunate enough to survive. One might even transform into a ghostly cultivator. At that moment, the king awakened, still disoriented, when Nezha swiftly interrupted him, offering no time for contemplation. He succinctly outlined the plan to restore his kingdom, indifferent to whether the king comprehended it. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, utilizing his celestial vision, discerned the true form of the king within the palace. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it was the steed of the Bodhisattva Manjushri, the auspicious blue-maned lion, also referred to as the lion beast. Though not particularly remarkable, it could still serve as a useful asset. However, the trio had not considered collaborating effectively with Tang Seng's plan. While they reveled in their own thoughts, the Real King was transformed into wood. As they charged toward the palace, what folly it was to entertain conspiracies when they possessed such overwhelming strength. Moreover, they had confirmed the opponent's background and capabilities. On the way to the palace, they exchanged information regarding the king's revival. Nezha merely mentioned that it was some 9-turn soul rejuvenation pills his master had obtained from the Celestial Lord. The blue-maned lion remained in slumber when suddenly, the ceiling collapsed. The beast's heightened senses roused it from its sleep as it swiftly sprang from its bed. "Help! We have intruders." As the soldiers patrolling the surroundings heard the commotion, they rushed into the emperor's chamber. However, upon witnessing the 3 figures suspended in midair, they were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a flurry of red silks swept through, casting them aside. The false king raised a hand, and the various beastly patterns carved upon the surrounding columns sprang to life, descending to attack the 3 individuals before escaping through a nearby window. Yet, they were obstructed by the howling celestial dog. With such rudimentary tactics, the dog swiftly dispatched them with a club, a spear, and a gun, leaving shattered tiles strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, the imposter was firmly blocked by the howling celestial dog, who, in a state of panic, revealed his true form. Outside, a group of civil officials preparing to rush and happened to witness their king transform into a cerulean lion, sending them into a state of terror as the lion lunged toward them, prompting a frantic retreat to the other side. The blue-haired lion charged forth, while the 3 figures placed the wooden object they had brought onto the ground, transforming it back into the king and then pursuing the lion. The howling celestial dog followed closely, occasionally barking to signal its master behind. Soon enough, the 3 managed to catch up, leaving the blue-haired lion no choice but to change direction and pounce toward Nezha. Nezha seized the mystical silken cord, capturing the lion and tossing it toward Yang Jian, who, retracting his magical artifact, directly grasped its mane and flung it to the monkey. The monkey, in turn, tossed it back to Nezha, who, along with his companions, treated the lion as a mere plaything. Old Third, stop this at once. Hearing the familiar voice, Nezha halted the motion of throwing, lifting the blue-haired lion above his head. Turning to see his second brother, Nezha, the two brothers, having not seen each other for years, immediately released the lion and approached one another. Observing his younger brother revert to his youthful form, Nezha thought little of it, as Nezha was always capable of shifting between his child and adolescent appearances. As Nezha flew closer, the brothers exchanged fist bumps and settled into a comfortable camaraderie. Observing their interaction, Yang Jian merely kept the lion pinned to the ground, refraining from intruding. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong recalled the chaos during the Heavenly Palace's upheaval, realizing that this individual was likely among those summoned by the Heavenly Court for aid. Having fought him for several rounds wielding a staff known as the Hunyuan Iron Rod, their intentions were clear. Yet it appeared that Nezha was referred to as Nezha's elder brother. How Nezha would handle the situation depended entirely on his own decisions. Second brother, what brings you here? Nezha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled being summoned in the middle of the night by a neighboring deity to retrieve their steed. However, he was puzzled as to why Manjushri Bodhisattva had called upon him, seated beneath Guanyin Bodhisattva, for the task of fetching a mere mount. The outcome was to request from my younger brother, who surely understood the temperament of our sibling. It seemed that even the Bodhisattva Manjushri would have to reclaim his mount. Given that he dispatched me only because I am his beloved elder brother and our relationship is amicable, there was no alternative. My elder brother serves as the protector of the frontiers of the spiritual mountain, under the auspices of the Tathagata Buddha. Naturally, the Bodhisattva Manjushri felt hesitant to seek personnel from the Buddha and thus sought my superior here in the South Sea. One wonders, who conceived the notion of sending the three of us to escort Tang Song on his journey for scriptures? Did he not comprehend the fierceness of our younger brother's temperament? What is this? After this endeavor concludes, my brother will likely transfer here as well. Then it's of little concern. Thus, I relayed everything candidly. This is somewhat arduous. How should I put it? The face of my elder brother must be preserved. Can we grant a fabricated excuse? That, naturally, will not suffice. It would be discovered. Following this, Nezha said nothing further but gently descended beside Yang Jian, inquiring how to proceed. Yang Jian, perceiving Nezha's predicament, responded, letting one go should pose no issue. You may have your brother return to report, but in the South Sea, the two bodhisattvas awaited Nezha, who did not arrive until the following day. Nezha, battered and accompanied by the near-lifeless Qingmao lion, collapsed the moment he set foot in the South Sea. Upon witnessing this scene, the two bodhisattvas were taken aback. Manjushri approached to assess the injuries. Indeed, they were grievous, with a wound perilously close to a vital area, merely 2 inches away. Guanyin picked up a willow branch and sprinkled the sweet dew upon the two. For this, dew possessed abundant spiritual energy, with the capacity to restore life, even reviving the ginseng fruit tree. Before long, Nezha regained consciousness, and upon seeing his superiors, he rose, brushed off the dirt, and bowed respectfully. Bodhisattvas, Nezha has fulfilled the task. Queen Traveler, what transpired? The matter unfolds thus. At the behest of the two bodhisattvas, Nezha went to reclaim the Qingmao lion. However, as you both are aware, my brother's temperament is quite notorious. Initially, discussions were amicable, yet the great sage was determined to possess the Qingmao lion. Our differing opinions led to a quarrel, and my younger brother was swayed by the great sage and the true lord. I was unable to contend against their persuasive words. As you both know, even if my father, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, were present, my younger brother would dare to strike a few blows. Let alone when it concerns my elder brother, whom I seldom see. Had it not been for the bond of shared motherhood, my third brother might have truly resorted to the noble act of fratricide. Both bodhisattvas were taken aback, yet this was indeed the case. The old Nezha had succumbed to demonic influences and had a history of nearly slaying his own father. There were numerous instances thereafter, including but not limited to the third prince, who ruthlessly kicked King Li in front of a multitude of heavenly soldiers. A person capable of inflicting such self-harm could very well turn against their biological parents. Initially, upon witnessing the nearly fatal condition of his steed, Manjushri Bodhisattva felt a surge of anger. However, upon seeing Nezha, battered and bruised, it was evident that he had endured a fierce battle. It was likely out of respect for their shared maternal lineage that he allowed Nezha to return. Thus, Manjushri refrained from further reproach. As the survival of the steed was paramount, other matters seemed trivial in comparison. Observing his weary disciple, who bore the scars of battle while carrying another's steed, Manjushri remained present. Avalokiteshvara, acknowledging the hardships endured, produced her Vajra pestle and directly gifted it to Nezha as compensation. After all, having sustained such grievous injuries while accomplishing a task warranted some form of reward. She cast a sidelong glance at Manjushri as she spoke. This Vajra pestle, instrumental in subduing malevolent forces and vanquishing adversaries, symbolized invincible strength. Nezha's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he accepted the offering from Avalokiteshvara, recognizing that it not only enhanced his reputation among peers as a commendable leader, but also served to provide some recompense from Manjushri. Regardless of the circumstances, Nezha was under his tutelage. Thus, the treasure's possession by him was equivalent to it being in her hands. When one borrows a disciple, and they return after fulfilling their duty, albeit injured, it is only fitting to offer some form of acknowledgement. In light of this, Manjushri cleared his throat, realizing he had little of significance to offer. Thus, he divided several of the 9 Revolution's soul recovery pills, received from the Supreme Elder Lord, and bestowed them upon Nezha. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed, and Avalokiteshvara also took her leave, advising Nezha to recuperate properly. Once they had vacated the area and no one else was around, Nezha could no longer suppress his smile. Indeed, he was injured. After subduing the lion, Yang Jian had provided him with various medicinal elixirs, some akin to anesthetics, and he had been unceremoniously struck several times. In a swift motion, he rushed to the various medical houses, procuring untreated blood from patients, which he applied to his face. This created an impression of a fierce battle, with Nezha appearing as if he had been splattered with tomato juice. Prior to application, he had meticulously purified the substance, as the essence of some patient's blood differed significantly from that of ordinary individuals, easily discernible to the adept. After considerable effort, he even consumed a potent elixir that induced intense pain throughout his body, crafting a visage of suffering as part of his elaborate ruse. Consequently, those from the spiritual mountain and heavenly court would be dissuaded from demanding the steed and the brother's presence, while he could also secure some form of compensation. The affairs in the kingdom of Uji proceeded remarkably well. Thanks to the earlier transformation into a lion and the white jade bestowed by the king, his position was secured. However, on the preceding day, Tang Sing had spent the better part of the day in the temple's main hall with an empty box, waiting in vain for any visitors, as the three had already indulged in breakfast at the court. Chapter 24. The cowardly demons of the kingdom of Chechi. As the journey progressed, the landscape turned desolate. After an indeterminate period, the remaining companions, save for Tang Sung, began to hear distant wails, indicating some form of trouble ahead, prompting them to quicken their pace. Suddenly, a burly man fell from above, and without need for words, they all evaded him, burying themselves into the ground. In a display of kindness, Sun Wukong helped the man to his feet. The man spat out a mouthful of dirt, and upon dismounting, Tang Sung uttered a chant of Amitabha before inquiring why they had captured these monks to serve as laborers. "We are monks from the eastern land of Great Tang." "Bah! Get lost. There is but one monk here." Subsequently, Nezha delivered a powerful downward kick, leaping into a perfect split, and with a swift motion, sent Tang Sing plunging into the ground. The force was impeccably controlled, leaving everyone bewildered and contemplative, while the celestial dog was summoned to excavate. The robust man was taken aback, pondering who this fierce child might be. Eventually, Yang Jian stepped forth and inquired, "Pardon our intrusion, but may I ask the purpose of capturing so many monks? Our leader's greatest adversary is indeed the monk. Given that your entourage includes one among us, it seems only fitting that he remains to assist," came the response. Thus, Tang Sung was doused with a bucket of water, jolting him awake, his head and legs throbbing painfully. However, in the next instant, he was struck by a whip, urging him to rise and labor. Tang Sung, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Do not stare. The companions you arrived with have left you behind. No more idle chatter. Get to work." Upon hearing the robust man's words, Tang Sing found it hard to believe that those three had abandoned him, though their dispositions were harsh. He thought it unlikely they would be so cruel as to forsake him. "No, wait. I must speak to your leader," he insisted, firmly believing that if he could meet the leader or the king, his eloquence would undoubtedly persuade them. After all, his three disciples possessed extraordinary abilities and would certainly come to his rescue. They were merely jesting with him, seeking to frighten him. They were on a pilgrimage to the west for sacred scriptures and would never abandon him. He had received divine guidance from the Bodhisattva Guanyin, marking him as the destined seeker of enlightenment. Furthermore, he held a household registration in the Tang dynasty. Surely they would show some respect to the Tang. The robust man, listening to the monk's words, perceived that the monk's mind had been rendered dazed. "What is your status, and what status does our leader hold? Surely, you are not awake," he retorted, delivering a scathing reprimand and a few more lashes. "I am the chosen one by the Bodhisattva. Do you not fear retribution?" The robust man was instantly amused, his laughter drawing the attention of several colleagues, who began to mimic and mockingly repeat Tang Sang's earlier remarks, resulting in a chorus of laughter from those around. Listening to their derision, Tang Sung felt a pang of discomfort, his hands instinctively clenching. The burly men encircled him, treating the foolish monk as a mere plaything. Overwhelmed by fear, Tang Sung resorted to invoking his status as a citizen of the Tang dynasty, only to invite further ridicule. The consequences were predictable. Tang Sung was destined to face the calamity of Shari country. Meanwhile, the three individuals had already entered the realm, preparing to obtain the necessary travel documents. However, the officials here were indifferent, as they were preoccupied with assisting their king in a sacrificial ceremony, intending to offer the monks to the malevolent deity. It seemed that without resolution, they had no choice but to fly past. Subsequently, Yang Jian conducted an inspection, yielding a result that brought great joy to them all. The three demons of Shari country were mere unruly ruffians. As these three approached the king to present their elixirs, they mingled with the crowd below the platform. However, a conscientious minister reported to the king that someone sought travel documents, but the king dismissed the request. Having heard of a monk's arrival from his subordinates, it was presumed that those seeking the documents were in league with the monk, warranting their capture and execution. Yet, the minister argued that this monk was sent by the emperor of the Tang dynasty to journey westward for scriptures, and given the vast influence and prosperity of the Eastern Tang, it would be unwise to provoke them. The king retorted, claiming his realm boasted a population of 10,000. Was there truly a kingdom larger than his? The three monsters fanned the flames, agreeing with the king and suspecting the minister of being a spy. Demanding immediate capture of the group for execution, their heads displayed on the city walls. In the next moment, a colossal staff descended from above, crashing into the ground before the throne, embedding itself deeply, sending shards of stone flying, and causing the assembly to stagger and fall. The suddenness of it startled everyone, prompting most to flee in panic. The tiger demon among the trio quickly regained composure, shouting, "The great tiger power is here. Let no one act with impunity. Your grandfather is present." The voice echoed from above, compelling the remaining onlookers to gaze skyward, though the height deterred many. Yet, the towering pillar gradually thinned and lowered, revealing the silhouette of a monkey at its apex. Upon recognizing the figure, the tiger demon felt that this was merely a small, somewhat skilled monkey demon. But the staff in its grasp gave him an unsettling feeling. It must be a formidable magical artifact. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. "Who are you?" "I am the one seeking those travel documents. Shall we three slay you all at once, or shall we take you down one by one?" "Huh, such arrogance. Do not say we three are bullying you. What skills could a monkey, a pretty boy, and a mere child possibly possess?" Amidst a lively exchange, the question arose. How shall we compete? In response to this challenge, the esteemed deities, Master Yangli and Master Luli, huddled close to Master Huli, deliberating on a contest of ferocity. After much contemplation, they resolved that if they were to engage in a competition, it should be one of utmost intensity. After all, the monkey among them possessed a staff capable of transformation, allowing for both expansion and contraction at will. Thus, the challenge was issued. "Who among you dares to compete with me in a cauldron of boiling oil?" With this daring proclamation, laughter erupted among the trio. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his mirth, declared, "Three-eyed, little sister, did he just propose a contest in scalding oil? Very well, I shall compete with you. And I hope your cauldron is even more scorching than the 8 trigrams furnace of the great sage." Following this, Master Luli boldly inquired, "Does anyone dare to match me in a contest of severed heads? Come, let us compete, but I hope your axe is sharper," replied Yang Jian. Followed by the mighty tiger power immortal, "Who among you dares to compete in disembowelment and heart extraction?" Lo and behold, it was Nezha, who boldly declared, "You speak of disembowelment, but I am one who shaves bones and slices flesh. This is not thrilling enough. What you propose is trivial. Allow me to introduce my 3 realms' true fire. Let us slice ourselves amidst this fire, and whoever carves the most shall be deemed the victor." Surprisingly, the smallest among them proved to be the fiercest. Yet, observing the flames at the tips of the child's fingers, one could sense an ominous aura overhead, inducing a slight trepidation. Indeed, it felt rather ruthless. With the king's watchful gaze upon them, they summoned their courage and proceeded, resulting in the following. The sheep power immortal became a charred lamb. The deer power immortal overexerted himself, sending his axe flying and relocating his watermelon-like form, while the tiger power immortal, upon entering the flames, was reduced to nothing but ashes, a mere remnant of his former self. Chapter 25. The Spirit Pearl reincarnates. After resolving the matter of the three demons, Tang Sung found himself barely clinging to life. He retrieved the large bamboo basket and continued on his journey. As night fell, Nezha ventured once more into the depths of the forest, seeking a secluded pond. Albing reappeared, fully aware of Nezha's intentions, yet harboring deep-seated displeasure over his own inability to revert to his former state. He set up the furnace, allowing Nezha to explore it at his leisure, for the flow of time within the furnace differed from that outside and could be manipulated. However, this time, Nezha was drawn into a peculiar space, much like before, yet this time, as the violet aura enveloped him, he felt himself becoming increasingly weightless, his consciousness swept away. Deep within his dantian, the pearl at its core began to radiate brilliance, while the surrounding divine lotus buds emitted a powerful light, their energies converging into the pearl. From the center of the azure flower bud within the pearl, a beam of light emerged, floating forth, causing the surrounding lotuses to tranquilize. The luminous point approached the pure azure lotus, absorbing its vibrant energy, and Nezha's consciousness was drawn into the depths. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld the abyss of his dantian, confronting a resplendent, colossal pearl, obstructed by a barrier. The demonic orb that once hovered outside was now nowhere to be seen. From the perspective of the light emanating from the pearl, the demonic orb had transformed into an image of Nezha, albeit tinged with a reddish hue, yet remarkably lifelike. Bewildered by the sight before him, Nezha circled the barrier, noticing the authentic appearance of the divine lotus buds encircling him, their roots appearing transparent and ethereal. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the elusive roots extended towards the central pearl. Among the 10 lotus flowers, only the fiery red lotus had partially bloomed, and beside the chaotic azure lotus, a luminous point seemed to voraciously absorb its energy. The luminous point, having noticed Nezha, approached him through the barrier, morphing into a vision of Nezha himself. Yet, upon closer examination, this visage bore a resemblance to the gentle, faceless woman he had glimpsed in that mysterious realm, seen through the waters of a spring. It appeared ethereal, marred by deep, oily cracks, as if it might vanish at any moment, its gaze hollow. "Who are you?" Nezha inquired. "I am Ling Juzi, the manifestation of the spirit pearl," the fractured apparition answered. Confounded, Nezha struggled to comprehend this revelation, as the self-identified Ling Juzi reached through the barrier, grasping Nezha and propelling him towards the reincarnation purple lotus. "What are you doing?" Nezha exclaimed, freeing his hand. He could not fathom why the specter, seemingly on the brink of dissolution, possessed such strength. For reasons unknown, Nezha allowed himself to be led by the enigmatic figure, feeling an inexplicable trust in him. "Listen closely. I am you, your past self. I am the spirit pearl, that very orb over there," the spirit pearl proclaimed. As Nezha absorbed these words and observed the figure's finger pointing towards the colossal orb in the center, a slight dizziness enveloped his mind. Though bewildered by the circumstances, he felt compelled to heed the spirit pearl's assurance regarding the truth of his words. Consequently, both of them placed their hands upon the reincarnation lotus, seeking to connect with its profound essence. Noticing the spirit pearl resting his hand upon the reincarnation lotus, Nezha followed suit, laying his hand upon the same petal. The immense bud radiated a flickering violet glow, and their consciousness momentarily merged. In that fleeting moment, Nezha beheld a resplendent pearl, sensing its existence akin to his own demonic essence. Although he was undeniably a demonic orb, this pearl also embodied a part of himself. As it began to shatter, their consciousness gradually returned to their respective forms. Subsequently, the spirit pearl expressed his intent to divulge all that he had come to know, irrespective of Nezha's skepticism. Though Nezha found himself engulfed in confusion, he resolved to listen to the spirit pearl's account, reasoning that an explanation, however elusive, was preferable to none at all. The spirit pearl was not merely a pearl, but a celestial envoy in the service of the goddess Enwa. However, he had lost all recollection of which pearl he truly was, only aware that he had taken form from this very orb. Yet, even after assuming a corporeal shape, he felt increasingly feeble, having initially appeared as a fully grown entity, but gradually diminishing in size until he ultimately succumbed to the depths of the reincarnation abyss. From the moment he attained a clear consciousness, he had dwelled beside the goddess Enwa, consuming countless celestial treasures, yet still unable to satiate his own energy needs. However, he managed to restore some of his previous vitality, transforming into human form through his inherent essence. Vitality loss. No, this is only adding to my confusion. Start from the very beginning. Ling Zhuzi had no choice but to start anew, yet the earliest tale traces back to the time before the primordial chaos was unraveled. In those days, he possessed a glimmer of spiritual awareness and had for companions who could be regarded as friends. Initially, their existence was rather mundane, until one fateful day, a colossal giant emerged. He seized one among the 5 of them, cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. The sheer force of this act inflicted irreversible damage upon them all. The giant stood firm upon the ground, one hand raised towards the heavens, dividing the universe itself. This monumental action was bound to incite a great calamity. Surrounding them were others of unknown origin, who, in a frenzy, commenced their assault on the giant. His act of creation triggered a cataclysmic upheaval. Although he miraculously evaded this disaster, he began to wander aimlessly through the cosmos, drifting beyond the realms of the 3 realms and 6 paths, in his quest to mend himself and seek his companions, with whom he had shared countless years. He returned to the chaotic expanse only to find a transformed world. He was captured by a massive dragon, which forcibly refined him into a treasure bound to its being. Despite being ensnared by the dragon, he gleaned information about the calamity. Apart from himself and another orb, none of his companions survived, including the giant who perished in the cataclysm. That orb, utilizing its boundless capacity for absorption, consumed the initial shock and narrowly escaped calamity. It could be said that this orb was the only one among them that remained intact, unscathed by the disaster. However, he remained tethered to the dragon until one day. The creature encountered the great calamity known as the Longhan initial catastrophe, leading to its demise and thus granting him his freedom. Upon hearing this, Nezha began to ponder with fervor. Was this not the very act of Pangu in opening the heavens and the earth? Was he not the embodiment of that orb? If so, then this orb must have existed prior to the primordial creation and, he recalled, it had companions, totaling 5 in number. He inquired whether the orb that devoured was interspersed with red and blue, receiving an affirmative response. Could it be that this was indeed the Hunyuan orb? I have heard from my master that although the Hunyuan pearl may not possess the formidable power of the 4 great innate treasures of chaos, it nonetheless belongs to the same era, if not an even more distant existence. His assertion of being a companion to the Hunyuan pearl suggests a tantalizing possibility. However, the nature of this possibility remains shrouded in ambiguity, as all discourse ultimately converges upon it, the legendary Chaos Pearl. Among the 4 great innate treasures of chaos, it is the only one whose whereabouts remain unknown, elusive, and enigmatic. The classification of magical artifacts generally spans 13 distinct levels, from chaos treasures, heavenly, Tao evil treasures, innate treasures, and innate meritorious spiritual treasures, to the pinnacle of innate treasures, including superior, medium, and inferior grades, followed by postnatal meritorious treasures, postnatal meritorious spiritual treasures, and postnatal spiritual treasures. The chaos treasures are coveted even by the most exalted sages, given that only 4 such treasures exist. While the Hunyuan pearl hails from the same epoch, it does not occupy the same echelon as these treasures. Whether it is superior or inferior remains uncertain, for the origins of this enigmatic pearl are unknown. It may have emerged from the primordial chaos or an even earlier period. The 4 great chaos treasures are said to include the Chaos Pearl, the Heaven-Opening Axe, the Creation Jade Disc, and the Chaos Green Lotus. Legends whisper that, aside from the Chaos Pearl, the other 3 treasures were shattered during a great calamity, their fragments subsequently dispersed among the various innate treasures. Then were you previously referred to as the Chaos Pearl? Upon hearing this name, Ling Zhuzi experienced a moment of disorientation. Though he had largely forgotten this moniker, he could still sense that it indeed belonged to him. Yes, and is your surviving companion known as the Hunyuan Pearl? Indeed, that is a name bestowed upon him by the world when they observed his affinity with me. However, it now appears that after entering the cycle of reincarnation, I am, to be precise, the reincarnation of his other half, united as one. My mind is somewhat overwhelmed, having absorbed an abundance of information. Thus, it can be said that I am not only a complete Chaos Pearl, but also possess a half of the Primordial Pearl. Chapter 26. The Truth of the Supreme Treasures. Ling Zhuzi continues the tale from earlier. It is said that the Chaos Pearl is a transformation of the Primordial Pearl. Yet this is not entirely accurate. The Chaos Pearl is merely a name bestowed upon it by humanity, while the Primordial Pearl is a treasure of the primordial chaos. The primordial treasure was born during the era of primordial chaos, representing a cosmic phase predating chaos itself, and symbolizes the essence of the great Tao. The chaos treasure emerged during the era of chaos, a product of the fragmentation of the primordial, representing treasures of the heavenly Tao, such as the Chaos Green Lotus, the Axe of Creation, and the Jade Disc of Transformation, all associated with Panga's creation of the world. In terms of ranking and power, the Primordial Treasure stands at the pinnacle, containing 50 layers of restrictions corresponding to the numbers of the Great Tao, allowing the Primordial Pearl to evolve into a complete primordial world, transcending the heavenly Tao. In contrast, the Chaos Pearl, a Chaos Treasure, contains 49 layers of restrictions corresponding to the numbers of the heavenly Tao. Although powerful, it is constrained by the heavenly Tao, often disintegrating or becoming damaged due to its rejection by the Tao following the creation of the world. The Primordial Treasure is unique and enigmatic. It is said that after the fragmentation of the Primordial, it was downgraded to the Chaos Pearl. There are numerous Chaos Treasures, yet most have been differentiated or destroyed following Panga's creation, transforming into innate treasures. The Primordial Treasure symbolizes the source of creation, as the Primordial Pearl embodies the rules of the Great Tao. Conversely, the Chaos Treasure signifies the tools of creation, such as the Pangu Axe, directly employed to forge the heavens and the earth, while the Chaos Green Lotus nurtures demonic deities. In truth, little is known about the events preceding the creation, as the details have often been chronicled by powerful beings who themselves are unaware of many truths. Indeed, the pure Chaos Pearl constitutes a realm of chaos. But it is not limited to this. Both it and the Primordial Pearl can trace their origins back to the era of the Great Tao. Initially, the entire cosmos existed in a boundless void, where something known as the Tao, also referred to as the infinite Tao, existed, imperceptible yet omnipresent. It governed the evolution and operation of all things in the world, transitioning from nothingness to existence and back again in an endless cycle. During a time when heaven and earth had yet to be separated, known as the time passed, and the universe gradually coalesced into a mysterious energy known as the innate Qi. At this juncture, the cosmos was formless and intangible, with vitality just beginning to stir, marking the era of Taichu. At that time, there existed two pearls. One was the source of the Great Tao universe, and the other was an insatiable devourer. However, as the universe continued to differentiate and evolve, its source would inevitably face catastrophic transformations. Initially, this was manageable, but after traversing through 5 cosmic calamities of evolution, originating from the Great Tao, the primordial chaos, and the ancient epics, it became unsustainable. Yet, the Primordial Pearl, with its unfathomable devouring ability, absorbed the shockwaves of these calamities, surviving until the present. During the great calamity of the Primordial, it collided violently with the Primordial Pearl, exacerbating its plight, leading to the shattering of the Primordial Pearl. This resulted in what is now referred to as the Chaos Pearl, which is believed to have evolved from fragments of the Primordial Pearl. If one were to insist on a name for itself, it would be the luminescent pearl of the cosmic source. Nonetheless, it is precisely due to this that it weakened and fragmented, thus evading other dangers. After this series of events, it found itself at the threshold of the chaos source. The treasures surpassing the Chaos Treasure include the Supreme Treasure of the Great Tao, the Extreme Source Spirit Treasure, the Source Spirit Treasure, the Sacred Treasure of Nothingness, and the Primordial Treasure. Thus, if one were to assert the prestige of these two pearls at their zenith, it would be among the supreme treasures of the Great Tao. The Chaos Treasures, defined as such, transcend their category, directly connecting with the essence of the Great Tao. Such artifacts are often perceived as manifestations of the cosmic laws, possessing the potential to influence the operation of the Great Tao. For instance, it is said that the supreme treasure of the Great Tao could reshape the heavenly Tao or reverse the flow of time, its power far exceeding that of the Chaos Treasures. The Primordial Treasure is considered more ancient and formidable than the Chaos Treasures, originating in the era of primordial chaos, predating the age of chaos itself. These artifacts are typically directly linked to the origins of the universe. For example, the Primordial Pearl is described as containing a realm of primordial chaos, capable of evolving into chaos treasures. Returning to the matter at hand, after enduring such numerous calamities, the cosmic source pearl shattering into the Chaos Pearl seems reasonable, leading it to accept the name bestowed upon it by the world. After escaping from the clutches of the great dragon, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Emperor, it embarked on a life of wandering. Though its source could gradually recover, the pre-creation chaos world felt like mere scraps to it, let alone the world after its creation, which lacked any energy source for recovery. Moreover, having been refined by that ancestral dragon, the prerequisite for restoring its source was to eliminate the refined portions, lacking the abnormal devouring ability of the Primordial Pearl. It could only proceed incrementally. It had to evade the heavenly Tao while erasing the traces of refinement. Had it not been for its weakened state and the subsequent encounter with the great calamity of creation, exhausting its divine powers to breach the heavenly Tao while remaining undetected, it would have had no chance against that slippery eel. At that time, it was exceedingly feeble, unaware of where it had landed, and was discovered by Nuwa, who later nurtured it and named it Ling Juzi. However, in this newly created land, its strength gradually waned. Observing the myriad of beings and creatures transforming into human forms to cultivate, it began to imitate them. Its primary divine power is creation of space and time, veiling the heavenly secrets and concealing its essence. This ability allows it to obscure all heavenly secrets, rendering it undetectable by the heavenly Tao, thereby evading calamities. Such a capability makes it a coveted treasure among cultivators. The opening and evolution of worlds encapsulate a realm wherein vast universes can be birthed, even simulating the cosmic processes of evolution, thereby creating unique worlds. This ability renders it a pivotal tool for the celestial sages who substantiate their path through power. The manipulation of chaotic forces allows one to unleash such energies, returning all surrounding entities to the void or reconstructing matter, thus achieving creation or destruction. This capability bestows immense strategic value in combat scenarios, traversing time and connecting dimensions. The Chaos Pearl can link disparate dimensional spaces, enabling its possessor to navigate through time, even momentarily altering the energetic state of the environment. This potential offers limitless possibilities for practitioners. Serving as a source of strength and protection, the Chaos Pearl itself resembles a miniature world, capable of absorbing and transforming any matter and energy, providing its holder with an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Furthermore, it can activate a chaotic shield, safeguarding against malevolent forces and negative encroachments from chaos. The ability to reverse causality and create life is inherent to the Chaos Pearl, allowing it to invert the laws of cause and effect within a certain radius, or even to conjure specific materials or life forms. This power places it among the highest realms pursued by cultivators. At this stage, such divine abilities are evident. One can only imagine the extent during the pinnacle of their prowess, albeit regrettably diminished by numerous cataclysms. After a prolonged period of rest, it quietly transformed into a human form. However, to avoid suspicion, it employed a hidden ability, leading the celestial order to perceive it merely as an ordinary spiritual pearl, while also prompting Lady Nuwa to recognize it as a fragment of the Chaos Pearl, though it remains uncertain whether she was already aware of its true nature. As long as it is not subjected to the cosmic evolution or the multitude of cataclysms, it remains unharmed. The severity of its damages stems from the calamities of the primeval era, as exposure under the watchful gaze of so many sages was an inevitable outcome. It was perhaps wiser to take a gamble. After all, it was already exceedingly weakened. Thus, during the era of calamity, it orchestrated a phenomenon of demise. What do you mean by weakness? I was incessantly employing the art of concealing heavenly secrets, which consumed my intrinsic energy, preventing me from allocating the necessary focus to restore my essence. Consequently, my damaged body remained unhealed, and over time, the fragmentation worsened. To restore normalcy, one requires at least the energy of the void cosmos. Initially, invoking the concealment technique posed no issue. However, burdened by the injuries sustained during the catastrophic tribulations and deprived of time for recuperation, the energy of the primordial world ultimately proved incompatible. The energy was akin to a continuous outflow without any influx, leading to a gradual decline in vitality. Presently, after evading death in the primordial tribulation, I have concealed myself within another realm. Upon the 1,000-year division of the primordial pearl, when it was taken by the original celestial master, an opportunity arose. Thus, I stealthily merged in, for to endure even half of the reincarnation is no trivial matter. Before its rebirth, I set up a shielding net for a simultaneous reincarnation. The intention was to remain hidden until the original essence naturally restored itself, as few physical forms can bear the weight of such a precious artifact. Yet, the lotus brought forth by the demonic core unveiled a glimmer of hope for the physical form, as it bore a chaotic azure lotus. As for the silhouette, it is but a manifestation of my essence, with many matters obscured by the passage of time. Now, with this newfound opportunity to emerge without concealment, it is imperative to reconstruct a usable physical form. Regarding the current situation, the spirit pearl accompanied the demonic core in reincarnation, shielded by its protection, while it gradually regains its original essence. Previously, Nezha possessed a lotus tree, and according to the information divulged by the spirit pearl, That tree was the 3,000 lotus pods of primordial origin, birthed from the primordial pearl during its battle with the giant and others, consuming their remnants to grow various laws and pathways. To expedite recovery, the tree has already been absorbed into the pearl's body. What do you plan to do now? Don't be foolish. I am you, and you are me. The current plan is to await the blossoming of these divine lotuses to complete the new lotus physical form, at which point the pearl will also recover significantly. After all these years, the internal recovery is nearly complete. Now, the focus is solely on restoring the pearl itself. Subsequently, the spirit pearl instructed me to retrieve the azure ribbon that had differentiated from the chaotic azure lotus. This azure green ribbon, emblematic of the azure lotus totem, was acquired by the spirit pearl, which momentarily infused it upon my essence to enhance the cosmic energy within, granting me abilities akin to the azure lotus as a hidden card. The rationale for utilizing only one is due to the presence of not merely the chaotic cosmos, but also various evolved universes within me. After all, the tribulations of numerous cosmic evolutions were not without purpose. The true foundation lies in the vast universes contained within. It is akin to embodying all universes from the Tao to the present, which explains the extraordinary recovery capacity. Otherwise, such immense energy would be insurmountable. During the period of reconstructing this lotus physical form, the spirit pearl will also exchange the remnants of the old self to facilitate the creation of a new body, thereby rendering it more resilient. Chapter 27. Creating foundations. The capabilities of the creation azure silk are indistinguishable from those of the chaotic azure lotus. Yet its divine essence has evoked the jealousy of the heavenly Tao, leading to its demise. However, the artifact is constituted within the essence of the spirit pearl, untouched by the external heavenly Tao, for it resides within my own world, with the inherent ability to conceal the heavenly mechanism. As long as the ancient ones do not discover it, significant issues are unlikely. The creation azure silk possesses defensive and suppressive qualities over fortune. As long as it is on my person, no law can infringe upon me, simultaneously exerting the function of suppressing fortune. Within the primordial world, suppressing fortune is one of the core abilities of top-tier artifacts, capable of maintaining the long-term stability of factions or sects, and can evolve into innate treasures. This ability, inherited from the decomposition of the chaotic azure lotus, enables the evolution of numerous innate treasures, akin to a blueprint of mountains and rivers. With the silk ribbon capable of transforming into various innate spiritual roots and artifacts, fostering creation and gestation. The chaotic azure lotus is closely associated with Panga's creation of the world. The primordial deity wielding the axe of creation split chaos into two, birthing heaven and earth, with the chaotic azure lotus playing a pivotal role in this process. Inheriting this characteristic, it can shake the heavens and the earth, engendering and evolving. This includes various spells guided by the primordial spirit, such as the Azure Lotus Sword Song, a throw of the cosmos, and Azure Lotus Creation. These divine abilities can unleash formidable attacks, even disregarding the opponent's cultivation and defenses, showcasing the profound and formidable nature of the chaotic Azure Lotus. The Spirit Pearl will strive to recall ancient secret realms and the remnants accumulated from the great powers of the primordial era, allowing Nezha and others to enhance their strength. After all, their ultimate aim is to ascend to the spiritual mountain and the heavenly court, two forces that monopolize the cosmos, with many unscathed demons also affected by covert maneuvers. This journey to the west is, in essence, a scheme to propagate Buddhist teachings, tame the rebellious trio, and eliminate those great demons that threaten their influence. The time is ripe. The objective is to disclose the truth and provide an insurmountable trump card. There exists a place I am well aware of, the site of the ancestral dragon's fall. That expanse has been sealed by the temporal and spatial pathways. Yet the chaotic pearl possesses the ability to create space. This secret realm is particularly suitable for Awaken. Regardless, the essence of the spirit pearl is in shambles, destined to fragment, but a new pearl will be reborn. Seizing this opportunity, the spirit pearl will carve a path in that space. As the three continue their journey, Awaken will undertake the trials. Before Nezha departs, the spirit pearl will transmute the fragments that fell from its essence, providing Awaken with an opportunity to return from that space. The method has been communicated to Nezha. Upon Nezha's awakening, his form has also been restored, and he still holds a small fragment. He must hurry out. Awaken, upon hearing Nezha recount his previous life, is equally perplexed but quickly realizes that the silhouette was specifically set to convey information before his reincarnation, perhaps foreseeing this day. To prevent discovery, all past memories have been sealed, serving as a form of protection for the present world. As for why it has manifested now, the stimulus of the reincarnation purple lotus is one reason, likely due to the awareness of their plans. As the powers behind the spiritual mountain and heavenly court are profoundly intertwined with those of the great saints, exposure is merely a matter of time. Therefore, it is better to take a gamble, enhancing one's strength for a chance at success. With teammates now present, should they wish to rapidly elevate their strength, the remnants of the primordial era indeed serve as suitable grounds. Both individuals now possess hidden cards. As for when to disclose to the others, it depends on timing. For suddenly revealing such matters would inevitably raise suspicions about their sanity. The supreme chaotic treasure is your former self. Surely you must be dreaming. Both are from the primordial pearl, thus trust is inherent between them. With careful sensing, the truth will be discernible. I understand, Nezha. Before we part, I want to spend this last night with you properly. Who wouldn't desire strength? Who wouldn't relish it? Yet venturing into an unknown secret realm, with no knowledge of how long they might be apart, the two sit together, exploring the creation azure silk. Ao Bing subtly places his hand on Nezha's shoulder, leaving Nezha bewildered and questioning. What are you doing? Nothing, just. With a sudden exertion, Ao Bing pulls Nezha close, resting his shoulder against Ao Bing's chest. So close, so unfamiliar. I want to spend more time with you. Have I not always been with you? This is different. Ao Bing recalled that Nezha once mentioned his preference for strength. If he were to be weaker than Nezha, would he come to loathe himself? The two were intrinsically linked. An excessive disparity in power would be quite unacceptable. Upon realizing the abundance of Nezha's hidden cards, Ao Bing understood that he must promptly adjust and strengthen himself. Otherwise, it would be utterly peculiar for him to stand beside Nezha. Nezha, I will not allow you to surpass me so easily. Chapter 28. The Ancestral Dragon's Secret Realm. The 5 great elemental dragons of antiquity in ancient mythology, the ancestral dragon is regarded as the progenitor of all dragons. It emerged as one of the 3 primordial divine beasts, birthed from the fusion of the 4 chaotic elements after Pangu created the heavens and the earth, alongside the Yuan Feng and the Shiqilan. The ancestral dragon reigns over scaled creatures and governs the oceans, embodying the most ancient dragons of myth, characterized by its mane. Also known as the Yinglong. Some traditions consider the Qinglong or Yinglong as the ancestor of the dragon lineage. Being the king of the seas, the ancestral dragon, with its myriad scales, commands the clouds and rain. It is often referred to as the yellow dragon, possessing the formidable ability to create and annihilate worlds, the quintessence of the creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer, pivotal during the genesis of existence. As the progenitor of dragons, the ancestral dragon governs the weather and wields unimaginable combat prowess, far surpassing other innate sages such as Rahu and Hongjun. Its strength is inherited from the creation deity Pangu, and with the primordial essence, it can easily overpower many formidable beings. Not only is it the ancestral figure of the dragon clan, but it also symbolizes the totem and auspiciousness of Chinese culture, believed to provide protection and usher in peace and prosperity. It is regarded as a higher being endowed with superior wisdom, with its descendants assigned various roles, becoming the core force of the dragon lineage. Its existence profoundly influences the propagation and status of dragons. Previous feats, such as grasping and refining the Chaos Pearl, further attest to its immense power. Upon entering this secret realm, Ao Bing felt an overwhelming presence of dragon energy. The surrounding environment, though shattered, still hinted at its former beauty. Here, the essence of the dragon permeated the air. Since entering, he sensed only the aura of dragons, with skeletal remains strewn about, occasionally accompanied by the resonating sounds of dragon roars. The sounds were commanding, shaking the very ground of the secret realm with each echo. The dragon spiral ice hammer remained firmly clutched in his hands, his nerves taut. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from behind, sending a chill down Ao Bing's spine. Reacting swiftly, he turned to unleash 3 beams of light from his sleeve, which coalesced into a blue shield behind him. The tremendous impact erupted, scattering dust and leveling the surrounding peaks. Without the shield, Ao Bing would have been swept away. The terrifying heat wave transformed the fractured ground into molten rock, carving deep ravines in its wake. The shield, circular in form, radiated an internal chill, an endless power of icy force that encased the fearsome flames. The 3 beams formed a triangular arrangement, creating a lotus formation. The pale blue light represented the ice snow sacred lotus, the deep blue light signified the chaotic ice lotus, and the white light embodied the spirit water sacred lotus. Together, these 3 ice lotuses comprised the essential elements of the chaotic ice lotus. which not only wielded the divine powers of the 12 ranks of the Creation Blue Lotus, but also thrived in the Chaos Sea. The Creation Blue Lotus symbolizes creativity, life, and hope, originating from the Chaos Green Lotus at the dawn of creation, evolving over eons into a blue lotus platform representing boundless wisdom and power. This lotus is imbued with the essence of creation and life, capable of bestowing vitality and creativity. The defensive capabilities of the Creation Blue Lotus are unparalleled, allowing its bearer to evade harm while also possessing the power to create and alter their surroundings. Legend has it that during an ancient cataclysm, it fell into a pond in the Chaos Sea, absorbing the remaining waters to grow into the chaotic ice lotus, embodying the dual elemental laws of ice and water, elevated from innate treasures to heavenly extraordinary artifacts, rivaling even the treasures of chaos. However, during a fierce contention among powerful beings, it ultimately fragmented into 3 12-grade lotuses, vanishing from existence. Fortunately, with these 3 lotuses in hand, Awaken managed to quell the fiery onslaught. As the attack subsided, the shield dissipated, and the 3 ice lotuses floated around him. Awaken retracted the ice hammer, recognizing that it might not prove effective against his current adversary. Before him loomed a colossal fire dragon adorned in red and white, its head alone as massive as 5 adult male dragons coiled together. Beneath its enormous eyes, each flanked by a pair of smaller eyes forming a triangular shape, the uppermost eye was disproportionately larger, sporting 5 dragon horns, one of which was severed. The breath it exhaled crackled with dangerous embers. Any mere contact could incinerate not only bones, but also the very soul itself. At that moment, the dragon spoke, its voice thunderous enough to shake the ground. "Kid, surviving thus far shows you possess some skill. Upon observing your draconic features, it appears you are but a fledgling dragon. And moreover, not of this land blessed by the Dragon Emperor. How should I articulate this? Awaken is indeed merely a young dragon within the dragon clan, still in his formative years. I am Awaken, a junior of the clan, and I am not a native of this realm. Might I inquire why you have inexplicably chosen to assail me? How did you gain entry? Regardless of how you, this impudent wretch, managed to infiltrate here, swiftly return whence you came. Do not disturb the tranquility of our ancestors. Given your remarkable ability to withstand my draconic breath, I shall spare your life this time. This is a chance for Awaken to save face, after all, considering the ties of kinship. Initially, it was intended to grant him a swift end. Yet he dared to intervene. He must be a rare genius among the younger generation, and it would be a shame to extinguish the brilliance of the dragon lineage. Thus, he shall be sent back from whence he came. This is the resting place of the ancestor dragon, a secret not to be revealed to anyone, even among kin. Those ancient ones are always coveting the treasures of their forebears. Here, the dragons, nearly immortal and devoid of other prey, are inherently combative. Their rate of reproduction is far outpaced by their hunting of companions. It can be said that this is both a sanctuary and a grave for dragons, a place where they perpetually engage in combat to satiate their thirst for battle. Many companions have perished as a result, leaving only the old monsters who are ill-suited for the outside world. However, Awaken has come to strengthen himself. He cannot simply return, saying, "Senior, I have come here solely to grow stronger. I will not return so easily." "You little whelp, do you not care for the dignity of dragons? In that case, the ancient fire dragon, will return the favor and see if you possess the strength to remain here." Chapter 29. The Scorching Sun as one of the 5 primordial elements. The blazing sun cannot allow a mere young dragon to diminish its prestige. It must reclaim its honor. Faced with such a colossal opponent, revealing his true form proves futile. Instead, he must leverage the advantages of his smaller, human-like form to evade. Fully utilizing his agility, Awaken abandons his dragon-coiling ice hammer and draws forth 2 ice swords. One is the Cold Abyss Frost Dew Sword, imbued with a mesmerizing blue hue, radiating a chilling light. The other, the Profound Ice Jade Frost Sword, is a pale blue blade akin to jade. Though Awaken is not particularly skilled with swords, he has learned the art from Nezha. The Cold Abyss Frost Dew Sword originates from the depths of the ancient Cold Abyss, forged from the heart of cold iron and the essence of the 9 nethers chill. The Profound Ice Jade Frost Sword is crafted from the mysterious ice formed by the convergence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. While the Jade Frost Sword is notably slender, the Cold Abyss Sword is of a more common, medium size. Yet both are exceedingly sharp, their icy aura formidable. Confronted with the massive opponent, Awaken resolves to make the most of his agility, opting for lighter weapons. Suddenly, the blazing sun vanishes from sight. How could such a large figure simply disappear? Alarmed, Ao Bing swiftly ascends into the air, only to find his previous position struck by a fireball akin to a meteor, erupting into a mushroom cloud that sends him flying. A searing heat envelopes him. Even his body, clad in ice dragon scales, feels the intense burn. As the smoke clears, a circular abyss has formed where he once stood. Its depths unfathomable. Ao Bing is filled with dread. He has surveyed this land before and knows that even the most ordinary clod of earth here possesses a hardness greater than the stones of the outside world. If it can be so easily shattered, he looks up to find the sky filled with numerous black orbs glowing ominously, all fireballs. And the colossal dragon above him wears a mocking expression, as though toying with an ant in a fishbowl. Then, the fireballs begin to rain down like a tempest. Ao Bing dares not confront them head-on, only able to dodge. Not only are they powerful, but the dragon's agility and speed are impressive, truly. It is an ancient creature. Haha, little one, my hell obliteration balls will leave not even a bone of yours behind. Be sure to evade. As an ancient elemental dragon, the sun's technique is deceptively simple. It condenses the fire elemental molecules from the air to form terrifying magma spheres that it hurls at its opponent, each imbued with a trace of dragon energy. Although simple, the technique is potent and requires little magical energy. Seeing the young dragon constantly dodging, the sun decides to lend a hand. Raising its head, it unleashes a dragon roar that sends ripples of red-orange circles through the air. Instantly, the abyss below is filled with swirling magma, forming fiery tornadoes that shoot skyward. Ao Bing brandishes the Jade Frost Sword, executing a technique that unleashes a tempest of blizzards and hail, causing endless frost to expand rapidly from his center. The once fiery scene transforms into a vast blue expanse that grows larger. The hell obliteration balls caught in the blizzard's embrace become encased in ice. Now it is the sun that is astonished, feeling its fire molecules frozen by the young dragon's icy slash. The young one's sword can manipulate both water and ice elements simultaneously. As the obliteration balls transform into ice spheres, Ao Bing no longer merely evades but pivots, wielding the Jade Frost Sword to slice through the colossal ice sphere with the ease of cutting tofu. A faint ice blue light appears at the center of the ice sphere, which splits in two, freezing the surrounding fiery dragon rings into pillars of ice. When struck by the remnants of fireballs and ice shards, they shatter into powder and vaporize into mist. Recognizing the effectiveness of the swords, which draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy for their powers, Ao Bing ceases his retreat. He begins to leverage the ice spheres, vaulting onto one and using it to propel himself with remarkable speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. While the twin swords coalesce a protective chill around him, fireballs are cleaved apart, their segments spreading ice as if a contagion, freezing the magma below on contact. Amidst the multitude of fireballs and fiery tornadoes, they gradually succumb to the encroaching frost. The sun, witnessing the unfolding scene below, is incensed, humiliated by a mere junior. But in the next moment, an ice blue sword energy hurtles toward it. Dismissing it as insignificant, the sun prepares to endure the strike, but suddenly realizes its error. Tilting its head, the sword energy grazes its dragon horn, severing the tip and causing frost to spread across the wound. The sun is truly taken aback. In a fit of rage, it conjures a terrifying conflagration, merging dragon breath with flames, aiming at the swiftly moving Ao Bing below. As Ao Bing evades the onslaught of fireballs and dragon rings, he feels an overwhelming pressure from above. But suddenly, the fireballs and rings shift direction, bearing down on him, leaving him unable to react. A breath of fire more fearsome than before descends upon him, an endless inferno that raises the temperature to unbearable levels, scorching the very air. Dust and debris swirl in chaotic circles, ravaging the already battered peaks, reducing them to mere mounds. Strange, this power is not right. Upon halting to observe, Ao Bing sees a massive snowflake-patterned totem where the fiery breath had struck. The last remnants of the attack are enveloped by the snowflakes, drawn into a small point. It is the dewdrop glass furnace, steadily absorbing the fire dragon rings, fireballs, and breaths into its depths. What a treasure this young one possesses. Suddenly, the blazing sun veered sharply, plummeting downwards. In Chapter 30, the Sunfire Prison, the fierce sun dove down, intent on devouring the dewdrop glazed furnace along with Ao Bing. However, Ao Bing was immediately encased by 3 magnificent ice lotuses, which formed an immense icy shield, preventing the sun's maw from closing. No matter how forcefully the sun attempted to bite, it could not penetrate this barrier. In the past, its mere biting strength could shatter diamonds and even crush rocks. Yet, why did this icy shield seem so peculiar? Was this ice, soft? His upper jaw was violently propelled backward, resembling a non-Newtonian fluid rebounding off a trampoline. Meanwhile, Ao Bing slowly maneuvered his body, attempting to reclaim the furnace, yet the barrier was constructed around him, rendering escape impossible. This furnace was one of his trump cards, but remaining in this stalemate was not a viable option. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He shifted sideways, and the elasticity of the barrier surprisingly allowed him to squeeze through. While the dew-glazed furnace was consumed by the blazing sun, although only the furnace was engulfed, the blazing sun descended upon the skeletal ground, its massive form towering over the remains, truly complicating matters for him. With a mighty slap of its colossal claw upon the earth, debris flew in all directions. In an instant, the ground beneath Ao Bing transformed into a sea of molten lava. Suspended in midair, the barrier morphed into a thin blue protective shield, enveloping Ao Bing's body and providing him with a cooling respite. However, spines erupted from the ground, lunging toward Ao Bing. He wielded his Frost Dew and Jade Frost twin swords, shattering the oncoming spines, but the sheer volume from behind forced him to evade while simultaneously striking with his blades. In the face of this young dragon, the blazing sun regarded him with disdain. This inexperienced youth had managed to execute numerous techniques under his command, which was commendable, but it was time to bring the encounter to a close. He felt fortunate that this child had crossed paths with him. Had it been someone else, the dragons of the Dragon Emperor's legacy were predominantly deranged old beings. Only the mightiest of dragonkind existed without the notion of weakness. The dragons inhabiting this land were exceedingly perilous. To preserve the terrifying martial prowess of the dragon lineage, the ancestor dragon had utilized the Chaos Pearl to carve out this realm, channeling the potent bloodlines of formidable dragons, all to distance them from conflict and prevent a return to their former path. Once they ventured outside, they would inevitably be detected by the Celestial Order. He had previously participated in the prophecy of the Demon Emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai, foretelling that the demon race would fall into a valley of despair many years later. He dared not gamble, for the calamities of that time had shattered his arrogance. To safeguard the bloodline, he had specifically instructed the rational dragons to prevent outsiders from entering and to keep the mad dragons unaware. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly go insane and desperately attempt to escape. The dragons of this land were treasures. The Chaos-Devouring Dragon, a hybrid descendant of the Devouring Clan and ordinary divine dragons, possessed the ability to consume heaven and earth, yet lacked the ancestral divine bloodline, rendering it not a true progenitor dragon. The Shadow Dream Dragon, weaver of dreams and transformations, drew its essence from the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens, inheriting divine abilities such as the Dream Enchantment Mirror and the Celestial Dream Realm. Often accompanied by the Enchanting Dragon, the primordial blood spirit dragon embodied slaughter and war, its essence originating from the Dragon Jade Tau Seal, inheriting powers like blood refinement and dragon soul transformation, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. The Cosmic Cataclysm Dragon governed heavenly tribulations and disasters, its essence derived from the Star of Curses, with the ancestral fire being the cataclysmic fire, signifying the forces of calamity. The Tai Chi Life Dragon served as the guardian of life and creation, its essence sourced from resplendent stars, with the ancestral fire being the chaotic azure flame, representing the hope and continuity of life. The Divine Path Refining Heart Dragon acted as the judge of morality and karma, its essence derived from the sacred stone of karma, accompanied by the ancestral fire known as the Three Lifetimes Karma Flame, symbolizing the judgment of good and evil. The Primordial Destiny Dragon bore the weight of fate and desire, its essence derived from the Star of Destiny, accompanied by the ancestral fire known as the Celestial Emperor Fire, symbolizing fate and wisdom. The Void Universe Dragon mastered time and eternity, its essence sourced from the Dragon of Azure Waves, with the ancestral fire being the eternal sacred flame, symbolizing the secrets of time. The Primordial Sacrificial Dragon represented the path of the primordial, its essence derived from the Chaos Divine Lord, accompanied by the ancestral fire known as the Soul Fire, symbolizing the mysteries of the primordial and the chaos. They were the 9 ancient progenitor dragons, bestowed with the same ancestral titles as the Dragon Emperor, each possessing unique status and abilities in mythology, embodying the diverse forces of nature and the cosmos, thus ruling as the 9 overlords of this land. Yet, the dragons here were not limited to just these. The legendary 9 divine dragons included the Candle Dragon, Azure Dragon, Yinglong, Fire Dragon, Coiling Dragon, Black Dragon, Shun Dragon, and Jiao Dragon. They too were present. Before the fall of the Ancestor Dragon, he had summoned them all. Regardless of their past grievances, they were, after all, of the same dragon lineage. Thus, he had led them all into this realm. While the rumors of those who had supposedly perished in the outside world were merely fabrications created by the ancestor dragon to deceive the celestial order. Now, under the command of his master, the blazing sun was determined to eliminate this youth before the old ones discovered him. With a flash of fiery pupils, the circular abyss filled with searing magma, unleashing elongated serpentine flames toward Ao Bing. Alas, such a promising talent. As the fiery serpents charged, Ao Bing unleashed a freezing blast, encasing the surrounding spines and fire serpents in an icy prison. Yet, new spines soon erupted, and from the fissures in the shattered ice, even smaller fire serpents emerged. Ao Bing landed upon the icy surface, plunging his frost-dew sword into the ground, activating the extreme cold laws that stripped all vitality from the surroundings. Life force and spiritual energy were frozen entirely, as sparks in the air were replaced by snowflakes, and even the newly sprouted spines were re-encased in ice. No new spines could emerge. Even the distant blazing sun could not resist activating its inner true fire for protection, while the smaller fire serpents were likewise frozen. With a thought, the blazing sun intensified and melted the ice to escape, advancing once more toward Ao Bing. Observing the serpents of fire surrounding him, Ao Bing twirled his Xianbing Jade Frost Sword, executing a cold slash that unleashed countless icy sword energies. As they severed the fiery serpents, they also encased them all in ice. These two magical swords were the pinnacle of ice and water, their quality exceedingly exceptional, capable of countering this ancient fire. The remaining cold slashes, under Ao Bing's command, flew toward the blazing sun. He could not remain passive. A counterattack was essential. Seeing the icy sword energies hurtling toward him, the blazing sun took heed, recalling the previous experience that had splashed upon him. But with limbs encased in ice, he felt a surge within his throat. Flames ignited and compressed, but soon the blazing sun sensed something amiss, shifting to unleash a dragon breath against the sword energies, only to find his own breath cleaved apart by the icy blades. Several sword energies struck him, and shards of crimson dragon scales fell to the icy ground. Golden blood seeping forth, disbelief filling the blazing sun's dragon eyes. What nonsense is this? He could no longer expel his fiery breath. As the dew-glass furnace he had swallowed began to take effect, siphoning the fiery energy from within him. No wonder his draconic breath had weakened. It must be due to this. At that moment, his colossal form broke free from its icy prison and ascended once more into the sky. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of sparks descended from above. These sparks converged, forming a flame that was even more terrifying than the previous dragon circle, linking heaven and earth with a fiery breath. As these sparks struck the ground, they detonated like bombs, shattering the thick layer of ice surrounding Ao Bing, once again revealing a scene reminiscent of a fiery hell. The columns of fire encircled Ao Bing like a cage, his protective shield unfurled once more. However, this assault was merely the beginning, for soon molten lava began to flow across the frozen ground, imbued with immense heat. Ao Bing infused his sword with spiritual energy, and beyond a radius of 100 miles around him, the landscape transformed into a hell of flames. The original plan was that under his onslaught, the lava would break into countless small fragments, scattering upwards to bombard that insufferable little brat below. Yet, he had not anticipated the terrifying resilience of the ice. Nevertheless, this solar fire cage was complete. He would see how long the little brat could sustain his spiritual energy. Once it faltered, he would be left to roast. The ability of the blazing sun was that of the Hellfire God, one of the celestial laws, capable of manipulating all fiery energies, effortlessly surpassing any minuscule heat. It could cause an explosion of heat within an opponent's body or cause it to dissipate in an instant. Were it not for the absence of any heat within that brat, he would have already been under control, and he wouldn't have needed to draw up the hot magma from beneath the earth. However, Ao Bing had already fallen into his solar cage, with life and death now resting in his hands. Although retrieving the heat energy siphoned away by the furnace would be somewhat troublesome, once this little brat was dealt with, the tether would be severed. It was a pity. They had ruined a fine specimen of the dragon lineage. Chapter 31. The dual swords of cold abyssal ice trapped within this solar fire cage. Ao Bing remained unperturbed, observing that the blazing sun was merely intensifying the surrounding heat. Ao Bing deduced his intentions to deplete the surrounding spiritual energy by manipulating the heat, thereby constructing this cage and engaging him in a war of attrition. As a spiritual pearl, Ao Bing was least afraid of depleting his spiritual energy, not to mention his formidable infinite spiritual energy reserve. The The primary component of your cage is heat energy. What is the second significant component? Is it not spiritual energy? I pose this question to you. Do you dare to play with spiritual energy before a spiritual pearl? One of the abilities of the spiritual pearl is to control spiritual energy at will, to absorb, transform, and dissipate any spiritual energy regardless of the circumstances. Spiritual energy is a critical concept in the realm of cultivation. It is the energy acquired by practitioners through the absorption and refinement of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It plays a crucial role in the cultivation process, serving as the foundation for practitioners to cast spells and enhance their power. Spiritual energy is the strength obtained after the essence of heaven and earth is refined through intellectual awareness. The essence of heaven and earth is the ubiquitous energy in nature, which practitioners absorb and convert into their spiritual energy through specific cultivation methods. The sources of spiritual energy mainly include the essence of heaven and earth, the soul, or mental power, serving as the foundational energy for practitioners to cast spells and skills, aiding them in enhancing their power and executing various magical operations. It can harmonize the relationship between humans and the cosmos, assisting practitioners in better adapting to their natural environment and improving their cultivation efficacy. Typically, it is associated with the practitioner's soul or mental power, and by cultivating their soul or mental faculties, they can enhance the strength and effects of their spiritual energy. Practitioners absorb the essence of heaven and earth through specific cultivation methods, transforming it into their own spiritual energy. Through a defined refining process, they convert the absorbed essence into spiritual energy, elevating their cultivation level. They enhance their mental faculties through meditation and contemplation, augmenting the strength and efficacy of their spiritual energy. When casting spells, spiritual energy serves as the foundational energy for executing various magical operations, empowering practitioners to unleash greater strength in battle. Spiritual energy can also be categorized by type and nature. Chaotic spiritual energy is the most primordial and powerful, birthed from the universe's initial state of chaos. Endowed with limitless possibilities and formidable creative and destructive capabilities, capable of reshaping the cosmos and opening the primordial realms. Celestial spiritual energy is typically associated with the celestial realm and its beings, pure and elevated, possessing strong healing and purifying abilities, allowing practitioners to achieve extraordinary powers, such as flight, teleportation, and immortality. Demonic spiritual energy is imbued with malevolent, tumultuous power, granting practitioners substantial offensive capabilities, enabling them to manipulate dark energy and summon demonic entities. Yet it risks leading individuals astray. Beast spiritual energy is derived from the essence of myriad beings in nature, possessing unique attributes and closely connected to natural forces, allowing control over natural elements. For instance, wood element beasts can manipulate plants while water element beasts can summon rain. Crystal spiritual energy is derived from the energy contained within spiritual crystal ores, relatively pure and stable, a common source of cultivation energy, allowing practitioners to enhance their power by absorbing the energy within crystals. Ordinary spiritual energy exists within the mortal realm, being thin and low-grade. Typically, mortals can absorb and utilize it through basic cultivation techniques, enhancing their physical constitution and prolonging their lifespan. Spiritual energy can also originate from the spiritual factors in space, fruits, gemstones, or energies emitted by living beings. It is primarily used for casting spells, communicating with the spiritual realm, and activating some mystical powers. Akin to the concept of an energy bar in games, where magical and soul energies are relatively easy to recover and enhance, while rare treasures can supplement or elevate spiritual energy output. So what is spiritual energy? In essence, it is a wondrous power or inner energy, commonly referring to a mystical force or inherent energy, a concept that varies across different domains such as traditional culture, Taoist practices, and gaming frameworks. In various realms, it bears different interpretations. Spiritual energy signifies a miraculous force, a supernatural and mysterious power found within folk culture. In the perspective of Taoism and cultivation, the source of energy lies in the spiritual power or magical energy essential for casting spells. This energy may stem from two forms, mental strength and qi. By harnessing intention to create magnetic fields for energy manipulation, it embodies the concept of harmony between heaven and humanity. The life energy in Taoist philosophy is transformed through practices such as refining essence into qi, ultimately converting into primordial spirit or magical energy. This elevation of spiritual power necessitates meditation, sitting quietly, and other practical exercises, relying on guidance from initiations or the Akashic records. Within the realm of game design, spiritual power is portrayed as an attribute enhancing perception and precognition, such as discerning gender through body temperature or foreseeing weather patterns. Some perspectives liken spiritual power to nuclear energy, viewing it as latent potential waiting to be activated within the universe. Inner spiritual power is utilized for communication with the cosmos, sensing energy fields, or enhancing focus, as exemplified in divination. Conversely, external magical energy directly alters the rules of matter, albeit requiring a foundation of spiritual power. In summary, spiritual power serves as both a historical term and a cross-disciplinary concept, consistently revolving around supernatural forces or inner potential. The spiritual pearl represents the pinnacle of this power, governing all manifestations of spiritual energy. After all, it is the counterpart to the primordial pearl, which Ao Bing diligently studies. Yet his current strength remains insufficient for unrestrained control over the world's or space's spiritual energy. Consequently, Ao Bing refrains from employing his own spiritual power, quietly diverting a significant component of the solar fire prison into the frost dew sword. Meanwhile, the blazing sun above senses the rising temperature of its solar prison and secretly revels in its escalating heat. Just as it prepares to unleash a fiery breath upon Ao Bing, it realizes something amiss. Although the fire within its flames has become increasingly pure, much to its delight, it inadvertently finds itself hoisted by its own petard. However, Ao Bing has already channeled a substantial amount of spiritual power to solidify the ice of frost dew. Upon drawing the frost dew sword, the dual blades of cold abyss and frost synchronize, their clash generating a tremendous snowstorm that encases the solar prison in ice, reducing it to powder. Subsequently, layers of pale blue ice envelop Ao Bing, the outermost layer expanding outward, culminating in a unique ice explosion. The surrounding ground descends, and the sky transforms back to blue as the rapidly growing ice shield permeates an area of 100 miles, internally shifting from deep blue to gradually lighter shades, initiating a violent rotation that evolves into a pale blue tornado, followed by an immense wave of icy power. Now, it is the blazing sun's turn to employ its flames in defense. The collision of the two divine ice swords results in a cataclysmic snowstorm. The core capabilities of the frost dew sword include 9 Nether Ice Seal, unleashes 9 waves of frigid energy, instantly freezing targets within a 100-mile radius and sealing enemies' spiritual power, rendering them immobile. Cold Soul Rending, releases frost-infused blades that tear through space, capable of severing formations and barriers, demonstrating formidable destructive efficacy. Tear of the Abyss, accumulates all cold energy within the sword into an extreme current, annihilating enemies' souls and forms, serving as an ultimate killing strike. The Frost Dew Sword comprises a primary sword, a secondary sword, and a subsidiary sword, each yielding distinct effects. The secondary sword's techniques, such as ice sealing across miles, immobilize everything within its range, while Whispers of Frostwind summons a biting northern wind that inflicts continuous frost damage. The secondary sword, Cold Abyss Frostblade, emphasizes absolute freezing and space tearing, leaning towards destructive capabilities. The subsidiary sword, Water Dew Sword, focuses on area control and synergy with natural forces, embodying a balanced artifact. Forged from ancient abyssal ice and a unique divine ice black iron, the sword can freeze vast expanses and manipulate the laws of snow and ice. Its skill set encompasses Frost Slash, freezes vital energy and true essence. Frozen Domain, area control. Cold Soul Shield, defensive capabilities that can reflect attacks. Space Rending Frostblade, tears through space. Cold Soul Manifestation, summons ice dragons and phoenixes. Time-stopping Frost Abyss Domain. The secondary sword, Cold Abyss Frostblade, crafted from primordial cold iron and a rare ice silkworm thread, can freeze vast expanses and tear through space, with the Tear of the Abyss skill capable of obliterating souls. Its techniques include 9 Nether Ice Seal, area spiritual power sealing. Cold Soul Rending, breaking formations and barriers. The dual subsidiary swords and the Frost Abyss Cold Soul sword emphasize progressive growth and domain control, leaning towards lethal damage and spatial destruction. Meanwhile, the Xianbing Yushuang sword embodies ultimate ice attribute power, capable of instantaneously freezing anything it touches, even affecting time and space. The core abilities revolve around freezing and extreme cold, making it ideal for controlling the battlefield's rhythm or combating fire-based foes. It is an ancient artifact of the ice deity, possessing unparalleled ice attribute strength that can freeze anything in contact, even influencing the fabric of time and space. To wield it, One must possess an icy heart and unparalleled spiritual power, otherwise it may backfire. The Xianbing Yushuang's sword's freezing of time and pact with heaven resembles a forceful appropriation of divine rights in these aspects, representing the pinnacle of ancient ice artifacts, forged from primordial divine ice. Chapter 32. A glimpse of the unfolding after a wave of explosions. Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings, but found no sign of the blazing sun. In the next moment, a colossal dragon claw swiftly descended upon him. Although he reacted quickly and activated the defense of 3 lotus flowers, the claw sent Ao Bing soaring over 100 miles. He felt a disorienting heaviness as he was struck down. Despite barriers, the tremendous shockwave penetrated through, damaging and displacing his internal organs, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. Yet, Ao Bing restrained himself as best as he could. After crashing through massive boulders and mountains, he finally came to a stop deep within a rock, far from the desolate land. Indeed, if he ceased his attack, a single blow from the claw would result in grave injury. The internal damage and intense pain in his back proved overwhelming, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. In the next moment, the mountain peak he was embedded in was flattened. Looking up, he saw 3 colossal eyes fixated upon him, surrounded by countless golden red orbs. A barrage of tiny thermal contraction cannons rained down upon Ao Bing. This was insurmountable. The frost shield could not withstand such an onslaught. Countless bubble-like orbs erupted forth. These were the water barrier, attempting to employ a strategy of softness overcoming hardness. Ao Bing hoped to block the attack. However, the water barrier evaporated before it even approached the thermal contraction cannons. Ao Bing could only struggle to move, but his movements had slowed considerably. Before he could summon the Frost Abyss dual swords, he was struck by 3 thermal contraction blasts. Fortunately, he wore armor with double reverse scales. 2 blasts struck his left shoulder joint and abdomen, causing rapid swelling and bruising beneath his clothing. The joint was jolted out of alignment, and his bones suffered minute fractures. The already misaligned organs in his abdomen sustained further grievous harm, resulting in another spray of golden blood. Despite 3 layers of protection, the onslaught pierced through, dissipating much of the heat. Yet, the injured areas still burned with intensity. Another blast hit his face, which lacked the triple-layered shield. Ao Bing's facial scales shattered, leaving a bloody gash. It was over. These beams could penetrate the defense of the 3 ice lotuses. Although the 3 lotuses combined formidable strength, they could not compare to the chaotic ice lotus. The thermal contraction cannons of the blazing sun overwhelmed his defenses, leaving his face marked with burns and swelling. Realizing that the Frost Abyss dual swords could intercept, Ao Bing disregarded his injuries and once more brandished the twin swords. However, the dragon claw struck again, slamming Ao Bing into the ground. This time, the force was considerably less, allowing Ao Bing to position his swords in front of him just as the claw descended, embedding them into the blazing sun's claw. A massive wave of coldness surged forth, rapidly encasing the blazing sun's claw in ice, while the unbearable cold within seemed to have myriad glass fibers crawling throughout its palm, halting its downward motion. The pain was acute, and the dragon could not dare to move. Moreover, he felt the fire and dragon energy within him being siphoned away. Brave enough to pull out your sword, huh? I cannot do that. What followed was the cold soul rending of the Frost Dew sword, unleashing countless frost-infused blades that spread from the blazing sun's claw to its arm and body. The sensation of innumerable glass fibers coursing through him was excruciating, tearing through the internal organs and blood, bypassing scales and skin, spilling forth outside his body. The scales began to crack, and despite the blazing sun's futile attempts to stir the meager fire energy within, the cold soul rending's formidable penetration shattered it effortlessly. Ao Bing, too, was not unscathed. The weight of the claw bore down upon him, exacerbating his pre-existing injuries. Blood trickled from his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, while his legs felt as heavy as lead, and his left shoulder joint felt as though it might dislocate. Yet, Ao Bing was a tenacious dragon, determined to outlast his foe. The pressure of the dragon claw gradually diminished. After a stalemate of about 15 minutes, the blazing sun could no longer endure. This was the 3rd time it had experienced such coldness, but this time, it was a dual torment of spirit and density. How about we both take a step back and ease the pressure on one another? Count to 3. 3, 2, 1. The 2 dragons simultaneously leapt apart, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the intense discomfort. Their dragon minds felt dizzy, deprived of oxygen. However, the 18-glazed divine tower atop Ao Bing's head emitted the 3-light divine water, which, through the miraculous refraction of the tower's mirror surface, allowed its effects to reach their zenith, hastening his recovery. If others were to witness Ao Bing's reckless use of divine water, they would undoubtedly chastise him for wastefulness. A single drop could rejuvenate any being among the myriad races, enabling Ao Bing to swim once more in the eastern seas. Meanwhile, the blazing sun's wounds healed quickly, but Ao Bing was the first to rise. Had that claw struck him, his bones would likely have been warped beyond recognition. If not for his ample arsenal of trump cards, he would never have dared to enter this ancestral dragon's secret realm. Beside him, the blazing sun felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction deep within, realizing it had been injured by a younger generation. Had it known, it would have refrained from using light attacks or holding back, and certainly not consumed that furnace. Its strength had only manifested at 2/10 capacity, and it sensed warmth emanating from above. As the blazing sun shifted its head, it beheld the young one with a glazed tower hovering between his hands, its radiance casting down upon it, hastening the healing of its wounds. Why do you wish to save me? The junior wishes to express gratitude for the senior's mercy. As we are of the same kin, there is no need for excessive animosity, is there? Did you not say this yourself? Ao Bing's survival was primarily due to the blazing sun's desire to spare the life of a talented kin. It had witnessed their ascent to greatness and their subsequent fall into the depths of despair. Following Panga's creation of the world, the dragon, Phoenix, and Qiankun clans found themselves embroiled in a cataclysmic conflict, primarily instigated by the struggle for resources and the incitement of the demon ancestor, Rahu. Ultimately, this led to a fierce war among the three clans. After Panga's establishment of the world, the primordial realm gradually formed the three dominant forces, the dragon, Phoenix, and Qiankun clans. The dragon clan ruled the oceans, the Phoenix clan governed the skies, and the Qiankun clan reigned over the land. The three clans each thrived. Yet as their populations expanded, the competition for resources and status intensified. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qiankun clans found their conflicts escalating due to these disputes. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, stoked the flames of discord from the shadows, further exacerbating the tensions among the three clans. Ultimately, a large-scale war erupted between them, with the three divine beasts, the ancestor dragon, the primordial Phoenix, and the beginnings Qiankun, actively participating in the fray, leaving all clans severely weakened. After the war, powerful figures such as the primordial celestial lord intervened to quell the chaos. The emperor of monsters, Li Jing, and the eastern emperor Tai unified the demon kind, while the 12 ancestor witches established the witch clan. The rise of the witch and demon clans heralded a new balance of power. Meanwhile, the leader of the dragon clan, having exhausted their fortune through excessive slaughter, was ultimately sealed by the primordial celestial lord within the Dragon Spring Cave on Mount Buzhou. The leader of the Phoenix clan, gravely wounded during the conflict, managed to give birth to the 9 heavens Qiankun and the 5 elements Peacock, yet lost nearly all of their magical power and ultimately perished with a smile. The leader of the Qiankun clan fell after making a grand vow to the way of heaven, their body transforming into a Qiankun cliff. Following the conclusion of the Dragonhan calamity, the witch and demon clans emerged as the primary beneficiaries. However, a second catastrophic conflict, the witch-demon war, erupted as they vied for dominion over the heavens and the earth. This war raged for an epoch, ultimately resulting in the retreat of the witch clan to the netherworld and the demon clan to the northern Jiulu continent. Li Jing witnessed the dragon clan's decline from greatness to ruin. He could envision the plight of his severely weakened kin, with the esteemed elder dragons arriving to further burden him. He empathized with their dire circumstances and was determined to preserve even the slightest glimmer of hope for the dragon clan's resurgence. He was one of the few remaining rational dragons, and the fact that this hope had found him signified that he should not succumb to despair. Thus, he chose to hold back each time, hoping to instill fear in his adversary, urging them to confront the reality and utter words of departure. Yet, why did they remain so obstinate? Young one, speak to me. How fare our kin outside? Observing the suddenly calm fire dragon, Ao Bing gazed into the expression devoid of emotion in its 3 dragon eyes. He began to tend to Li Jing's wounds while recounting the current state of the dragon clan. Although prepared psychologically, learning that their clan was being oppressed and reduced to mere decorative pillars and mounts for the so-called celestial beings filled him with rage and hatred. How could mere mud dare to ride upon the heads of the dragon clan? The fury surged within Li Jing, who took several deep breaths, nearly losing himself in the tempest of emotions. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure. Young one, despite your youth and impressive talent, tell me your circumstances. It would be remiss to let you leave empty-handed. Senior, observing the suddenly composed Li Jing, offered Ao Bing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What followed would be the initial glimpse into the sacred land of dragons. Chapter 33. The Secret Realm of the Dragon Clan. There was no room for refusal, as it was stated that he had come to grow stronger. Then I thank you, Senior, for your kindness, and I apologize for any previous offenses. Although their first encounter had involved a skirmish, this was a common occurrence among the combative dragons. If need be, he could always spar with those disdainful dragons. This young dragon indeed possessed talent. Even when facing opponents of greater strength, he remained composed, able to analyze the situation with a commendable mindset. From the very beginning, I sensed a unique energy within you, Ao Bing revealed, sharing part of his circumstances. He was wary, knowing that revealing too much could be perilous in this unfamiliar realm. Li Jing was aware of this as well and tacitly agreed to this understanding. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence would not divulge all their secrets. Upon learning that Ao Bing was the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl, Li Jing's immediate thought was of the Chaos Pearl of the Ancestor Dragon. Could this be fate? After the Master fell, their precious pearl disappeared, only for a descendant of the spiritual pearl to emerge years later. Where there is cause, there is effect. Could this be connected to the Master's pearl? Though it seemed implausible, Li Jing could not help but hope for the best. After all, with their kin suffering so greatly outside, he yearned for a prodigy to rise above the rest, leading the Dragon Clan back to its zenith. This was the very hope for their lineage. Witnessing the sovereign wield the Chaos Pearl to unleash divine powers is an indelible memory for Li Jing. A scene reminiscent of creation itself, resplendent and imbued with boundless strength. Determined to empower this child, Li Jing felt that, given the tragic plight of their kin outside, it would be remiss not to venture forth. Even if he himself could not step out, he would ensure this young one avenged their misfortunes, striking back with ferocity. With most of his injuries healed, he slowly rose, internal energies swirling, and with a sudden spitting sound, he expelled the dew crystal stove. Returning to the matter at hand, he presented it back to Ao Bing, who displayed an expression of sheer disdain. Li Jing, perplexed, inquired about the nature of Ao Bing's reaction. How to describe it? The stove was covered in golden-brown draconic saliva. Ao Bing, possessing a fastidious nature, was notably repulsed by the odor. Thus, Li Jing watched as the young dragon conjured water to meticulously cleanse the stove. While Ao Bing attended to this task, Li Jing began to recount the various divine dragons within this secret realm, the 9 great ancestral dragons, endowed with the same title as the progenitor dragon. Alongside the 8 legendary dragons of myth, the 5 ancient elemental dragons, and the 17 astonishing primeval dragons. Most of these dragon breeds were birthed from this very land. The emperors of the ancient 18 elemental dragons bore exceptionally pure attributes, though their relationships were fraught with discord. The ordinary elemental dragon emperor, devoid of overt attributes, exuded a rich and authentic dragon aura. The fire elemental dragon emperor, while not as potent as Li Jing, was a master of fire, capable of counteracting the true flames of the 3-legged golden crow. The water elemental dragon emperor excelled in the art of yielding to aggression, lacking offensive capabilities but thriving in support, defense, and healing, embodying a rare gentleness among dragons. The grass elemental dragon emperor was a resilient life force, adept at complex and dynamic attacks, skilled in controlling foes, and adept at disguise. The lightning elemental dragon emperor was the most fearsome in terms of offensive power among the 18, with a singular focus on aggression. Even conductive materials like rubber would succumb to his thunderous might. The ice elemental dragon emperor, seemingly cold and distant, possessed a remarkably tender heart and shared a close bond with the water dragon emperor, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. His icy assaults rivaled even those of the lightning dragon emperor. The insect elemental dragon emperor, with a novel appearance, lacked raw power but excelled in stealth, survival, and evasion. This did not denote weakness but rather a unique style of combat. The sky elemental dragon emperor, reigning supreme in the atmosphere, feasted upon clouds, exhibiting terrifying speed and unparalleled agility among the dragon emperors. Conversely, the earth elemental dragon emperor could induce tremors and boasted considerable resilience. The rock elemental dragon emperor possessed an even greater durability, with a formidable shell, excelling in defense. Though his offensive methods were cumbersome, their effectiveness was undeniable. The martial arts elemental dragon emperor was a master of various combat styles, whether in dragon or human form, boasting extensive experience and the ability to exploit openings in an instant. The psychic elemental dragon emperor specialized in manipulating and altering terrain and space, his unpredictable nature rendering him a formidable foe. The ghostly elemental dragon emperor was particularly eerie, rumored to have perished and now existing as a specter, feeding on dragon souls, possessing the most substantial energy among the 18 dragon emperors, and being immortal. The poison elemental dragon emperor's toxins spread in peculiar and varied ways, ensuring that any contact was invariably fatal. The evil elemental dragon emperor embodied death and malice, consuming the malevolent thoughts of living beings, excelling in stealth, deception, and swiftness. With few weaknesses, the adamantine elemental dragon emperor, noted for his vast vitality and unmatched defensive capabilities, excelled in overpowering any obstacle. The dream elemental dragon emperor was adept at crafting illusions, manifesting imagination into reality. The fairy elemental dragon emperor specialized in enchantment, skillfully wielding the art of seduction. The 17 extraordinary primeval dragons emerged through unique transformations. The Holy Dragon King radiated a divine aura, fortified by pure solar dragon energy, impervious to malevolence, and capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects. The Gold and Silver Dragon King, adorned in precious metals, could transmute matter into gold and silver, mastering the manipulation of metallic elements, with attacks infused with light energy, more accurately termed the Holy Light Dragon King, due to his unique abilities. The Misfortune Dragon King lacked offensive and defensive prowess, but wielded the power to manipulate fortune and misfortune, consistently evading danger with extraordinary luck. The Devourer Dragon King relished consumption, converting ingested matter into energy, unfazed by protracted battles. The Yin-Yang Dragon King, akin to the Misfortune Dragon King, excelled in balance, preventing others from falling into obsession with new powers, and possessed a unique ability to replicate and divide through yin-yang principles. The Gravity Dragon King expertly controlled gravitational forces, capable of creating unique gravitational spaces. The Seasonal Dragon King, with the variability of seasons and the essence of wind, possessed unpredictable offensive capabilities and could transform into the wind itself. The Space Dragon King specialized in creating various small realms to nurture his spiritual springs and treasures, capable of spatial division. The Melodic Dragon King's unique voice evoked diverse effects, though he was not adept in close combat. The Fusion Dragon King could deconstruct and assimilate his offensive techniques, creating new abilities to counter opponents, demonstrating a remarkable analytical prowess. The Artifact Dragon King could transmute everything around him into magical artifacts, a weapon enthusiast, and an endless arsenal. The Bone Dragon King, composed entirely of bones, radiated an aura of death, delivering lethal strikes upon engagement. The White Spider Dragon King, appearing as a hybrid of dragon and white spider, possessed an abundance of threads, making his attacks varied and rich. The Scorpion Dragon King, another hybrid, was a master of curses and excelled in utilizing ice and poison. The Jadestone Dragon King focused on defense and was seldom seen, rumored to possess exceptional prophetic abilities. The Crystal Dragon King, akin to Diamond, produced varied gem effects, capable of unleashing destructive blasts comparable to Li Jing's Solar Fire Prison. The Satin Dragon King, characterized by softness, adeptly employed gentleness to overcome rigidity, utilizing speed to surpass brute force with numerous decoys. The 5 elemental dragons in which Li Jing resided were capable of controlling any corresponding element, such as the gentle water he mentioned. She was the ancient water elemental dragon, able to command all forms of water, as blood is indeed a form of water. Li Jing intended to lead Ao Bing to seek the gentle water, hoping she would impart some water-based techniques to him. Chapter 34. Waves like gentle water concealed within Li Yang's dragon claw, Ao Bing journeyed to the domain of gentle water, which was in close proximity to the remnant soul of the progenitor dragon. In the past, the Dragon Han catastrophe had resulted in excessive slaughter, depleting their fortunes, leading to the progenitor's body being sealed within the Dragon Spring Cave of Mount Buzhou by the Primordial Supreme. The remnant soul had barely escaped using the last vestiges of its chaotic power, arriving in this desolate land. Despite being mostly deranged, they retained unwavering loyalty to the progenitor dragon. Gentle water, constantly nurturing the dragon's spring waters that invigorated the slumbering progenitor dragon's remnant soul, would remain cautious, refraining from impulsive actions, mindful that none would dare disturb the sovereign's rest. However, as Ao Bing approached, a colossal eye beneath the dragon's spring opened wide. "Young one, we have nearly arrived." Hearing Li Yang's voice, Ao Bing cautiously peeked out. Surrounding him was a realm of deep azure, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. Unlike the chaotic scenes elsewhere, this place exuded a terrifying tranquility and cleanliness. Above was a semi-transparent ocean, while below lay the genuine phosphorescent waters. Amidst the sounds of an ancient zither, Li Yang cautioned, Listen well, gentle water may sound soft, but her temperament is quite volatile. Be wary. Understood, Senior Li Jing. Ao Bing replied. Sensing the descent, Ao Bing leaped from the dragon claw, landing on the surface of the water, which resembled bouncy jelly. Due to inertia, he was jolted, staggering slightly as he adjusted his stance into a triangular shape for stability, managing to steady himself. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous wave of buoyancy surged forth, and Ao Bing found himself tumbling across the surface, rolling several times before rising to see Li Yang's colossal form advancing ahead. He said nothing further, instead brushing off non-existent dust and following closely behind Li Jing. As they progressed, gentle azure waves rippled around them, and soon they beheld a figure clad in white and blue celestial garments, with a flowing skirt that trailed to the ground, complemented by loose-fitting white trousers. Her hair, reminiscent of icy mist, was partially coiled, and beneath her eyes lay a small patch of purple-blue dragon scales, with 2 dragon horns sprouting from either side of her head. Her ears resembling the wings of blue butterflies. She floated in midair, plucking the strings of a zither. Li Jing, instead of exterminating the foreign dragon, you've come here to deliver me provisions? Roshue, our compatriots are struggling to survive outside. This boy may be the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, possibly linked to the Chaos Pearl of our Lord. While he might be ensnared in the schemes of those ancient beings, he ultimately returns to our clan. With a resonant snap, Roshue's fingertip broke the strings of the ancient chain, a tempest of emotions swirling in her mind. Our kin are fighting for survival. But what does it matter to me? Yet, they are our brethren. The Spirit Pearl, could it truly be connected to the Lord's Chaos Pearl? It cannot be. Yet the fact that Li Jing is willing to concede raises questions about the extraordinary power of this Spirit Pearl. Perhaps it is indeed related to the Lord's gem. But how did it come to be? If it is linked to the Lord's Pearl, how did he reincarnate? Did those ancient beings not notice its emergence? No, that cannot be right. Could his arrival here be a ruse to lure the dragon from its lair? This cannot be allowed to continue. From Ao Bing's perspective, Li Jing exchanged a few words with Roshue, who suddenly snapped the chain string and rushed over, gripping his throat tightly. The pressure around his neck intensified, and Ao Bing felt as though it might snap at any moment. In the next instant, Li Jing reacted, unleashing a fiery blast, while Roshue countered with a frigid mist. Their powers collided, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the area in a thick cloud of smoke, sending all 3 dragons flying. The force of the impact reverberated across the ground, creating tremendous recoil. Fortunately, Ao Bing managed to escape Roshue's grasp, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. Above, Roshue and Li Jing glared fiercely at one another. Roshue, what madness has overtaken you? This boy is likely a bait cast by those ancient beings. A trap for us to spring. It is precisely because those ancient beings are plotting against our clan that we must allow this boy to grow rapidly, so they cannot control him, securing our place in that realm. I do not share your view. If you continue to defend this boy, beware, for I shall not hesitate to turn against you. Were it not for the Lord's meditative retreat, I would make you pay dearly. Roshue, please come to your senses. This is our dragon clan's hope for resurgence. I do not wish to argue with you. I merely seek your assistance in enhancing this boy's strength. He is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, harboring many secrets, and his heart may not be as it appears. Enough, just enough. Seemingly gentle as water, yet in truth as catastrophic as a tsunami, it remains ensnared in this place, leaving both rationality and intellect in a state of disarray. Its actions become inexplicable, and its thought processes are utterly absent, having long lost the spirited vigor of previous years. Chapter 35. The Remnant Soul of the Ancestral Dragon. Yet, in a state of slumber, the master indeed does not dare to confront the gentle water. This sudden turn of events has left Ao Bing utterly bewildered. After being freed from the grasp of the gentle water, he has been coughing, with golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Are the dragons here truly so unreasonable? Gentle water, I understand your vigilance, but if you take a moment to reflect, this space has been opened by the Chaos Pearl. The only means by which this young one could enter is through the Chaos Pearl. Otherwise, unless the great Pangu himself descends, none can breach it. What if that old man Hanjun has already seized the Chaos Pearl? That is enough. A formidable pressure descended, causing blood to pour from Ao Bing's 7 orifices. For a moment, he was pinned against the surface of the sea by this terrifying force. However, the spiritual energy within him surged, and the protective power of the Spirit Pearl enveloped his body, allowing Ao Bing to rise and wipe the blood from his face. Turning his gaze, he beheld both Roshue and Li Jing kneeling on the ground, an act of submission that could only signify one thing: the presence of the master of this realm, their ancestral dragon. With this realization, Albing bowed deeply, mimicking Roshué by kneeling on one knee. Not a single dragon dared to lift their head. From the swirling vortex in the sea emerged a semi-transparent figure, half of a dragon's body appearing. It possessed a mane, 2 wings, thick scales that radiated a mysterious glow, a serpentine body, a Qiankun head, and a fish-like tail, its massive form causing a disturbance in the heavens and earth, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As the waves of the sea roared and countless dragon roars echoed. Despite its numerous wounds, the figure retained an air of majesty. A terrifying dragon aura surged from all directions, causing Albing to break into a cold sweat. He sensed the approach of many powerful dragons, all of whom bowed before this towering figure. If he was not mistaken, it was likely the 9 great dragon ancestors who had been bestowed the title by the ancestral dragon, along with the 8 mythological dragons, the 3 ancient elemental dragons, the 18 ancient dragons of various attributes, and the 17 extraordinary primal dragons. These dragons had gathered to pay homage to their ancestor, their colossal form surprisingly causing no disturbance upon entering the sea. Then, a voice resonated, "Bow before your master." Following this command, a tone of authority declared, "No need for that." The assembled dragons fell silent. To the younger ones who have come from afar, "I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Raise your heads." Upon hearing these words, Albing swallowed nervously and slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the enormous, emerald gold dragon eyes that scrutinized him. Faced with the true visage of this legendary ancestor, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to introduce himself or risk committing a breach of etiquette. Yet, the ancestral dragon was trembling, filled with excitement. Though it was merely a remnant soul, the aura it exuded felt incredibly real. It recognized Albing, identifying the essence of the chaos pearl within him, though only a fragment. It was significant, for he was half of the other pearl that accompanied the chaos pearl. Even as a half, it was more than sufficient. "Youth, from whence do you hail?" "Junior Ao Bing, the 3rd son of the East Sea Dragon King. You must be the primordial pearl, accompanied by the chaos pearl." The ancestral dragon's eyes narrowed in excitement, while Ao Bing shivered involuntarily, feeling the intense scrutiny of the surrounding dragons. Under such formidable gazes, the pressure was overwhelming, and Ao Bing was already drenched in cold sweat. The ancestral dragon reminisced, recalling the time he had acquired the chaos pearl, cherishing it dearly, fearful it might dissolve if not safeguarded. Now, to find that a junior of his kin was the reincarnation of half of the primordial pearl, possessing fragments of the chaos pearl, was indeed a sign of hope for the dragon clan's survival. Thus, he inquired about Ao Bing's reincarnation. Recognizing that lying in the presence of such beings was futile, Ao Bing recounted the circumstances surrounding the dragon clan situation, detailing the division of the primordial pearl and the ancestral dragon's efforts to suppress the depths of the sea, for which the primordial celestial venerable had personally bestowed the spirit pearl upon the dragon lineage. Upon hearing Ao Bing's account, the ancestral dragon's muscles tensed with fury. He was well aware that the primordial pearl had existed for countless years, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, and would inevitably unleash unprecedented power upon reincarnation, transforming into an ancient force long lost within its chaos. Others may not grasp the nature of the primordial celestial venerable, but he certainly did. Ever since that old man sealed his body within Mount Bujo, he had been secretly refining his residual form. It was unlikely that he would benevolently bestow half of the primordial pearl upon the dragon clan. Rather, he sought an excuse to exploit the treasures birthed from the primordial pearl. If this spirit pearl were to manifest such a dragon clan treasure, not only could he refine the ancestral dragon's remains, but he could also use the dragon clan's prodigies as pawns, potentially exacerbating the situation. After all, how could the illustrious body of the ancestral dragon be so easily refined? Only with a treasure of dragon chi could one hope to approach such a feat. It was clear that the primordial celestial venerable harbored such intentions. The fact that the primordial pearl could give rise to such treasures was known to all who participated in that grand prophecy assembly of powerful beings, a singular event gathering all the great saints and masters. As one of the 3 pure ones, the primordial celestial venerable had naturally been a participant, and now it seemed that the primordial pearl had indeed fallen into his grasp. However, the other ancient beings outside would not simply relinquish their claims. If Ao Bing's words were true, and those beings appeared to harbor no issues, then that was the greatest concern of all. They were either unaware or had conspired with others. Regardless of which scenario it was intolerable. Once he had calmed his emotions, he continued to inquire about the situation of the chaos pearl. The ancestral dragon was not fearful of the young dragon lying, for in the presence of such beings, deception was meaningless. What mattered was his status as the ancestral dragon, who wielded absolute bloodline authority over his kin and subjects, ensuring their unwavering obedience. Should the ancestral dragon detect any lapse in this absolute submission, it would signify a profound issue, for he maintained a food chain among his kin. As the apex of this food chain, even in his residual consciousness, he could elicit absolute obedience from his subjects. The ancestral dragon's awareness of their circumstances was akin to a repository of knowledge, encompassing visual monitoring, telepathic communication, and the subservience of souls and bloodlines. The manner in which the ancestor dragon governs his kin and followers can be discerned by exploring this food chain. This method has revealed various kin and followers who have been usurped. The ancestor dragon holds a profound affection for the Chaos Pearl, and upon learning of its reincarnation, he was astounded. However, cultivating a friendship with this youth seems quite advantageous, given the immense terror the Chaos Pearl embodies, a fact of which the ancestor dragon is acutely aware. Yet, the reincarnation of that precious pearl raises significant concerns regarding its physical form. Chapter 36. No longer in hiding. Nevertheless, the ancestor dragon did not dwell on this for long. The Chaos Pearl has reincarnated into a human, and while he yearns to reclaim it, the existence of its physical body and consciousness poses a potential dilemma. Should the pearl harbor resentment for the deeds of the past, it could lead to considerable trouble. Awaken, is it? The matter of the Chaos Pearl's cultivation has become known to the great powers of the primordial era. Rest assured, what needs to be said will be conveyed. The spiritual pearl is indeed quite sentient, and you do not possess any divine treasures of dragon energy. Indeed, Awaken replied, coming to realize that the apparent tranquility of the Four Seas Dragon clan was merely superficial, as they were all ensnared in the schemes of the three purities. It was no wonder his treasure only manifested attributes of ice and water, while Nezha primarily exhibited fire attributes. Along with the unique characteristics of the lotus body and the divine lotus, it seemed Nezha too was caught in the machinations of the primordial lord. Now the ancestor dragon began to contemplate future actions. Exiting was not an option, the shards were minuscule, and the thought of his Chaos Pearl being reduced to such a state filled him with sorrow. However, such tiny fragments offered only a singular opportunity to activate the portal, and only he, as a dragon, along with his equipped treasures, could pass through. They could not shrink to fit upon him, as that would be utterly inappropriate for a youth. Keeping Awaken here indefinitely was also not a viable solution, and the ancestor dragon placed great importance on the Chaos Pearl outside. If the primordial elder were to succeed, it would merely be a matter of time before he located this realm. After much contemplation, the ancestor dragon resolved to nurture this spiritual pearl, aware of its inherent abilities. With proper cultivation, they could safeguard the reincarnation of the Chaos Pearl, allowing them to remain unaffected by the outside world. Yet, to hide indefinitely was no longer tenable. Although he had shed his former tyranny, the intrinsic dignity of his dragon lineage forbade him from allowing his kin to suffer such degradation in the outside world. I have made my decision. All dragons, heed my command. You will be done, my lord. From this moment forth, we shall devote ourselves to cultivating the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, ensuring it possesses the strength to withstand the primordial elder's grasp. They understood that their sovereign valued this reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, which indeed seems to be connected to the Chaos Pearl. As confirmed by the exchange between the two dragons, they naturally complied with their lord's command. We shall obey your command, my lord. Awaken, on the other hand, found his mind momentarily blank. Wasn't this already resolved? However, the ancestor dragon suddenly realized another significant matter, the whereabouts of the other half of the primordial pearl. One might say that the dragon has aged and deserves some care, perhaps having been confined for too long, leading to a slight dullness in its faculties. It was only now that it inquired about the location of the other half of the primordial pearl. Learning that it had been cast into the same womb as the Chaos Pearl, causing the ancestor dragon's scales to bristle in astonishment. How could it have truly ended up in the possession of the primordial teacher? Upon witnessing the ancestral dragon's fury, Awaken quickly added that the Chaos Pearl had utilized the concealment abilities of the primordial pearl, resulting in no one, aside from himself and Awaken, being aware of the whereabouts of the Chaos Pearl. Prior to this, the Chaos Pearl had continuously operated its divine powers to obscure its trace, stealthily following the other half of the primordial pearl into reincarnation. At this moment, the ancestral dragon felt reassured. He was well aware of the immense strength of the Chaos Pearl in erasing causal connections. With a sigh of relief, he realized that Awaken had indeed been knocked to the ground. Nearby, the dragon monarch of the demon clan secretly assisted Awaken to his feet, saying, "Child, I have decided to cultivate you with the power of the Secret Realm Dragon Tribe because I understand the capabilities of this primordial spirit pearl. Do not let me down. I understand. I will not disappoint you, esteemed ancestor, Ao Bing replied. Meanwhile, outside, Nezha felt a restless anxiety, sensing that something was about to happen. The fish he was roasting lost its appeal. Could there be an issue with Ao Bing? The spirit pearl interjected. I am uncertain if there is a problem. But I do know he has encountered my former brother. A scent even I could detect from the tiniest fragment of myself. Despite his internal reassurances to trust Ao Bing, he remained somewhat worried that something might truly be amiss. In fact, it was indeed the case. Most dragons were resentful that Ao Bing had gained the favor of the ancestral dragon, viewing the reincarnation of a mere broken pearl with disdain, as it was not the same as the chaos pearl of their lord from years past. Thus, during the practical training, they showed no mercy. Were it not for the ancestral dragon observing, the dragons might have truly attempted to ascend. However, as a spirit pearl, Ao Bing not only possessed exceptional talent, but also remarkable adaptability, maintaining his composure and rationality during combat. Although he had protective artifacts, they were wielded by experienced and powerful elder dragons. While the artifacts were commendable, the opponents would swiftly identify weaknesses. After a round of combat, Ao Bing's dragon bones felt as though they would crumble. The ancestral dragon had deliberately kept Ao Bing close, knowing he wanted to converse. Observing Ao Bing using the 3 light divine water to heal himself, the ancestral dragon felt a twinge of envy. However, in his current state, what use was the 3 light divine water to him, given that he was merely a remnant soul? Unexpectedly, within that small tower, there existed holy water capable of healing souls. Once Ao Bing recovered, he utilized other divine waters for his own nourishment and healing. It was undeniable that this remnant soul was gravely injured, yet it was a being of considerable weight. The source of life could heal all wounds, even revive those on the brink of death, making it the most precious healing elixir, employed to mend the ancestral dragon's incomplete soul. Using the soul dew to nourish and repair the damaged remnant soul, the pure world's spiritual spring to purify the impurities within the remnant soul. The time water to reverse the weakened state of the remnant soul, restoring it to its previous condition, and the netherworld holy water for special nurturing, along with the chaotic power of the Chentang chaotic water to replenish energy, and the glazed pure water to transform the illusory into reality, envisioning the possibility of improvement. 7 types of divine waters emerged, yet the ancestral dragon's existence was of such caliber that Ao Bing, with his cultivation, could hardly repair even half of it. However, the ancestral dragon's remnant soul was indeed recovering rapidly, something many dragons had failed to achieve over the years, which greatly surprised him. Yet, Ao Bing could not sustain himself for long, and soon found himself exhausted. Nevertheless, he expressed his commitment to exerting his utmost effort to restore the ancestral dragon's remnant soul during this time. The ancestral dragon, in turn, shared his thoughts with Ao Bing, as he had never been one to beat around the bush. He wished to hide within Ao Bing's 18 glazed divine tower to lead the dragons here in leaving. After hiding for so many years, he no longer wished to remain concealed. Dragons cherished freedom more than any other creature. It was unjust to confine so many dragons to this small world for so long. The ancestral dragon decided to cultivate Ao Bing as his successor, for the primordial pearl could grow infinitely, as the spirit pearl, being its half, was the only entity capable of containing such immense divine powers. And with Ao Bing's commendable nature, the surviving beings here were essentially the last of their kind. The ancestral dragon intended to have them teach Ao Bing before they all entered the tower together, using the divine waters within to push toward higher realms while also leaving with Ao Bing. In this way, they could reclaim their physical forms and lead the dragon race back to its pinnacle. Chapter 37. The sacred lotus body. The flow of time within the ancestral dragon's secret realm differed significantly from the outside world, with 1 year inside equating to a mere day outside. Consequently, while the outside world had only just reached the Tongtian River after a little over 3 days, Ao Bing was engaged in real combat, training with 57 dragons and enduring their teachings to learn their divine powers and heal the ancestral dragon's remnant soul. Under the guidance of the 57 ancestral dragons, Ao Bing became proficient even with weapons he had previously struggled with, such as swords and spears. The 57 dragons, nourished by the divine waters within the tower, also saw considerable growth in their foundations. Days were filled with activity, leaving Ao Bing exhausted, often collapsing into sleep. Yet, he felt immense joy, as each day brought clear improvements to his cultivation. Being of the same race and possessing several shared attributes made their training highly compatible. However, Ao Bing recalled a particular matter. Was Nezha's flowering season approaching? After all, he was a lotus body, and both flowering and flooding seasons existed for flowers. This could be considered a minor flaw, but perhaps it was indeed a flaw. The flowering season is when the lotus blooms, peaking at its most vibrant, before gradually wilting into a decaying phase. During this time, Nezha's body would transform into that of a female. Recalling the first time he encountered Nezha during her flowering season, he had received a harsh kick. Due to the unique nature of her physical transformation, it was unstable, requiring her to wear specially designed bodysuits most of the time. Otherwise, her body would shrink without the support of the suit, becoming unable to return to its original form for an extended period. Ao Bing had been there when she was putting on the bodysuit, resulting in a fierce kick. The bodysuit resembled modern-type motorcycle gear, accentuating one's figure. During the peak flowering period, Nezha's temperament would also be affected, behaving much like a girl until the decaying phase arrived. During the flowering period, she would rarely go outside, only emerging during the decaying phase. The rain and dew period favored warm, sunny environments, especially in the summer when water temperatures were suitable for blooming, typically in the morning. During this time, Nezha would exhibit female characteristics, particularly in the morning. The flooding period referred to the flowering period being delayed due to regional differences and special climatic conditions, allowing for prolonged blooming. This detail had only been revealed to Ao Bing after much questioning, resulting in him receiving a beating, with the flowering season lasting about 2 to 3 months. When it would arrive depended on the seasons, calculated according to celestial time. It remained uncertain whether the transformation from lotus to sacred lotus body would bring about any changes. Initially, Ao Bing had thought Nezha was a girl disguised as a boy, only to later discover otherwise, which had terrified him, nearly jeopardizing their brotherhood. In fact, during the nights, Nezha would seek out a quiet place, utilizing the fragments of the Chaos Pearl to obscure the heavenly secrets and create an effect of being in an alternate space. The current Chaos Pearl was undergoing a shedding phase akin to a snake, gradually sloughing off its old shell to transform. These fragments possessed some of the divine powers of the Chaos Pearl, albeit with usage limitations. Once depleted, they would disintegrate into dust. Nezha had to complete the transformation of her physical body before the shedding was complete, otherwise, her body would collapse. Ideally, the transformation of the Chaos Blue Lotus would occur, but such a feat was too extraordinary to achieve. However, with the assistance of the Spirit Pearl, under the dual collision of the Demon Pill and the Chaos Pearl, all divine lotuses, except for the Chaos Blue Lotus, were gradually blooming. The assistance of the Creation Blue Silk formed a circular barrier around Nezha, causing various innate spiritual roots to materialize on the silk, accelerating the process with the aid of spiritual fruits. The Inferno Red Lotus had already blossomed, and Nezha had gained divine powers from each of the divine lotuses, yet needed to keep them hidden, lest they be discovered. If revealed, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, the Chaos Blue Lotus's divine power was primarily about derivation and creation. It would not generate anything new within her being. With the Inferno Red Lotus, the Merit Golden Lotus, the Annihilation Black Lotus, the Pure World White Lotus, the Reincarnation Purple Lotus, the Guanine Red Lotus, the 9-color Divine Lotus, the 9-tier Golden Lotus, and the 7-colored Divine Lotus. Possessing these 9 divine lotuses as a physical body would likely overwhelm even the greatest of sages. However, Nezha was concerned about her future, hoping not to encounter the troubles of the rain and dew period again. Reflecting on the changes in Ao Bing's gaze after the flowering season, it seemed he had sensed something odd as well. After all, she was neither male nor female. By the time Ao Bing emerged, he was uncertain how much time had passed. Chapter 38. The 57 Divine Powers, the 72 transformations of earthly fiends, and the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs are collectively referred to as the 108 Great Arts. This name derives from the formation of a higher-level magical system through their combination, closely linked to the ancient sages and cultivation systems in Taoist mythology. Master Bodhi simultaneously mastered both the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs and the 72 transformations of earthly fiends, suggesting that their combination could create the 108 Great Arts. This magical system is believed to have been created by the ancient sages who evolved from the essence of the 5 elements, particularly associated with the insights of Huang Lao, Water Spirit, and other celestial sages. The 36 transformations of heavenly gangs emphasize the power of heavenly principles, encompassing advanced spells such as manipulating creation, reversing yin and yang, and resurrecting the dead, involving the control of cosmic rules. The 72 transformations of earthly fiends focus on the changes of spells, including invisibility, duplication, and wind manipulation, primarily used to evade heavenly tribulations or assist in battles. The combination of the two not only achieves a unified transformation of form and rules, but also reduces energy consumption while enhancing the stability and diversity of spells. The 72 transformations include various divine powers such as communicating with the ethereal, summoning spirits, lifting mountains, controlling water, borrowing wind, creating fog, praying for fair weather, invoking rain, traveling through fire, entering water, obscuring the sun, manipulating wind, boiling stones, breathing flames, swallowing swords, summoning celestial beings, traversing water, walking on water, dispelling illusions, duplicating oneself, becoming invisible, reattaching heads, immobilizing foes, slaying demons, summoning immortals, pursuing souls, capturing souls, summoning clouds, retrieving the moon, transporting items, marrying dreams, fragmenting, entrusting objects, halting flows, averting disasters, resolving predicaments, employing sword techniques, shooting darts, manipulating earth, celestial navigation, forming arrays, assuming forms, transforming, pointing to create, disintegrating bodies, shifting landscapes, summoning creatures, taming birds, sealing energy, exerting strength, penetrating stones, emitting light, creating barriers, guiding, consuming, opening walls, leaping over rocks, sprouting, ascending, drinking water, lying in snow, scorching the sun, crafting pills, using symbols, employing medicine, discerning time, recognizing the land, fasting, and performing rituals. The 36 transformations of heavenly gangs encompass abilities such as manipulating creation, controlling the forces of heaven and earth, reversing yin and yang, altering their properties, shifting stars and constellations, moving celestial bodies, reversing time, causing it to flow backward, summoning rain and wind, calling forth storms, shaking mountains and quaking the earth, creating tremors, riding clouds and mist, navigating through the skies, transforming rivers into land, solidifying water surfaces, accelerating earthly movements, enhancing speed, disturbing rivers and oceans, causing chaos, solidifying earth into steel, transforming terrain, performing the 5 elements great escape, utilizing elemental evasion techniques, the 6 Chi's strange gates, employing unique tactics, foreseeing the future, predicting events, urging mountains and stones to move, directing their motion, reviving the dead, bringing souls back to life, flying and concealing one's presence, achieving stealth, the 9 breaths of Qi, cultivating health and vitality, extracting primordial energy, harnessing the essence of life, subduing dragons and tigers, conquering formidable beasts, mending the heavens and bathing in sunlight, restoring the sky and receiving illumination, pushing mountains and filling seas, altering landscapes, turning stones into gold, transmuting materials, standing without a shadow, existing in pure form, transforming bodies, changing shapes, shifting sizes at will, altering dimensions, blooming instantly, causing flowers to blossom, controlling divine energy, harnessing spiritual forces, seeing through walls, perceiving through barriers, reversing wind and fire, redirecting elemental forces, mastering the 5 thunderbolts, wielding thunder's might, diving into abysses, minimizing distances, making sand and stones dance, manipulating materials, carrying mountains across the seas, traversing vast distances, summoning troops from beings, conjuring forces from small items, utilizing the 7 arrows technique, employing specialized projectiles. The spell system of Erlang Shun is centered around the 36 transformations of heavenly gangs and the 72 transformations of earthly fiends, combining with advanced techniques like the 8-9 mystical arts and the capability to manifest heavenly phenomena, complemented by the summoning of troops from beings, the rapid movement techniques, and the divine sight. It showcases his extraordinary prowess as a Taoist protector and war god. The 8-9 mystical arts is the core technique of the Chan teachings, passed down through Erlang Shun and his master, Jade Dingzhenren, also known as the 9 transformations of Yuan power and 9 transformations of mystical arts. The maximum Yi number is 8, while the maximum Yang number is 9. Multiplying 8 and 9 yields the highest number in Taoism, symbolizing the pinnacle of cultivation that returns to pure Yang through the transformation of 8 into 9. This includes the 72 transformations. Erlang Shun had once utilized this technique to evade the binding immortal rope and withstand the blood god blade attacks, even transforming into a woman to capture the earthly spirit Sunday. The indestructible body, once perfected, rendered the physical form nearly invincible. capable of withstanding the Fanteon Seal and the Blood God Blade, sustaining only minor sparks without injury. As long as the spirit within the Niwen Palace remains unextinguished, the body remains immortal, allowing for infinite rebirth. His divine powers also include the Heavenly Eye, immobilization techniques, the 5 Elements Great Escape, and the True Fire of Samadhi, among numerous other spells, encompassing offensive, defensive, and evasion capabilities. The 57 divine powers developed by the dragon tribe in the secret realm consist of skills created by these 57 dragons, unified and upgraded into a complete system under the ancestral dragon's guidance. It is divided into 5 major systems: 9 ancestral dragons, 8 divine dragons, 5 elemental dragons, 18 attributes, and 17 anomalies. In the 9 divine dragons section, the chaos-devouring dragon's absolute heaven devour consumes all to replenish itself. Anything devoured, whether animate or inanimate, enters an alternate space within its body, where it is instantly digested by the chaotic heavens and swiftly returned to itself. Thus, to cultivate this technique, one must first establish an internal space within. The Shadow Dream Dragon's 9 heavens enchanting sky uses powders, mist, and illusionary butterflies to ensnare its targets, leading them into a woven environment from which they cannot escape or perceive. It can manifest various woven entities into reality, allowing for countless transformations and immunity to all illusions, as well as executing various mental attacks. The ancient blood spirit dragon's dragon slaughter is an all-encompassing slaughter and warfare technique. Once unleashed, 9 spectral bone dragons attack, creating a special area of destruction around them that manipulates all blood-related entities, turning the ground into a blood pool from which countless dragon zombies emerge. Initially, it can obliterate a specified target, causing heavy damage to itself, only to regenerate, achieving a form of rebirth. The Cosmic Cataclysm Dragon's heavenly disaster arrival can create various disasters, whether natural or spiritual, within a designated area. The Taiji Living Dragon's life creation protects its endless life. Should it suffer any loss of limbs, chaotic azure flames ignite at the severed points, allowing for infinite regeneration. And it can skillfully control chaotic azure flames to disrupt the balance of yin and yang. The Divine Heart Refining Dragon's 1,000 threads transforms its hands into dragon claws, capable of producing fine threads that are incredibly sharp, achieving absolute cutting effectiveness. The Primordial Destiny Dragon's Primordial Destiny Decision generates a semi-transparent golden orb in its hand, adept at predicting various events, controlling a series of elements to create specific effects, enhancing its own cultivation. It can also be attached to its eyes to foresee the opponent's forthcoming actions. The Void Cosmos Dragon's time-space creates various black hole spaces of varying sizes, facilitating travel across distances, tearing apart space, pausing time, or reversing it, akin to a game save, allowing for the reopening of locations that are otherwise inaccessible. The Primordial Sacrificial Dragon's 1 yuan decomposition can be attached to the hand or emitted as a small energy sphere, decomposing everything it touches into nothingness. In the 8 Divine Dragons section, the Candle Dragon's Candle Dragon Eye sprouts a third eye. When opened, it becomes the sun, when closed, the night, affecting spaces of any size, with the pupils displaying seasonal colors that exert corresponding influences. The Azure Dragon's Azure Armor envelopes its entire body in azure scales, achieving a state of purification and defense, effectively neutralizing toxins and resisting various physical, spiritual, and magical attacks. The Yinglong's Universal Dragon Breath enables it to exhale water, fire, snow, and wind, forming natural breath control over disasters. The Fire Dragon's Divine Resistance grants itself a degree of resistance against various divine powers. The Panlong's Thunderous Dragon Roar instills fear in enemies, revitalizing allies by replenishing their magical energy. The Black Dragon's Life Deprivation allows it to siphon the life force from living beings. The Xuanlong's 3,000 Shun Shadows combines the Xuanlong's shape-shifting and the flow of 3,000, generating mist to obscure vision and consciousness, while also opening 3,000 acupoints within itself to accumulate immense magical power. The Jiao Dragons guide the way. Turn the River enables it to destroy and transform its surroundings, causing dragon-like upheaval akin to tidal waves, triggering floods. In the 5 Elemental Dragons section, the Ancient Fire Elemental Dragon's 10,000 Fire Spirit Thunder technique pertains to the concept of thunder and fire. The Ancient Water Elemental Dragon's 10,000 Water Profound Ice technique pertains to the concept of water and ice. The Ancient Gold Elemental Dragon's 10,000 Gold Imperial Light technique pertains to the concept of gold and light. The ancient wood elemental dragon's 10,000 wood spirit grass technique pertains to the concept of plants. The ancient earth elemental dragon's 10,000 rocks and stones technique pertains to the concept of earth and stone. In the 18 attributes section, the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Chi enhances dragon energy, reinforcing related dragon veins. The Fire Dragon Emperor's reshape mirrors the Phoenix's rebirth. The Water Dragon Emperor's overcoming hardness with softness embodies fluid martial arts. The Grass Dragon Emperor's immunity grants immunity to pain. The Electric Dragon Emperor's destructive electric wave is a Thunder Dragon's fist technique. The Ice Dragon Emperor's Ice Dragon Palm embodies a soft palm technique akin to sound waves. The Insect Dragon Emperor's merging of 10,000 insects integrates its body with various insects for advantages. The Sky Dragon Emperor's Sky governs the weather, creating a sky domain that increases speed with each use. The Earth Dragon Emperor's Stone Mountain Earth allows for effortless manipulation of earth and stone. The Rock Dragon Emperor's Rock Drill compresses various stones into dust. The Fighting Dragon Emperor's Fighting Multitudes encompasses a wide array of fighting techniques, applicable in both dragon and human forms. The Supernatural Dragon Emperor's Extra Nature refers to various supernatural phenomena, such as telekinesis and elemental control. The Ghost Dragon Emperor's Netherworld Recall draws nearby souls to restore itself. The Poison Dragon Emperor's Absolute Poison Bone Marrow spreads unique and variable toxins. Once contacted, there is no cure. The Evil Dragon Emperor's October/manifests bone sword spikes on its back in human form, embodying death and evil power. The Diamond Dragon Emperor's Financial represents the ability to break through myriad techniques with sheer strength. The Dream Dragon Emperor's Dream Reality has a chance to transform lies and illusions into reality. The Fairy Dragon Emperor's Charm possesses formidable allure. In the 17 Anomalies section, the Sacred Dragon Emperor's Pure Yang Sacred radiates pure Yang dragon energy, encasing itself in a protective holy light, impervious to evil, preventing any malevolent entities from approaching, and can grant life to inanimate objects. The Gold and Silver Dragon Emperor's Holy Spirit Descend summons a manifestation of the Gold and Silver Dragon Emperor. The Fortunate and Unfortunate Dragon Emperor's Fortune allows control over one's or another's luck. The Devouring Dragon Emperor's Dragon Absorb enables it to absorb water, drawing power from itself to ensure infinite spiritual energy. The Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor's Yin-Yang 5 Elements Balance harmonizes itself, employing a unique ability to replicate and separate Yin and Yang. The Gravitational Dragon Emperor's 10,000 Yields of Gravity manipulates gravity to create a unique gravitational field. The Seasonal Dragon Emperor's 4 Seasons Dragon Whirlwind combines seasonal elements within tornadoes, producing unique formations. The Spatial Dragon Emperor's Spatial Reconstruction generates various personal spaces, which can randomly yield treasures or spiritual herbs. The Melodic Dragon Emperor's Dragon Sound utilizes seashells as a medium to produce various effects, aiding in healing or disrupting. The Fusion Dragon Emperor's 10,000 Techniques fusion dismantles and absorbs offensive techniques, creating new capabilities to rebound against foes, analyzing with the precision of a high-end computer. The Artifact Dragon Emperor's Infinite Armament allows the instantaneous transformation of inanimate objects into artifacts, combining with the White Spider Dragon Emperor's webs and the Fusion Dragon Emperor's skills to achieve truly infinite armaments. The Bone Dragon Emperor's Dragon Bone Quenching repeatedly enhances physical power through the refinement of dragon bones. The White Spider Dragon Emperor's White Spider Web produces infinite spider silk from its mouth, fingers, and palms, exhibiting high resilience and durability. The Demon Scorpion Dragon Emperor's Demonic Scorpion Tail transforms its tail into that of a scorpion, capable of turning both living and dead beings into puppets, while possessing extreme toxicity. The Jadestone Dragon Emperor's Jade Orchid generates jade-like objects, forming formidable defenses while predicting future events. The Crystal Dragon Emperor's Crystal Diamond bestows crystals with varying explosive effects. The Satin Dragon Emperor's Substitute creates an infinite number of satin duplicates, the only distinction being that upon receiving a heavy blow, it disintegrates into ribbons. It is no wonder that with such formidable predecessors, the subsequent techniques seem modest in comparison. Honestly, satin is Ao Bing's weakest skill, as it is even harder to control than spider silk, being overly soft. However, it could be worth attempting with Nezha, who excels in such techniques. In his hands, it would only serve to complement the infinite armament and the creation of duplicates. The space within the Glazed Divine Tower is also limitless. When the 57 dragons, plus 1 remnant soul, shrink, they will fit inside. However, should a conflict arise within, Ao Bing discovered that the artifact Dragon Emperor's automatic repair function would ensure that even if they did engage in a skirmish, it would not pose a problem. The divine waters inside are boundless, allowing them to soar freely within the water and enhance their cultivation, an unprecedented luxury for swimming. It would, however, be a challenge for the one who survives in the vacuum. Chapter 39. Is that gun really something that can exist in our time? The journey from the Karchi Kingdom to the Daughter Kingdom could take several months, especially considering the passage through the Tongtian River. However, with the three of them, they spent only half the original time, yet it still took nearly 2 months. After all, these three had traveled extensively, and as for the Karchi Kingdom, despite their initial arrogance, they had indeed resolved the drought crisis during their tenure as national teachers, successfully petitioning for rain and earning the king's esteem. Consequently, Taoism became the state religion, while Buddhists were forced into labor. It seemed they had become pawns in a scheme. When the three were summoned back from the underworld for questioning, they discovered that their targeting of the monks stemmed from the influence of a certain statue. Upon gaining their powers, they had received a divine command from a headless statue that indicated the monks in the nearby kingdom were merely chanting scriptures and offering sacrifices, and that among them were heretical monks who would bring calamity. However, after their investigations, these rebellious youths realized the truth was half true and half false. Indeed, they had been set up, and they had committed no wrongdoings. Therefore, they were given new skins and permitted to continue their roles as national teachers in the Karchi Kingdom. They were not mindless killers. Each had experienced the suffering of humanity. One had ventured from deep mountains to a bustling city. Another was a second-generation immortal living in a small village, and yet another had witnessed countless innocent beasts hunted down by cultivators under the guise of righteousness. Moreover, their group included demons as well. It must be said, old Li, the mischievous child, focused solely on his career and raising children. In his original words, he could not distinguish between good and evil. He would slay anyone who displeased him, although he too had been influenced by this notion. Yet, at least he was no longer the childish Godzilla of the past. In truth, these three timid demons had received a slap from a demon leader for their arrogance, compounded by the addition of a Tang Song due to his loose tongue. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw Ao Bing, and he wondered if the other dragons had consumed him. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, due to his unfamiliarity, had been directly sent to the Karchi Kingdom. While the three demons knelt on the ground, raising their hands in cold sweat. You said it was like a gun, but you were just holding a white tube. What is going on? The white tube, for reasons unknown, expelled an invisible entity that surged forth with remarkable speed, unleashing a frigid blast that flattened the distant cliffs of the city walls and carved a semicircular arc into the ground, which was subsequently encased in ice. You dare to call this a gun? This is a white ice pistol, forged from the union of white spider silk and boundless armaments, infused with the element of ice. Its body is a pristine white adorned with snowflake patterns, capable of firing ice attribute bullets. Is this truly something that could exist in our era? Under the oppressive force of the equal being vessel, the three demons trembled as they recounted the entire sequence of events. Ao Bing, after a quick calculation, surmised that they were nearing the kingdom of daughters. The swiftest method would be to tear open the fabric of space, raised by the four dragon kings. He had learned his aunt's signature technique, the space-rending claw, rather adeptly. The three demons were weary, not long ago. Their arrogance had led to their subjugation by a band of bandits, and now they found themselves confronted by a figure clad in a white cloak, wielding the truth as a weapon against them. Every word is true. Indeed, indeed, indeed. How rude of us. No worries, no worries. The three demons thought, as long as their fathers kept their distance. Consequently, the truth in Ao Bing's hand transformed into delicate white threads before dissipating, and with a gesture of his palm, a rift in space appeared beside him, leaving the three demons in a state of astonishment. Is this the realm of the great? Tearing through the fabric of space, Ao Bing emerged into an unfamiliar forest, yet he could sense the presence of Nezha nearby. Startled, he found several individuals resting, ready to depart. Suddenly, Ao Bing appeared behind Nezha, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, Nezha kicked backward, but Ao Bing effortlessly blocked the strike with a single hand. The tremendous force generated a deafening sound, snapping nearby trees under the pressure of the shockwave. The commotion drew the attention of the others, who prepared to intervene. But Nezha's command to pause halted them all. As the cloaked figure revealed his face, a strikingly handsome young man emerged. After Nezha lowered his foot, he approached the man, shaking him by the collar and demanding to know where he had been. Meanwhile, the white dragon directly leaned against Tang Sung, using his horse's head to nudge the newcomer. Three-eyed, could this be your sister's boyfriend? Uft. Under Nezha's introduction, it became apparent that there was yet another member in their group, who had managed to keep it a secret until now. Yang Jian found it hard to believe. Ao Bing appeared to be the epitome of decorum. No, a dragon. How could he associate with Nezha? Just then, Sun Wukong whispered in Yang Jian's ear, "No wonder you're overlooked. This pretty boy pales in comparison to the East Sea's handsome lad. Get lost." Tang Song, astonished by the presence of another, observed the four engaging in light-hearted banter and contemplated whether to place a tightening spell on the newcomer, ultimately deciding against it, as this one seemed quite honest. "Young man from the East Sea, did you hear about the journey to the Kingdom of Women and decide to join us? Please do not think that way. You are truly too honest. When the monkey speaks to you like that, you should retort, 'What does three-eyed mean? His father is an old neighbor of mine.' So, that explains your reason for taking down Ao Bing's family walls." Ao Bing remarked, "That was actually my father's bed." Confronted by the dark, murky river, Tang Seng's thirst was growing unbearable. As they contemplated crossing, a boat approached them from the distance. Chapter 40. The Little White Face at Guanjingku and the East Sea's Little White Face enter the Kingdom of Women, Tang Seng no longer appealing. "A boat is coming." Ao Bing was about to don his hood again, but Sun Wukong stopped him. "I was asking why you didn't reveal yourself earlier. It turns out it was because of your dragon horns. My monkey fur couldn't conceal me, nor could your third eye, which is closed. You needn't worry. You have a point." The cloak was merely to disguise his aura. The hood was previously intended to hide his identity as a demon. Now, the atmosphere among the three clans was somewhat delicate. One need not be overly concerned about being identified as a demon. In some areas, things remained the same, while in others, they were quite the opposite. Many demons were engaged in charitable acts, aiding impoverished villages, which somewhat improved their reputation, though not significantly. There was no longer a need to conceal oneself as thoroughly as in years past, especially with companions by his side. Alone, one might feel awkward, but with others, that discomfort dissipated. As the boat drew nearer, they discovered it was piloted by a strikingly beautiful girl. True to the Kingdom of Women, the male presence was non-existent. "Do you wish to cross the river?" The girl gazed at them with bright, sparkling eyes, thrilled to see not just gentlemen, but two handsome young men among them. Tang Seng approached with his customary introduction, and the five, along with a dog and a horse, boarded the vessel. Once aboard, the girl's gaze lingered on Yang Jian and Ao Bing. Her interest evident, making Ao Bing somewhat uneasy. In contrast, Yang Jian, accustomed to the attention of celestial maidens, remained unaffected. When comparing the two, Yang Jian embodied the robust, masculine archetype, while Ao Bing presented a cool, elegant demeanor, resembling his father. Sun Wukong recalled the East Sea's Dragon King, also a tall, striking figure. This young man seemed rather inexperienced. His horns were not even half the size of his father's. Who would have thought that Nezha favored such a type? However, venturing into the Kingdom of Women felt akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. However, the young lady occasionally engaged in conversation with a person and a dragon. Ao Bing maintained a stern expression, offering only perfunctory replies, while Yang Jian closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Ao Bing's gaze frequently shifted towards Nezha, his eyes pleading for rescue. Yet Nezha, content to observe the unfolding drama, utterly disregarded Ao Bing's silent plea. Observing Nezha's indifference, Ao Bing found himself in a state of utter disarray, utterly mortified. At that moment, Tang Seng felt a peculiar sensation of movement within his abdomen and turned to Ao Bing to express his physical discomfort. As none of the three seemed inclined to acknowledge him, placing his hopes solely on this individual, while also testing whether his words would be heeded. For Ao Bing, this presented a splendid opportunity to evade embarrassment, yet for Tang Seng, it was a relief to finally have someone he could influence. After all, a spirit pearl mingled with a demon pill could hardly be expected to yield anything of merit. "I must bring you tidings of joy," Ao Bing declared. Upon hearing their exchange, the young lady at the helm was quick to inquire, "What joy could this possibly be?" "Why, it is that the holy monk is with child." Ao Bing replied. "What?" Tang Seng could scarcely believe this news, while the others struggled to stifle their laughter. "How could that be? I am a man. Surely, you must have partaken of the waters of the Mother and Sun River. In our land of daughters, there are no men. We rely solely on the waters of this river for procreation." Tang Seng was struck as though by a bolt from the blue, while Ao Bing pondered a different angle. Could it be that the waters of the Mother and Sun River could not produce males? "Dear lady, may I ask a potentially impertinent question? If it offends you, please disregard my inquiry." "Not at all. Young sir, please proceed. Is it true that the waters of the Mother and Sun River can only nurture females? In this era where the desire for male offspring prevails, many families unable to bear the burden of raising multiple children, regard sons as treasures while daughters are deemed worthless. Consequently, in numerous regions, newborn girls are abandoned or even killed. It is said that the souls of these unfortunate girls, cast aside, linger in the underworld. Compassionate, the king of hell grants them passage into the mother river, allowing them the chance to be reborn, resulting in the continuation of only female births. However, this portrayal is rather conservative in many mountainous areas. The fate of newborn girls is dire, often meeting a tragic end either through drowning or being thrown away. These innocent infants, unaware of their supposed transgressions, ponder if their only fault was simply being born, a mere lack of an additional appendage leading to their abandonment. As this grim reality unfolds repeatedly, they grow fearful of reincarnation, apprehensive that another birth might seal their fate. Thus, the Mother River offers a semblance of solace, as it can only produce girls. Those desiring children are advised to drink from its waters, ensuring they conceive, albeit only daughters. This provision at least grants these girls a modicum of assurance against the fate of being born only to die, while many still cling to desperate hopes. Discarding daughters after birth, the news that the river guarantees female offspring has gradually spread, leading to a decline in such tragedies. Though the path remains fraught with challenges, there is now at least the prospect of being reborn into families that do not hasten their demise. Upon learning the origins of the Mother River, the three companions were struck with shock. Such was the reality of gender bias, an all too familiar tale. All they could do was wish for these girls to be reborn into nurturing families, as the matter of reincarnation was beyond their control. Could they possibly transport the river's waters to distant households yearning for daughters? They lacked the leisure for such endeavors amidst their pressing concerns. Meanwhile, Tang Sung was astonished to discover his own pregnancy, bewildered at how it could be possible for a man to conceive. Overwhelmed by confusion, he exclaimed, "Oh, my stomach hurts. We must disembark quickly. Fetch me an abortion pill." "You are no one's master," Nezha retorted, striking him on the head. "This is a life we are discussing. How can you, a monk, even contemplate taking a life?" Upon hearing Nezha's words, Tang Sung regained his composure, reflecting on his status as a disciple of Buddhism, which emphasizes the sanctity of life. How could he justify terminating what was, after all, a life? Was there truly any distinction between this act and murder, a violation of his vows and teachings? Consider this, Bald One. This is not merely a life. It is your own flesh and blood. Do you truly wish to discard it? Even a tiger spares its young. What kind of person are you in the path of Buddhism? Are you even human? Such a pitiable child, who perished within her original family due to the biases of gender preference, has reincarnated as a girl. How can you, a disciple of the Buddhist path, claim to uphold such ideals? Upon hearing Nezha's reprimand, Tang Sung began to reflect on his own actions. Meanwhile, the others, particularly Yang Jian, found themselves silently critiquing the situation. You wield a long spear against your biological father, mercilessly delivering blows that grant him no dignity, scolding him as though he were a mere child, and occasionally inquiring after your own grandparents. How do you possess the audacity to utter such words? Even the esteemed King Li is no exception, a stern father is, in essence, a son's overseer. It is said that he owes a debt to his son from their time at Chentang Pass. As for Yang Jian, it is unwise to delve too deeply into his affairs, as they pertain to familial matters. He was granted a Ling Long Pagoda, capable of subduing Nezha. However, it proved ineffective except when necessary, and it was only then that he would deploy it. The remainder of the time, he personally instructed Nezha. Before long, the group disembarked, paid their fare, expressed their gratitude, and departed. Yet, the young lady produced a cage containing a bird, suggesting it be sent to relay a message. Their queen had long been aware of a high monk from the Tang dynasty, who was destined to journey westward in pursuit of sacred texts, a matter that piqued her interest considerably. Upon entering the realm of the Daughter Kingdom, the party felt akin to animals on display, surrounded by women who were as fierce as wolves, scarcely concerned with the peculiarities of their appearances, horns atop their heads, blue hair, or multiple eyes on their foreheads. What mattered was that they were strikingly handsome, particularly the two most dashing among them. Ao Bing instantly regretted not wearing his hat. Alas, it was too late, as his face was already visible. Nezha playfully nudged his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Have you found anyone appealing?" "Nezha, do refrain from jesting with me," Ao Bing replied. The young women, initially exuberantly welcoming them into their establishment with offers of lodging and meals, accompanied by flirtatious glances and playful gestures, suddenly tempered their enthusiasm upon witnessing Nezha and Ao Bing standing so closely together, not out of disdain, but rather from a sense of inadequacy. The duo, In their harmonious juxtaposition, one embodying masculine vigor and the other exuding feminine grace, created a captivating sight, their beauty so striking that it defied gender distinctions. Enchanting in both immediate allure and enduring charm, tall and slender, they possessed an extraordinary charisma, even up in the heavens. Many had drawn comparisons between Nezha and the seven fairies. A beauty ranking had even emerged, and while Nezha typically paid little heed to such matters, Yang Jian found great amusement when he saw Nezha's ranking, chuckling to the point of discomfort at the revelation that Nezha had surpassed Chang'e. This was largely due to an occasion when Princess Qinglian had personally adorned him, transforming him with splendid attire and ornaments that outshone the finery of most celestial maidens. She had even enhanced his appearance with makeup, a sight to behold at the banquet, where his expression had been notably dark. Both were regarded as paragons of beauty in the heavenly realm, one irresistibly captivating to female immortals, the other appealing to all. The duo, known for their striking looks, were undeniably the center of attention in the Daughter Kingdom. In the face of truth, all beings are equal. Amidst a frenzied pursuit akin to hungry wolves, the group finally secured accommodations as night fell. Throughout their journey, Tang Sung had exhibited an unusual silence. Upon reaching their room, he turned to reveal a gentle smile directed at his noticeably enlarged abdomen, leaving the four companions utterly astonished. Wasn't he previously intent on terminating this pregnancy? Now, he appeared to embody the essence of a nurturing father. Why has Nezha arrived? Baldy, what are you doing? Not fighting anymore. No more fighting. This is also a life. The previous life was unfortunate. It's rather pitiful. The monk has decided to bring her into this world. Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Nezha, Ao Bing. 6. It's quite sudden. This is actually happening. Originally, Ao Bing wanted to remind him that once the child is born, how would they care for her? After all, one cannot shirk the responsibilities of parenthood. Their journey to the west is fraught with peril, making it unsuitable for a child. But in the next moment, Nezha declared, "Let me be clear. If you give birth, you raise her. No borrowing money from us. Absolutely no way. Otherwise, I'll make you truly become her mother." Ha. 6. Ha. Yet this remark also awakened Tang Sung. Indeed, as they journey to the west, how will they arrange for the child? The men present were all stalwarts, and the only girl among them seemed lacking in experience. Before they could devise a plan, a maid knocked at the door, announcing that someone wished to see him. Who could it be? To see a heavily pregnant monk? It turned out to be a woman disguised as a man. Though her disguise was so poor that one could hardly mistake her for a man, had she truly never seen one before? Such a clumsy disguise. So there are indeed other men in the kingdom of women. Well, it seems there are truly some who are blind to the obvious. The story from the woman in disguise was that she was a prince from a neighboring kingdom and a friend of the queen here. She had come to assist in resolving the issue of the falling fetus spring. The mother-child river was meant to bring offspring to the kingdom of women. The falling fetus spring could safely remove a child for anyone who had inadvertently consumed the mother-child river's water, allowing the child to understand their unexpected existence and return to the river. This spring existed precisely for those who accidentally drank from the mother-child river. However, recently, a demon had occupied the falling fetus spring, demanding exorbitant treasures from those seeking its water, and would harm those who could not comply. This caused great distress among those who had unwittingly consumed the river's water and among the girls in the kingdom who were unprepared for motherhood. The demon, possessing formidable powers, had defeated the queen's dispatched troops. Having heard of the holy monks traveling to the west, and knowing they were skilled fighters, the prince had come seeking their assistance, promising substantial rewards from both him and the queen. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung agreed. As they had come to him seeking help, I see that the holy monk's belly also seems in need of the falling fetus spring. It would be a twofold benefit. Tang Sung shook his head, informing the prince that he intended to bring this small life into the world, but was troubled about how to care for the child afterward. To this, the prince was utterly astonished and inquired of Tang Sung whether he did not find it absurd for a man to bear a child. Tang Sung merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "Whether male or female, all beings are born alike, each bringing forth a child. Though this little one has come to me due to my inadvertent consumption of the waters of the mother river, which is said to nurture only daughters, I trust the emperor is aware that this child's arrival into my womb is merely a matter of fate." As he rambled on, Nezha cast him a significant eye roll, clearly finding his words rather pretentious. Meanwhile, the prince's eyes sparkled with fascination, evidently captivated by Tang Sung's profound compassion. Then, Tang Sung turned his pleading gaze towards Ao Bing, evidently hoping he would take action. Once again, the honest dragon found himself in a predicament, as Nezha's focus was solely on him. leaving no room for a glimmer of attention towards Tang's son. This left Tang Xing in an awkward position, prompting him to clear his throat several times, yet receiving no response. Finally, he said, "Ao Bing, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip." "I refuse," came the swift reply. "How very decisive," thought Sun Wukong, bemused, as he noted the stark contrast in their interactions. "You have yet to discern the situation. Sending someone on errands while others are engaged with their girlfriend, who would be inclined to pay you any attention." It was unexpected that this Ao Bing, appearing so refined, would be so dismissive. This left Tang Xing feeling embarrassed and awkward, forced to smile sheepishly. Nevertheless, the prince took no offense, following Tang Xing's gaze. He deduced that the blue-haired youth twirling the flower ropes was Ao Bing. He approached Ao Bing and quietly observed the two as they played with the flower ropes. Sensing the prince's unwavering stare, both youths felt uneasy and halted their actions, turning to face him. The prince merely clasped his hands in salute, displaying a courteous demeanor. "Young Master Ao Bing, I presume the holy monk has sent you. I earnestly request your assistance. Whatever you desire, I would traverse fire and water, willing to offer my utmost support." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Although this prince was in disguise, the respectful attitude of the attendants suggested he held a significant position, at the very least, a high-ranking official. With such humility, he had come to seek aid from Ao Bing. Just as Ao Bing was about to nod in agreement, the prince leaned in mysteriously. Ao Bing, maintaining his composure, stepped back a few paces. The prince, seemingly unperturbed, whispered in a tone he believed only the two could hear, "Young master, this daughter's kingdom has numerous delightful spots for a rendezvous. If you were to escort that lovely lady there, amidst the splendid scenery and vibrant atmosphere, it is inevitable that she would harbor feelings for you." Ao Bing was left utterly speechless. Apart from Nezha, the other three present also recognized that the prince was clearly referring to Nezha. The notion of secret affections was ludicrous. Nezha was the foremost killer in the heavenly realm, indiscriminate of age or gender. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the second lord. Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he would forego the suggestion. He was willing to quell the demon, but wished to avoid the prince's notion of a romantic outing. He did not desire to endure Nezha's infamous facial expressions or affectionate touches. First, he would offer counsel and reason. Should negotiation fail, a more physical approach would ensue. If that proved ineffective, then a barrage of projectiles would follow. Ultimately, once a volley was unleashed, all would lie before the king of the underworld, equality for all beings. In the hands of the Dragon Clan's armament leader, Ao Bing came to comprehend a distinct weaponry system, military arms. The Dragon Emperor had a penchant for weaponry, delving into various artifacts. Over countless years, he had discovered a soil akin to gunpowder in a secret realm, leading to the development of military arms. Moreover, having lived for such an extended period, he had gradually deviated from the traditional path of cultivation, aligning perfectly with the calculations of the Dragon Emperor, thus inventing advanced technologies within the cultivation system. One cannot deny that this ancestor was quite fashionable. What you can conceive, others too can imagine. It is akin to traversing to a primitive era with the athletic prodigy in your class. While they possess superior physical abilities, you must rely on your intellect, utilizing available materials to forge more powerful weapons for your security. The artifact Dragon King exemplified this approach. Lacking in strength, he compensated with weaponry, bringing forth the modern truth of equality in this era. Even unenchanted military arms wielded extraordinary power. Moreover, with boundless imagination, one could meld the capabilities of the Dragon Clan's 57 divine arts, creating new forms of weaponry and enchanting them through other divine arts. Not only would firearms be limitless, but ammunition would also be in abundance. This relentless sense of security stemmed from an overwhelming firepower. Yet, if I were to present an infinite arsenal of ammunition, how would you respond? The key is that it does not deplete resources. Wouldn't the opposing side be obliterated? They would surely raise alarms, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this? The enemy is cheating. How can we contend with this?" There is no alternative. The sense of security is overwhelming. The Dragon Emperor has something to express. Firearms are the essence of a man's romance. Is this, then, the reason for your single status? Chapter 42. I am merely a shoe enthusiast, and you confront me with such truths? Initially, I contemplated employing a Barrett to engage in sniping, given its substantial lethality, and, coupled with the dragon's formidable vision, the need for a scope is rendered unnecessary. Its maximum kinetic energy can reach 18,000 joules, with an effective range exceeding 2,000 meters, capable of penetrating 20mm steel plates. The Barrett sniper rifle, epitomized by the Model 821, stands as the pinnacle of anti-material weaponry. Its potency manifested across 3 dimensions: kinetic energy, penetrative capacity, and destructive efficacy in combat situations. This remarkable firearm discharges 12.7 by 99 mm ammunition, achieving a staggering maximum kinetic energy of 18,000 joules and an effective range surpassing 2,000 meters, adept at piercing through 20 mm thick steel. The bullet's lethality against human targets rivals that of an explosion, possessing the capability to sever limbs with precision. In ballistic gel tests, penetrating 80 centimeters of gel, the bullet's explosive shockwave creates cavities exceeding 303 within the gel, the intense heat and pressure inciting molecular agitation akin to an explosive reaction. Regarding penetrative prowess, it can breach 22 mm steel plates within 100 meters, and even at 200 meters, it remains capable of piercing 4 mm steel when utilizing armor-piercing incendiary rounds. It can penetrate 15 mm steel at 500 meters and 20 mm steel at 100 meters. In kinetic energy assessments, with a bullet velocity of 853, the muzzle energy reaches 18,000 joules, 9-fold that of 47,980 joules. The standard effective range is 1,800 to 2,000 meters, with recorded maximum pinpoint elimination range reaching 2,815 meters. Even against bulletproof plates, it can penetrate 2 levels of ballistic inserts. Should the second plate remain intact, metal fragments can still inflict fatal injuries. With its large-caliber ammunition, extreme range, and anti-material capabilities, it has become one of the most iconic heavy sniper weapons on the battlefield. It is perhaps best to reconsider, for it is late at night. Despite its silencing effect, the sound of impact could be alarming to others, which would not be courteous. Moreover, there are those willing to reason. Being inexplicably hit by a barrage, what kind of situation is that? The creature exclaims, "Father, you are my father. You are indeed my true father." This cannot be taken lightly. Have you heard of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yet, for just a pair of shoes, is it polite to employ a barret? Following the route provided by that prince, A.O. Bing discovered a well, beside which a sign read Abortion Spring. Nearby, a scruffy old man lounged on a wooden plank, nonchalantly fanning himself with a relaxed demeanor. "Good sir, might I inquire as to why you are monopolizing this spring?" Upon hearing the sound, the elderly man turned his head to glance, noticing it was a man. With a dismissive grunt, he redirected his gaze, likely assuming him to be a passing merchant or part of an examination entourage. Perhaps someone from the group had unwittingly consumed water from the Zimu River and was attempting to ingratiate himself without the intention of payment, hoping to acquire spring water instead. 500 taels of silver. If you lack that, a silver note will suffice. Otherwise, the conversation is moot. I am not here to request your spring water. I merely inquire as to why you have set up a stall here. Do your family members not express concern? After all, this was merely one side of the tale from the prince. It was essential to hear from the source. Spare me the attempts at camaraderie. It would be more prudent to offer something of substance. "Ah, your esteemed senior is indeed your esteemed senior," as he directly extended his hand, causing A.O. Bing to widen his eyes. Yet, he still retrieved a fist-sized pearl from his hidden sleeve and placed it in the elder's hand. The elder's eyes brightened instantly, sitting up straight as he inspected the pearl under the moonlight, recognizing its exceptional quality. He promptly pocketed it. As the third prince of the Dragon King, his pockets were naturally not devoid of coins, not to mention gold ingots. His financial resources were abundant, gathered from his uncle in the South Sea. With the pearl in hand, the nature of the transaction shifted. This was a customer. "Ah, is it not evident that the world is in need of money? My skills have no outlet. I have heard that many merchants pass through the kingdom of women, and some outsiders, unaware of what the Zimu River entails, will inevitably drink from it. Thus, business is bound to arise. Furthermore, why should this well be treated as a public resource? It is wasteful to simply take without compensation. The opportunity to profit is glaringly evident, and so I have come to lend a hand. Isn't that merely monopolizing public resources and charging recklessly? And what of it? The capable shall thrive, while the weak shall perish. I have claimed this by virtue of my abilities. Why should I not benefit from it? Very well." It was confirmed. This man was exploiting his prowess to seize public resources. The elder displayed an air of indifference, even picking his nose before waving his fan towards A.O. Bing. "Young master, would you like some? I can offer you a 20% discount." "Not at all. If you truly wish to earn money, why not seek employment in the military? Working for someone else lacks the allure of autonomy." That is indeed a compelling argument. He conceded, but there is no need for such brazen monopolization, especially at such exorbitant rates. "I have claimed this by my own merit. I shall charge as I please." Who are you to dictate? If you do not wish to pay, then be gone. Seeing that Ao Bing was attempting to reason with him, hoping to persuade the elder to act like a merchant was a futile endeavor. The elder had seized this opportunity for himself, free from the burden of taxes. Why go through such a convoluted process, only to find oneself bound by constraints even after acquiring wealth? If it were not for Maine, I would have been disinclined to engage with you, let alone articulate so much. Thus, I seized my hefty shoe sole and hurled it towards Ao Bing. Remarkably, even before it reached him, the scent wafted through the air. Upon seeing that biochemical weapon soaring towards him, Ao Bing's face contorted in disdain, every cell in his body urging him to evade. Yet, the weapon seemed to possess a mind of its own, curving towards him, the odor intensifying with each passing moment. In that instant, a multitude of delicate silver threads emerged from the center of his palm, intricately forming a revolver, and he unleashed 3 shots towards the biochemical contraption. A standard revolver typically accommodates 6 bullets, yet this one, crafted from spider silk, featured a chamber resembling a web, continuously producing spherical projectiles from its core. The capacity of the chamber expanded, and even as it began to smoke, it posed no issue. The specially designed spherical bullets struck the old shoe, creating 3 distinct holes, the sound akin to firecrackers during festivities, exploding upon contact. Simultaneously, the same 3 holes appeared on the old man, who let out a wail, his tone transformed. What kind of artifact is that? Stop! Stop! The shoe flew back to the old man's side. Though the bullets had struck the shoe, the old man found himself in the same predicament. Turns out, it was a sentient shoe. Just stop. I'll lower the price, he pleaded. This isn't merely a matter of price. It's about your forcible monopolization of public resources. Once Ao Bing lowered his gun, the biochemical weapon charged towards him again. Instantly, he raised the revolver once more, switching the bullet mode, and a web of silk shot forth, ensnaring both the weapon and the old man. The moment the web captured them, 8 strands plunged into the ground. To his astonishment, both the old man and the biochemical weapon vanished into thin air. Yet the web's tension indicated their presence within. Observing the extensive struggle, Ao Bing instructed them to remain calm, but the old man, akin to a cornered dog, erupted into furious curses, unable to compose himself. Thus, he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle, surrounded by various truths suspended in the air, all aimed directly at him, including the one held by that man. With this barrage descending upon him, would he not merely become a mere remnant of a shoe? Under the pressure of formidable might, the shoe spirit obediently arrived at the original lodging of a few individuals. Coincidentally, Tang Seng was engaged in a discussion of scriptures with the prince. But in the adjacent room, upon hearing a knock at the door, they witnessed the shoe spirit being bound by spider silk. The prince was taken aback, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is he. This very gentleman has monopolized the spring water. An agreement has been reached. He is willing to reform. I am truly grateful to young Master Ao Bing for his assistance, and I extend my thanks to the holy monk." Tang Seng merely responded with an awkward smile, as his attention was entirely captivated by the terror-stricken expression of the gentleman. Drawing from the experiences of the 3 individuals, his intuition suggested that Ao Bing was far from the genteel appearance he projected. Beneath the guise of an innocuous and seemingly respectable demeanor lay a potential devil even more terrifying than the 3. The trio behind Ao Bing clearly discerned that. Shielded by the gentleman, Ao Bing wielded a blade of truth, poised against the gentleman's back. Nezha remarked, "Ao Bing, you have changed. You now resemble a member of the underworld." Chapter 43. A glimpse into the armaments of a notorious figure following a session of amicable negotiations. The prince informed the authorities to escort the shoe spirit back, in order to account for the public resources he had unlawfully seized and the injuries he had inflicted. However, given his undeniable skills, he would be assigned laborious tasks to atone for his transgressions, alongside the necessity of offering sincere apologies and compensation to the injured. Let us forego the customary flattery. You two may continue your discourse on Buddhist scriptures. Yang Jin and Sun Wukong initially intended to invite Ao Bing to join them for a game of Go, only to observe him seamlessly enter a room with Nezha. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wait, is he so at ease here? I must inquire if the 3-eyed one is aware of this." Meanwhile, Nezha scrutinized Ao Bing with a piercing gaze that sent chills down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. "What is the matter, Nezha? Are you withholding something good from me? Confess honestly, what was that black tube earlier?" It was indeed due to this matter that it startled Long. Subsequently, after establishing a water barrier and a shielding enchantment within the room, he recounted the events that transpired in the dragon's secret realm. He even conjured a handgun, placing it upon the bed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Nezha picked up the firearm and inquired about its use. Ao Bing rose and created a large expanse of ice crystals in one corner of the room, then approached Nezha to explain the method of operation. Nezha, quick to grasp the concept, aimed and fired a steady shot at the ice crystal, shattering it into a fine powder. His interest piqued, he grasped Ao Bing's shoulder, eagerly shaking him and asking what else there was. Ao Bing merely withdrew, producing a vast array of weaponry, carefully removing the ammunition to prevent Nezha from accidentally creating a large hole in the room. Glock 17, 9mm handguns, Type 92 pistols, AK-47s, M16s, Type 81 automatic rifles, Type 191 assault rifles, Type 5, Type 91, Type 56 submachine guns, Barrett, 50 calories, Type 3000 precision rifles, Type 97 shotguns, Gatling guns, Type 79, Type 19, Type 71 rifles, Type 95 automatic rifles, Type 81 rifles, Type 56 semi-automatic pistols, Type 54 handguns, Type 92 pistols, Type 64 pistols, Type 56 submachine guns, Type 85 suppressed submachine guns, Type 88 general-purpose machine guns, Type 88 sniper rifles, M16 series, M4 carbines, Remington 870, Mossberg 500, Colt 1911, M249 squad automatic weapons, Desert Eagles, flintlock pistols, howitzers, cannons, anti-aircraft guns, anti-tank guns, tank guns, naval artillery, coastal artillery, aviation machine guns, howitzers, field guns, mortars, rocket launchers, Beretta 92 pistols, assault rifles, Barrett, 82 sniper rifles, M5000 sniper rifles, M249 machine guns, individual rocket launchers, Gustav rocket launchers, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, Javelin anti-tank missiles, Type 777 howitzers, Type 05 self-propelled artillery, Tornado 30, mortars, anti-tank guns, ballistic missiles, Dongfeng 41, Iskander, Tomahawk, Longsword 10, Patriot 3, Hongqi 9, Eagle Strike 18, BrahMos, Harpoon, Tau, and Red Arrow 10. Having produced only a miniature version of the vast array, he was fortunate that the room was spacious enough to accommodate everything on the floor, sparing them from the need to include bombers and the like. As anticipated, Nezha picked one up and pulled the trigger, only to exclaim, "Why isn't it firing? Do not dismantle the home. If you desire, I shall provide you with some items from the pouch. Constantly gunpowder. No, I will craft all these designs for you, making several of each, infusing them with elements. Once we venture out, feel free to use them, but under one condition. Do not recklessly fire guns or cannons." Understood. These two bandits swiftly assumed the role of arms dealers. In the Heavenly King's Hall, Li Jing felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his back. By the time all the arms were secured in the pouch, night had already fallen. Nezha, having procured the weapons, felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. He then turned to Ao Bing, observing his rosy complexion despite the considerable amount they had just acquired, indicating that he truly did not expend a single scrap of energy. "Thank you, Ao Bing." Ao Bing merely smiled gently, responding, "No need for such courtesy. Dragons are known for their duality. They present an aloof and noble facade to the outside world, yet maintain a gentle smile exclusively for Nezha." Suddenly, Nezha leaned in closer to Ao Bing's ear. A fragrance reminiscent of lotus flowers mingled with a hint of bitterness filled Ao Bing's nostrils, a scent that always calmed him. It was not until Nezha inquired about whether he wished to visit the ideal date spot suggested by the prince that Ao Bing's expression fell, and he fervently shook his head. Nezha, brimming with curiosity, stood up. "Is it true that in the kingdom of women, there is not a single maiden who catches your eye? So many young ladies have penned you letters, which have all been sent here." "Absolutely not. Come now, Ao Bing. You are a dragon. Is it not said that dragons give birth to 9 sons?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bing could only dismiss it as mere rumor. Dragons, in truth, tend to be incredibly devoted. The notion of dragons giving birth to 9 sons stems from the dragon mother violating heavenly laws. However, due to her merits, she was spared from the execution at the dragon-slaying platform and instead reincarnated. Her partner, having learned of this, descended to seek her out, recognizing her regardless of whether she was reborn as a cow, crocodile, tiger, or even a lizard, and they would bear a child together. This is what is referred to as the dragon's 9 sons. Hearing this, Nezha could not help but exclaim how truly romantic it was. Yet, he must not allow himself to be teased. Although he had heard Ao Bing express a disinterest in love during their time at Wuzhuang Temple, Ao Bing felt a twinge of discomfort within him, the reason for which eluded him. It seemed he was simply disheartened by the thought of not being able to partake in his brother's joyous celebration. Consequently, A.O. Bing countered with a question regarding Nezha's own pursuits. The response he received was, I am a lotus. What do I seek? Wait, are you genuinely resolved to remain single for life? Nezha, are you suggesting it is due to the flower's blooming season? Get lost. Why must A.O. Bing bring up such trivial matters? Upon witnessing Nezha's irritation, A.O. Bing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Deciding to tease him a bit, if one truly seeks to find something, it ought to be as formidable and beautiful as Nezha in his prime, with both front and rear aspects in perfect proportion. Before he could utter the final word, A.O. Bing felt an immense pressure at his throat, his breath becoming labored as Nezha's arm pressed against him, delivering blows to his head. As the saying goes, I would rather be stabbed in the back by a knife than betrayed by a brother. A.O. Bing, are you seeking death? Stop this nonsense. That sour expression is unbearable. Feeling a kick against his back, A.O. Bing transformed back into his dragon form, slightly reducing in size, attempting to escape the grip around his throat. However, Nezha swiftly extended 6 arms, capturing the dragon once more. You A.O. Today, I shall twist you into a knot. The two eavesdroppers outside could only sense a series of tremors, wondering what was happening so fiercely. The next day, A.O. Bing emerged sporting a red handprint, while Nezha bore a sullen expression, making it difficult not to speculate about their activities the previous night. Today, they were to visit the Queen of the Daughter Kingdom, purportedly to express their gratitude. The carriage awaited them at the entrance, and while aboard, the monkey chuckled and inquired about how A.O. Bing had gotten beaten, teasing him about Nezha's prime and making light of the situation. Though Nezha transformed into a female during his prime, his physique was indeed remarkable, but he originally was male. Brothers, I ask you, if your friend could transform into a woman, would you develop romantic feelings for them? Chapter 44. A Father Who Is a Mother. Fortunately, the mark soon faded as the group arrived at the Grand Hall. There, they beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman seated on the throne, her posture regal, her visage exquisite, exuding an air of confidence, elegance, and poise. The queen bore a striking resemblance to the prince. Tang Sung, witnessing this, was filled with disbelief. You are, indeed, holy monk. I mentioned we would meet again. Tang Sung, his face a mask of astonishment, turned to his companions, noting their lack of surprise, leading him to suspect they were merely taken aback by her status as queen. After all, they were a king of Flower Fruit Mountain, a celestial being, and 2 third princes. Would they truly be astonished by this? The queen waved her hand, and the attendant beside her opened a decree, commencing the announcement of rewards. Such trifles held no allure for the 4 individuals present. Yang Jian and Nezha had already slipped into a state of mental detachment. It felt akin to a mundane morning meeting. Yet the next proclamation jolted them back to attention. The benevolence of the holy monk has moved his majesty, who has arranged a splendid union. 3 days hence shall be the wedding day between you and Tang Sung. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Tang Sung's jaw nearly dropped to the floor in disbelief. What was happening? When had he agreed to marry anyone? He hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, no, no. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. As a disciple of the Buddhist order, marriage is inconceivable for me, especially as my quest for scriptures remains unfulfilled. Upon hearing Tang Sung's protest, the queen merely smiled, gracefully rising from her throne and approaching him. Tang Sung recoiled in horror, casting a desperate glance towards the others for assistance. However, the 4 had already retreated to a safe distance, seemingly preoccupied with a snack, showing no intention of intervening. Ah, so you all are empty-handed, are you? Yet look at me. I refuse to believe your eyes are devoid of desire. Are you not troubled about what to do with your child? Marrying me and staying here would resolve that predicament. I genuinely admire you, holy monk. Otherwise, why would I choose you over your 2 dashing companions? Indeed, why would she choose a bald man when there were handsomer options available? The answer lay in his willingness to bear children. It was not he who would endure the burden of childbirth. Rather, it would be his partner, alleviating any potential mother-in-law conflicts, particularly since she had learned that this Tang Sung was an orphan, destined to become a son-in-law. The distance between the Tang dynasty and a daughter was no trivial matter. As for the other 4, one was a horse, while the other 3 remained shrouded in mystery. Any inquiry into their backgrounds yielded nothing. The blue-haired one seemed paired with the only lady, while another, though handsome, was equally elusive. Thus, it was clear, a willing provider of offspring with a clean background was the most favorable choice. After all, the other attractive candidates had no verifiable information, casting a shadow of doubt over them, a constant, ominous presence looming overhead. This illustrates the queen's prudence. She was not swayed by fleeting desires. Umitba, your majesty, please relinquish this notion. What of the child within you? fell into a contemplative silence. The queen, seizing the opportunity, pulled him away, conversing and sketching grand ambitions. Should wish to continue his quest for scriptures, he may do so. However, marriage remains imperative. As a queen, the prospect of bearing an unexplained child, without any indication of pregnancy, would tarnish her reputation. A royal offspring, undoubtedly a princess and future heir, born under dubious circumstances, would face rejection from the ministers, thus placing the child in a precarious position. Needed to ponder this matter carefully. The two entered a chamber, the door closing behind them. Meanwhile, the four were escorted to another room where a lavish breakfast awaited them, prepared by Her Majesty for their enjoyment. Given their extraordinary hearing and the presence of a three-eyed companion, they could indulge in gossip while savoring their meal. The decision was made to leave behind. It was for the best for all involved. During breakfast, both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were astonished by Ao Bing's prodigious appetite. However, it was understandable, being a dragon. His size warranted a greater consumption of food, much like Ao Li. Yet, in this comparison, Ao Bing indeed outpaced his brother. Ao Li sat at another table, partaking in the same bountiful breakfast. The small white dragon enjoyed a similar fare, as he too was a dragon, not merely a horse. The bewildered serving girls and cooks stood in awe, their mouths agape at the sight of the refined gentleman consuming food in such quantities. Astonishingly, despite his considerable intake, he displayed no signs of gaining weight, which evoked a wave of envy among them. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by the notion of indulging without consequence? The four, accompanied by a horse and a dog, enjoyed their breakfast while Yang Jian utilized his celestial eye to relay the happenings around them, munching on his food while occasionally interjecting humorous remarks. The culinary skills of the kitchen staff were commendable. Suddenly, Nezha had a thought. He took a half-eaten bun and shoved it into Ao Bing's mouth, insisting they depart promptly. Why is the young lady in such a hurry to leave? The three were puzzled, and the nearby girls were equally confused. After all, they had finally arrived, and two handsome young men were about to depart so soon. They wished for them to stay longer. Despite the blue-haired gentleman already having a partner, his striking appearance was undeniable, and even a few more days for the sake of aesthetics would be delightful. Moreover, the other dashing young man was single, and perhaps available as well, leading to some unspoken resentment towards the aforementioned sister. If we do not leave now, that bald fellow will inevitably cling to us once he emerges. If we depart now, without our horse, he would be unable to follow, Nezha exclaimed. It is indeed reasonable. As they prepared to depart, a throng of enchanting maidens surrounded them, clamoring for the gentlemen to extend their stay by a few days. At worst, they could disseminate false tidings, provided they eluded the discerning eye of the monk. If he did not truly wish to remain, then it would fall to the king. Such beauty could indeed entice even the current sovereign to deceive. Chapter 45. The blossoming season. Amidst the fervor of the young ladies, there were those who boldly began to unfasten their garments, proclaiming that if the gentlemen were to leave at that moment, they would raise an outcry of impropriety. A few even ventured to mimic such antics. It was a sight to behold, as Nezha prepared to wield his weapon against them. However, the Monkey King intervened, halting Nezha and readily agreeing to prolong their visit for an additional 2 days. The maidens rejoiced at this, while others were left perplexed. What do you mean, Monkey King? One inquired. Ah, fret not, little sister, for I have my own plans, he replied. Although the others were unaware of his intentions, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity. His true aim was to provide the monk with a glimmer of hope, only to ultimately lead him to despair. After their meal, the quartet intended to return to their lodgings, yet they were besieged by numerous young women offering letters and fragrant sachets to Yang Jian and Ao Bing, all of which were graciously declined. The Monkey King turned to Nezha, observing her with an expression of amusement, and could not help but ponder. Is it not curious that your boyfriend is receiving tokens from other lovely maidens, and you remain unfazed? Indeed. The Monkey King was eager to witness Nezha's reaction to a tinge of jealousy. Do you not feel anything, little sister? He queried. What feeling? She retorted. And to his surprise, he was met with a chilling silence instead of the response he had anticipated. Nezha, feeling somewhat disheartened, mused to herself, why? Despite my own appealing appearance, have I received no tokens? In the very next moment, Ao Bing approached Nezha, harboring his own vexation. Why had Nezha's season of blooming not yet arrived? After transforming into a maiden, Ao Bing could only comfort him by feigning the role of a partner to ward off unwanted affections. Now, he could only drag Nezha away, leaving the latter bewildered as to what had transpired. Upon landing, they found themselves back in their lodging. What are you doing, Ao Bing? Is it truly the case that among so many beautiful women, none have captured your fancy? Honestly, They haven't even begun to bloom as beautifully as you do. Get lost. Witnessing Ao being pursued by the daughters of the Kingdom of Women, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that this dragon, who often delighted in teasing him, would now find himself fleeing from a throng of girls. Had he known the flowering season would be this entertaining, he would have played more pranks on him. Upon hearing Nezha's mockery, Ao cast him a languid glance. Clearly, he was too timid to venture outside, reverting to his ethereal form and once again merging with Nezha. The scenery of the Kingdom of Women was indeed enchanting, and as Nezha ambled about alone, his androgynous visage attracted the attention of several young beauties. If Nezha were to cut his hair short, he would appear at first glance as a handsome young man, yet upon closer inspection, he might resemble a striking woman. Previously, amidst the comparison of two dashing young lords, few ladies had taken note of him. However, as he passed a lotus pond, Nezha's composure faltered. The blossoms were in full bloom, radiantly vibrant, and he suddenly found it hard to contain himself. After all, his current form had been altered by the replacement of his original celestial lotus, resulting in fluctuations in his blossoming, rainy, and flooding periods. With the lotuses in full bloom, he couldn't help but wonder if he too would prematurely enter his flowering phase. Before he could ponder further, a shadow flitted across the ground. Looking up, he noticed a flying scorpion. Whose pet was this? The direction pointed toward the royal palace. No, he couldn't allow any disturbances at such a critical moment. With a flick of his fingers, the mystic tether soared into the air, ensnaring the scorpion firmly. Recognizing the red ribbon binding it, the scorpion spirit realized its misfortune. Was this not the mystic tether of the third prince? How unfortunate it was to be caught up in such a predicament. Initially, it was merely a matter of performance. A routine task, yet here it was, flirting with danger before the third prince. Surely, such folly bordered on madness. Consequently, the scorpion spirit was forcefully slammed to the ground, leaving cracks resembling spider webs upon the surface. Whose pet are you? From Ling Mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, passers-by were startled and hurried back into their homes. Another from Ling Mountain? Was it possible that his elder brother had come to retrieve it? If so, it would only mean trouble. Your Highness, I once treated your elder brother to a meal. Could you spare me from a day trip to the underworld? The scorpion spirit attempted to placate him, but her efforts fell flat. Seizing her tail, he yanked it off and stored it within his cosmic circle. The tail appeared quite fine. He could brew some wine for old Li's rejuvenation later. Meanwhile, within the heavenly palace, Li Jing sneezed unexpectedly, sensing that his son's sojourn to the mortal realm might yield a bountiful feast. While he pondered this, Nezha had already begun brewing the wine. He promptly sent Ao away and inspected himself. No changes, safety confirmed, at least for the moment. However, by dawn, Nezha stealthily entered his flowering period. To explain, due to varying climatic influences across regions, the flowering and rainy periods of lotuses differ. The transformation of various celestial lotuses led to a complex mixture of energies, resulting in significant instability influenced by the mortal realm. After all, the reincarnation purple lotus embodies the cycle of rebirth, where anything is possible. Given its limited proportion and the energy clashes from other divine lotuses, it resulted in a random allocation based on the influence of different realms. In accordance with Nezha's biological clock, he awoke around 5 o'clock. However, sensing an unusual tightness in his chest, he slowly lowered his gaze. With his extraordinary night vision and the faint light of dawn illuminating the room, he was met with a sight that made his heart sink. His ominous premonition from the previous day had indeed proven accurate. What was he to do now when encountering others? When Ao finally awoke, he found Nezha buried beneath the covers, having transformed into a dragon form curled up at the foot of the bed. Noting that Nezha was still nestled in the blankets at this hour, he stretched his neck and nudged the mound with his nose. Nezha, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? As a result, Nezha remained completely still. Ao, unable to contain himself, exerted more force, nudging and scratching with his claws. Nezha, thoroughly annoyed, seized the dragon's head and delivered a series of blows, fervently shaking it. After this commotion, Ao felt dizzy and disoriented. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he noticed that beneath Nezha's garment, her bosom had risen prominently, stretching the neckline open. At this revelation, Ao was left in no doubt. It appeared that Nezha's flowering season had arrived, though it seemed premature, as there should have been more time left in the celestial calendar. With Nezha in such a state, venturing outside was out of the question. Leaving Ao at a loss, transforming back into human form, he wrapped her in clothing and asked what her plans were. Though finding binding garments would be easy, Ao felt too bashful to voice such a request. Nezha, too apprehensive to step outside and unwilling to let the other two know, faced a peculiar predicament. This sudden onset of her flowering season undoubtedly harbored some anomalies. Consequently, Ao Bing suggested that Nezha shift her body slightly forward so they could meditate and share their energies to discern the underlying issue. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha acquiesced. As Ao Bing's hand rested on her back, an unusual sensation coursed through him. However, they soon directed their focus towards channeling their energies. Amidst the clash of spiritual and demonic forces, Ao Bing swiftly detected the chaotic energies within Nezha, realizing what had triggered her flowering season. Upon hearing Ao Bing's explanations and his assurance that he possessed a method to restore balance through the harmonization of yin and yang, Nezha felt a wave of relief wash over her. The prospect of a quick recovery alleviated her urgency. Redirecting her thoughts to the recent teasing she had endured from Aou, and a mischievous plan began to form in her mind. Ao Bing, you've been so helpful. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Oblivious to her true intentions, Ao Bing, with an innocent demeanor, believed Nezha was merely being courteous. With a tender smile, he reassured her that as friends, no thanks were necessary. However, the next words that escaped Nezha's lips sent a shiver down Ao Bing's spine. How can that be? Why don't you take a closer look? You've probably never experienced this before. As she spoke, Nezha pulled open her garment's neckline. Nezha herself was appalled by her own words, finding them utterly distasteful. Indeed, her intention was solely to provoke Ao Bing. Taken aback, Ao Bing instinctively recoiled. But in the cramped space, he found himself pressed against the headboard, hastily covering his eyes. Nezha, please don't. This is utterly inappropriate. But didn't you say that if one seeks a woman, it should be someone like me? Feeling the softness against his body, Ao Bing's ears flushed crimson. Despite knowing that she had originally been male, the reality was undeniable. He reached out to grasp her shoulder, intending to have a serious conversation. Yet with his eyes shut and his senses dulled, he feared discovering something he ought not to. In that moment, his grip slipped, inadvertently brushing against her back. Please, don't do that. No matter what, you are a girl now. Can't you exhibit a modicum of modesty? But you are. I was mistaken. I was wrong. Is that not sufficient? The next moment, the door was knocked upon and subsequently opened, revealing Sun Wukong, who had come to summon them for breakfast. The three exchanged glances, and upon witnessing the somewhat intimate actions of the two, they hurriedly apologized for the interruption and closed the door. Ao Bing silently lamented, believing rescue was at hand, only to find that they departed once more. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong reflected on the joys of youth, noting how affectionately they engaged so early in the morning. He was surprised by the Eastern Sea's young dragon, who appeared rather timid, especially under the weight of his little sister. He resolved to have a word with him when the opportunity arose. In the room, Yang Jian, noticing that only Sun Wukong had arrived, inquired about the other two. Upon learning they were engaged in an intimate moment, the monkey chuckled and recounted the scene he had just witnessed. Yang Jian could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming that Nezha was male. Three-eyed one, you must be jesting. With all three eyes blind. It is high time for a change. My fiery eyes have seen it all. Who would have thought your little sister had such a figure, so well concealed? Unbeknownst to him, his desires were quite evident, and with the ample weight of the buns, the sight was somewhat revealed, though still obscured by Ao Bing's sleeve. Yang Jian felt his confidence wane in the face of Sun Wukong's self-assured demeanor. Chapter 46, Fleeing from Tang Sung. After Sun Wukong's sudden intrusion, both remained frozen in place, with Ao Bing's face nearly crimson. It was hopeless. He felt as if he could not cleanse himself even in the Yellow River. As for Nezha, she was oblivious to the situation, her 3 souls and 7 spirits incomplete. However, Tai's swift actions ensured she did not lose her emotions entirely, they merely dulled, leaving her somewhat unresponsive in certain aspects, devoid of desires. Sun Wukong's earlier remarks left her in utter confusion. What did he mean by interruption and continuation? Turning to Ao Bing, she found him covering his face with both hands, smoke seemingly rising from his head. Dragons tend to awaken to such matters quite early, especially a young dragon like him, who undoubtedly understood the implications. Ao Bing, what is the matter with you? Nezha, puzzled, poked at Ao Bing's chest with her finger. Could it be that she had genuinely revolted him to such an extent that he had developed a disdain for women? Meanwhile, Ao Bing was inwardly interrogating himself, questioning why he had not cried out for help or resisted. It felt as if his mind and body were at odds, completely uncooperative. Could it be that his orientation had shifted? No, that was not the case. Nezha, during her bloom, was undeniably a true female, every aspect of her authentic. Her prior reactions and the contours of her form-fitting attire attested to that. No, no, no. A.O. Bing, how could you think such thoughts? Ah, yes. After all, one must acknowledge that one is a normal male, a typical young man. It is quite natural to experience an excess of masculine hormones, especially when one is a dragon. Being surrounded by a voluptuous and alluring beauty can, to some extent, render one momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Indeed, that is precisely what happened. My mind simply froze. And I could not react. To be honest, ever since I learned that he could transform into a genuine female, A.O. Bing truly found it difficult to regard him as an ordinary boy or girl. There exists a certain contradiction, a peculiar tension. The camaraderie between them is akin to brotherhood, yet it does not lack the tenderness and thoughtfulness one would typically extend to a girl. When A.O. Bing lowered his hand, Nezha observed that the dragon's expression returned to normal, allowing her to rise and harmonize the energy within her. Are you all right, A.O. Bing? I'm fine, why do you ask? It's just that I may have overreacted earlier. It's nothing, just be mindful in the future. After all, once you enter your cycle, you must take extra care. As he spoke, he assisted Nezha in adjusting her clothing, maintaining an expression of calm and a smile on his face. For some reason, Nezha felt an unsettling sensation in her heart, an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing had tidied her attire, feeling rather unwell himself, and distinctly aware that he was indeed afflicted. He wished to forget, yet this moment had rekindled memories of those bizarre dreams. Could it be that he was entering puberty? In his dream, the figure before him was clad only in a single piece of the mystical fabric. Truth be told, he felt an inexplicable urge to touch it. He mentally chastised himself, then resumed channeling energy, employing the technique of yin and yang 5 elements balance to organize the chaotic energies around them. This process was relatively swift. Once they were both prepared, they quickly changed clothes and proceeded to the adjacent room for breakfast. Their plan was to consume this meal and then make their escape. Upon seeing them arrive, Yang Jin's peculiar gaze fixated on Nezha, who had deceived him for so long by masquerading as a boy. After the arrival of the celestial hound, his countenance appeared almost frozen in disbelief. They were truly set to depart, while the women still sought to employ their usual tricks, only to be thwarted by the mystical fabric, which had proven ineffective. Had it not been for the desire to offer Tang Sung a glimmer of hope, he would not have graced them with his attention. A red ribbon flew forth, sweeping away all in its path. As for Tang Sung, he had been detained by the queen during his recent confinement, unaware of the departure of the others. He remained steadfast in his belief that they would await his return. Upon completing his ordeal, he was struck by the news of their departure from the queen's lips, leaving him thunderstruck. No, they truly abandoned me here. Without the presence of Tang Sung, the speed at which they traversed was astonishing. A journey that once took months was now compressed into mere days, or even mere minutes. As for the heavenly court and Ling Shan, considering the temperament of those three, it was improbable that they would seek assistance from them. The individuals dispatched were either inconsequential or were merely under the watchful gaze of the Life Soul Lantern. Aside from the initial few encounters, the conversation initiated by Guanyin with the Black Bear spirit was brief. Although the venerable Nezha was not one to indulge in human sentiments, the other two possessed some understanding, especially given that those he had previously sent to his second elder brother were still alive. While it was likely they had sustained considerable injuries, they had nonetheless survived. Thus, it was decided to allow those companions to remain in the mortal realm for a while longer, with the intention of retrieving them once the pilgrimage was concluded. Chapter 47. The Dilemma of Flame Mountain. Logically, they should have arrived at the challenge of discerning truth from falsehood, yet every approach seemed fatal. After all, the previous individuals had merely been distractions, without truly inciting any wrath. To proceed in such a manner seemed reckless. It was perplexing to choose such a cruel method for self-destruction. The crux of the matter lay in whom to impersonate. No matter who was chosen, evading the heavenly eyes would be impossible. To masquerade as the second prince would be foolish, given that one could hardly assume that the Monkey King's fiery vision was mere illusion. To take on the guise of the third prince would render the need for the other two distinctions moot. He would simply wield the demon-slaying blade and brandish the fire spear, declaring that from that moment forth, they would take turns striking one another, with the first to perish deemed the falsehood. Selecting the most terrifying persona would surely indicate a desire for self-annihilation. Thus, they were left with no choice but to resort to the Flame Mountain, where the Iron Fan Princess resided, alongside her husband, which could barely be considered a dilemma. Upon their arrival at Flame Mountain, the temperature was indeed rather high. However, the four were unfazed, save for the White Dragon, who was visibly affected. Panting at the sight of his cousin, A.O. Bing provided him with a cool breeze, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he invoked the ancient fire elemental dragon's 10,000 flames and spiritual thunder technique to expel the heat from the white dragon's body, followed by employing the ancient water elemental dragon's 10,000 waters and profound ice technique to cool his blood to a semi-cold state. At last, the white dragon felt a profound sense of relief. However, the abnormal heat of this place hinted at another challenge looming ahead. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, striking the ground, which was as parched as a collar wide open, while fanning himself and lamenting the oppressive heat. When Yang Jian inquired about the reason for such sweltering conditions, the land spirit cautiously glanced at Sun Wukong and remarked, "What do you mean by staring at me like that, old son? Great sage, please quell your anger. I did not intend any offense. My only hope is that, upon revealing the truth, you will not be incensed." With a look of profound confusion upon Sun Wukong's face and his assurance of remaining calm, the land deity divulged the reason behind the predicament. It was revealed that during the tumultuous events of Sun Wukong's rebellion in heaven, he had inadvertently toppled the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord Laozi, causing the 6 divine fire within to spill forth, thus giving rise to the Flame Mountain. The unique potency of the 6 divine fire surpasses that of the Samadhi true fire, forged by the Supreme Lord Laozi through a harmonious blend of civil and martial flames. Its might far exceeds that of ordinary divine fire. Had Sun Wukong not sought refuge in the Su position within the 8 trigrams furnace, he would have found even his indestructible body unable to withstand its onslaught. Even the willow branch of the Bodhisattva Guanyin could be seared by its intensity. This fire serves as the core essence for the crafting of supreme artifacts. The golden-banded rod, the 9-toothed rake, and the purple gold bell all derive their formidable qualities from the tempering of the 6 divine fire. This flame possesses the ability to melt rare metals and even imbue magical artifacts with sentience. For instance, the miraculous transformative properties of the golden-banded rod are intrinsically linked to the unparalleled forging capabilities of the 6 divine fire. The process of crafting the rod entails a balance of yin and yang, manifesting dual characteristics of civil and martial flames. The martial fire, radiant and potent, can penetrate both the interior and exterior of objects, akin to roasting a pig until its skin, flesh, and bones are uniformly cooked. Conversely, the civil fire, gentle yet profoundly penetrating, emanates a white light, making it ideal for alchemical processes and spiritual cleansing. This equilibrium is crucial for the refinement of the 9 transformation golden elixir and poses a lethal threat to celestial beings. The Supreme Lord Laozi once attempted to refine the golden elixir within Sun Wukong's body using the 6 divine fire. Had Wukong not taken refuge in the Su position, his soul could have been irretrievably lost. Furthermore, the Flame Mountain is composed of the remnants of the 6 divine fire, from which the Red Boy has cultivated his Samadhi true fire. In comparison to other divine fires, the yin-yang fire from the Qi bottle, while capable of softening and reducing a person to a state of liquefied flesh, relies on a magical vessel and is somewhat subdued by Guanyin's willow leaves. The yin fire, though particularly effective against cultivators, operates within the realm of heavenly tribulations and is not subject to human control. The true power of the 6 divine fire lies in its extraordinary forging capability, its balanced nature, and its absolute dominance over supreme celestial beings and magical artifacts. Upon realizing the consequences of his actions, Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head, a wry smile emerging on his lips. The land deity then proposed a solution. Nearby, there exists a banana leaf cave, home to the Iron Fan Princess, who possesses a magical banana fan capable of extinguishing these flames. This prompted Nezha to interject. Speaking of which, does the Supreme Lord not also possess a banana fan? The magical banana fan of the Iron Fan Princess is no ordinary artifact. It is indeed a counterpart to the one held by the Supreme Old Lord. Both were born from the primordial chaos during the dawn of creation, naturally formed from the essence of Kunlun Mountain. This fan, crafted from the leaves of the lunar essence, possesses a profound yin attribute and encompasses 3 core functions: to extinguish flames, to summon winds, and to invoke rain. Its maximum power allows it to cast its influence across a staggering distance of 84,000 miles, establishing a dichotomy in opposition to the Supreme Old Lord's Yang Banana Fan. The latter is utilized by him as a bellows for his alchemical furnace. Ideally, these 2 fans should reside in his possession, so one might ponder why they are in the hands of the Iron Fan Princess. This conundrum prompted deep contemplation among the 4. Yet Nezha's subsequent remark shattered the tension. "Hey, do you suppose that old man might have given it to her out of desire for her beauty?" The The gravity of this suggestion could lead to dire consequences if the Supreme Old Lord were to overhear it. Third Prince, you must not speak so recklessly. I once beheld the true form of that red boy. He is, in fact, a bull. Indeed, the red boy is the offspring of the Iron Fan Princess, whose husband is the Bull Demon King. The land may be in disarray, yet that is of little consequence. What truly matters is how to extinguish the flames. One must recall the previous incident where the red boy was so overwhelmed that he wept. Should she become incensed? The Iron Fan Princess herself may not pose a significant challenge, but her husband, the Bull Demon King, is a sworn brother of Sun Wukong. And therein lies the real predicament. Striking at the wife and child of a brother leaves one with little face to confront him thereafter. Though they could proceed without pretense, it is still necessary to perform the charade to deceive the eyes of the gods and Buddhas. However, Ao Bing possesses a solution. After all, when facing fire, the moon gold ice fan in his hand is a treasure of utmost softness and coldness. The Frost Abyss sword, the Ice Mirror, the Xianbing Jade Frost sword, the Frost Cold Ice Soul Spear, and the Dew Pearl Glazed Furnace are all treasures forged from the inherent characteristics of spiritual pearls within his own body. Their strength yet unknown. Nevertheless, after battling the blazing sun, Ao Bing has recognized its formidable power, truly exceptional, a treasure that the Dragon Palace could never provide. If he were to reveal it, explanations would be necessary. Yet, Nezha has previously acquired the 6-ding Divine Fire, which also requires justification. However, the existence of the Qiankun Circle provides an excellent excuse. With the assistance of its master, it has developed an immunity to fire in order to preserve its life. Under the tempering of the 10 great divine fires and the strengthening of the primordial blue lotus, it has managed to become immune to the 6-ding Divine Fire. While others deliberated on whether to venture into the banana cave, the temperature nearby surged sharply. Upon turning, they beheld Nezha's Qiankun Circle emerging before him, resplendent in golden light, as countless flames were drawn into the circle. How remarkably convenient. Chapter 48. Is it just about following the process? Under the absorption of the Qiankun Circle, the 6-ding Divine Fire diminished at a visible rate, leaving the land in a state of worry. Although he outwardly appeared as a furnace attendant punished by the Old Lord, condemned to become the Earth God, in truth, he was monitoring how these three would navigate this challenge. After all, the Bull Demon King's family lies beyond their control, and the fear is that if these three were to stray beyond the sight of their own, misfortune would surely follow. Were it not for his busy affairs, the Jade Emperor would have personally overseen this. After all, his dear nephew had just slain 8 of his own sons. Had it not been for some verbal sparring and swift reinforcements, it is likely that the last heir would not have been preserved. Yet these three have managed to pass through so easily. Can this journey for scriptures truly meet the required standards? If I cannot ascertain these 3 completed pilgrimage objectives, I shall truly be relegated to the status of a mere earth god. No, you ought to reflect on your own words. I earn a 4-figure salary, yet you expect me to undertake an 8-figure task. Were it not for your formidable abilities, I would have no capacity to refuse. I would have long since abandoned this endeavor. Consequently, upon witnessing the circle cleared of the 6-ding Divine Fire from Flame Mountain, the Earth God felt a profound sense of foreboding. It was imperative to report this matter. The Qiankun Circle is a unique artifact forged by the primordial supreme deity, beyond the reach of the heavenly court. The third prince possesses extraordinary powers, and now has cultivated the Qiankun Circle, which rivals the golden bracelet of the Old Lord. While the golden bracelet is a tool for subduing others, this Qiankun Circle, endowed with its own inner cosmos, could potentially absorb all things beyond mere artifacts. If that is indeed the case, then with the addition of the Old Lord's golden bracelet, it would become an unparalleled force. However, the masters of these 2 formidable treasures are not merely shadows of their former selves. To entertain such thoughts is the mark of a truly audacious individual. As the 4 were preparing to depart, the Earth God summoned every ounce of courage he possessed to utter, "Gentlemen, please hold on a moment." No sooner had the words left his lips than the tip of a fiery spear was at his throat, causing him to swallow hard, his heart racing. "Are you attempting to obstruct our path?" No. I am merely a humble worker, I assure you. To be candid, I have come here under orders to oversee matters. I am not at liberty to act otherwise. If you pass through without fulfilling the pilgrimage objectives, I will be condemned to remain an earth god for eternity. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 reached a decision. Since the Western Paradise demands objectives, they would indeed provide them. After all, it was merely a visit to the Bull Demon King's family. Why not go, especially since Sun Wukong could pay a visit to his brother Niu? Xiaodian and Bilalma would remain to keep watch, while the others would pay their respects to Princess Iron Fan. Upon arriving near the banana cave, they encountered a very familiar figure, a person seated on the ground, playing with mud. Lo and behold, it was our dear nephew, the red boy, once a little tyrant. He now resembled just another neighborhood child. Clearly, he had been well educated. Sensing the unusual presence around him, the red boy cautiously rose to survey the scene, only to behold 4 individuals who would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. His uncle had arrived with the wicked blue ice dragon, striking fear into him, prompting him to flee directly into the banana cave, sealing the door with utmost determination. Hey, nephew, where are you going? Your uncle's son has come all the way to your hometown just to see you. Why are you running away? As I listened to the enchanting laughter of the monkey, it became evident what he was indulging in, affectionate spoiling. The last encounter had frightened the little bull, and now, upon seeing him retreat, the responsibility of knocking on the door naturally fell to Sun Wukong. He stepped forward and rapped on the door, declaring, "Sister-in-law, I am Sun Wukong, the sworn brother of Bull Brother. I happened to pass by this place and came to pay my respects, bringing along some icy pastries as a token of our meeting." The pastries were procured from the Kingdom of Daughters, and the choice of icy treats was intentional, aimed at preservation. They had been specially frozen by A.O. Bing, for upon thawing, they would crumble into bits. However, consumed in their frosty state, they were quite delightful and refreshingly cool. Upon hearing the knock at the door, the person seated at the head of the table set down her teacup, intending to send a maid to see who it was. Yet, the red boy quickly interjected, exclaiming, "Mother, do not open the door. The ones outside are that monkey and someone with 3 eyes, along with a blue-haired individual. That blue-haired one is the one who thwarted my quest for a bride. Oh, how terrifying." Upon hearing her son's words, the woman seated in authority immediately rose from her chair. This woman was none other than the red boy's mother, Princess Iron Fan herself, possessing a graceful figure and striking features that exuded the allure of a mature woman. It was only after Princess Iron Fan soothed her son that he began to calm down. Recently, her son had returned unexpectedly, bringing her immense joy. Yet he seemed to have transformed into someone remarkably more sensible. Although this situation may seem favorable, witnessing her once lively child suddenly transform into such a quiet being instills an unshakable anxiety within her as a mother. It was only under her persistent inquiries that the truth was revealed by the red boy. He confessed that he had captured the monk Tang Sung, intending to invite his parents to dine together. However, while engaging with the companions of the monk, he became enamored with a strikingly beautiful sister, wishing to make her his consort. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by a peculiar individual adorned with blue hair and horns, wielding a bizarre fan that unleashed a painful and tormenting wind, causing him both agony and discomfort. He likened the experience to that of a demon, who not only bullied him but also obstructed his quest for a bride. Furthermore, his so-called uncle's son had subjected him to both mental and physical torment, leaving his face sore from being pinched. Upon learning that her son had been disciplined by the Monkey King and his entourage, Princess Iron Fan felt a blend of relief and exasperation, caught in a state of incredulity. She felt relieved that her young one would no longer court trouble, yet was infuriated that her son had been beaten. Although proper education is necessary, the severity of the punishment felt excessive, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, he was a sworn brother of her husband, prompting her to personally open the door to welcome them. Upon seeing the magnificently adorned figure at her doorstep and glancing at the other attendants following behind, she became convinced that this individual was indeed the master of the banana leaf cave. "Greetings, sister-in-law. This is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. My brothers and I happened to pass through this area and thought to pay a visit," Sun Wukong stated, as he accepted a box of pastries from A.O. Bing and presented it to Princess Iron Fan, who happily accepted the offering. However, she quickly became unsettled upon recognizing the other guests accompanying him. What did she see? The revered deity Santan Hai Hui and the illustrious Erling Shun, causing her legs to tremble in fear. Chapter 49. Are you suggesting we transition from combating crime to indulging in vice? Once inside the banana leaf cave, the group settled on stone benches, sipping tea, while Princess Iron Fan fidgeted restlessly. Goodness, 2 revered figures had graced her humble abode. Surely, they deserved proper reverence. If it were just the Monkey King, it might have been manageable, especially considering her family's ties to him. Meanwhile, the red boy scanned his surroundings but failed to locate the beautiful sister, only to be met with the sight of an exceptionally lovely older sister. In the next moment, he found himself unceremoniously ushered into a room by his mother. "Child, your mother is on the verge of a heart attack. How dare you stare so brazenly at the third prince? Beware, for the third prince may serve you beef hot pot." Alas, dear sister-in-law, where is my brother Nyo? Upon mentioning this matter, Princess Iron Fan could not help but sigh. Noticing her sister-in-law's melancholy, Sun Wukong inquired about the source of her distress. Offering his assistance in any way possible, Princess Iron Fan revealed the cause of her woes. It was due to the bull-headed demon, who had become infatuated with a jade-faced fox spirit, neglecting his duties for over a year, always lingering in the fox's enchanted lair. The jade-faced fox, having lost her father, found herself beset by various demons coveting her substantial wealth. Such is the plight of women in this world, burdened and beleaguered. Even demons are not exempt from these trials. Without a strong pillar at home, if she possessed exceptional abilities, her troubles would be greatly diminished. Unfortunately, the jade-faced fox, lacking in prowess and support, sought the protection of the formidable bull demon king. She offered to pay him a handsome sum each month, pleading for his guardianship to safeguard her inheritance from the predatory gazes of other demons. Indeed, the price was exorbitant, yet it promised substantial wealth for both parties involved. To speak candidly, in this world, if a woman possesses remarkable skills, despite facing some idle gossip, she can carve out her own domain. However, for an ordinary woman, without a robust man to shield her, it is exceedingly difficult to fend off unwelcome advances. Thus, in this era, strong men are highly sought after. Similarly, the jade-faced fox required the bull demon king's protection, willing to lavish considerable resources to support him and his wife. However, to ensure a powerful guardian to shield her and her fortune while silencing the gossip, becoming his concubine seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, while malicious words may not physically harm a demon, they can inflict emotional distress. The presence of a mighty demon as her protector would be akin to a young lady suddenly finding herself under the care of a burly man, arousing the curiosity of onlookers. If one were to claim it was merely a contractual relationship, few would believe it. People tend to trust only what they wish to believe, and demons are no exception. Thus, presenting herself as a concubine proved advantageous, and the jade-faced fox was willing to offer additional treasures in this arrangement. Princess Iron Fan readily agreed, as it promised a considerable fortune without the need to endure the vexations of the bull demon, a true win-win. Yet, her distress stemmed from the incessant gossip. She had thought her emotional resilience could withstand it, but she had overestimated herself. Although the jade-faced fox's predicament was resolved, she found herself the target of derision from other demons. While her formidable magical artifacts deterred open ridicule, whispers circulated behind her back. Moreover, hearing news of the bull and the jade-faced fox's intimate encounters further irked her. Upon grasping the situation, Sun Wukong understood. Sister-in-law, do not fret. This matter is the fault of my brother Nyo. I will ensure you receive justice. That old bull deserves a sound thrashing from me. Is it not evident? The old bull has crossed the line, transforming a mere pretense into reality. He has mistaken the jade-faced fox's financial support, designed to secure protection over her assets, for genuine affection, treating her as his own. Despite already having a family, the old bull's flirtations are truly contemptible. Bah! Who would cherish such a thing? It is disheartening to behold. My vexation stems from the fact that he would squander such a beautiful sister. Initially, I presumed it to be another husband's doing. Yet it turns out my ire is directed towards that cunning vixen, who has been mistreated by one of her own. I had thought there would be a crackdown on vice. According to the Princess Iron Fan, the young bull must be disciplined, while the jade-faced fox serves as the benefactor. So be it. This matter should be addressed directly by Sun Wukong himself, for despite the passage of 5 centuries, the bond with that old bull, though faded, still holds significance. Thus, he ventured alone to the Demon Flame Cave. The other 3 found little reason to linger in the Banana Cave and, after expressing their gratitude, returned to the White Dragon Horse. The now extinguished Flame Mountain was vast and devoid of both humans and animals. While awaiting the monkey, they passed the time sparring in the open space. However, the formidable Bull Demon King was once renowned alongside Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. His prowess is not to be underestimated, for he has earned the respect and admiration of Sun Wukong himself. But wait, could their ranking be determined by their size? Let us wait for the return of Sun Wukong to inquire further. For now, Yang Jian is keen to engage in a friendly bout with Ao Bing. For one can surmise that anyone who has spent considerable time alongside Nezha must possess formidable skills. The mark upon his forehead is undoubtedly the Lingzhu mark, which bears a striking resemblance to that of Nezha. Yang Jian is somewhat acquainted with tales of the Lingzhu and the Demon Pearls. Thus, he anticipates a worthy opponent in Ao Bing. Nezha assumes the role of referee, simultaneously ensuring the safety of Malong and Xiaodian, while keeping the sparring session within reasonable limits. The two combatants stand at a distance, courteously bowing to one another. Nezha remarks, "Two pretentious ones." With solemn expressions, the two warriors prepare for combat. As Nezha conjures a flicker of demonic flames at his fingertips, observing the escalating tension between them, he fires a magical flame into the air, which bursts like fireworks. In an instant, both combatants vanish, engaging in a fierce melee high above. They begin by testing each other's physical prowess through sheer martial skill. The sounds of their clashes resonate through the air. Despite being mere collisions of flesh, each impact generates a thunderous sound. One is a being of sanctified flesh, while the other boasts the unique essence of dragon scales. The ferocity of their encounters suggests that even the mere act of approaching could result in devastating repercussions. Their movements are so swift that they are barely perceivable, yet the astute referee can discern their every action. As they exchange blows, the ground beneath them trembles, and powerful gusts of wind and sonic booms arise from their strikes, fracturing the terrain into spiderweb-like cracks. Upon separating, they both instinctively retreat a considerable distance. Yang Jian steps back approximately 8 paces, while Ao Bing retreats around 13 steps. Despite being enveloped in dragon scales, Ao Bing finds his physical resilience insufficient to match that of Yang Jian, the foremost master of sanctified flesh. After engaging with Ao Bing, Yang Jian recognizes the latter's exceptional martial abilities. Each time he delivers a powerful strike, Ao Bing seems to sense the faintest tremors in the air, responding with a technique that employs softness to counter rigidity, thereby dissipating Yang Jian's force while conserving his strength. Ao Bing, already a skilled martial artist, appears to operate almost autonomously in the throes of combat. However, after a series of exchanges with Yang Jian, he finds that despite deflecting some attacks, the impact of Yang Jian's strikes leaves his arms tingling and trembling uncontrollably. Truly, Yang Jian lives up to his reputation as the foremost master of sanctified flesh. In the next moment, Yang Jian produces golden arrows and silver bullets, reputed to possess the power to slay phoenix-level divine beasts. The traditional slingshot design resembles that of a bow and arrow, adorned elaborately, with uniquely crafted silver projectiles. The might of the golden bow and silver bullets is extraordinary, imbued with exceptional destructive power and mysterious energy. After undergoing a meticulous process of refinement, they are infused with the purest metals and spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The golden bow radiates a brilliant light, while the silver bullets harbor enigmatic forces. When wielded by Erling Shun, even the celestial beings above or the demons below find it difficult to withstand their might. The golden bow possesses the capability to pierce through all defenses, rendering spells and magical artifacts ineffective against its sharp strikes. The silver bullets exhibit remarkable tracking abilities. Once launched, they lock onto their target, making escape nearly impossible. These attributes render the golden bow and silver bullets invaluable in combat, cementing their status as indispensable allies for Erling Shun. Ao Bing, having previously witnessed their prowess, recalls instances where a single bullet was sufficient to take down an opponent. Thus, he realizes that he must bring forth true weaponry to match Yang Jian. Consequently, he channels his energy to manifest a white and blue Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle employs a gas-operated locking mechanism and a rotating bolt system. Originally designed with a 9mm caliber, its magazine capacity accommodates 9 rounds. Subsequently, Israel produced larger variants, including a formidable 127mm caliber with a 7-round capacity. As a signature large-caliber semi-automatic pistol, it is renowned for its immense power and unique design, supporting various high-caliber ammunition types. Common configurations include 357 with an energy output of approximately 800-1000 joules, 44 with enhanced energy of 1200 to 1500 joules, and the 50 version, the most renowned, boasting a muzzle energy of 1800 to 2000 joules, surpassing standard handguns. Ao Bing's iteration allows for seamless switching among these 3 types of ammunition. Given that he conjured this weapon through limitless military power, its structural principles differ significantly, being far more ingenious. As a magical artifact constructed through sorcery, its internal mechanisms adapt rapidly with each type of bullet fired, transforming almost instantaneously. In terms of penetration, the 50 caliber can pierce through car doors, light body armor, or brick walls, rivaling certain rifles with an energy output around 2000 joules. Its large caliber projectile inflicts substantial wounds, making it suitable for hunting medium-sized game such as wild boar and deer. Its effective range extends from 100 to 200 meters, far exceeding the typical handgun's 50 meters. Although practical accuracy usually remains within 50 meters. Under the influence of limitless military power, the precision of this weapon becomes a matter of will. As long as the wielder desires it, it will strike true, akin to an eagle clutching its prey. The recoil is substantial. The 50 version's kick resembles that of a 12-gauge shotgun, necessitating considerable strength to control, and repeated firing diminishes accuracy. In terms of weight and size, the empty gun weighs approximately 20 kilograms, rendering it cumbersome and less portable. The standard Desert Eagle typically suffers from low ammunition capacity, often falling short in sustained fire. Despite its unmatched power, particularly the 50 variant, the considerable recoil, weight, and limited magazine size make it more suited for collection or special purposes rather than everyday combat. However, A.O. Bing's version is devoid of ammunition limitations, recoil, and is remarkably lightweight, rendering it a true weapon of mass destruction. Furthermore, it is an ice water-themed firearm capable of firing various water and ice bullets. Faced with the formidable silver bow's power and tracking capabilities, the optimal strategy is to react swiftly. As Yang Jian unleashes a silver bullet, A.O. Bing retaliates with a water bubble projectile, aiming to ensnare the silver bullet within its aqueous embrace, rendering it immobile. Yet, he wonders about the bubble's pliability and whether it can indeed encapsulate the silver bullet. Before A.O. Bing can ponder further, Yang Jian fires 3 golden arrows and silver bullets, indicating that hesitation is not an option. A.O. Bing responds with 3 shots of his own. Let us slow the passage of time significantly. We observe the trajectories of the bullets and silver rounds, where bubbles of water emerge before the rapidly spinning silver bullets, each forming a collision course. As time resumes its normal pace, the water projectiles, imbued with A.O. Bing's essence, confound the silver bullets, leading to a collision that sees the silver bullets become ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, piercing the surface of the water projectile and sinking deeply within. However, in the next moment, the energies of both projectiles catalyze a tremendous explosion, prompting both warriors to leap back, increasing their distance once more. After A.O. Bing has jumped and fired 3 shots, Yang Jian responds with 5 silver bullets. The 3 ice projectiles head toward Yang Jian, who, with extraordinary reflexes, swiftly dodges, causing the ice projectiles to detonate in a flurry of icy mist, creating a series of ice spikes that extend outward from the center. As the silver bullets near A.O. Bing, he retaliates with water projectiles, simultaneously firing 7 ice bullets. Both combatants are engaged in a dance of evasion and retaliation, their movements leaving trails in the air. Yang Jian's silver bullets traverse a white, sinuous path, twisting and turning mid-flight, while A.O. Bing's blue projectiles travel in direct lines. Yet, as their proximity closes, signaling a return to close-quarters combat, Sun Wukong's grim visage reappears. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's return, the referee calls for a pause. The 2 fighters retract their weapons and approach the monkey. Noting his troubled expression, they inquire about the circumstances. It appears that upon arriving at the Demon Flame Cave, Sun Wukong first encountered the jade-faced fox by a small stream. As it was his first meeting, he inquired about the precise location of the Demon Flame Cave to pay his respects to the mighty Bull Demon King. However, the jade-faced fox instructed him to wait while she fetched the Bull Demon King. When Sun Wukong finally met the Bull Demon King again, he found his eyes bloodshot, and the Bull Demon King scornfully declared, "How dare you show your face to me?" Later, the mighty Bull Demon King charged at him with a ferocious onslaught. Before Sun Wukong could comprehend the situation, he was forcefully struck and embedded into the rocky ground. Despite his child being safe, he could not fathom why such malice was directed at him. As another powerful charge approached, he was on the verge of wielding his golden staff to counter it, only to discover that the stone he was ensnared in was hollow. At that moment, the Bull Demon King revealed the reason. It was safer to converse here. Over 500 years ago, the brothers had rebelled against the heavens together. However, after Sun Wukong was trapped beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, although the Bull Demon King and his companions were gravely injured, they united to devise a plan to rescue him. Yet, on the day of their departure, only the Bull Demon King arrived at the designated meeting point. After waiting for a long time without the others showing up, he realized something had gone awry. But it was too late. A multitude of deities had appeared behind him. During their separation to confront the heavens, the 3rd brother, Peng Demon King, was ensnared and replaced by a mount of an unknown deity, which hollowed out his body, donned his skin, and infiltrated their remaining 6 brothers. This treachery relayed their rescue plan back to the Heavenly Mountain and the Heavenly Court, while the other 4 brothers, Jiao Demon King, Lion Troop King, Monkey King, and Yuan King, were all slaughtered by the celestial beings. The 2nd brother, the Great Sage of the Sea, Jiao Demon King, though a serpent. Possessed strength rivaling that of a dragon, excelling in aquatic combat with formidable dominance. Yet, his domain turned into a sea of blood, his body severed into pieces, and his head encased in ice, revealing immense agony, indicative of his gruesome demise. The third brother, the great sage of the hazy sky, Peng Demon King, known for his unparalleled speed and combat prowess in the air, was left crippled, his bones shattered and body hollowed, his skin stripped away. The fourth brother, the great sage of mountain moving, Lion Troop King, adept at shifting mountains with ease, had his lower body crushed, his jaw forcibly removed. The fifth brother, the great sage of wind, Monkey King, renowned for his agility and intelligence, was left blinded, his ears severed, and his body pierced, with a gaping hole in his head. The sixth brother, the great sage of spirit driving, Yuan King, wielded the power to repel divine beings, but was filled with countless runes and torn asunder. Their souls were taken, rendering them incapable of reincarnation. Witnessing the horrific fates of his brothers shattered the Bull Demon King's mental fortitude. As he gazed upon his once joyful brothers, now reduced to this dreadful state, tears streamed from his eyes. Embracing the lifeless bodies of his siblings, he wept bitterly, lamenting his inability to protect them. With 5 lost, the only survivor remained trapped beneath the mountain. Memories flooded his mind of his 6 brothers joyfully toasting to their unity, celebrating their harmonious coexistence and the grand nation they built, which served as a pillar for their people, allowing them to live freely and joyfully. Yet, not a single one of their subjects was preserved, and they too fell victim to treachery. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the Bull Demon King, on the verge of transforming into his true form to confront his adversaries, was abruptly halted by a commanding voice. He beheld his wife, her eyes vacant, standing among the deities, which snapped him back to reality. Seeing her held captive drained him of all strength, leaving him kneeling. He had lost his brothers and his people, and he could not afford to lose his wife, who was with child. The once proud great sage of the heavens found himself kneeling before these celestial beings, pleading for mercy on behalf of his wife. Though he offered his own head, they placed a curse upon her, compelling her to obey them unconditionally. Should the curse ever fail, he would lose all memory of her, with the sole means of breaking it lying with them. They had no immediate need for his head, keeping him alive for future use, especially since he shared a prowess akin to the great sage, Sun Wukong. In order to ensure his compliance, not only did they possess the curse over his wife, but they also held the souls of his remaining brothers. With only one brother left, he could not bring himself to harm him, and thus agreed to feign defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong to appease them. Listening to the Bull Demon King's account and the grim fate of his brothers, Sun Wukong could not hold back his tears. He desperately sought the truth, yearning to know if the three-eyed deity was aware of these events. Thus, he returned to the place where he heard the Bull Demon King's tale. Understanding why, he hastily erected a barrier and grasped Yang Jian's shoulder. Once 7 saints, only 2 remained now. Yet, this matter was unbeknownst even to Nezha and Yang Jian, as they too were mere pawns in this elaborate scheme, unaware of the machinations at play. Yang Jian had merely participated in the battle when the 7 saints rebelled against the heavens, while Nezha had outright abstained from joining the fray. However, Yang Jian deduced a possibility. The celestial beings involved were likely from Ling Mountain, while the gods were those hidden figures within the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court was a vast, established power, far exceeding what was visible on the surface. Those who ascended to immortality over the years either belonged to the heavenly court or Ling Mountain. The core structure of the heavenly court consisted of the innate true sage system, with the 3 pure ones embodying different manifestations of the Tao, not directly engaging in administrative affairs, yet existing beyond the bureaucratic system. The Jade Emperor, as the highest ruler of this administrative center, governed the 3 realms and held a status superior to the 4 sovereigns, albeit inferior to the 3 pure ones in divine rank. The administrative management tier included the 4 sovereigns, comprising the Central Emperor, the Southern Emperor, the Northern Emperor, and the Earth Emperor, who oversaw the elements of fortune, longevity, and military might. The 5 elders governed the 5 directions of heaven and earth, managing the inspection system. Military systems encompassed various departments, including the Thunder Department, led by the Heavenly Lord of Thunder, who commanded the 24 heavenly generals responsible for cloud formation and rainfall, as well as the Fighting Department, which managed the constellations. Civil affairs were overseen by the 3 officials, who regulated blessings, pardons, and disasters, while the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas controlled water bodies and rainfall levels. The 10 Yama Kings were part of the Eastern Emperor's system, managing matters of the underworld. Special agencies included the yearly deities responsible for historical affairs and the plague department, overseeing disease prevention and karmic retribution. The wealth god system was divided into civil and military deities, with Zhao Gongming representing the military wealth deity. Excluding the countless heavenly soldiers and generals, there were 365 true gods, though 2 had already defected. Chapter 52. The Jade Emperor. I, Sun Wukong, shall take your head. Sun Wukong struggled to suppress his emotions. Had he not been reciting calming mantras along the way, reminding himself to remain composed and not lose his reason, he would have undoubtedly clashed with Yang Jian. At that moment, he felt blood trickling from his palms and the corners of his mouth, his teeth grinding in tension. As he listened to the over 300 true gods and the hidden figures within the heavenly court, he realized the absurdity of his brother's rebellion against the heavens. The numbers of heavenly soldiers, the 28 constellations, the 9 stars of destruction, and the 4 heavenly kings were but the tip of the iceberg in the eyes of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, capable of commanding laws with a word, had spent 2 billion years honing his powers, far beyond what he had initially perceived. The leaders of the 3 realms and the 8 divisions of celestial beings were responsible for guiding souls to the sacred platform, with the virtual leader Bai Jian overseeing them. The 3 mountain deities, such as Bing Ling Gong and Huang Tianhua, govern the isles of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. The 5 mountain emperors, including Huang Feihu of the eastern mountain and Cheng Heihu of the southern mountain, were pivotal figures as well. Among the 365 true gods, approximately 60 were practitioners, while 40 were mortal generals or extraordinary beings. Many influential figures had yet to reveal their strength. Though these 3 could eliminate most adversaries, the old ones could not be contained. However, they could sway some, for there remained many responsible and righteous deities in the heavenly court, albeit misled by higher authorities, indirectly becoming accomplices. For instance, Nezha's father, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, was a righteous official both before and after his ascension, never easily swayed by a single narrative. He was somewhat obstinate, always determined to investigate thoroughly and understand the complete context of any situation. He would not conceal reports and would voluntarily admit to his mistakes, embodying a good leader and subordinate. However, due to this rigidity, it would be difficult to manipulate him into committing wrongful acts for the heavenly court. The reason he had not been coerced was twofold. His leadership had garnered significant loyalty, and he possessed considerable strength and a solid background. Most importantly, Nezha, the heavenly court's top enforcer, was always by his side. Li Jing's military might was formidable, with Nezha commanding an army of 800,000 celestial beings across land, sea, and sky, all devoted to him. He possessed a magical orb, commanding 96 types of demons and 72 kinds of spirits, making him a devastating force in battle. Not to mention, over the years, Yang Jian had successfully undermined many of the Jade Emperor's forces, even if Nezha's father stood with them. As long as one of the 3 pure ones intervened, they would simply be a swarm of mosquitoes, easily dispelled. Ultimately, enhancing their own strength was paramount. However, the realm of saints had long been suppressed by malevolent forces, rendering such aspirations nearly impossible. Who says there is no way? Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, everyone turned to him, wondering if there might be a hidden path to attaining sainthood. Yang Jian's expression was contemplative as he led them to seek a concealed cave, re-establishing more barriers to shield their discussions from prying eyes, instructing the younger ones to play elsewhere. If a path to sainthood truly existed, it would be of utmost importance. Thus, while Ao Bing and Nezha set up the barriers, Nezha discreetly employed the divine concealment abilities of the Chaos Pearl fragments. Have you heard of the 4 supreme treasures of chaos, the Chaos Pearl? Sun Wukong shook his head. Even if he were to study cultural subjects under the guidance of the Bodhi Patriarch, he had never received any tutoring in this area. Both Nezha and Ao Bing were equally astonished. The Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 supreme treasures of the primordial chaos, is the most enigmatic of all. It contains an independent internal world of cosmic chaos, its 49 layers of prohibitions potentially corresponding to the rules of the heavenly Tao's evolution. It is said that one who possesses this treasure can attain the sagehood within its internal realm. Although such recognition may not be acknowledged in our world, it still represents the realm of a sage, ensuring that one would not perish with a single strike when confronting a true sage. However, achieving sagehood with this treasure necessitates an essential factor, merit. As long as one accumulates merit diligently, in conjunction with the Chaos Pearl, and ideally complemented by a treasure such as the merit Golden Lotus, one can attain the sagehood in this world with greater stability. Now it makes sense why those bodhisattvas and Buddhas under the old Tathagata emphasized the importance of merit. It appears they can harness the golden light of merit to enhance their cultivation. I had thought they, like us, solely practiced the Buddha's teachings to elevate themselves. In theory, the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism are quite similar. As long as one performs meritorious deeds, they generate the golden light of merit, which undoubtedly serves as the finest supplement for cultivators. It is akin to refining while simultaneously consuming elixirs to enhance one's abilities. However, elixirs may have side effects. Yet, if one can cultivate the golden light of merit effectively, it would be equivalent to consuming elixirs without side effects continuously, thereby accelerating one's cultivation speed remarkably. Then what are we waiting for? We must seek out this treasure. It is said that after the great calamity of primordial chaos, the chaos pearl vanished, and no one knows its whereabouts. Even those sages have coveted this treasure, yet none have found it over the years. Isn't this all mere conjecture? In that case, we can only rely on luck. What do you think, little sister? Oh dear, is our luck truly so extraordinary? The chaos pearl lies right before you. At that moment, Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances. Nezha, should we come clean? Ao Bing, but how should we articulate it? Who would believe such words? Nezha, you say? Ao Bing, Nezha. I can't do that. What are you two whispering about? Are you concealing something from us? If we speak of it, you won't believe us. What is it? Do tell. With no other option, he resorted to fabricating a tale. Otherwise, it would seem illogical. Thus, he recounted that the two of them, as possessors of the primordial pearl, could indeed sense the existence of the chaos pearl. This revelation astonished the other two, yet they remained patient, allowing him to continue. However, a hint of skepticism lingered. As Erlang Shun elaborated on the primordial pearl to Sun Wukong, the two hastily concocted a narrative in their minds. They spun a story about how the chaos pearl escaped from the claws of the ancestral dragon and subsequently collided with the primordial pearl, resulting in the latter splitting into two. The chaos pearl, now possessing a modicum of sentience, concealed itself within one of the halves, the means of which remained a mystery. Yet, following the calamity of the Dragonhan era, it sustained considerable damage and fell into a deep slumber, seemingly mimicking the flowing energy within the pearl. It was only when they attempted to cultivate the primordial divine power that they discovered this pearl, initially unaware of its true nature. Ao Bing sifted through numerous texts before concluding it was indeed the chaos pearl. His certainty stemmed from an unexplainable influence of the primordial pearl, which transported them to a realm of void, reminiscent of the chaotic universe described in ancient texts from before the inception of the Honghuang. Employing the same method once more, they emerged back into reality. They found themselves within Nezha's body, which appeared to be shedding its exterior like a serpent, revealing another layer beneath. Nezha retrieved the previously mentioned fragment, minuscule in size, and presented it to Yang Jian for examination. Having only heard of such things, he had never encountered one, but decided to feel it nonetheless, as he often perused ancient tomes of the heavenly court during his leisure. When he infused the tiny shard with spiritual energy, it yielded no effect, prompting him to increase his effort. However, his own energy seemed utterly ineffective, as if the fragment outright rejected it, resulting in a painful backlash that left his hand throbbing. Subsequently, he was struck by a counterforce. It was likely due to Nezha being a part of himself and Ao Bing being the other half of Nezha's essence. Only Yang Jian and Sun Wukong were propelled away by the shockwave, with Sun Wukong thrust into the mountainside. As the focal point, Erlang Shun was sent deep underground. The exact depth unknown. The cause of the fragment's agitation remained unclear. Several hours later, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Jian emerged from the earth, looking more disheveled than he had in years. Hey, you lot are being too outrageous. Setting up camp here and cooking something. What is it you're brewing? Chapter 53. The four great mischievous deities, even the formidable Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, were sent reeling, mere fragments scattering in their wake. It was evident that the source of this upheaval was the chaos pearl, although this remained speculative and required further experimentation. Prior to that, the focus must be on augmenting their strength, for such a treasure of chaos could only be wielded by one at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power. While they had gained insight into the threshold of sanctification, the immediate concern was enhancing their overall capabilities. Sun Wukong expressed his desire for more magical artifacts, recognizing that personal strength, although significant, was incomplete without the essential support of powerful treasures. His companions possessed an ample array of artifacts, while he was limited to a single golden staff, which he had acquired from the sturdy walls of Ao Bing's ancestral home. Thus, his gaze once again turned towards Ao Bing, whose father, the affluent Dragon King, had 3 such artifacts at his disposal. In reflecting upon this, Ao Bing recalled details pertaining to the golden staff. The Rui Jingu Bang, crafted by the Supreme Old One from 9-turning iron, weighed an impressive 13,500 pounds and could alter its size at will. It was originally the sea-stabilizing needle of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Xinshin Iron Rod, forged from black iron, bore similar properties and was the treasured artifact of the South Sea Dragon Palace. The Qingtian White Jade Pillar, also known as the Blood-Melting Iron Rod, was said to be a remnant left by Nuwa when mending the heavens, imbued with the divine powers of the sun, moon, and the duality of yin and yang, making it the heaviest divine weapon among the 4 mischievous sticks. Lastly, the Jiahai Purple Gold Beam, forged from the divine iron of the West Sea, implied the power to traverse oceans and excelled in water-based sorcery, earning the respect of even the water god Gonggong. These 4 staffs are known as the 4 staves of the mixed heavens, revered as the 4 divine weapons, each commanding the dominion over the eastern, southern, western, and northern seas. It appears that this monkey has taken a fancy to the load-bearing wall of his uncle and aunt's abode. However, this venture seems a tad distant from the 4 seas. Nonetheless, it is imperative that he embarks on this journey. When it comes to wielding a staff, this monkey is a true professional. His reluctance to engage in immediate combat with Yang Jian stems from their shared disposition. He places considerable trust in the character of the 3-eyed one, as they are both former troublemakers of the Heavenly Palace. It seems a division of forces is necessary. Yang Jian and Nezha shall remain to continue their charade, while the Monkey King will leave behind 2 strands of his fur as a decoy. The true Ao Bing and Sun Wukong will venture to the southern, western, and northern seas to persuade the 3 great dragon kings. In the southern sea, they seek the steadfast and loyal Ao Qin, Ao Bing's 3rd uncle, who is known to be the most amiable of the 4 sea dragon kings. According to Ao Bing, this uncle is likely the easiest to convince. Albeit it may be unseemly to speak ill of one's own kin, he is simply the least astute among his progenitors. Conversely, the most formidable to negotiate with is the Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, Ao Bing's aunt, a formidable woman renowned for her cunning and intellect. She played the role of strategist during the fierce battles against the malevolent demons beneath the sea. Should her family discover the intentions of their promising son and esteemed nephew, they would undoubtedly be supportive, as apart from their rather rigid elder brother, no one would oppose this endeavor. After all, they had previously resisted the celestial realm to suppress the beasts, yet ultimately chose to safeguard their lineage, leaving them with no choice. They feigned benevolence, speaking of granting them a chance to atone, but in truth, the suppression beneath the sea has divided them into 2 factions, one that continues to resist the celestial realm and another that unconditionally follows the Dragon Kings. The Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, understands that such hypocrites are hardly benevolent. Upon learning of the descent of the spiritual pearl, she comprehended the gravity of their situation. However, their strength was insufficient, compelling them to bide their time for a better opportunity. Yet their elder brother seems to have lost his edge, naively believing that obedience would ensure the survival of their people. However, his aunt would not tolerate such indignities. The other 2 Dragon Kings lack strategic acumen and naturally regard her as their pillar of support, but with Ao Bing's father's lineage exerting pressure, they can only engage in minor schemes to elevate the blood pressure of those celestial beings. It is best to commence from both the southern and northern seas. Upon arriving at the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong encountered the Dragon King and could not help but express his thoughts. This dragon truly bears a blood relation to the Eastern Sea Dragon King. Regardless of whether it is Ao Bing or his biological father, they possess striking handsomeness. Yet this Southern Sea Dragon King seems to have only partially transformed. "Ah, my 3rd nephew. What brings you to visit your uncle today?" Upon encountering Ao Bing, Ao Qin appeared exceedingly elated, promptly approaching to nip at Ao Bing's head. After all, his stature was impressive, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were still in human form. "It is not my intention to interrupt this heartwarming reunion between uncle and nephew," spoke a voice, "but we must prioritize pressing matters." Upon hearing this, Ao Qin exhaled, recognizing the monkey before him, his mind racing. This creature seemed reminiscent of the monkey that had usurped his elder brother's bed. "3rd uncle, we have come to borrow your sea-stabilizing pillar." "Borrow? Very well. But wait a moment. What do you mean you wish to dismantle my bed?" Chapter 54, The Dragon Pearl of the South Sea. "No, 3rd uncle. We are not dismantling your home. We merely wish to borrow your South Sea sea-stabilizing needle for a time." Although Ao Qin's intellect might not be the sharpest, he was not entirely foolish. Could such a powerful artifact truly be lent out so casually? Yet, would that monkey truly dare to strike him? It has come to my attention that my elder brother was beaten by him, and he even brought along his 3 nephews. Ao Bing discerned the predicament faced by his uncle and thus spoke again. Third uncle, the situation is as follows. We find ourselves in a grave dilemma and must enhance our strength. If the great sage could possess other sea stabilizing rods, our power would undoubtedly reach new heights. I am aware that you and your companions once resisted the celestial realm. Do you truly believe those beings will spare our dragon clan? Ao Qin was uncertain, yet after his younger sister's analysis, he understood that those celestial beings would not easily relent. For many years, they had lived with the constant threat of the dragon-slaying blade looming over them. It appeared that his nephew was destined to tread the path they once walked. However, with a formidable ally like the monkey by his side, there was a chance of success. Indeed, they should first venture to the West Sea, as both second uncle and third uncle regarded their aunt as their cornerstone. Once she was settled, the other two would be a trivial matter. In the past, he heeded his father's words, believing that he would secure a stable position within the heavenly court, thus ensuring the safety of the dragon clan. However, after this journey, it seemed prudent to take the initiative. The previous failures of the dragon clan stemmed from insufficient strength. Now equipped with boundless armaments and the glazed furnace, refining the 4 divine rods should pose no challenge. Yet Ao Qin expressed that the sea-stabilizing rods serve not only as a gauge for tidal waters, but also possess the divine ability to quell the endless waves. The reason the East Sea, where Ao Guang resided, remained unscathed was due to the sea-guarding dragon pearl in his possession. However, the dragon pearls of the other 3 seas lacked such formidable power, thus the other 3 sea-stabilizing rods must not be tampered with. Upon hearing Ao Qin's elucidation, Sun Wukong felt a surge of relief that he had seized the East Sea's rod. Otherwise, if what he said were true, his descendants would be in dire straits. Nevertheless, the boundless armaments were not merely tools for crafting weaponry. They possessed 2 extraordinary abilities. One such ability allowed objects touched by any part of the body to be instantaneously transformed into artifacts. When one reaches the pinnacle of their cultivation, they could convert anything in sight into a treasure, even images depicted in paintings. The other ability was the enlightenment of artifacts, akin to evolution paths in a game. As long as one's power sufficed, every evolution option could be selected. Each time an artifact was enlightened, it could either enhance the artifact's capabilities or its quality. By enlightening the dragon pearl to elevate its quality, this issue could be resolved. Third uncle, there is no need for excessive concern. Over the years, I have encountered fortuitous opportunities that should yield something to strengthen the dragon pearl, Ao Bing assured. Oh, is that truly so? Dear nephew, your third uncle lacks education, so do not deceive me. Observing the wise countenance and gaze of his uncle, Ao Bing realized that Ao Qin was intrigued. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by an opportunity to enhance their precious possession, especially when it involves one's own nephew? Family would never betray one another, would they? After all, this nephew was someone he had watched grow up. Thus, under Ao Qin's discerning eyes, he accompanied Ao Bing to the depths of the South Sea Dragon Palace, instructing his subordinates to invite the great sage to another hall, where he would be treated with the finest hospitality. Once matters concerning the Dragon Balls were settled, they would retrieve the coveted hearts, Desire Iron Soldiers. After approximately the duration of a fragrant incense stick, the 2 relatives arrived at the welcoming hall. As for what transpired during their entrance into the chamber housing the Dragon Balls, trust and family prevailed. However, should his uncle's intellect truly be put to the test in the presence of infinite military might, there was a significant risk of being outsmarted. Uncle, at this moment, I require you to turn away. The item that can empower the Dragon Balls is a closely guarded secret, which I shall reveal to you in due time. Nephew, do you not trust your third uncle? Third uncle, the situation is as follows. To prevent the heavenly court from becoming desperate and seizing a plethora of treasures from the South Sea, should I, through great toil and effort, have my hard-earned opportunity extracted from you under duress, it would be quite dire, as they possess numerous techniques for memory probing. Upon hearing Ao Bing's reasoning, Ao Qin found it quite persuasive. Thus, under Ao Bing's gentle coaxing, he agreed to turn his back and allowed Ao Bing to administer a pill that could thwart soul-searching. This was the 9 Heavens Enchantment Barrier, a divine technique of the 57th Dragon Clan, utilizing the pill as a medium to imprint a charm barrier upon the soul, thereby confounding the perceptions of others, ensuring that even if they probed his memories, they would only retrieve the innocent recollections of Ao Bing and Sun Wukong's fleeting visit. Furthermore, it possessed a propagation effect, meaning that if Ao Qin were to inadvertently reveal anything, it would differ entirely from what others might learn from him. As long as the effect remained unbroken, it would not wane. In simple terms, it was an all-encompassing paralysis, ensnaring the information in a web of deception. It seemed that the next destination was to seek out Ao Run, for her influence held considerable weight. As long as one of the esteemed elders who emerged alongside her was willing to speak, matters would become significantly easier. Primarily, Ao Qin was rather simple-minded. The subsequent explanations would be left to Ao Run. The priority was to secure the Dragon Pearl and acquire the versatile Iron Staff. As Ao Bing's hand rested upon the South Sea Dragon Pearl, a cascade of infinite weaponry activated, manifesting a selection screen akin to that of a game. Without hesitation, he opted for a quality enhancement. Essentially, the primary aspect of the Dragon Pearl concerning stabilizing the sea lay in its quality. After all, it was labeled as a Dragon Pearl, and exerting pressure over a domain was merely a fundamental function, rendering further investment of energy in stabilizing the sea unnecessary. Chapter 55. The versatile Iron Staff with the Dragon Pearl stabilizing the sea. Ao Qin exhaled in relief, suggesting that the great sage should first test its efficacy to ascertain whether it could indeed stabilize the sea solely through the Dragon Pearl. If successful, the versatile Iron Staff would be lent to Sun Wukong. Conversely, if it failed, it would need to be returned promptly. Upon arriving at the South Sea's stabilizing Divine Needle, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the familiar yet strange pillar. In the original text, this was the weapon of the six-eared macaque, who utilized it to make identification exceedingly challenging during the tale of the true and false Monkey King. However, within the context of the formation, it would prove ineffective. For once this weapon was revealed, it would unmistakably belong to the Ao family, thus exposing them. Xiao Lai would be indifferent, as he had no concern for such matters. However, if tasked with identification, he could easily pluck out his own eyes. The versatile Iron Staff could interpose and obstruct without discernment of victory or defeat, supporting resistance without a clear outcome. When clashing with the Golden Cudgel, it stood on equal footing, its offensive and defensive capabilities remarkably comparable. Although its material was termed iron, its functionality was akin to that of the Golden Cudgel, differing merely in appearance, to the extent that it could potentially deceive the Eastern Sea Dragon King. Had Ao Bing not been a dragon attentive to detail, it might have passed unnoticed, as both weapons bore nearly indistinguishable forms, weights, and combat performances, save for a few subtle details. For instance, the design of the staff's head. The Rui staff was of pure dragon form, while the Iron Staff resembled a water qilin, a breed akin to dragons but notably shorter, with a visage slightly dissimilar. Similar to the Golden Cudgel, the versatile Iron Staff could freely alter in size, shrinking to the dimensions of a needle hidden within the ear or expanding to prop the heavens. This capability was pivotal for the six-eared macaque in impersonating Sun Wukong. Should it lack the ability to transform, the true and false Monkey Kings would easily be discerned. In the original narrative, the monkey's weapon could vary in length according to one's desires, whether fine or coarse, further validating its transformative prowess. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Rui Silver Cudgel. As I observe the monkey clinging to the iron rod of whimsy, its appearance is filled with an undeniable affection. A one-way journey with no return. It has even prepared a name. The scene from centuries past in the Eastern Sea is now being replayed in the Southern Sea. After waiting for a brief moment, I realized there were no ripples at the seabed. Previously, when there were none, the waves of the four seas roared like ferocious beasts. While natural disasters were non-existent, for it always appeared that way. It seems all is well. Sun Wukong, adhering to the original method of wielding the golden rod, silently recited the incantation in his heart. Indeed, it transformed in his hands, growing larger and smaller like the golden staff, unmatched in the realm. What harm could there be in battling this world again? Currently, he wields twin rods, daring anyone to engage in a contest. After all, though they are merely rods, when one considers the weight, they are equivalent to lifting a massive concrete pillar weighing over 13,500 kilograms. Engaging in combat against one wielding a sword or a knife would be futile. One could easily be dispatched on the spot. Now, with twin rods, although wielding them with one hand each is somewhat inconvenient, the monkey possesses 72 skills and can create a clone to resolve this issue. First, he will approach the Western Sea to persuade Ao Run, simplifying matters considerably. However, his aunt's thoughts are astute. Before that, Ao Bing must accomplish another task, to persuade an esteemed elder, just one, but in haste to the Western Sea. He can only spare a fragment of his divine essence to enter the glazed divine tower for negotiations. Having spent considerable time within the secret realm, he has discerned the peculiar natures of its inhabitants. The blazing sun is indeed the most agreeable, yet if he were to take the lead in negotiations, rejection would be inevitable. Since their entry into the glazed divine tower, thanks to the presence of the ancestral dragon, harmony has prevailed, and they have not disbanded. They traverse between the various tower levels, utilizing divine water for purification and restoration, while attempting to ascend to a new stage. At their current level, they have long since avoided valleys. Many are curious about their convenience, pondering how they manage without contents in their bellies. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of expelling harmful substances or impurities from within, resolvable through various means, such as purification or external expulsion, without resorting to unpleasant methods. Upon entering the tower with his divine essence, he beheld in the first level a magnificent fountain, the source of life, where 3 dragons soaked without casting a glance at Awaken. He chose not to disturb their tranquility, merely bowing in greeting. Perhaps only that dragon could represent them, the enchanting dragon empress, Qiankun Ring. The verses speak of her. With azure scales and rosy hues, she dances with ethereal grace. In the shimmering depths, her elegance enchants the moonlit night. As a female, Qiankun Ring is likely residing in the Tower of Sacred Light Water on the 10th level. For this sacred light water is composed of pure, luminous energy, exuding a milky sheen and a sacred aura capable of purifying all darkness and malevolence. Due to its extraordinary purifying properties, it has become a beauty elixir for several ladies. In that extraordinary setting, where scales might lose their luster, the application of sacred light water not only brings comfort, but also transforms their scales into smooth and exquisite forms, akin to newly shed, hardened dragon scales. What girl would not desire beauty? On the staircase leading to the 10th level, Awaken overheard the ladies gossiping. To alleviate their boredom, he decided to bring along various items he could procure during the journey and present them within the tower. Thus, Awaken first knocked at the door, entering only upon receiving permission. Upon entry, he observed a dragon with azure and purple scales coiled upon the fountain's stone wall, seemingly lost in thought as it regarded its own claws. This dragon was indeed Qiankun Ring. "Ah, young handsome, what brings you here today?" she teased, but Awaken, immune to her banter, recognized the urgency of the situation and refrained from idle pleasantries. After all, dragons prefer straightforwardness. He respectfully clasped his fists in salute. "Senior Ring, I seek your assistance in persuading my aunt, the current Dragon King of the Western Sea, Awaken. We are in dire need of the sea-stabilizing needle from the 4 seas. Oh, now you remember me only when you need something. Is it truly for this matter that I, the illustrious Dragon Empress, must intervene? My aunt has a method for manicures," he replied. "Shall we commence now?" "Excellent. She understands the hearts of dragons. The timing is perfect, as Awaken, the Prince of the Eastern Sea, possesses an absolute pass to the Dragon Palace." Upon learning from his subordinates that his nephew had arrived with a monkey, Awaken sensed trouble brewing. After all, one does not simply enter the palace without cause. If it were merely his nephew, Awaken would have welcomed him warmly, but the presence of that monkey complicates matters. A monkey capable of entering the water, combined with his subordinates' descriptions, raises concerns of a possible heist from his elder brother's domain, and now they had come to his territory. Was it possible that he had kidnapped his dear nephew as a bargaining chip? Throughout their conversation regarding the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, Sun Wukong expressed astonishment. Realizing that not all sea dragons were brutish, there was, in fact, a female Dragon King. This rendered him hesitant to engage in physical negotiations. "Dear brother, do consider your esteemed elder brother," he remarked. "That old Nezha should remove his horns and use them as a trumpet for a proper performance. Was it not agreed to put on a show? The land is nearly tilled by the old ox. Great sage, please speak as we discussed." "Ah, why so formal? My friend, how many times must I say it? Address me as monkey brother, not as the great sage. After all, we are comrades, having conspired together to rise against tyranny with the weapons sourced from his homeland. I initially presumed this lad was merely a clandestine follower, a pretty face unearthed by my sister. Little did I know he was appointed to accompany us on our pilgrimage. Although the monkey appears somewhat brash, he possesses remarkable intelligence, certified by the Bodhi Patriarch as a top scholar, boasting the highest education among the 3 rebellious youths. Upon learning of our brother's dire circumstances, it became evident that he was not blinded by hatred. Rather, he maintained his composure in the grand scheme of things. Despite having inadvertently injured the second elder, he refrained from unleashing his wrath. Through our time together, I have discerned that this little dragon, while seemingly refined and courteous, is indeed a true stubborn spirit. It seems that the spirit pearl mingling with the demonic essence is hardly a treasure of worth. with an appearance deceptively benign and polite. He engages in the most ruthless of conflicts. One must not be misled by facades. Sun Wukong has already conjectured that the reason for Nezha's alliance with him lies in his striking visage, an undeniable factor. Sun Wukong, sister. If we were to disregard Ao Bing's looks, what else could you possibly admire in him? Nezha disregard? Absolutely not. That is utterly non-negotiable. If Nezha were to discover the thoughts swirling in the monkey's mind, the rhythmic claps of the wooden clapper would be deafening. As the two demons arrived at the grand entrance of the West Sea Dragon Palace, they beheld a stunning woman clad in a blue-black dragon-scale dress, seemingly awaiting their arrival. She was exceptionally tall, with exquisite features, blood-red irises, blue-purple eyelashes resembling fish fins, and long, flowing hair akin to ribbons, dancing like seaweed in the water, an enchantingly alluring sight. This was the true beauty connected by blood to Ao Bing and his father. May I inquire what business the great sage has with my nephew? As previously discussed, Sun Wukong's task was merely to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, while persuading Ao Bing would fall upon his shoulders. Otherwise, it could devolve into a physical negotiation, which would not bode well for Ao Bing, potentially placing him in a precarious position, an outcome that was utterly unacceptable. In terms of propriety, taking someone else's treasure and then imposing demands is inconceivable. On a personal note, these are the very kin who raised Ao Bing. Aunt, I indeed have matters to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Run's suspicions deepened. His intentions were undoubtedly complex. However, as she observed Ao Bing signaling discreetly to the side, Ao Run commanded the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals to withdraw, prioritizing their critical conversation. Speak, what is it? Aunt, let us not beat around the bush. The primary reason for my visit is that my nephew has joined the great sage and his companions in a plan to resist the heavenly court. We urgently require an enhancement of our strength, specifically your treasured sea-stabilizing needle and the celestial white jade pillar from the West Sea. Upon hearing this, Ao Run's expression faltered. They too had once harbored the rebellious spirit against the celestial realm, a spirit that remained unquenched even when cast into magma. Yet, ultimately, they had been forced to compromise, feigning naivety to appease the immortals. Over the years, it seemed that apart from Ao Guang, they still retained the pride of their former selves. She was taken aback that her nephew would share such sentiments. But even if this monkey possessed extraordinary abilities, who could contend with the ancient beings above? Alas, my dear nephew, I advise you to abandon such misguided thoughts. We have long since submitted, considering your youth and ignorance. Let us regard this as a fleeting jest and refrain from mentioning it again. The three present were all astute beings. They could easily grasp the underlying implications of her words. In the next moment, they moved in unison deeper into the Dragon Palace. Although Ao Run was unaware of the specifics, she sensed that her nephew possessed something that warranted such bold claims. As the grand hall doors closed, a wisp of azure smoke emerged from Ao Bing's sleeve, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist that gradually coalesced into a magnificent dragon of deep azure and violet hues. The aura emanating from it confirmed its formidable nature, exuding an ancient essence. The creature swiftly approached Ao Run, displaying an unexpected familiarity as it took hold of her hand. Sister, where did you get that exquisite manicure? Subsequently, Ao Bing engaged in a game of chess with Sun Wukong, while the two ladies sat nearby, indulging in manicures and gossip, their chatter occasionally straying from substantive matters. It is indeed true that once the topic of manicures arises, women find it nearly impossible to cease their conversation. However, the sight of a dragon and a beautiful lady perched together, engrossed in gossip and beauty treatments, undoubtedly evokes a sense of incongruity. In Chapter 57, titled The Heaviest of the Celestial Pillars, Ao Run was providing a manicure for Fei Yu. The conversation between the two dragons was seemingly endless on the subject of manicures, yet Fei Yu was a person of purpose, well aware of the necessity of conducting serious business. After all, she had not only engaged in the manicure, but had also promised to bestow upon Ao Run a set of tools. For Ao Run, offering this favor would not only yield no adverse consequences, but would also foster a favorable relationship with such an esteemed individual. Why not seize the opportunity? That charming young man has his plans, and it is not solely I who will assist him. Many others will lend their support from the shadows. Rest assured, we dragons will have his back, he declared. Although the dragon clan had submitted to the heavenly court, the existence of a dragon slayer's sword posed a significant threat. If they wished to avoid becoming mere prey, they must act decisively. With such formidable allies, their chances of success were considerably heightened. Fei Yu succinctly summarized their plans within the dragon's secret realm, carefully concealing the information regarding the ancestral dragon and the majority of dragons, thereby allowing Ao Run to comprehend their audacity. The first reason for their boldness was the presence of these ancient beings, and the second was their alternative methods to enhance their strength. The explanation provided by such a being held considerable persuasive power. Although he was unaware of how his nephew discovered the secret realm, the means were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had obtained access and could acquire further resources. Judging by these developments, it seemed that their resistance would yield some rewards. Even if they could not topple their adversaries, they might at least shatter the Dragon Slayer's sword. With Faye used persuasive words, entrusting them with the celestial white jade pillar posed no issue. Thus Ao Run continued her manicure, loudly instructing them to retrieve it themselves. As for Ao Shun, she would handle that matter personally. Unexpectedly, half a day had passed, but they had ultimately resolved the issue. However, the celestial white jade pillar was the heaviest among the 4 rods, possessing the power to support the heavens. Its name implies the ability to uphold the firmament, symbolizing stability and supreme strength. It is said to embody the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the duality of yin and yang. Legend has it that the celestial white jade pillar was infused with the divine jade from the Western Queen Mother S. Yaopul, incorporating the quintessence of the sun and moon and the forces of yin and yang, thereby transforming it into a divine artifact capable of manipulating the laws of nature. When wielding this weapon, one could harness the sun and moon, compress mountains, and even control the spatial dimensions. While it shares renown with the Rui Jingu Bang, it emphasizes the fortification of cosmic balance. The Monkey King, seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortunes, and manipulating space, demonstrates its inherent power. The ability to withstand the might of King Yu and to shake the very foundations of the earth resonates with the imagery of the celestial pillar. The pure yang essence remains indestructible, represented by the unending mountain seal. Its form is entirely translucent white, adorned with a winding dragon motif, capable of freely extending and contracting to respond to the ability to compress mountains. By absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to activate the skill of manipulating the cosmos, it could induce earthquakes and distort space. This artifact was forged from the shattered fragments of the unending mountain, which were imbued with the primal blood of the ancestral shaman. It serves as both a weapon and a vessel for enlightenment, providing insights to validate the paths of power. The monkey symbolizes chaos, while mastery over the celestial pillar symbolizes order. The delicate white jade juxtaposed with the colossal strength of the celestial pillar reflects the notion of the weak triumphing over the strong. Its weight is immeasurable, serving as a symbol of the pillars supporting the heavens, akin to the unending mountain and Kunlun's celestial pillar. In the realm of mythology, its weight is conceptual, representing the burdens the heavens must endure. The Huainanzi describes the event when Gonggong toppled the heavenly pillar, causing the sky to tilt towards the northwest, thereby indirectly affirming that the pillar must bear the immense weight of the entire cosmos, surpassing the limits of physical calculations. The sun and moon, along with the mountains, are manipulated, allowing the weight of the towering white jade pillar to fluctuate according to divine powers, potentially manifesting as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Sumeru during battle. The force of a calamity, representing approximately 96 billion years of the cosmic cycle, is compressed to a weight equivalent to 129,600 jin when reduced to weaponry, with no upper limit to its weight due to its role in supporting the heavens and the earth. From the perspective of physical theory, this weight is valued at no less than 2 billion tons. Prior to this, the usual course of action involved strengthening the Dragon Balls before retrieving the pillar. In Chapter 58, the emergence of world-destroying power, Yang Jian and Nezha have arrived at the Yellow Flower Temple. During this time, the spiritual pearl has undergone shedding, absorption, and evolution, eliminating the need for Nezha to independently cultivate and transform his lotus body. The residual consciousness of the pearl tirelessly works like a miner at the heart, and gradually, Nezha's magical powers become somewhat unruly, unable to be contained even by the 5 circles. The treasures previously acquired, including the creation blue silk, golden spirit brocade, phoenix lotus silk, world-destroying brocade, and pure spirit silk, have become constraints, binding his limbs and waist. Now he has also donned a pair of gloves. And even the longevity lock gifted by his mother has been offered as a substitute for his usual Qiankun circle. It must be said that the acclaimed strongest treasure, the Chaos Azure Lotus of the 108th grade, truly possesses remarkable strength. It has even catalyzed the emergence of new evolutions within him, prompting an eagerness to absorb it. Yet, historically, it has indeed been akin to Chives. When his physical form eventually transforms, Would he too become like chives? As the transformation of his physical body into that of the divine lotus progresses, the magical patterns on Nezha's body begin to alter. Apart from a few areas around his face, the changes have become pronounced on his hands and arms, turning red from his wrists to his fingertips, with black claws extending to the second knuckle and the red regions continuously expanding, revealing golden lotus patterns that occasionally shimmer in varying hues. This likely signifies a divine lotus. And when the lotus becomes substantial, it will symbolize the completion of his transformation. For now, he must endure the discomfort of his arms resembling the lights of a dance hall. Were it not for the black gloves, Nezha would feel a touch of embarrassment. Upon entering the Yellow Flower Temple, the master of the temple presented them with bowls of poisonous tea. The celestial dog, Qiankun, immediately pursued and bit at him. For its keen sense of smell can detect even the most colorless and tasteless substances. However, during the campaign against Zhou, there existed a poison that could deceive even its acute senses. Yet, this old centipede may not possess the same quality of poison. Moreover, Nezha, being of the lotus body, is least susceptible to spiritual and toxic attacks. Just as he was about to draw his spear, Nezha noticed an anomaly with the tea in his hand. Both the cup and the tea were shrouded in a faint black aura, which then vanished. What could this mean? Regardless, Brother Yang Air has already pursued that ancient centipede. I shall first capture the spider, utterly oblivious to the terror that lies ahead. The source of this ominous darkness is none other than the Annihilation Black Lotus, a formidable entity endowed with both potent defensive and offensive capabilities, originally belonging to the demon ancestor Luohu. It thrives in the shadows, drawing nourishment from the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with formidable defensive and offensive prowess. Its terrifying nature lies in its unparalleled defensive capabilities, allowing it to absorb violent energies, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. In the journey to the west, the aftermath, the Buddha Wutian subdued all celestial beings and Buddhas in the three realms using the Annihilation Black Lotus, sealing their powers, even causing the mighty Sun Wukong to endure significant tribulations. Wutian once ruled over the 33 heavens, wielding power comparable to that of the Tathagata Buddha, making him an unparalleled force, save for the 17 Saraira. This entity serves as an ultimate treasure or symbol of immense destructive power, possessing a primordial annihilation force capable of obliterating all that exists. It embodies the very essence of destruction within the universe, releasing energies potent enough to erase matter, souls, and even fundamental laws. Wherever it manifests, time and space collapse, life withers, and even deities struggle to resist its might. Moreover, it can corrode the heavenly order. The power of the Black Lotus can invade celestial principles, disrupt the cycle of cause and effect, leading the world into chaos and disorder. It can also manipulate and corrupt the mind. The energy emitted by the Black Lotus distorts the psyche of those it touches, amplifying their desires and malevolent thoughts, gradually reducing them to mere puppets of destruction. The Black Lotus can ensnare souls, devouring or imprisoning them, converting them into its own energy, and even wielding the dead for its purposes. Its attributes of defense and immortality render it all the more fearsome. Its absolute defense is described as impervious to all forms of attack, whether physical or mystical. It possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely, even when shattered. The Black Lotus can extract energy from its own destruction to reconstitute itself, bordering on true immortality. Only specific causal weapons or supreme laws can annihilate it completely. Furthermore, it harbors two terrifying abilities, summoning and devouring. The Black Lotus connects to the netherworld or alternate realms, calling forth celestial demons and malevolent spirits to form apocalyptic legions, or unleashing ancient, sealed chaotic beasts. It can absorb an opponent's attacks, spiritual energy, and even life force, creating a terrifying cycle of increasing strength through conflict. On the level of causality, it poses a significant threat, capable of rewriting destiny and altering timelines, directly erasing the causal existence of a target, rendering them as if they had never been born. Its ultimate core ability often triggers universe-scale calamities, forcibly rebooting reality and returning all to the void. Among the legendary divine lotuses, it stands as the most fearsome in terms of offensive power, without rival. Now, the Annihilation Black Lotus within Nezha has quietly begun to bloom. With the speed of the spider demon, Nezha swiftly caught up. The spider demon, Xionyang, was startled, gazing at the demon that had burned her silk cave. In a fit of rage, she seized her treasured sword and charged at Nezha. With a simple gesture, Nezha pinched the blade between two fingers, rendering Xionyang's weapon immobile despite her desperate attempts to withdraw it. It was almost comical. If she possessed enough strength to extract her sword from Nezha's fingers, she could boast of it for a lifetime. In the next moment, cracks began to rapidly spread from where Nezha's fingertips gripped the sword. These fissures shimmered with black light, swiftly engulfing the entire blade. Xianyang felt a sharp pain in her hand, jolting her awareness as she glanced at her weapon. In that instant, her prized sword shattered into countless pieces, cascading to the ground like snowflakes. Startled, Xianyang leaped back, observing similar cracks extending across her arm, accompanied by excruciating pain that seemed to pierce her very soul. It felt as though her arm had ceased to exist, devoid of blood. Could this individual truly be so fearsome? Nezha was astonished. This little demon possessed such immense strength. Now, both parties lacked an accurate understanding of each other's combat capabilities. Chapter 59. The Ancestor Wraith and the Unyielding Mountain. Having had her treasured sword taken away, Xianyang covered her injured hand and turned to flee. However, she had not run far before a beam of golden light drew her in. On Yang Jian's side, the centipede demon, cornered and desperate, had stripped off his upper garments, revealing a multitude of eyes covering his body, 1,000 in total. This was why he was also known as the multi-eyed fiend. These 1,000 eyes could simultaneously unleash brilliant golden light accompanied by yellow mist, creating an invisible web of light that prevented opponents from approaching or retreating. The power of this golden light was sufficient to give even Sun Wukong a splitting headache, forcing him to transform into a pangolin and burrow underground for over 20 miles to escape. In the original journey to the west, the golden light barrier could completely ensnare Sun Wukong, rendering his formidable strength ineffective, a rare defeat likened to capsizing in a sewer. Compared to Erlang Shun's heavenly eye, Sun Wukong regarded the centipede demon's golden light with greater trepidation, believing it posed a more significant threat. The golden light enveloped an area of over 10 miles, transforming into an impenetrable barrier, accompanied by a hallucinatory effect that obscured vision and disoriented foes. As the eyes emitted their radiance, Yang Jian quickly sensed something amiss. The Sun Wukong charging towards him was a manifestation of monkey fur. If struck, his true identity would be exposed, prompting Yang Jian to directly collide with Sun Wukong. Yet, he was struck by the golden light, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing a piercing headache. There was evidently something peculiar about those eyes. Yang Jian swiftly repositioned himself. But the centipede demon had set its sights on him. The golden light relentlessly pursued. With a throbbing head, this was hardly an ideal situation. Fortunately, Nezha had arrived, swirling his universe ring at his fingertips before hurling it towards the centipede demon. Naturally, all those eyes noticed, and another set of eyes aimed golden light at Nezha's direction. However, this proved ineffective against Nezha, for his body was now predominantly governed by the power of the world destruction Black Lotus, enveloped by a layer of divine protective energy. When the golden light struck him, it was utterly nullified. Furthermore, the golden light could not penetrate the indomitable universe ring. Aiming for Yang Jian, the centipede demon could not evade in time, and the impact struck him squarely. The eyes in the impacted areas swelled lightly, and, in the more severe cases, became blinded. The centipede demon felt a rib fracture under the blow, collapsing to the ground while clutching his injured side, only to be met with an incoming strike. Thus, the centipede demon had become akin to a golf ball, illustrating the depth of Erlang Shun's vendetta. A single stroke sent it directly into the enlarged universe ring. When Yang Jian inquired why the golden light had no effect on him, Nezha was equally perplexed. However, observing his elder brother's reaction, it was clear that the golden light should not be underestimated. He needed to attune himself to the changes within, for this gauntlet was becoming somewhat ineffective. Meanwhile, Ao Bing encountered a dilemma. The Rui Jingu Bang, the Heart's Desire Iron Staff, and the Jianghai Purple Gold Beam weighed nearly 13,500 jin, approximately 675 tons. The Heavenly Pillar of White Jade weighed at least 2 billion tons and was sealed with an unknown enchantment, which explained why Sun Wukong could not wield it. It seemed he would have to seek assistance from Fei Yue, as she was the eldest present and possessed greater experience, despite her likely origin from the ancestral dragon's secret realm. Fortunately, she understood that the Heavenly Pillar absorbed countless years of solar and lunar essence, capable of inducing earthquakes and spatial distortions. It was also transformed from the fragments of the unyielding mountain and the blood of the ancestor wraith, serving as its defensive mechanism. There were ways to breach it. The most straightforward being that the user must possess the divine ability to manipulate the sun and moon and compress mountains. In the original tale, the long-armed monkey possessed such powers. Among the myriad beings of the world, there are 4 chaotic monkeys, not classified among the 10 categories, including the long-armed monkey. who could manipulate the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos, possessing the ability to control nature and perceive auspicious and inauspicious signs. The other three monkeys include the Lingming Stone Monkey, Sun Wukong, the Red Butt Monkey, Xiao Yin Yang, who evades death and prolongs life, and the Six-Eared Macaque, who possesses keen hearing and knowledge of past and future. The leader of the seven monsters of Meishan, Yuan Hong, is a white ape spirit with vast powers, proficient in the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries. As one of the four monkeys of chaos, he symbolizes the forces of nature. It's merely about seizing the sun and moon, compressing them into one, says the elder son. Yet, it is not as simple as you imagine. This forms the fundamental basis. To fundamentally shatter this seal, one must also be a product of Mount Buzhou and possess a treasure refined from the ancestral witch's essence. Mount Buzhou represents the pillar and boundary of heaven and earth, embodying the order of the heavenly way, the intertwining of human fate and natural forces, reminding us to respect the laws of nature and maintain societal stability. The treasures produced by Mount Buzhou are numerous, and each possesses remarkable power, including the celestial slaying flying knife, the Fantian seal, the Qingping sword, and the purple gold red gourd. These artifacts are forged from fragments of Mount Buzhou and boast immense might. The celestial slaying flying knife was crafted by the Taoist Luya from the fragments of Mount Buzhou atop Kunlun Mountain. During the campaign against the tyrant Zhou, Luya wielded this knife with abandon, vanquishing numerous formidable opponents. The Fantian seal is the treasure of Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the celestial teacher, who became a saint by vanquishing his 3 corpses. He frequently employed the Fantian seal in battles to defeat many adversaries. The Qingping sword and the purple gold red gourd are associated with Nuwa and the Supreme Lord, respectively. The purple gold red gourd is said to devour all things in the universe, rumored to be forged from the fragments of Mount Buzhou by the Supreme Lord, or perhaps one of the 2 gourds born from the primordial gourd vine atop Mount Buzhou. In reality, there are 2 gourds, one originating from the primordial vine, whose unique powers left the Supreme Lord in awe, prompting him to journey to obtain fragments of Mount Buzhou. He refashioned a similar gourd using the 8 trigrams furnace. Though its power is incomparable, the Qingping sword, on the other hand, possesses formidable combat capabilities. The background stories of these treasures are intricately tied to legends such as the investiture of the gods and Nuwa's mending of the heavens. Mount Buzhou, the legendary pillar of heaven, transformed from Pangu's spine, holds boundless strength. Although it has been fractured, remnants continue to exist. The essence of the ancestral which derives from the 12 primordial deities born from Pangu's essence, governing natural elements such as space, time, water, and fire. However, most perished during the battle of witches and demons. These ancestral witches, considered Pangu's true lineage, do not possess the celestial essence or treasures of creation, and their status is subordinate to Nuwa and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Each of the 12 ancestral witches governs a specific natural element or phenomenon, often depicted as fierce beings with both human and animal traits. Di Jiang, the ancestral witch of space and speed, resembles a yellow pouch, fiery red, with 6 legs and 4 wings, devoid of facial features. The Zhu Ma, the wood ancestral witch, has a bird's body and a human face, standing upon twin dragons, overseeing the growth of eastern flora. Zhu Rong, the fire ancestral witch, has a beast's head and human body, adorned with red scales, wielding flames. Ru Shou, the metal ancestral witch, has a human face and tiger body, with snake-pierced ears, treading upon dragons, ruling over western metals and punishments. Gong Gong, the water ancestral witch, has a python's head and a human body, enshrouded in black scales, once furious with Mount Buzhou. Xianming, the rain and ice ancestral witch, has a human face and bird body, with a green snake hanging from his ears, governing ice and winter. Ho Tu, the earth ancestral witch, possesses a human body with a snake's tail and multiple arms holding serpents, symbolizing the mother of the earth. Shang Liang, the thunder ancestral witch, has a tiger's head and human body, controlling serpents and lightning. Tian Wu, the wind ancestral witch, is sometimes referred to as the water god, with 8 heads, 8 faces, and 8 tails, his body colored azure and yellow. Shi Zi, the lightning ancestral witch, has a human face and bird body, with green snakes as earrings, and red snakes beneath his feet. Zhu Jiuyin, the time ancestral witch, has a human face and snake body, governing day and night as well as light. Shi Bai, the weather ancestral witch, has a beast's body and human ears, overseeing meteorological changes. In the battle of witches and demons, Many ancestral witches perished or self-destructed while opposing the demon clan, with only Zhu Jiuyin surviving. Ho Tu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, becoming an exception. In summary, it is essential to possess the treasures of Mount Buzhou that can shatter the power of the ancestral witches. Chapter 60. The chaotic creation of the Azure Lotus Brocade. Where on earth can one find such a thing? Although infinite weaponry can forge limitless treasures, their potency cannot reach the level of those innate supreme artifacts. Furthermore, it is crucial to consider the implications of Mount Buzhou. The individual who crafted the celestial white jade pillar certainly does not wish to relinquish it easily to outsiders. For whom, then, is this consideration made? This matter will be addressed later. First, we must summon Nezha. After all, his current corporeal form is the most perfect supreme treasure, the transformative Azure Lotus, whose perfection is so formidable that even the heavenly Tao fears it, unleashing annihilating thunder at the moment of its birth. Had it not been for the concealment of the Chaos Pearl, it would have likely triggered another heavenly tribulation. The transformative Azure Lotus is born from the soul mature seed of the Chaos Lotus, and although Nezha has not fully integrated it into his body, it is imperative to test its potential. This unique primordial spirit, derived from the soul mature seed of the Chaos Lotus at the dawn of creation, embodies the primal forces of the universe, transcending the realm of innate treasures. It may well be the only Azure Lotus in the chaos, potentially linked to the mythic figure Pangu, the creator of the world. Its core ability lies in creation. The power of creation governs the laws of life, destruction, and transformation, capable of evolving all things, mending souls, reshaping bodies, and even reversing life and death. Its defenses are invincible, in the form of a lotus platform. It can generate an absolute barrier, rendering all attacks ineffective, while the lotus leaves provide an impenetrable shield. The offensive capabilities are equally formidable. As petals can transform into divine weapons, lotus stems can suppress fortune, and the seeds harbor destructive energy. Its assistance in cultivation is profound, as it releases the spirit energy of the Chaos Lotus to aid practitioners in transcending their limits or directly evolving the laws of the Tao for comprehension. It even grants immunity to causality, liberating the user from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, rendering them unaffected by calamities, curses, or the forces of fate. The strength of the transformative Azure Lotus can be succinctly summarized as the power to create and the power to annihilate. It possesses irreplaceable and rule-level power even in the chaos. Importantly, Nezha also harbors the Chaos Azure Lotus within him, and this opportunity may allow others to harness its power for their cultivation. Meanwhile, Nezha has donned new gloves, and Yang Jian has received a message from Sun Wukong, indicating that they must first journey to the West Sea. Upon nearing the West Sea, Ao Bing awaited them and, while leading them deep into the Dragon Palace, recounted their experiences. Sun Wukong was currently engaged in a standoff with the Celestial White Jade Pillar. The location housing the Celestial White Jade Pillar resembled a deep abyss beneath the sea, where only Sun Wukong and the azure-scaled Qiyu remained. She had already returned to the Tower World. As prolonged exposure increased the chances of discovery, the four gathered again, amused by the sight of Sun Wukong and the pillar locked in a staring contest. Upon learning the stringent requirements to break this seal, they were taken aback. The treasure from Mount Buzhou not only had to be powerful enough to shatter the bloodline of the ancestral witches, but also posed a challenge. At this moment, Nezha pondered, noting that the transformative azure silk around his waist contained a complete world, seemingly originating from the dawn of creation. After such a long time, it should have taken shape. According to Ling Zhuzi, this azure design resembled a blueprint of mountains and rivers, imbued with the powers of the transformative Azure Lotus. It would recreate the primordial world. Aside from living beings, the mountains and spiritual roots would also be present. Thus, he resolved to enter it and see if there were any formed treasures on Mount Buzhou. He beckoned Ao Bing aside to share his thoughts and how to discuss this with the other two. Watching the two converse animatedly, Yang Jian and the others remained focused. They subsequently summarized how the reincarnation of the Hongyuan Pearl would yield powerful artifacts, which Yang Jian had heard of, and elaborated to Sun Wukong based on their explanations. It seemed both had derived numerous treasures. However, this raised suspicions. Why had those individuals chosen to bestow the two pearls upon them? Ao Bing's situation was understandable. Given the Dragon Clan's innate treasures, possessing the spirit pearls would grant them access to dragon artifacts. But what of Nezha? If he were to reconstruct his corporeal form, it was plausible, as who knows, he might bloom into a fiery red lotus. Yang Jian speculated that causality might be the answer. As the last emperor of humanity, The King Zhou's fate was all but exhausted during their confrontation. Nevertheless, his strength remained formidable, and the implications of slaying a human sovereign were considerable. Thus, the loss of the Spirit Pearl was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act to taint them with the demonic aura, allowing for the extraction of undesirable impurities while eliminating the human sovereign, an advantageous scenario indeed. Born amidst countless tribulations and burdened with demonic energy, he would undoubtedly become a harbinger of slaughter. Should heavenly thunder descend to obliterate his soul, he would transform into the perfect puppet assassin for the heavenly court. However, his soul was preserved by Tai, with the greatest entanglement of causality falling upon Jiangxia, followed closely by Nezha, yet he remained untouched. This left them with no choice but to seek opportunities for intervention, only to find that this individual was a thorn in their side, disrupting the workplace to the point of challenging the boss. Hearing Yang Jin's deductions, the group found them quite plausible, aligning perfectly with their duplicitous tactics. With the knowledge that they had acquired derived treasures, and that Nezha possessed the transformative azure silk, everyone was eager to learn about its effects, especially since it could yield the artifact needed to break the seal. Suddenly, Nezha produced a shimmering azure silk from his sleeve, radiating brilliance, indicating that it was indeed a remarkable treasure. The plan was as follows. First, they would use fragments of the Chaos Pearl to establish a concealing barrier. The three would absorb the energy from the transformative azure silk to see if they could enhance their powers, while Nezha would enter the internal world of the silk, journeying to Mount Buzhou to seek out potent artifacts. Chapter 61. The internal Mount Buzhou of the azure silk. Upon entering the azure silk, it felt akin to riding a roller coaster. After a whirlwind of sensations, Nezha rose from the grass, surrounded by an extraordinarily beautiful environment devoid of any signs of life. Only nature remained. The mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with spiritual energy, adorned with various spiritual herbs and flowers. Now, he needed to devise a plan to locate Mount Buzhou, as it was surrounded by mountains. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a beam of azure light appeared above him, standing out starkly in the darkness, marking the starting point directly above Nezha. Was it just one? As Nezha moved a few steps, he discovered that the azure light above his head followed him, realizing, oh, is this not a form of navigation? How convenient this is. Upon reaching Mount Buzhou, Nezha noticed that every region here bore a stone tablet inscribed with its name. Not only the primordial lands, but also the territories from the classic of mountains and seas had manifested themselves here in advance. Throughout this journey, he had ascended to high ground, allowing him to see far and possessing keen eyesight. The path was strewn with spiritual herbs and other wonders. However, he found little in the way of magical treasures atop Mount Buzhou. Many of the artifacts were not naturally formed, but required refinement and tempering to come into existence. Unfortunately, Nezha had yet to grasp this concept, for he was not a scholar, and engaging his mind in such matters was utterly beyond him. Absolutely impossible. Mount Buzhou, steeped in ancient mythology, is a profoundly mysterious sacred mountain, serving as a pillar that supports the heavens and the earth, as well as a bridge between the mortal realm and the celestial domain. This towering edifice, with its perilous and sheer peaks, rises majestically into the clouds, resembling a steadfast column that seems to uphold the celestial canopy. Its steep slopes render it nearly insurmountable for mortals, accessible only to divine beings. Beyond the Northwest Sea, in the remote corners of the wilderness, lies a mountain that does not conform, known as Buzhou. The term not conform refers to the mountain's fragmented and broken form, a consequence of the cataclysmic encounter when the water god Gonggong struck it in a fit of rage, resulting in the collapse of the celestial pillar and the rending of the earth's fabric. This mountain, pristine and unblemished, stands in stark contrast to ordinary mountains, representing a rift in the cosmos yet to be sealed, perpetually beset by frigid temperatures and fierce storms. It is no wonder that Buzhou is often depicted as a realm of extreme cold, where biting winds scour the land and snowstorms rage unceasingly, shrouding the mountain in swirling mists and flashes of lightning, imbued with an atmosphere of dread. The treacherous path to the mountain suggests that even deities must tread with caution in such a perilous environment. Legends have long whispered of this place as a battleground for divine conflict, a site where the balance of heaven and earth was disrupted. Following his defeat in the struggle for supremacy, the water god Gonggong's wrath led to the calamity that fractured Buzhou, forever linking its imagery with destruction. The mountain's broken form, with rocks suspended in midair, seems to have frozen time at the moment of divine warfare, while the sky bears the scars of the fallen celestial pillar. With torrents of the heavenly river cascading down, the land tilts southeastward, rivers change their courses, volcanoes erupt, and disasters abound. Yet to Nezha, upon his arrival at this lofty mountain, it appears merely as an imposing snow-capped peak, albeit with rather unremarkable weather, as a forbidden realm within myth. Buzhou may harbor strange creatures reminiscent of those found in the classic of mountains and seas, such as the illuminating dragon or insatiable fruits, or fearsome beasts guarding its boundaries. Moreover, it is likely that rare herbs and elixirs, imbued with the primal essence of creation, flourish here, with only celestial flora and no extraordinary beasts to be found. Atop the mountain lies an ancient divine formation or secret realm, harboring enigmatic powers. This spectacle serves not only as an exaggeration of natural wonders, but also as a metaphor for cosmic order and the relationship between gods and mortals. The incompleteness of the external Buzhou symbolizes the fragility of heaven and earth, while the calamities triggered by Gongong's assault mark the genesis of redemption myths, such as Nuwa's mending of the sky and Yu's flood control. This mountain embodies ancient humanity's imagination regarding the origins of the world and calamity, an eternal symbol of the cyclical destruction and reconstruction of chaotic order within mythology. Upon ascending the mountain, Nezha discovered even more. Indeed, Buzhou, aptly named the Pillar of Heaven and Earth, is impressively tall. He found himself in an expansive area, where a vine emitting a gentle glow caught his attention. This vine bore several gourds of varying colors, radiating a potent energy that quickly captivated Nezha. This was the primordial gourd vine, thriving uncontested, its tendrils now sprawling across the mountaintop, having previously been confined between two massive boulders. The primordial gourd vine, born at the dawn of creation, embodies the principles of the universe. Its fruit, coveted by various celestial beings, had even been harvested by Nuwa, who used its clay for her creations. The vine possesses innate qualities, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing treasures of chaos, and capable of suppressing fate. Its resilience allows it to be fashioned into magical artifacts, such as the binding rope used to subdue celestial beings or employed in mythic endeavors like mending the sky and creating humanity. The vine is entwined with the celestial order, and harvesting its gourds incurs karmic consequences, typically attainable only by formidable beings such as saints. Each gourd, once harvested by various powerful entities, is refined into a supreme treasure. The purple gold gourd, obtained by the supreme Lord Laozi, can absorb all things, transforming them into a viscous essence containing the true fire of samadhi and the chilling energy of dark ice. The 99-soul dispelling gourd, claimed by the ancestor of red clouds, contains red sand that corrupts the primordial spirit and absorbs souls, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. It was later lost to the cooperative assault of the ancestors of Qiankun and the river of the underworld amidst a struggle for divine position. The gourd of slaying immortals, acquired by the Taoist Luyo, houses the knife of slaying immortals, which strikes true and fatal once its target is locked in white light, impervious to any celestial defense. It was once wielded against formidable adversaries like Hui. The gourd of summoning demons, obtained by Nuwa, can summon all demons under heaven and is fashioned into the demon summoning banner for managing and leading the demon clan. The water and fire gourd, acquired by the Lord of the Celestial Realm, contains the essence of primordial water and fire, merging offense and defense. With two Qiankun within capable of spraying water and breathing fire, nurturing treasures, and enhancing the magical properties of items. The chaotic gourd, claimed by Dong Huang Tai, evolves chaotic space, ensnaring enemies and refining them, embodying the power of the primordial chaos, wielding formidable control and mysterious might. The unripe gourd is said to be acquired by Hongjun or may ultimately wither, symbolizing the incompleteness of the celestial order. When Nezha approached the gourd vine, he noticed that the gourds were not only large and plump, but also adorned with numerous flowers and leaves, each distinct, intuitively suggesting to him that these were treasures. Beyond those historically claimed, there were many other gourds present. Among them, the unripe gourds were identified as the time-space gourds, which, as the name implies, possess abilities over both time and space. They contain the chaotic essence from before the universe's creation, capable of obliterating saints and traversing time and space, altering the cycle of day and night and the seasons. They allow free passage across any corner of the cosmos. If Hongjun ancestor were to discover the immense power these gourds would wield upon maturation, he would surely regret it deeply. The gourds connected to the vine still had potential for further growth, as some remained seemingly suspended beneath the vine, as if they were originally meant to hang there, merely the connected gourd vine having deteriorated. Wow! Warm and inviting, the vibrant hues of red and green caught Nezha's attention. These must surely be some ready-made magical treasures. He mused. Regardless of their origin, he decided to pluck them from their place. Stretching out his hand, he reached for the largest crimson gourd. And as the possessor of the celestial green silk, he effortlessly retrieved it. Upon entering his grasp, the gourd shrank to a more manageable size. How convenient, Nezha remarked, tossing the scarlet gourd playfully in his hands. He began to experiment, channeling his magical energy into the gourd, causing it to swell rapidly and continue expanding. Nezha flung it into the air, testing his control over its size and direction. As the colossal crimson gourd crashed into the ground, it created a deep crater, reminiscent of an earthquake. From its mouth, two types of smoke, crimson and azure, billowed forth, followed by the emergence of true fire and the chilling essence of Qianbing. However, due to the peculiar snow of the unyielding snow mountain, which was no ordinary frost, the true fire could not spread beyond its initial point of impact, igniting only a fierce blaze at the site. Remarkably, the Qianbing essence did not clash with it. Instead, they coexisted harmoniously. That was not the end of it. A powerful suction drew the erupting cold and fire back into the gourd. After a moment of trembling, it returned to its normal size, floating gently in the air, slightly tilted. From its mouth erupted a beam of silver light, swift and destructive, leveling a nearby mountain peak with ease. Nezha recognized this phenomenon. He, too, could wield it. It was the innate separation and union divine light, one of the remnants of the primal light that once repaired the universe during the chaos of creation. This light possessed immense destructive power, capable of disassembling any object into its constituent parts, manifesting as slender silver filaments. Yet, there was something unique about the light contained within this gourd. Its potency was even greater. This divine light was born at the dawn of the cosmos, during the tumultuous separation of heaven and earth, originally condensed from the primordial chaos to mend its own disintegration. However, as the celestial order was not yet complete, the residual essence scattered into the void over countless eons, evolving into the innate separation and union divine light. It embodies a duality of contradiction, encompassing both the laws of creation and annihilation, capable of sealing spatial rifts to stabilize the cosmos, while simultaneously disassembling all things back to the void. Due to the failure of creation, it became tainted with malice, leading most cultivators to only evoke its destructive aspect. Moreover, it bore a spiritual imprint. The filaments retained a chaotic will, instinctively consuming concentrated spiritual energy or complete loss, even rebounding against the user's soul. In its normal state, it appeared as flowing silver strands, as fine as hair, yet heavier than mountains. When it touched solid matter, it resonated with a crystalline chime akin to shattered glass. When unleashed, it transformed into a cascade of light, with each filament tracing the cracks of the celestial order, leaving the fabric of space peeling away in its wake. Legend has it that in its complete form, it manifests as a liquid river of intertwined dual-colored spirals, silver representing separation and dark gold signifying union. Yet no one has ever successfully harnessed both powers simultaneously. The essence of its laws allows it to disregard defensive hierarchies, with its destructive capacity not determined by hardness or energy intensity, but by directly deconstructing the integrity of material existence. Even divine artifacts, when struck, would disintegrate at the molecular level. Victims often perceive their bodies shattering before they feel pain, as the divine light first severs the cause of existence before manifesting the result of destruction. It also possesses a soul-devouring aspect. In its free state, it actively absorbs spiritual energy, creating an expansive dead zone where cultivators find their essence solidified and their artifacts rendered ineffective. When releasing countless light filaments, it can disassemble magical treasures but cannot penetrate the domains of established laws. When woven into a net of rifts, it can annihilate vast landscapes within mere moments and briefly suspend an enemy's perception of time. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, it transforms into the river of annihilation, capable of stripping away the laws of heaven and earth, returning entire worlds to chaos. However, if one lacks sufficient strength, the consequence is the disintegration of one's physical body. Its weaknesses and limitations lie within its own backlash. Excessive use can lead to the filaments eroding one's meridians, rendering the body increasingly transparent until it ultimately dissolves into nothingness. Should one engage in excessive slaughter with this divine light, the chaotic malice within will taint the soul, invoking an irreversible calamity. When confronted with containers capable of storing light, the gourd falters, as it does when facing innate defensive treasures. Nevertheless, it is multifunctional, able to form a luminous barrier to ward off formidable attacks, or condense into beams to obliterate enemies and their artifacts. It excels in vanquishing evil and demons, possessing a natural counter to malevolent techniques, purifying vile energy, and even directly refining the souls of demonic beings. Spatial manipulation is also within its grasp. When wielded at advanced levels, it can cleave space, ensnaring foes in the intangible or directly tearing the void asunder. The innate separation and union divine light is even more exaggerated in its law-level attacks, involving the essence of yin, yang, and the five elements, capable of decomposing all things into primordial spiritual energy. A single moment of purity grants the wielder protection from all evils. During the tribulation, the radiance of separation and union aids in the dissipation of karma, the gathering of spiritual energy, and the endurance against the heart's demons wrought by thunder and fire. It withstands the onslaught of heavenly lightning, terrestrial flames, and world-destroying artifacts, safeguarding a realm. One strike can obliterate mountains, vaporize rivers, or directly annihilate the primordial spirit. It can unravel formations and refine celestial and earthly treasures. In Chapter 62, countless lotus seeds transform into corporeal forms, as the cosmos of the Tao metamorphoses into lotus. The divine light emanating from this gourd surpasses that which can be produced by human effort when stored within a silken pouch. It also contains other fully ripened gourds from which he plucks and samples. The crimson gourd possesses the ability to enlarge and shrink, devouring its surroundings, harboring the true fire of samadhi and the chilling energy of Qianbing, alongside the innate radiance of separation. The golden orange gourd contains red sand that tarnishes the primordial spirit, capable of absorbing souls, thus serving both offensive and defensive purposes. The golden gourd, impervious and indestructible, conceals the flying knife that slays immortals. Once it locks onto a target with its white light, it guarantees a lethal strike that no celestial being can obstruct. The dark green gourd contains the Ziwei celestial fire, capable of summoning myriad demons from across the realm. The azure gourd harbors the essence of primordial water, combining offense and defense. And within it lies the ice and water Qiankun, capable of nurturing treasures and enhancing their magical properties and effects. The aquamarine gourd evolves into a chaotic space, ensnaring enemies for refinement, embodying the primordial strength of chaos and wielding formidable control and enigmatic power. The purple gold gourd possesses the simultaneous abilities of time and space. Now, a distribution is in order. There are a total of 7. The unripe purple gourd remains unharvested, but with 6 gourds in total. They cannot be evenly divided among the 4 of them. It matters not. Possessing such a bounty, he decides to forego any further claim. He bestows the dark green and azure gourds upon Ao Bing, the golden orange and aquamarine upon Yang Jian, and the crimson and golden upon Sun Wukong. Should they wish to exchange, they may deliberate upon it once they venture outside. Speaking of which, these gourd flowers appear quite splendid, and there are numerous celestial dew droplets within. He plucks a few blooms for Ao Bing to concoct elixirs. Thus resolved, he proceeds to explore other areas. Mount Buzhou is indeed a treasure trove. Even Nezha, who is not fond of reading, is aware of several spiritual herbs and celestial medicines. Yao grass, a legendary herb, is said to grant eternal youth and even the ability to return from death. Its characteristics include jade-like leaves and starry flowers, commonly found on steep cliffs. Nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, jade paste, derived from jade, is believed to be consumed by the Yellow Emperor. Its essence, in liquid form, can transform one's being and enhance cultivation. 9-spike grain is a divine crop from the legendary Shinno, yielding 9 spikes, sufficient to satiate for a millennium. Its attributes include golden spikes brimming with the spirit of heaven and earth, granting longevity to mortals and refining into elixirs for cultivators. The mountain is also rich in celestial mines and divine stones. The stone of heaven's repair, used by Niwa to mend the heavens, is among them. Its essence contains the power of chaos, capable of forging divine artifacts or repairing the laws of the universe. Qianbing jade essence is born from the depths of icy caverns within the mountain. Its characteristic deep blue hue aids in the cultivation of ice-based techniques or the crafting of ice-type artifacts. Celestial iron, fallen from the heavens upon Mount Buzhou, absorbs the power of the stars. Its remarkable hardness allows for the forging of weapons that can harness starlight, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. If we consider the external world, there exist extraordinary beasts and divine wonders, such as the scales of the candle dragon, the inner elixir of Lu Wu, the feathers of the Xian bird, fragments of the Pangu axe, and the remains of Gong Gong. Although these are absent here, the natural marvels are abundant, such as the weak waters of the Milky Way, located at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The feather of the Hong bird does not float. Rather, it sinks upon contact. However, the essence of the weak water can be refined into beads that dispel myriad toxins. At this moment, Ling Zhuzi brings forth promising news. This realm, fundamentally, is composed of the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Blue Lotus. As its master, Nezha now possesses the lotus aura of the Blue Lotus in his corporeal form, enabling him to forge magical treasures from these natural resources. In simpler terms, he must locate the materials for the treasures, gather the lotus aura with his hands, and allow the information about the treasures to materialize in his mind. Currently, he can only create items that have existed in history. But once he fully masters the Blue Lotus, he will be able to craft treasures according to his desires. For instance, the weak water gourd, forged from the cascading weak waters of the Milky Way that have been refined into a gourd by a powerful being, holds the weight of 1,000 pounds in a single drop, capable of corroding the soul, with the limitation that only non-golden immortals cannot manipulate it. Why is it another gourd? Did we disturb the gourd nest today? Yet, there are other treasures that can be refined, such as the multicolored stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, which can suppress destiny and repair the rifts in the cosmos, or be transformed into defensive treasures like the Bagua Inyang mirror, which Fuxi once utilized to deduce the Bagua at Mount Buzhou. The symbols left behind coalesce into a mirror that reveals the yin and yang, dispelling illusions and reversing life and death, albeit at a cost. However, I am not adept at deducing the Bagua. Yet, Ling Zhuzi asserts that it is possible to refine a treasure of heavenly principles with a bit more time and effort. This would be the core of the celestial pillar. After the fracture of Mount Buzhou, the remnants of the celestial pillar's core contain the power of the primordial rules, aiding cultivators in comprehending the heavenly path. Should one forcefully refine it, there may be a backlash from the heavenly principles. However, in this world, the process of refinement carries no risk whatsoever. With a few celestial herbs, spiritual minerals, and a gourd, one could return. What is the nature of this affair? It appears that some time must be spent here, for the aura within this place is overwhelmingly ethereal. This suggests that one can wholeheartedly refine the divine lotuses present. Should one successfully embody the essence of the divine lotus, it would enable the crafting of magical artifacts using the materials found here, significantly enhancing one's power. Currently, there are not merely 10, but 12 lotuses within him, as the spirit pearl has extracted a mature lotus seed. Among these are the chaotic green lotus, the transformative blue lotus, the fiery red lotus of karma, the golden lotus of virtue, the annihilating black lotus, the purifying white lotus, the reincarnation purple lotus, the guanine red lotus, the 9-colored divine lotus, the 9-tiered golden lotus, the 7-colored divine lotus, and finally, an unknown lotus flower that resides within the essence of the spirit pearl. It appears that the ethereal energy emanating from the spirit pearl has influenced this being, steeped in demonic essence, to bloom such a plethora of purifying lotuses. Now, there are no issues here. You can emerge, correct? I have reiterated countless times. We are one and the same. The faint remnant of the spirit pearl, emerging from the mark on Nezha's forehead, materializes as a childlike figure, now even more translucent than before. There is no need for astonishment. After all, we share a connection across lifetimes. If you have indeed resolved to embrace this power, it signifies that you are not merely a demonic essence, but the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. Enough with the cryptic talk. Be direct. When past and present merge into one, my lingering consciousness shall inevitably dissipate. Now that is correct. However, truth be told, this little being has aided him immensely, and the sudden prospect of its disappearance brings a twinge of reluctance. Perhaps influenced by the notion that they are indeed the same entity, the attachment is understandable. Nevertheless, as he articulates, it is possible that he too will be influenced by it in some manner in the future. Yet, for now, it is prudent to seize the moment. The fusion of such transcendent lotuses, embodying multiple supreme principles, possesses a strength that can be deemed as a superdimensional existence, potentially even touching upon the essence of the Tao. Analyzing its strength from the dimensions of characteristics, levels, and capabilities, the integration of traits must necessarily involve contradictions that require ultimate harmonization. Utilizing the chaotic pearl's core encapsulating nature, as the chaotic pearl in lotus form endows the corporeal body with the characteristics of chaotic return to origin, allowing for the compatibility of annihilation and purification, virtue and karma, thereby forming a dynamically balanced Tai Chi model. For instance, the destructive force of the annihilating black lotus is transformed by the purifying white lotus into a mechanism of creation following destruction. while the karmic power of the fiery red lotus is converted into an advanced fuel for rebirth by the golden lotus of virtue. The layering of the lotus matrix. With the 9-tiered golden lotus as the foundation of Buddhism, the 7-colored divine lotus embodying elemental principles, and the 9-colored divine lotus representing celestial authority, forms a 3-dimensional web of laws. This grants the corporeal body absolute defense on the material level, an indestructible golden body of the 9-tiered lotus. Infinite transformation on the energy level, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang, and the capacity to alter permissions on the regulatory level, symbolized by the 9 colors representing the 9 extremes of the Tao. In terms of existential hierarchy, it transcends conventional dimensions, with temporal characteristics. The past, present, and future are anchored by the reincarnation purple lotus as the singular true self, while the chaotic pearl bestows a state of neither existence nor non-existence upon the corporeal body, allowing it to exist across all timelines while transcending them. The law of causality is exempt, the compassion of the guanine red lotus, in conjunction with the karmic law of the fiery red lotus, creates a closed loop, ensuring that any attack directed at the corporeal form will be converted into karmic backlash, inflicting equivalent damage upon the assailant. The attacking energy is transformed into a virtuous return, benefiting the heavens through compassionate redemption. Capabilities manifest as conceptual-level authority, wielding the staff of creation and destruction, capable of reverting an entire universe back to chaos with but a gesture. This is the effect of the annihilating black lotus and the chaotic pearl. In the span of a breath, myriad worlds can be conceived, exemplifying the effects of the transformative blue lotus and the purifying white lotus. With an absolute domain established, the corporeal form serves as the epicenter, expanding the lotus pure land, wherein all unauthorized laws are prohibited. This is the celestial blockade of the 9-colored divine lotus. It forcibly resets all states of existence to the primordial state of creation. This is the essence of the chaotic green lotus. Under the convergence of numerous divine lotuses, evolution is inevitable. The golden lotus of virtue and the reincarnation purple lotus construct an eternal sublimation program, allowing the corporeal form to automatically upgrade its defensive mechanisms after sustaining damage. With each calamity endured, a dimensional leap occurs. In terms of strength, on the defensive front, it can withstand a full-force strike from the Pangu axe, with only slight tremors of the lotus petals, while absorbing the malevolent energy of the slaying immortal's sword array for evolutionary enhancement. On the energy front, a single drop of blood can fill an ocean of blood, and a single strand of hair contains enough creative power to nurture a primordial treasure. On the regulatory front, it can modify the fundamental parameters of the primordial chaos, such as temporarily substituting the concept of spirit energy with chaotic qi. Such a corporeal form transcends the traditional notion of a strong individual, ascending to the status of a living singularity of the multiverse. Should he truly succeed, the need to fear those ancient beings would vanish, allowing him to confront them directly. In contrast, the few individuals outside are enveloped in a shroud of transformative azure silk, their surroundings infused with a profound aura of transformative energy, significantly more potent than ordinary spiritual energy and escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, Nezha merely tosses the gathered gourds, celestial minerals, and spiritual herbs to them to distribute amongst themselves. Even picking peaches for Sun Wukong, collecting jade ointment for Yang Jian, and gathering some dragon ice for Ao Bing. Chapter 63. How can one engage in battle when the opponent is already weakened? The formidable power of the new physical form necessitates a certain cooling period. One may question the rationale behind this cooling time. It is evident that without it, the opponent would be rendered powerless, unable to engage in a fair contest. Let us not forget that the owner of this corporeal vessel is still Nezha, a reincarnation of the demon sphere. Should we enhance the original structure by infusing it with the Chaos Pearl, transforming it into a universe imbued with the essence of the Tao, we would create a self-contained cosmos governed by the complete laws of the Great Path, simultaneously integrating the demon sphere, the embodiment of ultimate destruction and the source of chaos. As another lotus seed, this corporeal form's power will transcend traditional mythological confines, entering the realm of supermultiversal singularities. Its strength can be deconstructed into 3 transformative dimensions, culminating in the ultimate unity of opposing extremes, the Hongming Demon Tao body. The obliteration and fusion of the principles of good and evil create a cosmic order that embodies the essence of chaos, forming a double helix entanglement structure within the Chaos Pearl, endowing the physical form with the capacity for instantaneous creation and annihilation. Exhaling releases chaotic demonic energy that erodes the 3,000 worlds, while inhaling gives rise to the 36 heavens. From the attack of logical paradoxes, the left hand manifests the Buddha's teachings to save all beings, while the right hand unleashes the celestial demon's soul-devouring curse, with both opposing principles simultaneously acting on a single target. The defense of reverse causality renders any attack decomposable into order and chaos factors, the former absorbed by the cosmic order, while the latter is transformed by the demon pearl into self-healing energy. The energy forms have ascended dimensions. The collision of the 9-colored divine lotus's heavenly authority and the demon pearl's antipath principles generates the profound energy of the 9 hells. A single strand of this energy represents the total energy of a standard primordial universe, with the causal entropy of the karmic fire red lotus. The method of energy release transcends linear time, capable of simultaneously scorching the past, present, and future selves of the target. The cosmic-level topological folding produces an infinite nested corporeal form. The iterative mechanism within the body's universe, housed in the chaos pearl's cosmic order, is not static but follows a cyclical pattern: destruction by the demon pearl, reconstruction by the creation blue lotus, annihilation by the world-destroying black lotus, and purification by the world-cleansing white lotus. With each completed cycle, the density of the corporeal form increases by 1 Hunyuan level. This Hunyuan level corresponds to the conventional strength of a sage's body, multiplied by 10. The surface automatically generates the Hongming prohibition, capable of rebounding damage from an attack exceeding the full force of a heavenly sage. The dimensional parasitic characteristic of the body manifests in each cell as a miniature demon path universe, possessing a cosmic-level vitality that requires the complete annihilation of 43 cellular universes to inflict genuine harm. From the perspective of interdimensional pollution, blood shed from injuries will infiltrate the universe of the attacker, transforming it into a demon lotus puppet. The pupils reflect the cosmic order and the core of the demon pearl, wherever the gaze lands. The concept of death can be replaced by the reincarnation program of the purple lotus. By forcibly setting the physical constants of a certain area to spirit energy is flammable, time is solid, and causality is consumable, transcendent attack methods are unleashed. The demon lotus explosion entails plucking a lotus petal and inserting it into the enemy's body, triggering an event in 0.01 seconds, wherein the cosmic order opens within their dantian, forcibly aiding ascension. In 0.1 seconds, the demon pearl detonates a new universe, utilizing the energy of the cosmic explosion to rebound against the body. In 1 second, the remnants of the explosion are retrieved by the karmic fire red lotus, converting them into personal merit. Proof of absolute immortality is established, even when faced with a logically destructive strike. The foundation of existence can still be reconstructed through the cosmic order's great transformation of 50 mechanism. The demon pearl's disordered emergence trait allows for random resurrection from the void, while the chaos pearl's undefined state circumvents all determinations of extinction. Regarding the manifestation of destructive power, a mere flick of the finger can reduce a composite superdimensional space of 3 into a state of ultimate simplicity, where even the concept of nothingness ceases to exist. In terms of defense thresholds, enduring the united attacks of 100 Hongjun Taoists will instead awaken the end of lotus blossom form, compressing all attack energy into the 7th lotus seed, giving birth to the tranquil blue lotus. This initiates a rebound mechanism in terms of existential hierarchy, as its essence has surpassed conventional multiverses, becoming the convergence point of all possible worlds, even in the blank settings not penned by the author. This corporeal form can still forcibly persist through the compassionate observation of the guanine red lotus and the chaotic deduction of the demon pearl. With such a defiant mechanism at play, one may not need to diminish its power. Yet, the sheer volume of these transcendent mechanisms warrants a reconsideration of their limitations. The audience, too, would be left astounded by this remarkable manifestation. This corporeal form cannot simply be measured by strength. It is, in essence, a living creation manual. If one were to force a comparison with mythological systems, Pangu would appear as mere cells in its presence, for the chaos blue lotus that birthed it resides within. The heavenly path is but a byproduct of its metabolism. The so-called calamity is merely the cosmic ripples produced by its breath. The only constraint on its power remains the fourth wall crafted by the author. Given the self-iterative characteristics of the chaos pearl, it may even devour the narrative layer. Yet, as the title suggests, this cannot be diminished, and while this corporeal form can emerge in union, it is bound by 12 layers of seals, alongside the creation blue silk, golden spirit brocade, phoenix lotus silk, cycle-ending world-destroying brocade, purity silk, and 5 cosmic circles. In addition to a longevity lock thrown into the chaos blue lotus and a pair of black gold gloves. Layer upon layer, this creates a delicate balance. To suppress such a fusion of cosmic order and demon pearl into an ultimate corporeal form, the 12 layers of seals must involve the clash of laws, the logical cage, and the narrative layer's shackles. Each layer of unsealing not only releases power, but also escalates the threat to the entire multiverse. Thus, the conditions for release are exceedingly stringent. First layer, the Hongming Initial Judgment Chaos Membrane. When the sealing state is displayed, the corporeal form is enveloped in primordial chaotic energy, forming a gray-white cocoon, with primordial Tao patterns emerging on its surface from before Panga's heavens. The conditions for unsealing are twofold. First, 12 drops of ancestral witch blood must be gathered to inscribe the great array of heavenly spirits on the cocoon. Second, the chaotic winds of the depths of the 9 hells must be summoned to blow for 3,600 years. Unsealing will unleash the savage aura from before the heavens were opened, resulting in minor calamities. Any practitioner below the great Luo Golden Immortal who touches it shall perish. Second layer, Pangu's world-subduing spine. The core of the seal lies in the 49 phantom pillars of Buzhou Mountain entwined with the merits of opening the heavens, piercing through the corporeal form to suppress the 7 orifices and vital points. The method of breaking this seal involves obtaining the 5-colored stone marrow left by Nuwa's mending of the heavens and melting it down to the foundation of the heavenly pillar. Third layer, Yin and Yang Chaos Taiji Lock. The 2 instruments microdust array places the corporeal form between life and death, with a primordial treasure Taiji diagram suspended at the center, evolving earth, water, fire, and wind. The flow of time within the array is 1/1,000,000th that of the outside world. The methods to break the array are twofold. One is the 3 treasures Jade Rui of the primordial heavenly venerable, which disrupts the balance of Yin and Yang. The other is using the demon race's Zhou Tian star array to counter the microdust transformation. Fourth layer, 10,000 demons heart-devouring 9 hells curse. This is a demonic seal, inscribed with the 3,000 primordial demonic patterns etched by the god-slaying spear before Rahu fell, each pattern connecting to a deep abyss demon. The ritual to break it involves blood-sacrificing 9 calamity anomalies or severing the connection between the demonic patterns and the 9 hells with the 4 sword of slaying immortals. This breach will incur backlash, and the unsealer will inherit Rahu's world-destroying karma, becoming a target for elimination by the heavenly path. Fifth layer, Holy Blood Sealing Spirit 8 Scenes Palace Lantern. As a saint's handiwork, the primordial heavenly venerable took the sacred flame from the 8 Scenes Palace Lantern, mixing it with the essence blood of 3 saints to forge 9 fire chains. Each chain embodies the will to suppress the great Luo Golden Immortal, and each must be severed with the corresponding saint's enlightenment artifact. The unsealing process is as follows. First, the 12-petal golden lotus must receive the sacred flame. Then the sword of slaying immortals must sever the fire chains left by the celestial master. And finally, the remnants of the creation jade plate bestowed by Hongjun must break the heavenly path's imprint. However, unsealing will provoke heavenly punishment, and severing the fire chains will trigger a saint's response, potentially obliterating the 3 corpses of quasi-saints with a single palm strike from afar. Sixth layer, Zhou Tian Star Fall Purple Micro Ditch. Similar to the ancient prohibitions of the heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven mobilizes 365 ancient stars to form a primordial version of the Zhou Tian star array. Each star within the array is a projection of the demon emperor's essence from the time of Dijun, with a replica of the chaos bell held by the phantom of Dong Huang Tai hanging at the array's center. The conditions for breaking the array require collecting the remnants of fallen great demons from the witch demon calamity, needing at least those of Kunpeng, Yingzhao, or Jimeng level. In an ominous year, month, and day, detonating the middle great Yin star will create a flaw in the array's center. Breaking the array will cause the current heavenly court's fortune to plummet, triggering an early arrival of immeasurable calamities. Seventh layer, the flower of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Earth Mother's forbidden spell casts the corporeal form into the end of reincarnation, with every inch of skin blooming with Manjusaka. The flower roots entwined with the source of the underworld, coexisting in life and death with the wheel of 6 paths. The method of unsealing requires a complete transformation into the purple lotus of rebirth, merging oneself with the wheel of 6 paths, while using the dual swords of the underworld's ancestor to sever the ties to the underworld. Eighth layer, the shackles of humanity's flame of civilization. The seal of humanity binds the corporeal form's power with the fate of the human race. with the Xianyuan sword as the lock and the Cangxie stone tablet as the key, suppressing the corporeal form's strength and limiting it from exceeding the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The method of breaking this seal involves taking the Chentang seal, the essence blood of the human emperor, and all of the human emperor's artifacts, achieving enlightenment to break through. Ninth layer, the heavenly path shackles of Hongmeng Purple Qi. 9 chains of heavenly path origin locked into the corporeal form by Hongjun Daozu are forged from a mixture of Hongmeng Purple Qi and the will of the heavenly path, corresponding to the 50 great paths and the 49 numbers of heavenly transformation. The unsealing condition requires enduring a joint attack from 7 heavenly path saints, creating a vacuum period in the heavenly path, and using a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi to replace the sealed origin, allowing the corporeal form to absorb it. If the consequences are not heeded, unsealing will instantaneously lead to the collapse of the heavenly path, returning the primordial world to chaos. 10th layer, the calamity manifestation world-destroying grinding disc. The materialization of calamity, the seal of gods, the god-slaying whip, and the saint-destroying pill combine into the ultimate grinding disc. Scenes such as the dragon and phoenix's initial calamity, the witch-demon war, and the seal of gods are inscribed on its surface. The means to break it involves countering the disc's operation with calamity energy, stabilizing the river of calamity, and forcibly reversing the disc's direction. 11th layer, the heart demon trial. Questioning the path stair. A mental prison constructed by the Quasi-T saint using the dream method, containing 12,960 layers of illusions, each requiring the experience of a complete calamity's moral test. The highest layer holds the mirror of Bodhi's original wishes, reflecting the true spirit of the self. The key to breaking the barrier is to use the blood of the underworld to impact all illusions, self-sacrificing the good, evil, and true self in front of the mirror to achieve a path of ruthless intention. Those who fail will be forever trapped in dreams. 12th layer, the gate of transcendence. Escaping one. The void gate forged from the source of space by the immortal Yangmei. Beyond the gate lies endless chaos outside the primordial realm, allowing one to completely break away from the heavenly path system, inscribed with the chaotic Tao texts of the supreme freedom seeker who forever loses ties to their homeland. Smashing the gate to release the corporeal form would cause the primordial universe to collapse due to the loss of its spatial anchor. Merging the body with the gate to become a new spatial demon god, eternally subduing chaos beyond. The Tao ancestors' admonition, should this gate open, the achievements of Pangu in opening the heavens would be lost. Should it close, then all hope for survival would be extinguished, though shrouded in mystery. These seals are the result of the Chaos Blue Lotus and the Chaos Pearl, simulating the methods of various great powers from history. The strength encapsulated within is formidable, and the moment of unsealing reveals the true nature of the seal. Most methods of breaking are akin to riddles and puzzles, not necessarily adhering to traditional approaches. After all, Nezha is a rebellious spirit. He shall not be confined by corporeal seals. If you shut the doors and windows, I shall simply break through the walls. My corporeal form. My dominion. Chapter 64. The completion of the corporeal form, infinite divine powers, the white jade of the external realm. Although this process is arduous and prolonged, it is not insurmountable under the operation of the spirit pearl. After all, preparations have been ongoing for some time. The focus lies in the cosmic space of the corporeal form, utilizing the black holes of the multiple universes within it to materialize and endlessly devour them. Though the speed may not rival that of the Hunyuan pearl, its capacity for absorption, digestion, and transformation surpasses it, given the substantial weight of its existence. As long as Nezha can endure this immense energy transformation, he shall prevail. Throughout this process, the corporeal form will continually shatter and reorganize. Yet he is the reincarnation of the Chaos Pearl and the Demon Pearl, thus the likelihood of withstanding is exceedingly high. Gratitude to the diligent Spirit Pearl. In the external realm, Ao Bing feels his vitality surging. Is Nezha truly about to commence? Now, the three of them are striving to break through the 8th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The stages of mortal cultivation are as follows. Body refinement stage, strengthening the physique, cleansing the marrow, refining skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and organs. With peak speeds reaching 100 kilometers and lifespans of 2 to 300 years. Qi refinement stage, absorbing spiritual energy from afar. With peak speeds of 500 kilometers and lifespans of 500 years. Foundation establishment stage, condensing the spirit, achieving speeds of 10,000 kilometers. And initially engaging with spatial divine powers, with lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Golden elixir stage, materializing the primordial spirit, mastering basic spatial divine powers. with instantaneous speeds of 10 kilometers and lifespans of thousands of years. Nascent Soul Stage, mastery of the spatial Great Path. Capable of crossing star rivers and manipulating time to pause, accelerate, and distort. Primordial Spirit Stage, innate Tao body, achieving true immortality. Transcending the constraints of mundane time and space. At the celestial level, the stages are Earth Immortal, opening star rivers, corporeal forms shattering voids, achieving temporal and spatial independence. Celestial Immortal, an existence unique throughout eternity, wielding the power to move the heavens and earth, entering the dimensional realm of time and space. Profound Immortal, the Dantian transforms into a universe of star rivers, capable of stepping into small thousand worlds. True Immortal, corporeal forms are indestructible, primordial spirits eternal, shaping the middle thousand worlds. Golden Immortal, mastering the laws of the Great Path, true spirits reborn, traversing the river of time. Tai Golden Immortal, a single thought births and extinguishes multiversal worlds, altering the past and future. Great Luo Golden Immortal, transcending the river of time, merging the three bodies, containing myriad worlds within one's palm. Upon reaching the realm of immortals, each major realm contains 10 minor secrets, differentiating strengths even within the same realm from 1 to 10 heavens. In the supreme stages, Quasi-Saint, transcending all laws, a half-step into the Tao of Hunyuan. Saint, reopening the primordial heavens and earth, triggering immeasurable calamities, detached from causality. Heavenly Path Realm, surpassing all rules, existing in forms beyond material definitions. Great Path Realm, equal to the Tao, eternal and indestructible, transcending all sources. All four are great Luo Golden Immortals, with Yangjian having the longest cultivation time, only reaching the 7th heaven. Each breakthrough becomes increasingly arduous, with each day presenting greater challenges. Cultivators value not only their realms, but also the adept application of their cultivation techniques, the effective use of their treasures, and their combat experience. With proper application, they can even counter beings of higher realms. For instance, Yang Jian once felled an elder with a single axe, utilizing his treasure and personal techniques effectively. Sun Wukong, during his time in the heavenly court, leveraged his self-respect and cleverness to navigate challenges. Before ascending, Nezha suppressed numerous foes, subduing 96 cave demons and 72 specters, relying solely on his overwhelming power and top-tier equipment, most of which remained unutilized, primarily relying on sheer force. Meanwhile, the world within the blue silk has nearly collapsed, with countless bolts of lightning and fire refining it, as the 11 divine lotuses, including the corporeal forms of the Chaos Demon Pearl Lotus, approach completion. This ultimate corporeal form, merging the treasures of Chaos and the Demon Pearl, will upend conventional cultivation systems, even surpassing the celestial saints, while inherently possessing core divine powers. First category, Chaos Origin Divine Powers. The Hongmeng returning to Ruin's physique allows the corporeal form to freely switch between chaotic state and order state. In chaotic state, it becomes immune to all heavenly path law-based attacks, transforming into a rule vacuum zone. In order state, it absorbs and deciphers the laws contained in attacks, permanently enhancing itself. The passive effect is that the breath exhaled automatically transforms into chaotic winds, dispersing the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. Second category, Heavenly Path Law Divine Powers. The 3,000 Tao archives grant omniscience and comprehension, with shadowy reflections of the creation jade plate appearing in the pupils, allowing for instantaneous deconstruction of target divine powers, including saint-level forbidden techniques, enabling reverse deduction of countermeasures, and automatic optimization. The limitation is that it has no effect on beings transcending the heavenly path. Third category, Causal Fate Divine Powers. Karmic quantum entanglement binds the damage received to the fate of the attacker. If the corporeal form suffers harm, the attacker must endure equivalent misfortune across 3 lifetimes and 7 deaths. When facing a fatal attack, the causal collapse triggers, preemptively resolving the attacker's path. For instance, if the Quasi-T Saint inadvertently harms the corporeal form, it would delay the grand plans of the Western teachings by 3 calamities. Conversely, who could possibly shake such immense power? The art of destiny, grafting allows one to extract the fortune of a target to replenish oneself, enabling the designation of a certain individual caught in a calamity to bear divine punishment on one's behalf. This technique can transfer the causality of sanctification to a practitioner located thousands of miles away. For instance, during the calamity of the one could have another person shield them from the 9 heavens purple lightning. The The fourth category encompasses spatial and temporal dimensional divine abilities. The method of temporal folding enables a unique mode of movement that transcends the constraints of the timeline, allowing one to enjoy tea in the capital of during the era while simultaneously participating in the battle between sorcerers and liches. One's true essence exists at all historical turning points while remaining detached from them. The limitation, however, lies in the inability to interfere with time nodes where one's existence has not yet manifested. Dimensional downgrading strikes involve implementing a dimensional ceiling on a target. For example, if one could compress the Zhanxian sword array into a Klein bottle topological structure, breaking it would require the combined efforts of at least 3 supreme beings of the highest order to reshape the dimensions. The fifth category pertains to conceptual authority, divine abilities. The primordial creation hand allows for the manifestation of entities from the void, breaking through innate limitations to mold chaotic energy into innate treasures, albeit with random quality. Extracting the essence of stars to infuse mundane iron can instantaneously create postnatal treasures of merit. In terms of energy expenditure, crafting an innate treasure consumes half of the spiritual energy of the entire primordial realm. The Eye of the Abyss contains the essence of both the world-ending Black Lotus and the purifying White Lotus. Gazing with the left, I can cause the physical form of A to disintegrate through entropy, while the right, I can reverse time to restore shattered innate spiritual treasures. When combined, one eye can annihilate the heavenly court, while the other can reconstruct an even more resplendent celestial palace. The sixth category consists of unique passive divine abilities. The resonance of the Lotus platform automatically attracts Lotus-type treasures from myriad realms. A 12-grade Golden Lotus may abandon its original master to join the physical body, while the Guanine Lotus throne blooms in goodwill upon passing. The amplification effect grants a 300 increase in combat power when situated in a lotus-shaped terrain. The hunger of chaos continuously devours surrounding energy to sustain existence, automatically absorbing the equivalent amount of spiritual energy from the eastern sea each hour. In a state of hunger, it unconsciously consumes any innate spiritual treasures it comes into contact with. As an example of the application of these divine abilities, in a confrontation with a Taoist saint, one might withstand the simultaneous onslaught of the 4 swords of Zhanxian. By analyzing the operational logic of the sword array, one could alter the Tao's prohibition against slaughter, leading to the self-destruction of the array. In the eve of the decisive battle between sorcerers and liches, one could replace the core of the Great Star Array with a projection of the Chaos Pearl, resulting in the accidental death of the 12 ancestral witches by, and thus prematurely concluding the calamity. By extracting energy from the Chaos Sea and intercepting the merits of Nuwa's creation of humanity, one could mass-produce innate human beings, each inherently endowed with the foundation of the. Such divine bodies transcend the realm of mere techniques and attain a phenomenal level of existence. Their mere presence constitutes a natural disaster, and even the residual waves from their battles could shatter the hearts of ordinary cultivators, leading to their assimilation into chaotic nourishment. Only those who transcend the other shore may find a glimmer of hope amidst their divine web of abilities. Thus, it becomes necessary to establish multiple seals and impose restrictions on the transformative treasures. The external creation of has dimmed, and nearly 20 days have passed. The 3 individuals outside have each broken through 1 or 2 minor realms, now sorting through the items cast by. Meanwhile, gazes at the uncertain of his intentions. Yet he harbors a suspicion. He begins to meld the Lotus physical form, a monumental endeavor that he can significantly expedite due to the advantages of his dual pearl characteristics. Previously, he had contemplated early absorption to avoid being noticed, yet the sheer weight of the task posed an obstacle. However, it seems that the Chaos Pearl is now beginning to exert its power. On the other hand, finds himself devoid of any cultivation realm. His demonic aura and magical power are completely absent, leaving him sprawled on the ground like an ordinary person. The demonic patterns on his face have vanished, and his pupils have turned golden. He is utterly immobilized, having completely fused with the spirit pearl. If all goes well, he will gradually recall memories of his past life. For instance, he feels that his mind is sharper than before. Currently, it is a contest between consciousness and physical form. His body has reached its pinnacle, yet he cannot utilize it, which is understandably frustrating. The operation of merging these chaotic treasures, the demonic orb, and the ultimate cosmic body of the Tao is not achievable through mere magical power or realm alone. It necessitates alignment with the source, causal reconstruction, and dimensional authority across 3 levels. One must have a source of power that aligns with the chaotic demon god level, necessitating the possession of at least 3 types of chaotic demon god bloodlines, such as the time demon god, the Space Demon God, and the Destruction Demon God. By consuming 129,600 chaotic stars, one can forge the chaotic true core as the energy conversion hub. To harmonize opposing laws, one must use their primordial spirit as a furnace, while simultaneously cultivating the primordial Tao canon and 9 nether demon scripture. The physical resonance ritual requires a chaotic return array drawn with Panga's spinal fluid, sacrificing 7 innate treasures, including the Taiji diagram, Panga flag, chaotic bell, and the 4 swords of Zhanxian to induce physical resonance. Secondly, one must control authority for acquisition. The core of the lotus seed must open an inner scene of the primordial chaos within the body, self-proving one's sage status. The demonic orb lotus seed must endure 90,000 trials of celestial demonic heart erosion to refine the formless demonic heart. The conditions for the dual lotus seed resonance require meeting the celestial merit threshold of the Tao and the karmic value of world destruction. This 12-grade lotus throne necessitates controlling the lotus treasures within the body to be forged, using the as the foundation, with the red lotus forging the armrests, and dismantling the merit golden lotus into 108 embedded jewels. When seated upon the throne, one can harness the powers of their physical body to the extent of 99, and when leaving the throne, a maximum of 30. The primordial operational interface must load a system evolved from the Chaos Pearl, akin to a game template. The combat module requires authorization to summon the world-ending Black Lotus, while the defense module necessitates dual-factor authentication to activate the purifying White Lotus. Energy management dictates that every time the reincarnation Purple Lotus is utilized, one must repay the karmic debt of a calamity. The third aspect is the energy supply system. For instance, if this were an electronic product requiring batteries, it would necessitate a multiverse battery array. The physical body must continuously consume energy. The basic energy consumption equates to the total spiritual energy of one standard primordial universe per hour, while the combat mode consumes the essence of 3 medium 1,000 worlds per second. 2 solutions exist: arranging a universal siphon array in the chaos sea to forcibly extract energy from the heavens, or raising 9 Taoist saints as living power banks. The causality of the physical body functions like a perpetual motion machine, utilizing the characteristics of the Guanyin Red Lotus to establish a cycle. Releasing the Red Lotus to create calamities, and harvesting the merits of salvation with the merit Golden Lotus, converting those merits into fuel for the. Theoretically, the maximum output approaches an infinite level of Tao energy. The fourth point concerns the breakthrough of dimensional authority. The timeline anchoring device requires materials to extract fragments from the timeline of the calamity, merging them with the obsession present at the fall-off. Its function lies in preserving one's existence amidst boundless calamities, allowing for a return to any timeline node, akin to saving and loading. The fifth point addresses the counteraction mechanism. The consciousness firewall, inscribed with the blood of the 3 pure ones, employs, and, every 100 years, the divine gun must pierce the primordial spirit to eradicate residual chaotic will from the physical body. The causal insulator necessitates severing ties with all living beings, utilizing the reincarnation Purple Lotus to fabricate false causality, deceiving the Tao to ultimately attain a quantum state of existence and non-existence. The name will vanish from all texts of the primordial realm, rendering even the saints unable to recall its existence. The ultimate driving plan involves the fusion of the original code. To fully unleash the capabilities of the physical body, one must execute a forbidden operation, infusing one's consciousness into the core of the Chaos Pearl, incinerating the existing primordial spirit with the world-ending Black Lotus, and inscribing the true spirit into the primordial annotation section of the Chaos Pearl. Ultimately, one becomes a living innate treasure at the cost of eternally losing free will. Such a physical body transcends the traditional notions of treasures or vessels, becoming a tool for formatting the multiverse. Even if all driving conditions are met, the user will gradually be assimilated by the physical body, ultimately becoming a pawn in the game between the Tao and chaos. To possess such a body is neither to be master nor servant, but merely a calamity. This body belongs to me, and I am the master of it. What nonsense is this? He clearly understood that this corporeal form transcended all and possessed an unimaginable strength. However, he was Nezha, and if I were to be confined to this intangible path, I would simply circumvent it. After all, I am the embodiment of the Chaos Pearl and the Demon Pill. Others might only regard this body as a mere tool, akin to chives. Is this not merely internal management? Since I require vast energy to sustain myself, I shall utilize the cosmic energies within me, comprising the Tao universe, the primordial universe, the original universe, the void universe, the Hongming universe, the chaotic universe, the primordial wilderness universe, the ancient universe, the antiquity universe, and the ancestral universe, by means of differentiation and evolution, merging them with the spirit pearl. As such, the universes within me shall be at my command. Provided that I wield the energies from these universes wisely, I can forcibly substitute them for various techniques, blood essence, or treasures. With my strength, I can break through limitations. Were it not for the fact that I am intrinsically the demon pill and the chaos pearl, there would be no feasible method to accomplish this. Thus, this lotus body has been meticulously designed specifically for these two jewels. My internal universes can regenerate rapidly, and coupled with the blood circulation system of my physical form, this creates an infinite cycle, self-digestion that does not affect the external world. Through Nezha's persistent attempts, he finally managed to move a finger. Though he could now move, whether he could employ divine powers remained uncertain. For now, he needed to focus on his own mobility. The external situation revealed that he had broken the seal, using the same Zhanxian gourd, and Sun Wukong was once again attempting to lift the celestial pillar of white jade. Chapter 65, Call Aobing When Trouble Arises. Nezha had attained the ultimate body through the fusion of chaos treasures and the demon lotus. His mind was filled with chaotic visions, representing events that might transpire should he possess this body throughout various time periods. Yet, Nezha understood that these were mere reflections of potential outcomes resulting from causal collisions, not actual occurrences, as the seal remained firmly in place. He merely glimpsed the possibility of what life would entail had he always possessed this corporeal form. Firstly, the spirit pearl underwent a fundamental transformation. Originally a spirit pearl under Nuwa, after being reshaped by the Chaos Green Lotus, Nezha ascended to the rank of a chaos demon god-level being. The lotus avatar bestowed by Taiji Zhenren merged with the chaos lotus body, transforming his head into a lotus-like entity. However, due to the excess of heads, each would morph into a lotus head with 8 arms, resulting in a total of 129. 600 chaos lotus heads, each capable of independently wielding distinct divine powers. Essentially, he acquired 129, 600 avatars of the chaos lotus, each with 8 arms, each possessing unique independent abilities. The wind-fire wheel was reconstructed by the chaotic gale and the annihilating black flame, allowing him to exceed the constraints of the time continuum, enabling him to manifest simultaneously at all nodes of the function battlefield. His treasures also underwent transformations. The merging celestial silk absorbed the essence of chaos, capable of shattering the primordial elements of fire, water, and wind. The Qiankun circle resonated with the chaos pearl, transforming into a micro-black hole that devoured all. During the incident at Chentang Pass, his mere disturbance of the sea unleashed the uncontrollable power of the 9 nether demon lotus, evaporating the seawater with the conflagration of the red lotus, revealing the fissures of the abyss and releasing the remnants of the chaos demon god. When he punched through the Dragon King across the temporal plane, the dragon soul became ensnared in the battlefield of the Witch-Lich calamity. Old Li forced himself to confront Nezha, declaring, "Your life is your father's," despite knowing it was untrue. Nevertheless, Nezha marked this in his heart, vowing to take his mother's surname. When others attempted to destroy Nezha's chaos lotus body, it triggered the backlash of the eternal indestructible body, reducing the Linglong Tower to dust. His bone actions proved arduous, but during self-destruction, it directly influenced the natural ecology, resulting in chaos within the Thunder Tribulation system. The teachings faced a crisis as Taiji Zhenren discovered he could not control Nezha, prompting the urgent initiation of the 12 Golden Immortals joint sealing plan, which Nezha countered by compressing them into figurines through dimensional reduction, displaying them in the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun was compelled to intervene prematurely, engaging Nezha in a clash with the Panga banner, the aftermath shattering the 18 layers of hell and inciting the wrath of Hutun Yangyang. The Jie sect seized this opportunity to strike, with Tontian Jiaozhu secretly granting Nezha permission to use the Zhanxian sword array, provided he dismantled the 8 Scenery Palace during his havoc in heaven. By that time, he must absolutely not remain, as the Celestial Court and Ling Mountain would surely retaliate. Tating Zhenren would cast Yang Jian deep into the abyss, merging him with the remnants of 3,000 demon gods to forge an ultimate form. The two would face off in the Sea of Chaos, with the battle's aftermath spawning 72 new universes, which the Western teachings would seize upon to establish branches of their pure land. Although the aftermath birthing universes might seem far-fetched, the powers of the Chaos Green Lotus and those demon gods were indeed extraordinary. Ultimately, this would lead to a confrontation with the saints, culminating in the shattering of the primordial heavens. Owing to the grace of his previous life's nurturing, Nuwa effortlessly obtained the leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus from him. These leaves, used to mend the heavens, incited anomalies in the heavenly principles. The newly formed heavens bore a lotus-patterned filtration system, rendering it impossible for non-chaotic beings to absorb spiritual energy, thus precipitating the early arrival of the end of the Dharma age. In conclusion, it was said, when Nezha smiles, the saint's hearts race. When the lotus body trembles, the insurance rates across the heavens soar by 30%. With this, Nezha's desire to break the seal diminished to zero. Although the issue of energy consumption had been resolved, he could only move his head. Albing, as if the external Albing truly heard. He briefly conferred with the other two and decided to have Sun Wukong transform his monkey hair into two substitutes. He intended to venture into the depths of the azure silk while the others, as before, set off to perform for the onlookers. Upon entering the azure silk, he encountered Nezha, lying motionless on the ground. "Nezha," Albing exclaimed with concern, rushing forward to embrace him, inquiring what had transpired to leave him in such a state. Nezha recounted the events, and Albing began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even during the zenith of the ancestral dragon's power, such a predicament would be insurmountable. The balance of yin and yang seemed futile, especially since the internal energy circulation system had been disrupted, leaving Nezha capable of moving only his head, a dire conundrum indeed. This issue was rather significant. Albing decided to lift Nezha into a princess carry, seeking a more comfortable location for further deliberation. Upon cradling him, Albing realized Nezha's body was entirely limp, save for his head, which confirmed the severity of his condition. Afterward, Albing gathered some soft leaves and laid them upon a flat boulder, carefully placing Nezha down. She lifted his legs, observing that he was akin to a puppet, entirely at her mercy. Contemplating her options, she resolved to attempt a combination of 5-element yin-yang balance while massaging his acupoints. Although this bore considerable risk of backlash, she believed her essence as a spiritual pearl, paired with her lack of hostility, would shield her from any adverse repercussions. The ease with which she had previously carried Nezha suggested she could proceed with caution. "Nezha, I must apologize in advance for what is to come. I know you may not appreciate this, but please bear with me," she implored. "What? Albing, what are you planning to do?" In the next moment, Albing turned Nezha onto his side. Although the notion of acupoints on Nezha's lotus body was questionable, she resolved to proceed with the massage. As she felt the unusual sensations emanating from his body, Nezha's face flushed with embarrassment, astonished that he could still experience such feelings. He erupted in indignation, demanding to know what Albing was doing. "I understand your displeasure, but I implore you to endure. I am harnessing the primordial power of the spiritual pearl to activate the yin-yang balance to facilitate your healing. The massage is intended to alleviate your stress," she explained. "Listen here, I warn you to refrain from inappropriate touches, and certainly do not venture into any strange areas. I assure you, I will maintain my decorum. I will not." Through the connection between the spirit pearl and the demon orb, Ao Bing is able to observe their interior within a safe zone. To activate this chaotic treasure fused with the demon lotus through the divine powers of yin and yang, a dynamic Tai Chi model must be constructed. This model harmonizes the forces of chaos and destruction, creating a perpetual cycle of mutual generation and restraint. At the pinnacle of yang, the chaos pearl serves as the yang core, extracting the power of cosmic order from the Tao, evolving primordial pure energy that promotes growth and creation. This pure energy flows through the golden lotus of virtue and the white lotus of purity, transforming into celestial level healing energy that mends bodily injuries. At the nadir of yin, the demon orb acts as the yin core, unleashing the chaotic essence of the nine nether abyss, condensing the turbid energy of the primordial void. This embodies destruction, devouring the turbid energy, which is then intensified through the infernal red lotus and the world destruction black lotus, empowering it with causal-level destructive force that rends the defenses of adversaries. In contemplating this, Ao Bing envisioned a structure of Tai Chi cycles anchored by the eyes of yin and yang. The yang eye, represented by the rebirth purple lotus, serves as the focal point for ensuring the flow of pure energy retains the memories of past battles, thereby adapting and optimizing offensive and defensive strategies. The yin eye, presided over by the guanyin red lotus, mitigates the backlash of turbid energy with compassion, preventing the wielder from succumbing to the path of darkness. With such thoughts, he conversed with Nezha, urging him to mobilize the energy within, for he could not shift such a substantial weight alone. The next phase involved establishing an energy exchange channel, laying chaotic spiritual threads along the Ren and Du meridians, with the left channel circulating pure energy and the right channel conducing turbid energy. A Tai Chi vortex was constructed at the center of the chest, completing 9 billion yin-yang annihilation reactions per second, with the released energy propelling the physical body into action. Furthermore, a balancing control mechanism was implemented. If pure energy constitutes 60, the world destruction Black Lotus automatically incinerates the excess order. Conversely, if turbid energy reaches 60, the purifying White Lotus triggers to cleanse the excess chaos. Lastly, a contingency for extreme conditions was established. In the event of an imbalance surpassing critical thresholds, the body's pores would erupt with chaotic energy arrows, each arrow equivalent to the strike of a sage, forced into a state of dormancy upon the continuation of imbalance for 3 seconds. The 9-tiered Golden Lotus emanates the great Nirvana Buddha light, freezing the physical form until equilibrium is restored. Subsequently, the initiation and manipulation commence, utilizing yin and yang as catalysts to activate the yang pull, which is a strand of the purple celestial energy residing within the Chaos Pearl, while the yin pull emanates from the god-slaying demonic chi of the demon pill. The collision of these two forces triggers the primordial effect of the Taiji, awakening the fundamental functions of the physical form. In the realm of consciousness control, thoughts are divided into dual threads of yin and yang. The yang spirit governs the pure energy, manifesting healing, defensive, and creative divine powers, while the yin spirit wields the turbid energy, unleashing destructive, cursed, and devouring abilities. The fusion of both spirits can unleash the primordial return to the abyss calamity, albeit at a potentially catastrophic cost, resulting in the physical form cooling for a staggering 12,960 years. As for practical combat efficacy, during a confrontation with a sage, the left fist unleashes the primordial pure energy, evolving into the 36 heavens to suppress the adversary, while the right palm strikes forth the abyssal turbid energy, corroding the sage's auspicious clouds. The clash of yin and yang incites a Tao-level spatial collapse. In terms of healing, when pure energy repairs the physical form, turbid energy simultaneously devours the enemy's attacking energy, creating a growing stronger from blows mechanism, albeit temporarily, as it may lead to immobility in the future. Following this, all divine waters within the divine tower must be utilized, serving as a restorative spa, should the yin and yang become chaotic. Forcibly reversing the Taiji model and interchanging purity and turpitude grants a fleeting surge in combat prowess. If pure energy runs rampant, the physical form transforms into a primordial furnace, generating myriad worlds with each breath. However, these new realms may retaliate against the holder's essence. Conversely, if turbid energy spirals out of control, the abyssal gate manifests upon the surface, annihilating ancient spacetime with every gesture, yet it necessitates the continuous consumption of sage-level entities to maintain its form. This method of balancing yin and yang renders the physical body a living embodiment of the primordial creation process. As recorded in the secret scroll of the 8th Scenery Palace, to embrace yin while bearing yang is the essence of the way. To embrace yang while bearing yin is the essence of naming. Yet, to bear chaos while embracing the demon pill is truly terrifying. Only those who master the extremes of yin and yang, transcending the dichotomy of good and evil, may dance within the turbulence of purity and turpitude, wielding this taboo form that overturns the primordial chaos. Enough. Stop your indiscriminate touching. Where do you place your claws? Please bear with it. Although the energy within was depleting normally, the external experience was less than pleasant. A.O. Bing's large hand slipped beneath the clothing, the intimate contact proving to be extraordinarily effective. A sensation that Nezha had never before encountered, peculiarly strange and quite uncomfortable. You've never been shy before. Why are you blushing now? Shut up. Who's blushing? The current actions were indeed bizarre. Every part of the body, save for the most private regions, was subjected to the ministrations of that icy hand, which was particularly sensitive. Clothing had seemingly vanished, leaving Nezha clad in but a pair of undergarments. Yet, after a brief moment, the body began to feel comfortable, as if surrendering completely, allowing A.O. Bing to press, knead, and manipulate at will. Nezha, how do you feel now? Much more relaxed, but could you refrain from massaging my chest and backside? Feeling quite awkward, A.O. Bing became aware of the discomfort from Nezha's feedback. Realizing the peculiar position he found himself in, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Nonetheless, he cleared his throat twice, justifying that it was necessary to assist in the energy transfer to that area. You are truly something. Either you erupt in silence or you act like a rogue, he quipped. That's not it. This is my first time doing this, Nezha retorted. I can see that. Your technique is undeniably poor, A.O. Bing replied. Despite the accuracy of the statement, Nezha's words ignited a surge of indignation within Ao Bing, prompting him to unhesitatingly strike Nezha's rear. This provoked Nezha, who turned to Ao Bing and unleashed a torrent of verbal retaliation. How dare Ao Bing strike him, especially in such a manner? He had never endured such humiliation, not even from his father. Ao Bing merely smiled in amusement. Nezha, it seems you have truly been spoiled. Still oblivious to the current predicament, you are utterly immobilized. Shouldn't you be contemplating how to avoid displeasing me? What do you intend to do? Nezha stammered. For if such an incident were to occur, it would be akin to stripping someone of their dignity. Without delving into the reasons behind it, the historical context revealed that there were indeed many male brothels in ancient times, frequented predominantly by men, including a considerable number of dignitaries who kept male concubines. Noticing Nezha's defiant expression, Ao Bing remained silent, merely circling his fingers around Nezha's thigh. Observing Nezha's trembling legs only emboldened Ao Bing further. How do you feel? Are you able to move your body now? Ao Bing inquired, seated beside a giant rock, glancing at Nezha, who lay upon it. He was folding clothes for Nezha, who was now covered with a blanket woven from dragon silk. Nezha lay sideways, facing away from Ao Bing, emitting a small grunt. Judging by the blanket's shape, it seemed he could move somewhat, yet any attempts to harness his magical power would require alternative means. Oh, Nezha, please don't act like that. It makes me seem as though I've done something to you, Ao Bing remarked. Nezha remained silent, merely pulling the blanket tightly around himself. Although he could move, much of his skin appeared semi-transparent and vividly colorful, indicating his instability. Having expended a considerable amount of spiritual power, Ao Bing's complexion had also grown pale, beads of sweat dotting his body. After folding the clothes, he reclined on the stone, recognizing the need for rest. Meanwhile, in the outside world, witnessing the bizarre actions of the bandits, Tathagata decided to implement the original plan, utilizing the six-eared macaque to replace Sun Wukong. Yet, upon receiving the Heart Desire Iron Rod, the six-eared macaque felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. Could he truly evade the Heavenly Eye? Could he truly escape the Third Prince's fiery spear? Could he genuinely evade the claws of the true Great Sage? In the realm of azure silk, the sun and moon of this land exist as one. Having transformed between two forms, it appears a day has passed. Nezha, casting aside the quilt, adorned himself once more with the golden spirit brocade, the phoenix lotus silk. The world-destroying brocade, the pure spirit silk, and 5 cosmic rings, along with a longevity lock and a pair of black gold gloves. Glancing around, he discovered his attire next to Ao Bing, promptly retrieving it. He donned only the inner garment, tied up his hair, and rose to take a stroll. It seemed he could move normally, yet he found himself devoid of any magical power. Observing his translucent arms, he could distinctly discern the veins within, presumably the roots of the lotus. One might ponder if this body could indeed exhibit such symptoms of blood. Nevertheless, his mind had cleared significantly. He was well aware of his own body. To harness the energy post-seal, one must reconstruct the energy system, transform the laws of form, or utilize external spiritual energy engines through specialized methods to facilitate the operation of magical power. It would be essential to locate a spiritual spring, as the emergence of such springs is often intertwined with the primordial essence of heaven and earth, chaotic energy, or innate spiritual veins, particularly suited to the characteristics of lotus-like divine entities. The primordial purple chi spring is an innate spiritual spring, its depths containing undifferentiated chaotic energy, suitable for primordial-grade lotus species such as the chaotic green lotus and the world-destroying black lotus. The spring water can emulate the disordered state of the cosmos at creation's dawn, aiding in the transcendence of law's constraints. The spring's orifice periodically erupts with the yin-yang dual fish vortex, hastening the absorption of the primordial Tao rhythm by the lotus petals. The cosmic star spring embodies the attributes of the stars, with miniature star sands suspended in its waters, corresponding to the 365 primary star positions of the celestial sphere, ideal for the purifying white lotus and the fiery red lotus that require the harmonization of yin and yang, guiding the power of the stars to refine the lotus heart. The spring's banks naturally form the 28 constellations spirit lock array, preventing the dissipation of spiritual energy. The rebirth spring, a tributary of the netherworld, presents amber-hued liquid causal lines, assisting the golden lotus of merit in absorbing karmic energy and transforming it into golden light of virtue. At the bottom of the spring lies the ancient statue of Meng Pu, which suppresses resentment and backlash. The taboo is that a lotus flower, devoid of spiritual intelligence, will wither instantly upon touching the spring water. The spiritual spring is also accompanied by divine entities. It must nurture either the nine-orifice spirit stone or the mystic ice jade, serving as a conduit for spiritual energy to prevent the lotus roots from direct contact with the violent spiritual aura. A top-tier spiritual spring inherently possesses a time-distorting domain, where a single day in the outside world equates to a century within the spring. However, this will consume the lifespan of the lotus soul, necessitating the harmonization with the eternal peach tree branch. Every 129,600 years, the spiritual spring triggers the primordial ultimate catastrophe, allowing a successfully transcended lotus flower to awaken the authority to devour the essence of the spring. Yet, certain spiritual springs may also harbor dangerous mutations. The Blood Sea Filth Spring is a corrupted variant resulting from years of pollution from the River of Oblivion. It appears rich in spiritual energy, yet is tainted with the malevolent aura of the Blood Sea, leading to genetic mutations in the lotus, such as the lotus heart sprouting Ashura visage. The pseudo-Yaoqi jade liquid is spring water infused with transformative power from Western teachings, potentially coercing the spiritual lotus into becoming a puppet of the 8 treasures of merit. When selecting a spiritual spring, one must first utilize the innate Bagua plate to deduce the fundamental attributes of the lotus. If the Sun hexagram transforms into Li symbol appears, it is advisable to abandon the water attribute spring in favor of nurturing with thunderous energy. It is often said among the primordial cultivators, the lotus blooms in 9 grades with ease. Yet aligning the spring with the heart of Tao is a challenge. The compatibility between the spiritual spring and the lotus is of greater significance than the concentration of spiritual energy. Thus, Nezha resolved to seek the Hongmeng Purple Qi Spring, guided by the aurora. He need not worry about finding the location. However, the distance is indeed daunting. He must wait for Ao Bing to awaken, for traversing there on foot could take several days. Far better to ride a dragon. Stinky dragon, wake up. The words detonated directly beside Ao Bing's ear, sending shockwaves through his body, mind, and soul, causing him to tumble from his stone perch. It seems that Nezha's current physical form, while indistinguishable from that of a mortal, possesses extraordinary qualities in certain aspects. After a considerable pause, Ao Bing gradually regained his composure. Listening to Nezha's demand to seek the spiritual spring, a form of retribution, undoubtedly aimed at avenging the earlier offense of striking him. However, the tactile experience was indeed quite delightful. Upon reaching the primordial Purple Qi Spring, Nezha promptly disrobed and immersed himself in the waters. Yet, this realm proved to be quite challenging to enter without Nezha's presence. One might find it impossible to breach the spring's protective barrier. Now, a thorough reconstruction was in order. The spring's essence was remarkable. The spiritual energy emanating from it was abundant, serving as a significant boon for the lotus. Its effectiveness in enhancement was undeniable. Yet Nezha found himself at the epicenter of this energy, where the fluctuations were somewhat overwhelming, leaving Ao Bing to rest at the edge of the spring. Next time, the other two must also partake in this rejuvenating experience. Currently, Nezha's physical form had become entirely semi-transparent, his flesh and bones seemingly transcending like dried leaves kissed by water. The first technique was the chaotic magical reconstruction, whose core principle involved reducing chaotic energy to a pseudo-magic compatible with the primordial heavenly path. Initially, the world-destroying Black Lotus would sear the chaotic pearl's shell, releasing controllable chaotic streams. Subsequently, the purifying White Lotus would act as a filter, stripping away the chaotic attributes to produce pure energy. Finally, the reincarnation Purple Lotus would construct an energy circulation system, simulating the celestial rotation of a great Luo golden immortal. The results were indeed remarkable, converting 3 standard saintly reserves of magical energy every hour, with a conversion rate of merely 37%. The residual chaotic remnants could then be transformed into demonic energy, useful for the creation of demon pills. Following this was the law parasitism system, which utilized his original great Luo golden immortal cultivation to forge a magical battery from the fiery red lotus, merging his primordial spirit with his physical form. Though perilous, it was a gamble worth taking. Perhaps physical prowess could substitute for magical energy, such as shattering the 33 heavens with sheer strength to collect the fragmented heavenly path. The shards would be cast into the chaotic pearl, generating power through annihilation reactions, with the 9-grade Golden Lotus serving as a transmission mechanism for controllable energy waves. The greater the force, the quicker the magical energy would replenish. Striking the remnants of Mount Bujo should also suffice, inherently possessing a physical transcendence effect. Blending melee combat with magical prowess. Using the Creation Azure Lotus, he would fabricate a false certification of having achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, employing a collective cognitive alteration technique upon the myriad beings of the three realms. This physical form possesses boundless magical energy. He need not concern himself with the heavenly path of the world he inhabited, for he embodies the heavenly path of the universe within. However, he must delineate the foundational definition of his own magical energy. Chaotic energy, once transformed by the physical body, becomes orthodox magical energy, thus merging chaos with magic and vice versa. The law of the formless is indeed formless. The heavenly path devoid of order ultimately invites divine retribution. From this moment forth, his causal fate would be irrevocably altered. Yet, caution was paramount to avoid arousing suspicion. Using the chaotic pearl's abilities, he would disguise the threads of his destiny to evade detection by those above. After all, what truly instills fear in them is the three pure ones. Should they become aware and intervene, it would spell disaster. Although they were forbidden from interfering in the current world, provoking them could shatter that rule. What if these venerable beings, devoid of shame, summoned the other seven saints? Despite their enhanced capabilities, the chasm between them and the saints remains unfathomable. Only when he ensures the overall ascendance of strength and the maturation of this physical form will it be time to confront them with righteous indignation.